Middlestat can't win it. Jets have it, and that is it. The only goal of the hockey game came a minute and 6 seconds in. Connor Hellebuck makes 34 saves on 34 shots. He gets his third shutout of the season, fourth career versus the Avalanche, and Colorado is kept off the scoreboard for the first time this season. First shutout of the year.
So you go on the road last night to a team who's 12-1 entering that game, 6-1 at home, and you get that kind of result. I thought the Avs played great. I really did. I have little to no complaints this morning on the game that they played last night. It looked like the brand of Avalanche hockey that you would want to see throughout the course of the year. And you got hellebucked. Like plenty of opportunities, plenty of shots that were close, just missing, ring off iron. Like you had a whole bunch of things that just didn't bounce your way. And sometimes a goalie just gets you. The bummer in all of this is I thought Georgiev was great last night. I would say best goaltending performance of the year so far for anybody on the Avs. I mean, the save that he made late, totally sprawled out, glove save right there at the post. That's the kind of stuff that we haven't seen from him or really any of these goalies in particular all year. You know, Onanen might have had a moment or two, but we all talk about ideal world, ideal scenario. Ideally, Alexander Georgiev, who has started a whole bunch of games for you already, plays well, and he is your number one that you have between the pipes with confidence behind him. And so maybe we're doing a slow build to that. I don't know. It just sucks that in a game where I thought he played really well, the Avs and Georgiev get robbed. And what does it? A defensive breakdown a minute into the game. No, the only goal scored the entire night was one that you get busted a little bit in defensive coverage. You got a 2-on-1. Sammy G has to, if that puck is going across his stick, he's got to be able to knock that down. Like, I would try and force them to make that shot without making a pass. Because the second that pass got off, it was don't want to say impossible, but pretty damn near impossible save to make.
Well, I've always called him Alexander Georgiev, so this is exactly what I expected from him. But, I mean, yesterday, what did Mosier tell us all morning long? This Jets offense is high-flying, high goal-scoring. We're going to get a good old-fashioned barn burner in the peg, which he couldn't even see because that stupid I-beam blocking his view from the press box.
Right.
We'll have to have Mosier talk about that when he comes on later. But, yeah, that's all I was told is that this Jets team is supposed to be high-flying, high-scoring. So the fact that it was 1-0 and you only allowed one goal on, like you said, a bad defensive play in front of the net, I hate to be moral victory guy, but, hey, it's Friday. I think that was good from the Avs last night. I think that's what you needed. And Georgie, you know, I don't know how to describe it, but there's that meme going around where it's this meme format I see all the time in the sports circles where it's this guy in almost like a Gucci sweatsuit or something and designer glasses, and he walks into a room and he's looking at everybody like, what do you got to be so proud about? You know what I'm talking about?
I don't think I've seen that one. Sorry, I want to help you, Nelly. I don't think I've seen it.
It's okay. I'm doing a terrible job of describing it. The point is, Georgie was in the locker room last night. This is the first time he could go, I did my job.
Well, and look, man, Winnipeg's good. Like, sometimes you just play a good team and this happens. And you know what else about that? The Avs have been really good at drawing penalties and capitalizing on power play opportunities, and they didn't get any last night. The power play they got was somewhere a shade over a minute left, I think, when you had the extra attacker on the ice. So you had, I guess, a little bit of an opportunity, but at that point, it's not trying to set something up. It's all about pucks on net, hope you get lucky. It was just a very clean hockey game. And you get robbed every once in a while. It's just the bottom line. You know, I thought the Avs played a very, very solid game. If you got some, I'm just thinking about just a couple of the plays that happened. A backhand that was barely missed. It wraps around the net. Mikko tries to throw it out to the opposite post. I think it's McKinnon missed the backhand. He tries to throw it. Mikko grabs a rebound, tries to throw it opposite post. They get another shot, doesn't go in. Like, they had so many, so close kind of moments. And that's why I want to hear from Bednar in the postgame, because my assumption is Bednar's not sitting there whipped into a tizzy about that. He's got to be pretty happy with how the team played despite the result.
I'll look for the actual audio, but he probably said something like, you know, we had lots of chances, but we just couldn't capitalize on all the chances we got.
We
were being too cutesy with the puck, and if you spend too much time doing that, you're not going to get rewarded for it. So he probably said that.
I don't even think I don't know. Like, I don't think he has anything negative to really say last night. The one thing that you can say is, like, yeah, a minute into the game, you're trying to establish some momentum. You're playing against a good team. Can't have a defensive breakdown. But whatever. Mistakes happen. I don't think the Avs went into that game thinking they weren't going to score a goal. Like, not one. So all these point streaks from McKinnon, Makar, those all go by the wayside. Good to see that Makar was at least in the lineup last night. Drouin did not play, but my assumption would be that when the Avs take the ice again against the Hurricanes tomorrow, that he's probably going to play in that. But I don't know how you guys feel. I'm not all that upset about the game last night. You want to get a win? Of course you do. But it's just tough because you faced a really good goalie. And we all know that Hellebuck, for as much as you got him in the postseason, and maybe he took some of that personally last year, you know, he enters the postseason. He has this great year where he's given up, he's around league best in a whole bunch of categories. And this year he's better, by the way. His goals against average is 191. His save percentage is 932. That was his third shutout of the season yesterday. So his record of 10-1 is first in the league. His goals against is second in the league. His save percentage is second in the league. And his shutouts are first. Like, it's not hard to figure out why Winnipeg has been winning so many games to start the season.
And also, aside from a few good games in the playoffs, the Avalanche have struggled historically in Winnipeg. And I don't know what it is about that building. I don't know if it's the fact that it's negative 5,000 degrees Celsius in Winnipeg year-round. I don't know if it's something about the travel, but I feel like the Avalanche never play, or they rarely play well in that building.
Yeah.
It's a house of horrors. It's weird
I'm trying to look at the recent head-to-heads and see what they've done in Winnipeg.
And it's weird how some teams are like that. I mean, I bet everybody can picture some team that doesn't play well in some building, regardless of the year or the month or the time of day. Every team has that one place where they always struggle. And for the Avs, it seems like Winnipeg is on the short list.
Yeah, I'm going to try and figure this out. Trying to look this up. Avalanche versus Winnipeg.
In the meantime, we got a text from one of our regulars, Bud Driver Buff, and he said, not upset at all. Finally glad to see them starting to get their feet under them. I agree. I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
By the way, do we know, does he deliver what Mike Sanford thinks, or Moj thinks Mike Sanford is smoking? Is that why he's a Bud driver? Is he delivering?
Oh, Bud. Yeah.
Is he delivering his stuff to Sanford to make him come up with those takes, according to Moj?
Well, I'm not sure, but I'm kind of with him on this. You know, the last two nights, the encouraging thing is both the Nuggets and the Avalanche have shown you games in which they look like they should. And again, I know it's a very vague term, but I think you guys will understand what I'm getting at here. They've looked like the team you've expected them to be. And the Nuggets did that with two starters out of the lineup in AG and Jamal Murray. And they have the Heat tonight at Ball Arena, but it's the brand that we've become accustomed to that won them championships. That's what I saw two nights ago with the Nuggets. And despite a loss last night, I kind of saw that from the Avs. Like just hard nose, whole bunch of shots, make saves when you have to. It's just, for 59 minutes of that game, it was totally evenly matched heavyweight slugfest where, hey, we got to go to the judges at the end of the scorecard. You know what I mean? 303-504-0925. Shunt Mazda text line is open for you. One price, one person, 1 hour. Speaking of the Nuggets, game tonight against the Heat. I'm really, 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 really not looking forward to whatever this snow thing is we got going tonight. It is November 8th, and I am already so sick of snow. I want to be sweating again in 95-degree weather. You people who like this stuff are insane people.
I was just talking about this with my girlfriend about how we're all clowns in Colorado because all summer long we talk about how by the time we get to August and it's the dog days of summer, everybody goes, "Oh my God, it's so hot. I just want to be cold again. I can't wait for the snow." And then the second it snows, everybody goes, "Oh, this is the worst."
See,
can it just be warm again?
I'm going to defend myself.
We can't make up our minds in this damn state.
I'm going to defend myself. I have never, ever asked for it to be cold. What I've wanted is, hey, if you give me a little brisk morning and then it goes to like 75, 80 during the day, that's ideal. That's what I want. Like those days where I'm wearing shorts in a long sleeve shirt because it's a little chilly in the morning, that's the temperature I want. This stuff is insane. It's November 8th. And we're talking about like 19 inches potentially of snow today. What is this? What are we doing? Texture says, interesting take, Brett. Imagine if any tied sports game at the end or regulation went to a vote. It would be chaotic and stupid and everything that I hate about sports with judges.
It'd be better that than a shootout. I think a shootout, I get why they do it. But it's a shame that you go back and forth for so long, and then it comes down to who can Trevor Zegras a cool highlight reel shot into the net. Let's put it to a Democratic vote.
No, I'm the dictator. I say no vote on that one. No judges. Judges, it just leaves way too much room for things to get screwy. It leaves too much room for biases. That's why for years I hated the college football playoff process. I hated the BCS process. At least the BCS was kind of computer-based, even though that was incredibly flawed at times. There was data to be sorted out to figure things out. What I hate about the college football playoff is it's a whole bunch of former coaches from like Bama and Michigan and Stanford execs and guys like that. And they say, you know what? You know who I think deserves to be in the playoff? The teams that look like me. It's like, yeah, I'm sure you do. What about that team that went undefeated? Frauds. Well, who are we going to put in? The team that barely made the conference championship game.
Hey, Bama only plays tough teams. North Arkansas Tech is a tough opponent on September 2nd.
What was that last year? I'm trying to think. Was it last year that we got near the end of the college football season? I think it was the week before championship weekend. And Bama was trying to fight their way into the playoff because lost a game early, was trying to come back from behind because they lost that week 2 game to Texas. Yeah, that was it. So the week before they played Georgia in the SEC championship game, they had the Iron Bowl. And with 30 seconds left on like a 4th and 20, you remember this? Milroe throws a touchdown last second to beat an Auburn team that was 6-5 heading into that game. And I thought to myself, okay, So they're able to sneak out that win. But had they lost the game, they wouldn't have been in the playoff. So how do you justify the team we're judging off of? If these teams played on paper, this team would beat this team. So I consider them one of the 4 best teams in the country. And they have a lucky throw at the end of the game that puts them in position. That's why I think the idea of judging things like that is stupid. I love when, here are the rules. If you do this, this, and this is how you get a chance to play in the postseason. It's why the NFL is like a perfect sport to me. There's a cap. There's a draft. When you're the worst team in the league, you draft first. There's not a lottery. There's no guarantees to success. There's different ways you can be successful. And when you want to make the postseason and compete for a Super Bowl, the rules are very simple. Win your division or have the best record of a non-division winning team in your conference. There isn't some I'm Bill Parcells, and I was talking with Bill Belichick the other day, and we have decided that actually, despite the records, this 7-9 team is a lot better than the 9-7 team.
Today's Friday.
Just give me some rules. 303-504-0925. Speaking of football, why the Broncos will win and why the Broncos will lose. We'll get to that next.
Like I said, football's my thing.
Well, if you guys weren't paying attention, as the Avs game was going on last night, all you had to do was flip it over to Amazon Prime for a second, and you would see one of the wildest finishes to a football game in a while. It was a 21-14 game after the third quarter. Cincinnati up. Cincinnati fighting for their playoff lives. And then an 84-yard touchdown pass to Tylan Wallace makes it 21-20. Because Justin Tucker missed the extra point. So with about 6 minutes left in the game, it was another touchdown for Baltimore. 13 seconds later, it was a 70-yard touchdown pass to Jamar Chase. And then a 5-yard touchdown pass with 1:50 left to Rashad Bateman to give Baltimore the lead again. And then with 38 seconds left, Jamar Chase catches his third touchdown of the night. He had 11 catches for 264 yards and 3 touchdowns. Cincinnati doesn't want to be made fun of in the same way that Todd Bowles was when they played against the Chiefs. And Zach Taylor says, we're going for 2. 2-point miss. Ravens win 35-34. If you watch that 2-point conversion play, there was 2 pretty egregious fouls that went uncalled against Baltimore, one of them being the tight end for the Bengals just getting mugged and essentially tackled in the middle of his route is one thing. The other is, as Burrow's making his throw, a Raven grabs the face mask and yanks it down to almost blind him when he's mid-throwing motion. So a couple of things missed there, but that's the risk that you run in a do-or-die one-play scenario. But I loved watching this on the side of all these ESPN box score things. You have the win probability meter. So after a touchdown to Jamar Chase, that made it 21-7, a 67-yard touchdown. The win probability for Cincinnati was 85%. That dipped to 85% the other way when the touchdown was scored from Mark Andrews, which raised back up to 64% when Jamar Chase scored his touchdown, which dipped back down to 93% when Rashad Bateman scored his and jumped back. It was back and forth all night. And here's the thing. Cincinnati losing that game helps you. Baltimore's going to make the postseason no matter what. So if we're just trying to keep tabs here on playoff probabilities and what's best for the Broncos to try and sneak into a wild card spot, keeping the Bengals at arm's length is huge. They now have 6 losses on the year. Their room for error is virtually 0. And you play Cincinnati towards the end of the season. I think the second to last game, the 16th game of the year, where it felt if Cincinnati won that game, maybe they go on a run and that turns into some sort of play-in situation, right? Well, if you get to that scenario and they're already mathematically eliminated from the postseason, which a loss like this can help, things change. So yesterday, that playoff picture that gives you percentages on NFL.com had the Broncos at 53% to make the postseason. The Bengals, if they won that game, would have jumped to well over 50. But because they lost, their current playoff probability is 26%. So if you eliminate them from the discussion, just for the sake of argument, the other teams hovering around you at this time to try and take your wild card spot is the 8-seed Indianapolis Colts, which I do not think are ready to rattle off a whole bunch of wins. It is the 3-6 Jets, which would have to get on a massive heater to even have a chance. And then after that, it's the 2-6 Titans. Like, you're in really good position for what the teams are doing behind you. And God, if you win against Kansas City, what it has here on NFL.com is your chance to make the postseason with a win this weekend is 70%. Like, you win this weekend, you're essentially a postseason team unless you step on your own junk for 5 straight weeks. So, with all that in mind, how do you get a win this weekend? And I think the recipe is pretty simple. It's the same recipe that you've had for weeks now. It all starts with great defense, which we've taken mostly as a given that got maybe a little bit exposed in that Baltimore game, but they have a different level of firepower than most teams in the league. And they picked on Devon Key, as Legwald pointed out multiple times. They saw a young safety with not a lot of experience, and they said, we're going to attack that guy over the middle. How many times did you see Broncos in zone coverage? Some guy sits in the soft spot about 15, 20 yards downfield, and Lamar throws a dart. Happened over and over again. And that is the role of a safety, to be able to recognize that stuff. And Devon Key, no offense against him, he's just, he's a backup. They picked on him. Well, this week, it sounds like, because he's been a full participant for a couple of days, P.J. Locke is going to be back in the lineup, which should really help out in that category. But good defense has to be a given in this game. And then I think the rest of it kind of rests on the offensive side. Play sound football. Not too many penalties. You cannot not turn the ball over. Can't. Every game that Bo Nix has thrown a pick, they've lost. There's a common theme. And it doesn't matter whose fault the interception is. Doesn't matter if it's little Jordan Humphrey having a ball go off his hands and then being taken the other way, or if it's Bo Nix making a bad throw. It doesn't matter how they happen. You cannot turn the ball over and give this offense extra opportunities. Here's the other just sort of fun note. Since 2021, Patrick Mahomes' touchdown to interception ratio against the Broncos. So this has been 3 years, 6 straight games. He has 9 touchdowns and 8 picks. You've been able to keep him at arm's length. Remember, the amount of time, so you're off, you won your last game against Kansas City, but most of these games against KC have been close games, despite the team being, I think, worse than what they are right now. So you're going to have a shot. But Patrick Mahomes keeping that offense sort of at arm's length, not having to get into a situation where you're playing catch up and throwing the football everywhere and abandoning the run game, like, it's huge. It's a massive deal. But the reasons the Broncos lose, I mean, that's a simple list. You can just base it off of general history since Patrick Mahomes has taken over in Kansas City. You quite literally never beat him until the last game that you played. That is years of futility. Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league. That's another factor. The Chiefs' defense versus the Broncos' offense is kind of a terrifying proposition at this point for me. And I think the big one here, because I do think this game is going to be one that you're going to have a shot in the fourth quarter, it's the ability to close. The Chiefs have proven they can do that. The Broncos haven't. Like, I think that is no small factor in all of this. You have that game close and Patrick Mahomes has the ball at the end of the fourth quarter, like, it's probably not going to end well for you. He steals souls at that time. You call it the witching hour? Well, he's the witch. And he will reach deep into your endocrine system and pull out whatever afterlife soul that you have and keep it in a little vial next to his bed. Because that's what he does to everybody. So those ones are simple. But, I keep thinking about this idea of what we talked about the last 2 days. And look, we kind of beaten it to death. But I think the Broncos got a really good shot because I think they match up pretty well with what the Chiefs do. They're a fairly similar team. What the Chiefs have, obviously, that you don't, is a couple pretty incredible playmakers on offense. Like, I'm not too scared of the DeAndre Hopkins stuff. I know he had a good week last week, but it's not a super terrifying thing to me because DeAndre Hopkins, for as sure-handed and good as he is, I think he's lost a lot of athleticism where guys like PS2 can handle that. The Kelsey thing, Kelsey's obviously lost a step, but it's like when Gronk lost a step, he's still going to find a way to get 6 or 7 catches for 80 or 90 yards and probably a touchdown. It's just about you stack these teams side by side. There's a lot of similarities between them. Good defense. For the Chiefs, good offense. For you, mediocre to bad. But they've shown moments, and this is what I can't get over with the Broncos. Statistically, nothing is going to add up that says that they're a good type of offense. They don't throw the ball well. They don't run the ball well. They don't do anything at a good elite level. But the interesting thing is they find ways to put up points. They really do. With the exception of a couple of clunkers in here, which were, the Jets game, obviously, that was in a monsoon. Last week, obviously, we only put up 10 points. And then, the second week of the season against Pittsburgh, where you're trying to figure everything out. Broncos put up 26 against the Bucs. They put up 34 against the Raiders, 33 against the Saints, 28 against the Panthers. They find ways, despite not having great offense, to at least get on the scoreboard. And if you can do that against Kansas City by hook or by crook, you're going to give yourself an opportunity.
Did you just hit us with an endocrine system?
I did.
Check out the big brain on Brett. Attaboy.
I used to watch this show called Celebrity Rehab when I was really young. I don't know if you remember this. It was a VH1 show with Dr. Drew. And would take these celebrities that have addictions and they would try and work their way out of it. Well, one of the people on the show was Gary Busey. And Gary Busey got very upset with somebody. I'll never forget this. He looked at him with a straight face and said, "I will rip your endocrine system out of your body." And for some reason, that's always stuck with me. And I actually Googled what an endocrine system was that day. I had to figure out what he was what he was threatening to tear out of this other person's body.
So Gary Busey and Patrick Mahomes have that in common. And I'm so glad you said that, Brett. Pop quiz. Name me one organ in the endocrine system. Just one.
It's been a while. Endocrine system. I feel like it's more like nerves, isn't it?
There's still some organs that regulate hormones.
Let's go with the kidney. No,
kidney is not part of the endocrine system.
No, that's renal.
Wow, you actually, you know your systems.
Hang on. Endocrine system, regulate hormones. Yeah, I got nothing for you. Help me.
Let's see. You could have gone with the thyroid gland.
Oh, the thyroid.
Pancreas, ovary, testes, pituitary gland.
Look,
could have hit me with a pituitary.
I could have gone just and said balls, but I was trying to go something different, okay? Those are pretty, if you're talking about testosterone levels, I mean, we all kind of know where that comes from, okay? I was trying to figure out something less obvious, we'll say. Texture says that was a pretty good impression of, Gary Busey? Is that what Gary Busey sounds like?
Yeah, I thought that was pretty good. Here, we can compare it. Give me some Busey.
Can I tell you something? I like Gary Busey. I know he's a weirdo now, but he's very interesting to hear speak. All right, hang on. Let me try it again. I will rip your endocrine system out of your body.
Utah, give me 2.
Well, no, that was, to be fair, that was pre-head injury, I believe, for Gary Busey. I'm talking more like if you watched him on either that show, Celebrity Rehab, or he was on one of those Comedy Central roasts years ago. I forget which one it was. He was hilarious.
Oh, he was on, wasn't he on, what's the HBO show where they all just hung out and they're vulgar? Oh my God. That's every show on HBO.
Yeah.
Entourage. He was on Entourage.
Oh, he was, yeah.
And yeah, he's really weird where he talks about how every day is a blessing. And they're all going, what are you talking about?
So my impression of Gary Busey is after the accident. It's kind of like if you do an impression of Chappelle, Dave Chappelle, there is pre-cigarette Dave Chappelle where his voice is like higher almost. And now Dave Chappelle kind of talks like this on stage. Like Dave Chappelle didn't always sound like that.
Yeah, I always picture him as the, where is Ja?
Yeah, that
Somebody
guy.
get Ja Morant over here.
Like
Or Ja Morant.
Blue-
Ja Rule.
Blue Streak, Martin Lawrence Dave Chappelle is a different Dave Chappelle than Netflix special Dave Chappelle. Have you ever seen Blue Streak, by the way? If anybody hasn't seen Blue Streak, go watch it. It's kind of a dumb movie, but you got to watch it just for Chappelle's like 10 combined minutes in the movie because he's hilarious. Anyway, a lot more to get to this morning. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed in which you can download those Safeway deals and delivery apps and get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. I'm going to make Nelly sing next.
Drama? I've chosen you.
You want to paint me?
No, I want to paint on you.
Now I don't follow.
This is a statement of enlightened photography. The unseen faces of the familiar. I painted George Hamilton white. I've taken 230 pounds off Dom DeLuise by painting him with vertical stripes. With you, I will paint you to bring out your beauty and your truth.
Good luck. So what do you say, Johnny?
I don't know, bro. I got tiny pores. It could suffocate me.
Hey! Only denial will suffocate you.
I'm a Busey guy. I like him. You know what I love is when you give an opinion about something entertainment-wise, whether it is television, movies, music. You will always have this. Always. I said the movie Blue Streak with Martin Lawrence, Dave Chappelle, Luke Wilson. First text, great movie. Second text, Blue Streak is an incredible movie. Third text, Blue Streak is a trash-ass movie.
Yeah, that about does it, Brett.
You get the full gamut, no matter what. We will get to Brady and his bets in a moment. But Nelly, would you like to peep? Would you like to go peeping for a second?
Yeah, let's peep. Let me. Where are my binoculars? I left them here somewhere.
Get your binoculars and let's do. Actually, give me some college football music, because if we're gonna go CF peeping, we got to peep properly. Okay. So here's the purpose of the exercise. It is always and has always been to find ways and paths to where if CU wins out, they can find themselves either in the Big 12 championship game with a chance to win that and go to the college football playoff, or you can find them taking an outside path with an at-large bid depending on some other things that happen around college football. So here's what you got to pay attention to this weekend. There's a few games. The first ones that we're going to throw out are the obvious ones, okay? This is how you get to the Big 12 championship game. Iowa State, Kansas at 1:30 on FS1 should be an automatic watch. And Kansas, despite having a 2-6 record, plays everybody tough. In these 6 losses they've had this year, they've lost by 6, by 3, by 4, by 11, by 4, and by 2 last week at Kansas State. Or 2 weeks ago at Kansas State. So, they take on Iowa State at home this weekend. It's a 2.5-point spread in this game. You need Iowa State to lose one more to open up your direct control your own destiny pathway to the Big 12 championship game. I think Kansas can do it. But even if they can't, after that, Iowa State's got a game against Cincinnati. They got a game against Kansas State at the end of the year. They have to go at Utah. Like, there's still going to be other opportunities, but you'd love to get it out of the way right now and just start to build that confidence. Deion Sanders was talking to his team during practice this week saying, right now, what I'm looking at is a college football playoff team, trying to build that confidence, as he should. So that's the obvious one. We can go to BYU and be like, hey, let's keep an eye on BYU and Utah. I don't much care about BYU. They got to lose twice before the end of the year. I think depending on the tiebreaker, because it's your record against like teams, and they've beaten Kansas State already this year. So whether they win or lose to Utah, I'm unbothered, okay? Because they would need another loss against Kansas, Arizona State, or Houston, and I just don't think they're going to lose twice in the next 4 weeks. So we're focusing on Iowa State. So that's number one. That is to get you in the Big 12 championship game and control your own destiny. If that doesn't happen, some games to keep an eye on around college football as far as chances for upsets and teams going bye-bye. I think what would be nice is number 3 Georgia is playing number 16 Ole Miss. Just steal Ole Miss one more loss so you don't have to think about them ever again, because right now they're number 16 in the country with 2 losses. Georgia, if they win like they should, this point spread only 2.5 in this game at Ole Miss, You should be hoping that they lose. Another one that I'm looking for. The point spread's big. This team I love. But there is a pissed off nature about a team that is usually good that is taking on a team that is on the rise and kind of comes out of nowhere. I don't care that the spread in this game between Michigan and Indiana is 14 points, and it's at Indiana. I think Michigan's going to have a shot in this game. They still play pretty tough defense. They can run the football. The issue with Michigan, they can't throw. And so if they can sort of bog down Curtis Rourke in the passing game and just run the football with Mullings a whole lot, I think they got a lot better shot than given credit for. Where if you knock off a team that's number 8 in the country, that should help you out at least a little bit. Plus, the appeal that you would have over a Indiana of just the straight-up Dion factor, I think you could win a battle like that. So that's another one to keep an eye on. You want to keep going down the list. Bama LSU is huge. This is a coin flip game. It's at LSU. And I haven't even decided who I'd rather see lose. I think I want it to be Bama. Because Bama's got the ability to get hot here at the end of the year. And they're going to have the branding factor that matters. More than LSU, although LSU has that. If LSU can deal them one more loss before the end of the year, the trouble that you run into is the rest of LSU's schedule to try and deal another loss to them is at Florida, Vanderbilt, and Oklahoma. Not very tough. Bama, on the other hand, they have Mercer, Oklahoma, and Auburn. Same type of situation. But I would like the branding part out of the equation for Bama and LSU to win that one. So Alabama currently at number 11. If they lose a third game of the year, they would have to drop, you would think, to like 17 or 18, somewhere around 20. Outside of that, Penn State, who was just dealt their first loss last week to Ohio State. They have a game against Washington. This spread is 13.5. But if Washington's able to put points on the board, they could come up with an upset against Penn State. I don't feel great about that one, but they could. Penn State's defense is really good. Their quarterback play, it's the same sort of story that we were talking about earlier with Michigan. Good defense, run the football, but if they got to rely on their quarterback like Drew Aller to win them a game, it's not going to happen, and Washington could come up with the upset there. So just a few things to be peeping for in college football over the weekend that could help bolster the chances. What does bolster mean? Of CU to make the college football playoff at either a Big 12 level or a at-large bid type of thing. So, with all that being said, Nelly, sing, please. Come on, everybody in your cars. Let's go.
Ready and his best.
Let me hear ya.
Take the Broncos to cover. Bet the mortgage. Ready. And his best. Flip a coin. Broncos win.
All right, so here's what happens. Each week at the end of the appetizer on Friday, I give you a lock of the weekend. I give you a long shot of the weekend. My lock. Hey, guess what, Nelly? You called it. I am taking the Broncos +8 at Kansas City. I think they're going to keep this within a one-score game. Whether they win or lose, I told you before all week, I think it's a coin flip. But I think they keep this within a touchdown and they cover that 8 points. Long shot of the weekend. This might sound silly that these words are exiting my mouth. I'm going to look at the Patriots at +225 on the money line at Chicago and say, one thing is for certain since Drake May has been put into that lineup in New England. They've thrown the ball better and more effectively. Still make mistakes, but they have the ability to make big plays. On the opposite side, Chicago, who I felt was fool's gold the entire year, is finally starting to look that way. Caleb Williams is just incredibly inconsistent, can't complete passes at a high enough completion rate. And I watched two things happen last week. I watched DJ Moore walk off the middle of the field mid-play as Caleb Williams is trying to make a play happen. I think they've given up on Eberflus, and when a team is teetering at this type of moment, they could easily lose to a team like New England, and then that could just jumpstart a whole bunch of offseason decisions, which could be firing your head coach. So, Broncos, the lock to cover the 8 points. Long shot of the weekend, the Patriots to upset the Bears in Chicago. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. A whole bunch to get to here on this Friday with Moshe Lombardi and Kane, which starts next.
Middlestat can't win it. Jets have it, and that is it. The only goal of the hockey game came a minute and 6 seconds in. Connor Hellebuck makes 34 saves on 34 shots. He gets his third shutout of the season, fourth career versus the Avalanche, and Colorado is kept off the scoreboard for the first time this season. First shutout of the year on the side of one of the highest scoring teams in the NHL, the Colorado Avalanche. Final score from Winnipeg, Jets 1 and the Avalanche nothing.
Winnipeg's a good team. They're good. 13-1 now on the year, 7-1 now at home. And I'll speak for myself here, Moj. I know you got in late last night. Good to see you, buddy.
Hi, buddy.
I'm not unhappy at all with the way the Avs played. I thought they played a great game. They just got hellebucked, and that's going to happen occasionally. I'm not upset this morning.
Remember that time that Vic got hellebucked and we all laughed?
Yep.
I can't believe you were there and now you're here. Like
Yeah.
you were there calling the game, last I remember. Then I fell asleep, and now you're right here. doing the radio.
I decided, I sent you guys a text at almost 2 a.m. this morning. And I decided, you know what? I think I got the stuff. I think I'm going to do the show from home to try to get an extra maybe 20 minutes of sleep. It didn't really matter. I was kind of up all night anyway, thinking about this game. And the mood around the team guys afterwards was not jovial. Don't get me wrong, but I think they were pleased. You know, again, you're relying on young players who are taking on more of an advanced role than maybe they should be, but you have no choice at this point. I think that they were overall pleased with the poise and the, quote, teamwork that they showed last night against what is a very good hockey club, no doubt about it. I mean, the Winnipeg Jets did not – the Avs played – like the Winnipeg Jets were not the best team in the league.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They gave them a game. They didn't, Winnipeg did not look like that dominant team that has emerged this year.
Yeah, and Josh Manson owned it in the postgame, too. I talked to Josh Manson, and it was him at the blue line, at the point, and he's trying to keep that puck in, and this is a 50-50 proposition. This is a minute into the game, right? You're going, oh, my God. It gets poked away, it becomes a 2-on-1, and then Sammy G is caught between, two players in no man's land. In that situation, here's
Sammy's got to commit.
That's correct. He's got to take the shooter, go after the shooter and let Georgie take the other guy should the pass come across, right, and be ready to make the stop. Or go to the other guy and let Georgie, try to stop the shooter. But again, it happens just like so fast. You don't know what you just get caught real quick. And, for Cale, he almost got caught later on in the game, but it worked out because he's able to block that pass. Sammy had to go through him. It's one of those things. The Avs do that to other teams 50 times a season. You know what I mean?
Right.
And all we say is, God, what a great play by the Avs. Well, the Winnipeg Jets have some great players, too. And that was it for the game, as you heard Connor say.
It's a minute in.
That's minute 6 in, and that's the only damn goal in the entire game.
I forgot how big Hellebuck really is. I mean, how he looms in that cage. He's huge.
I know.
He's a large man.
Yeah, he's 6'4". He's over 2 bills. But with, all that gear on, these guys are huge. Like, when they get against the post, it's like one of those big swinging doors from a castle. Like, let's say you have a 2 big doors that go right, open then close. I mean, you're like a big swinging door. And he gets he's so big too, and he's so long with his legs. He can get from one side of his crease to the other so quickly. You're like, you got to be kidding me. He robbed McCarr on that rebound. Cale thought he had it, and Hellebuck, give him all the credit in the world. That was a world-class save to keep it a 1-goal game.
And here's the bummer. It's like Georgiev, I thought, was great last night. That glove save that he made late in the game where kind of sprawled all the way across and able to pick it. I thought that was the first time that Georgiev's looked like Georgiev in a while, too. And it just comes in a loss.
He looked like himself, did he not?
Yes.
He looked like his own dude. He looked like the dude that we know. And Brett, I don't know if I know you guys can tell because you guys have watched him play an awful lot. For me, knowing his game, knowing what he looks like when he's on, I could see he was on early. Did you see the aggressive nature that he had?
Yeah.
I know I'm asking you guys to think back, Vic. Think back to Game 2 last year in Winnipeg. Yeah. Avs lose 7-6 in Game 1. You're like, man, the Avs scored 6 goals and you lost. What the hell, Georgie? Right? I remember you were thinking that. I remember we had this huge conversation on this program. And then in Game 2, he's like, you know what? Blank this. I'm just going to let it all hang out, you dirty dogs. This one's for Vic, right? And he was aggressive, and this blocker, he's punching that puck in the neutral zone, and his rebound control was great, and he's square, and his fast twitch muscles are looking. He looked like that last night. He looked confident.
This is the best he's looked since then. It's the best game he's had since that series. Your interview with Georgie was great after the game. I watched it. He was calm. He was poised. He seemed, and I love it. I love this when athletes can say this. Here's a goalie who lost 1-0. He gave up the goal. And he told you, we had a great game. The other goalie was just really good. Mm-hmm. He gave credit to the other goalie. He ate it. He just said he was better than me.
Well, we actually have the sound here from Georgiev. Let's listen.
Georgie, I know the outcome is not what you guys wanted, but you looked incredibly strong between the pipes tonight. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Pretty good game to get back into it. We had a chance to win. The other goalie played awesome. That's happened sometimes. I feel if we keep playing like that, it's going to be a lot of good results.
It felt to me like at one end of the ice he's playing awesome, like you just said, but he knows you're playing awesome as well. That both guys are just stretching out there and doing what they have to do really sharp.
Yeah, you just try to value the opportunity to come back. It's a 1-goal game, and you try to keep it that way, and just try to make that next save and not think too much about what the other guy is doing. Have a lot of skill. It just didn't click today, but like I said, it's gonna be great if we keep playing like that.
I'll give you credit, Moj. It was very broadcastery after a loss tone there. That first question, that was very, very nice.
What?
Well, I was kind of out of breath.
Why can't you limit your questions so succinctly as you did there? Why can't you do what you did there?
Can I hear that first question?
Radio show? Listen to the breadth and length of this question.
Georgie, I know the outcome is not what you guys wanted, but you looked incredibly strong between the pipes tonight. How are you feeling?
I mean,
who is that?
It's succinct, it's short,
right.
But hang on, Vic. I think you and me are missing wavelengths here because we're focused on different details. Yes, the question was short and to the point.
The brevity.
But how about Georgie? Tough loss tonight.
Georgie, I know the outcome is not what you guys wanted.
That little exhale after Georgie, too, even makes...
Did I go full John Cooper?
You did. Yeah, you did a little bit.
Yeah.
Who's this?
Well, here's
Georgie.
But then the follow-up question, Moj, you did one of your statement, don't ask a questions, but that also was short and worked.
Results.
Yeah.
It felt to me like at one end of the ice he's playing awesome, like you just said, but he knows you're playing awesome as well, that both guys are just stretching out there and doing what they have to do really sharp.
Yeah,
right.
but he knows.
That's fine,
he knows
though.
in that situation. Yeah,
That's what I mean. It worked.
That's the way. Yeah, that's the way I purposely spun that one because I just wanted to let him expand.
It's fine.
On the thoughts of Hellebuck because if he brings, you see, this is interviewing 101. He talked about how awesome Hellebuck was, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's the one who threw that out there. I didn't ask him, hey, was Hellebuck awesome? He threw it out there. So you listen to what he says, and then you take that point, because he obviously wanted to make that point that, hey, the other guy was great too. Like you said, Vic, he's giving it up for Hellebuck. Okay, that's more of a, it's a trigger to him, and he's smart. Expand on that. There
All right, thanks, Mike Wallace. We weren't being critical of your interviewing. We're telling you how good the brevity sounds and why you can't bring that to the radio station.
Okay, let me tell you something, man. It took a while to get into that room, and
so we got to make you tired. Is that what you're saying when we do interviews with people on this show? We got to have you run laps before the interview.
Before Schefter comes on a Monday, 10 burpees.
Okay, it would be like Vic. It'd be like this. It'd be like if you are interviewing your wife in your own bathroom because there's nobody there and it's incredibly, incredibly quiet. He was the only guy in the room, okay? I had to go get Josh Manson out of the trainer's room to come and talk to me for the second interview It'd be like in a small little locker room in Winnipeg where there's nobody in it except for Alexander Georgiev. All right, Kyle, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Hey, George, what's up? All right, let's talk about this now, all right?
That would be funny.
So
Listen,
wait.
hold on a second.
If that's after a dub, though, I feel like the tone's different, though, isn't it?
It might be, but read the room, Dillhole.
I got it.
See,
look,
Moj,
this isn't criticism. This isn't criticism.
Moj, he can't read.
He'd
I'm
be
with
like
Moj
this.
on this
He'd
one.
be like,
I'm with
Peter
Moj.
be like this. Thanks, Kyle. Hey, Brady and his bets here. Georgie, what's up?
There is nothing worse in sports broadcasting than working a losing locker room. Nothing.
Well, what is go back to Hastings when he talks, when he's talking to Joker after that one bad loss, a week and a half ago or whatever, right?
Moj,
Like, come on, man.
I'm not criticizing. I'm not criticizing. I'm saying I just don't hear you do post-game interviews like that all that much. And so I said, how about that? The nice little broadcastery loss tone
Sounds
that you
great.
had on it.
He complimented you, Moj. You took it wrong. Nick on the text line says, why does Mosier on the interview sound like a guy who just got done reading a National Geographic magazine?
All right, listen.
Georgie.
Nelly, if you do me a favor, please. All right, it's Friday. I'm on about 3 hours sleep, if I got that. Please start a list today of texters and people, and I'm going to start with Brett and Vic.
I complimented
like,
you.
We're
Brett,
being nice.
Moj,
well,
I said that was beautiful.
That's like a compliment. I'm not going to kick you in the junk. I'm just going to kick you in the shins hard. Okay, so there's a compliment. And Nick on the text line, Nick the 4956. Nick, all right, let's just line everybody up, and I'm going to fight every one of you pigs.
Alex writes in, says, next time when Moj opens the interview with Georgie and they're the only two in the locker room, he's got to start by saying, Georgie, what's up?
Yeah.
Mosier, this next commercial break is about 5 minutes long. You could grab one of your National Geographics, go blow off some steam. You seem kind of
I probably
tightly
should.
By the way,
wound.
I was going to continue to defend you, by the way, in saying that sometimes when you're doing a quote interview with somebody, stating an opinion and letting them riff off that is totally fine too. That's just being more conversational. That's all.
How about the third question, man?
I don't care. Hey, I thought they were going to score in last 2 minutes when they brought the extra man up, and then they got the penalty, and I'm like, okay, here we go, baby.
I mean, of
and
course,
they were so close.
The first power play of the game comes when it's just like you can't really get set up. You're just trying to put something in front of the net and get lucky. You know what I mean?
I don't want to complain about the officiating because they're the best in the world at what they do. I mean, the NHL has the best officials in hockey, period. And it sounds like sour grapes if you do. There were at least two earlier penalties. I mean, clearly Lehkonen got high sticked, right?
Yeah.
Clearly Rantanen got tripped on a play. There were things that they let go. I'm going like, all right.
What's the rule?
That's the way it is. That's the way it is.
What's the rule with high sticks, by the way? Because they miss them occasionally. I know that. But I've seen it before where if the guy's bleeding, they'll like retroactively call a penalty. Like I've seen that too, where like they initially miss it.
Here's the thing: if the referees miss a high stick and the guy's bleeding, the linesman can go to the referee and say, "Hey, listen, I saw it, and there's blood. It's a double mind. You know, you make the call. It's a double mind, but I saw it." They can get together and do that. And again, sometimes the guy will be low to the ice. And a stick will come up and hit a guy in the face, but it's not above. He's not raising it above his shoulder. Look, he got nailed. It was high sticking. It came up and it got into his jersey and then got him in the face through his armpit. They just didn't see it, and that's fine. I mean, listen, it happens. The Avs. It was funny because at the postgame when I was going to get my stuff after everything, I'm listening to the radio station in Winnipeg, which is right next door, the booth next door.
Yeah.
And the guy's being a little bit loud, and he says, everybody in that locker room knows that the only reason that they pulled out 2 points tonight is because of number 37.
Yeah.
I mean, like the Jets knew that Hellebuck saved their butts, and he did. He was great.
There are two thoughts I have after that game. Number one, the sobering reality is when you wake up this morning Colorado Avalanche are 14 points behind the Winnipeg Jets.
Yeah, they sure
and it's
are.
early November. That's a lot to make up, okay? That's sobering. That's hard to stomach. 14. The other thought is this. They know, we know that they know that Colorado is for real and that what they see in the mirror is not real, okay? I know that the Avs are where they are because of the injuries, but they know that the Avs give them trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy that gave them the most trouble last year returns next week. They want no part of the Avalanche in Winnipeg. I guarantee they're thinking exactly that.
Well, Winnipeg,
Yeah.
I mean, they get into the game, Moj, and you tell me if I'm wrong here. They're one of the best offenses in the NHL so far this year, arguably the best.
Well, they're averaging almost 5 goals per game. Yeah.
And their goalie is number 1 in wins this year. He is number 2 in goals against per game. He is number 2 in save percentage, and he's number 1 in shutouts. Like, you have that combo of 2 things, goaltender playing that well and best offense, you're probably pretty good. Probably pretty
He's
good.
number 1 I know he's number 1 in eyebrow hair.
Yeah.
And that's one of those stats where it doesn't show up on the score sheet, but it helps. Yeah.
All right, we'll jump back in this game in a little bit. 303-504-0925. So I want to get to
I was thinking on the plane on the way home, this is a big weekend, man.
It's huge.
Football.
It's a huge weekend. We'll break it down next.
Dude, this is a big one.
All right, before we get into the football, Moj, because you were in Winnipeg, bro, yesterday, you missed something. So the show ends yesterday. We're outside. We're talking to a couple of salespeople. And we have these, those big sliding doors that we got in front of the salespeople's offices, right?
Oh, yeah, the big glass doors, yeah.
So Vic walks over to me, and he's got a Kleenex, which is not uncommon for Vic at this time of year.
Yeah.
But he's holding it against the bridge of his nose.
Oh, no.
It was bad.
No, what happened?
Vic,
he literally was blowing his brains out.
No, I'm going to explain what happened. You know where Dan Store's office is in that corner?
Yep. Okay, but you had a bloody nose, right?
No, let me explain to everybody what's happening here. So in our fancy new studios, our salespeople have fancy glass doors, and they're really cool, heavy, that thick glass. And they're clean. They clean them.
Oh, no, you did not.
And so I'm turning the corner. I'm going fast because I'm trying to go to another office. I'm turning the corner. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Dan motion me into his office. So I do an about face, and I go straight toward his office without knowing that the glass is closed. The door's closed.
Oh,
and when
awesome.
I say I ran face first into his glass door, Moj, picture a movie where this happens and double it. Look at the bridge of my nose.
Look at it.
Oh, my
It
God.
was bleeding. I think I broke it. There's a big lump on my nose. And I hit his glass door so hard. If it weren't bulletproof and double paned, it would have broken. I would have walked right through the glass door. That's how quickly I retreated toward his office when he motioned me.
Oh, my God.
Dude, it was so bad.
Wow.
In fact, they have the security cameras up above there. Have we gotten our hands on the video footage yet?
We've asked.
I've been
tell
trying
me
to
we
track
have
it down.
please.
And Moji, you know what the best part was? Dan was conducting a job interview.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there was some young baby-faced
Oh,
kid
my
in a full
God.
suit in his office, and Vic just slams into the door full speed.
Yes.
So
And that's got to be loud, too. It had to be really,
The
really
entire
loud.
office was everybody gathered there. They thought somebody was hurt.
So listen. We walk over, and Vic goes, yeah, I just ran right into the glass door. Vic, there was the oil from your nose and forehead printed with his lips were on the glass.
Yeah.
Like you saw Vic's face where it pressed against the glass.
No, it was a difficult moment. It was, again, if it was a football game, that'd be a penalty on the glass.
For sure. Yeah.
I led
Have
with
you
my
seen
dome.
Have you seen the prank video where people string the cellophane up like at face height, like on a door jamb, right? And people come in like some of those women, like their eyelashes and their lipstick like stay, like they peel off their
That's
face
what
and
it
they
was.
stay on the cellophane. Oh
If
my
Vic
God!
was wearing makeup, you would have had a full face.
Hey, listen, I know a lot of you are asking for the
That's
video
awesome.
footage, the security footage. We're going to get it because I
Please.
love it. I love to be humbled like that. It was bad. It was bad. Look at my nose. This is just moments after it happened.
Oh my!
The bridge of my nose is crooked. I think it's broken. I mean, it's
Dude, it
so
might be-
sore. It's so sore right now.
It might be busted. It might be
look at-
cracked.
look
That's
at-
the mark.
look at the
Look at
smear.
the mark on the window. But for those of you watching on Twitch and on Altitude, give me a little credit. Look at how clear that glass is. Doesn't it look like there's a
No,
clear
it is.
place to walk?
I will say this: our new studios and the new offices for everybody and everything, it's really nice. And the glass, all that glass stuff makes it really, really classy. Now, if one of those was my offices, I might not be so happy because people could then just see
I'd be
in.
walking
you know what
through
I
it all
mean?
the time. I'd be like a mosquito.
But that's absolutely amazing. And all these people went from cubes, not Dan. Dan already had an office. But most people went from cubes to these big fancy offices, so they probably really like them.
Moj, look
but
at this.
Yeah, you got to contend with ultra clean glass. That is
Look at those
amazing.
big old
Nelly.
lips.
That's
Those are
incredible.
lip prints.
Look at the lips.
I love it.
So,
I mean, my nose
Hello,
cannot
glass.
take any more damage. I guarantee the nose is done. Right after this radio show today, I will be contacting the law offices of Dan Kaplis and Company. And trust me,
Yes,
I will make a
right,
hearty
right.
purse from this.
Hey, Dan, yeah, it's Vic. Yeah, I know we've been friends for a long time. Listen, I'm a dipweed. Can we get any bread out?
No, this is on the glass doors. You can't just put glass doors in front of me. Can't do
okay,
it.
so Nelly, let's do this. Those pictures that you have, put them out on Altitude SR on Twitter and put it on Instagram and all that stuff so the people who are listening can see it. In the meantime, so before we get to the Broncos, can I just start, as you're calling the game last night, Moj, there is some wild shenanigans happening on Amazon Prime because that Ravens and Cincinnati game was, in the fourth quarter, insanity. Jamar Chase finishes that game, I believe, 11 catches, 260-some yards, and 3 touchdowns.
Crazy.
He gets one at the very end, and Zach Taylor says, they aren't going to be calling me Todd Bowles on Friday. I'm going for 2 in the dub. And it doesn't work. Cincinnati loses. Now, on the play, there were 2 pretty obvious penalties. Like a tight end is tackled in the middle of trying to run his route, and as Joe Burrow's making the throw on the 2-point conversion, he's got his face mask being pulled down, almost blinding him as he's trying to throw.
He got bear clawed, like a grizzly bear. He really. That's the one that should have been called.
I was trying to watch it upstairs in Winnipeg. They had the NFL game on in overtime, and I was told, "Get your butt to the bus." Okay. And so I had to flee from the upper levels of the Canada Life Center, so I didn't see any of that.
Well, let me tell you guys something right now. It was a pretty unbelievable watch, especially in the fourth quarter. There were 34 points scored in the fourth quarter
Neither
alone.
team could stop the other. Defenses were powerless against those offenses, and both had momentum. All that being said,
you're telling me it's like that Kansas City Buffalo playoff game from a couple years ago.
All that being said, Brett, I think you might agree with me. I love the notion of going for 2 there. I love going because they couldn't stop Lamar.
Well, you're basically just leaving it up to a coin flip in overtime. Whoever got the toss was going to go down and score a TD with the way the game was played.
It doesn't matter. You're exactly right. I mean, the 2-point conversion is a coin flip. Here's the problem. There were 2 blatant penalties the referees missed on the 2-point conversion. And it's a lot like a Hail Mary at the end. When you know it's one play and it comes down to that one play, I think the refs let a little more go by.
But if it's a blatant face mask, again, the difference with a face mask, that's not a judgment call. You either grabbed the mask or you didn't. It's yes or no. That isn't. I think it looked like a little too much hand fighting on a pass interference. That's grabbing and yanking.
Yeah. The defensive hold on Gesicki, is that who that was? That was running across. Yeah. I let that one go only because Joe Burrow wasn't even looking to that side of the field.
Sure.
If he was targeting that guy and it happens, I get it. He wasn't even there. So it was an overthrow by him. He took full responsibility for tossing it too high to his intended target. Even if the guy catches it, his receiver at that point, he doesn't score because he's 2 yards in front. So it did not end well for Burrow. However, you can't swipe down on a quarterback's head like that. That's a penalty all day, every day, no matter what the play.
Here's the other thing, though, guys. Did Cincinnati, do they have a right to be pissed this morning if you're a Cincinnati fan? Yeah, I think you do. That's really good for the Broncos, that result.
I know, and
it's really good.
I can't come to terms with that because I can't stand Baltimore. There are a lot of reasons, historically speaking, I don't like Baltimore. I'll never root for Baltimore. I just don't like them. But at the end of the day, what they did is the Broncos a favor. Here's a stat for you. Joe Burrow, and boy, is he cooking. He's getting better every week. The only quarterback in NFL history to have 2 games in which he's had 30-plus completions, 300-plus passing yards, 4-plus touchdown tosses, and multiple 40-plus touchdowns through the air. All those stats, put them together. He's the only quarterback to ever do that, and he's done it twice this season against Baltimore.
That's
and lose.
crazy.
And lose.
That's amazing.
You know
That's
what?
just amazing.
I know you guys don't play fantasy football, but I want to give you guys some context on this. Jamar Chase is the number 1 wideout in fantasy football this year. He was projected to get 18 points last night. They always have projections for what guys they think they'll get. He finished with 54 fantasy points last night.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
That's the kind of day that
That's
he
crazy.
had. But just to get back to this, that is an unbelievable win for Denver. Because if there's one team that is creeping behind you in the standings fighting for a wild card spot that you're truly scared could make a run, rattle off, a 5-6 game win streak, and then be nipping at your heels. Not to mention, guys, the Broncos play Cincinnati win the 16th game. The 16th game of the Broncos season. Which, if they win last night, let's be honest, that game could have been like a play-in for the postseason. Which I don't want to do that against Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow. I don't want to. That loss last night put Cincinnati in such a deep hole where their margin for error is this to now make a wild card spot. It's a massive W for the Broncos last night. huge.
They almost have to win out. They almost. I don't think that they have a. They don't have a. Do they have a path to get to 11 wins? I don't think. That's talking about winning out. They almost have to win out just to get to 10 wins, and I don't think that that's feasible. But Cincinnati's one of those teams that. Who wants to play them right now? Nobody wants to play them. Baltimore is that good, and we know they're that good, and so they want to shoot out late. That's how good they are. Cincinnati's a scary team, but thank God that, even if the Broncos lose this weekend, they'll still be a game ahead of the Bengals. Thank God.
The other thing about this is, let's just say that loss, it doesn't totally eliminate them, obviously, but let's say it puts them really far in the rearview mirror. Do you know the next two teams, or I'll say next three, that are battling in the AFC for that last wild card?
Oh, they're out of it. They're out of it. Yeah, they're out of it.
It's the Colts, it's the Jets, and it's the Titans.
The only team that's not out of it is Indianapolis. The Jets and the Titans stink. They are going nowhere. Don't worry about them. Just worry about the Colts and the Bengals, and that's it. Huge win last night for the Broncos. Huge win.
Nelly, I never want to see you post a photo again from our altitude account with my face next to D-Max. Ever.
I'm just saying, brother, it was a tough week for faces at altitude.
I never want to see my face, my countenance next to D-Max. Ever.
Wait, where is it next to D-Max? I don't see it.
He posted another one. He said, tough week for faces at altitude. I'd rather be next to Mosier's face.
You even have the same expression.
You guys do have the same expression.
That's what happens, man. It's bad week for faces. What can I say?
So D-Mac ran into a cement pond or something, and I ran into a glass door.
Well, you look like, when I look at the glass and I see your human residue on there, man, it looked like you had just dipped yourself in baby oil and slammed into the glass. What's up with that?
Yeah, why is my face so greasy all the time? I got a lot of grease on me. I'm like greased up.
Dude, your nose might be a little bit chipped in there, man.
Oh, I guarantee it.
D-Mac looks a lot worse. D-Mac looks, that was fresh off the crash, but yeah.
That's what you don't want,
That's
Vic?
not good.
You don't want that side by side?
Vic, slamming full force into a door is one way to get rid of those polyps. I don't know if it's the most effective, though.
I'm not kidding, though, Vic. This picture, that looks dented. Like the top of this part of your nose.
It hurts.
Looks like it's dented.
Well, it was bleeding. You saw the blood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It actually does look like you were in some sort of boxing match, and it was just like, you got caught up here a couple of times.
I took a couple.
So we'll get to the Broncos and Chiefs in a second. Talk about some ways that they can win that game, ways that they can lose, and obviously the losing is a lot longer list than the winning. But can I just give you a stat before we get there? Tell me if you think this is interesting or not, okay? So the overall record of Patrick Mahomes versus the Broncos, I don't know what the final tally is right now. It's one loss. I don't know how many wins, 12, 13, 14, whatever the number is. Do you guys know since 2021, the last 3 years, the Broncos and Chiefs have faced off against each other? They played 6 times, obviously. Mahomes' touchdown to interception record in those 6 games is 9-8. Does that surprise you at all? Only 9 touchdowns in 6 games.
Yeah.
But 8 interceptions.
I wonder how many of those 8 went to Justin Simmons, who has intercepted him more than anyone in the NFL.
Good question.
Good point.
Yeah.
Also, I wonder, hey, Brett, what's Patrick Mahomes' record in those games against the Broncos when he has 9-8 touchdown?
Well, he's only lost
5-1.
He's only
lost one.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that just backs up the point that we've been saying all week long, where this witch finds a way to win. He just finds a way to win. He could be throwing it to Justin Simmons. He finds a way to win games.
But it just
scary.
It did kind of surprise me in that you would. Now, passing yardage numbers were up there. You had a few 300-yard games. But the Broncos, we've known this, guys. Even in the games that the Broncos have lost, they've done a pretty good job throughout different defenses, different defensive coordinators, different head coaches, different personnel of at least keeping them in check, right? Like, they've been in games with Kansas City over the past few years, and I think that's going to happen again. It's just a matter of, as you guys have pointed out all week correctly, if that game is close in the fourth quarter and he has the ball in his hands, that witch with 2 minutes left, probably not going to end well for you. I mean, it's just what happens. He gets the ball last, Kansas City wins. It's just it's a tale as old as time. So can you not make mistakes? And we'll run through some of these things here in a few minutes. of what they have to do to keep this in check. I also want to start CF peeping again because that was a fun game last week that actually turned out well for us. So we're going to make that a theme now. As long as CU continues to win, we're going to peep around college football and see what we need to win or lose.
But peeping has a sort of a negative connotation, man. I mean, Vic calls it leaf peeping, but that's one thing. But like peeping Tom on the rest of college football,
I actually feel like I'm kind of doing that in college football, though. Like I'm just
really,
I'm doing this. I'm just.
So it's Brett the pervert. Okay, that's great. Okay,
Bama going to
hang on?
Turn down your mic a little. You're peeking a little bit. Yeah.
I'll take care of it, Moj. Brett's basically, you're saying he's the neighbor from Home Improvement.
Hey, by the way, for those of you wondering if this would be a weather game, I'm looking at the forecast. 61 degrees and sunny in Kansas City at Arrowhead Sunday. Yeah. So whatever we get in Denver, whatever's coming this way, it's not going to be there because usually that stuff moves there, but it's not. This front. Have you guys seen how this front's moving in? It's coming in sort of from the south and sort of wrapping around and lingering and then moving through.
That's for those who are newer to Denver. Here's why I was reading Chris Bianchi last night from 9 News, but this is why Denver weather is so hard to predict because we get stuff up from the south, and then it'll swirl and kick your butt. Okay, fine. Yeah, you get stuff from the north. Little Chinook come flying down from Canada, blast you. You get freezing cold, right, Brett? You know all about that.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff will come from the west. Over the mountains, it'll just smother you like a pig. And
I'm over it.
The plains.
I'm over it.
And then you'll have stuff, especially in the summertime, that somehow starts out east, and it backs its butt up to the front range, and then nails you, and then takes off. It's like we get it from all four sides, man. Front, back,
side, all sides.
Front, back, all sides. Front, back, side.
Jump back to the Broncos. Take a look at college football coming up over the weekend. Stick around. All right, Nuggets in Heat tonight at Ball Arena in what is supposed to be a giant snowstorm. Yeah, I feel like I'm that John Krasinski, The Office meme where his hair's all a mess and he's just sitting there. He goes, I just want it to stop. It's November 8th, okay? Yeah. You can't just do this to me right out of the gates, all right? I know we're getting into colder weather. Yeah. I can't have 3 straight days of snow this early.
It's fine. Moj, Kane called me off camera and said, hey, I'm supposed to be the guest on the postgame show tonight for the Nuggets Live. What if it snows?
No, I didn't say what if it snows. I said, what if we get like 2 feet?
What am I going to do? Well, you're going to do what I'm going to do. You're going to get in your car, and you're going to go to work like I am this morning.
Yeah.
Vic,
I gotta tell you, I'm gonna be honest, Moj. I kind of wussed out. The 180 is for the last couple of days affected my brain here.
Dude, that MiG really screwed you up.
It did. It did. Like it really messed me. I have driven in snow my entire life, no problem. But that one spooked me in this kind of snow.
I told you that first snowfall of the year is the worst in Metro Denver. The very first snowfall, the black ice.
Why is that, Vic? And what?
Because people are still driving as if there's no snow. They're still driving like it's mid-May.
But you said because the roads are like, what's up? What the hell's going on?
Yeah, the roads don't know what's happening.
Right. The roads are caught by surprise and they're like, what's up with this? Hey, I got off the plane last night and I was reading Chris Bianchi's tweets from 9 News.
Was it Nat Geo?
No. He put the fear of God in me, though. My poor wife is supposed to leave Denver, Colorado, and go to Vegas tonight. It was supposed to be tonight, but now today, because her and her sister are going to get together to go to the Billy Joel concert in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Is it in the Sphere?
No. It's at the football stadium. But they planned a big sisters weekend and all this kind of thing and blah, 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 blah. And she's sleeping, and I called her last night at 1 in the morning. I'm like, hey. Chris Bianchi saying, prepare for the apocalypse. He really scared me when he said, stay off the roads after 1 p.m. in Denver. All this stuff. I mean, it's like, hey, it's going to be that bad. A historic November snowstorm, 6 to 12 of snow to Denver at least, starting late tomorrow. That's this morning. Through Saturday morning, heavy wet snow, shut down all travel between tomorrow afternoon through Saturday morning. And I'm like, oh, my God.
So
she may not get out, dude. Seriously. She booked a flight now to it's like $250. She rearranged her flight. I don't think she's going to get out. I'm worried for her.
Have they canceled? When's the last time they canceled like an Avs or Nuggets game due to snow?
It happens, Brett, like once every 7 years.
Yeah,
something
rare.
like that.
Yeah,
pretty rare.
I think
one was going to be
maybe not even
last year.
Vic, maybe once a decade max.
In fact, I can't remember the last one.
Yeah, the Avs had one canceled against Calgary. That was like 12 years ago, though. We had one canceled last year against Nashville in Nashville. Remember the water main break?
Oh, yeah,
where 10 million gallons of water flooded the arena.
But you had to travel there. That's what made it worse. You actually traveled to Nashville. You were there game day, ready to play, and they said, "No, can't do it."
It was the day. The game was the day after Thanksgiving.
Oh, so and it ruined your Thanksgiving.
That
is correct. Remember, we flew to Nashville and ate a hamburger at the local bar for Thanksgiving, and then the game. Then you starts getting the text at 6:30 in the morning. Hey, by the way, the arena's flooded. What do you mean the arena's flooded? Yeah, a 10-inch water main broke, and they can't. The funniest part was they didn't know how to shut it off, and so it just drained for hours and hours and hours.
How much you pay me if I ride my Vespa to Ball Arena for the Nuggets game tonight? Like some of these freaks, hey, you see these freaks, and when I say freaks, I'm a fellow cyclist, so don't take offense. I'm allowed to rip on you. But these freaks who are out in the cold riding their bikes, like there's some today, and they're all dressed up, and like, what are you doing?
You think D-Mac's doing it?
Yeah, he's one of them. He's a freak. He's a freak cyclist, like I am.
But
I would never
He is
ride
a freak
in the snow.
cyclist.
Yeah, I would never do. Like the ones that go all crazy and get bundled up, and the roads are icy as it is. What are we doing here?
So a couple things here as we head into the weekend. You guys tell me. I've given my thoughts on this. You guys think I'm crazy, whatever. But if I ask you guys the question, paint the scenario. The Broncos win on Sunday. How? How does it look? What do they do?
It's a perfect game. When I say perfect game, they can't open the game like they did in Baltimore with an interception. They can't go 4th and 3 and miss on a touchdown. They can't go 4th and 1 and go short of the first down marker. They have to execute those plays. Defensively, I don't think you can't get into a scoring match with Patrick Mahomes, although he hasn't done that.
That's the key.
But you got to keep it respectable.
Yeah, you won't win that. I completely agree. Brett, if the Broncos are going to win this game, I think it's going to be low scoring. I think it's going to be a 20 to 14, 20 to 17 type of thing if the Broncos are going to win. I mean, maybe less than that, because I don't think against that Kansas City defense that they're going to put up a boatload of points and a boatload of yards. I just don't feel that way. I think that defense is pretty damn good, and the Broncos defense is pretty damn good. The deciding factor here is that Kansas City's got still a top 10 offense in both yards and scoring, and the Broncos are way down there in the 20s. So I don't think you're going to be in a scenario where you're going to be able to outscore the Witch and all of his friends. Your defense is going to have to play really well and match everything that Kansas City does. That's your formula, and you must win the turnover battle. And as Vic said, you've got to just pick your spots and get the points when you can. And if you do win, it's going to be a squeaker.
So a couple things here regarding that sort of mindset heading into it. The Chiefs, in how they've operated offensively this year, have been, as you said, Moj, they've racked up yards, and it feels like they've had trouble maybe finishing drives. We're just looking over the last couple of games between the Broncos and the Chiefs. So the last one that the Broncos won, they won 24-9 last year in their last matchup.
That was the one where Mahomes was reportedly sick, correct?
Yeah. The game before that, earlier in the year, it was a 19-8 final score in which the Chiefs won.
And the Broncos had many opportunities in that game. Many opportunities.
Game before that was a 27-24 loss. Game before that was 34-28. I think that one, though, had a defensive touchdown for the Chiefs, a couple other things. I think that the score, you say it's got to be low scoring, Moj. I don't know what low scoring is to you, is like 21-18 or?
The winning team has 20 points. I think that's where that's what I'm looking at anyway. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, and that's where I'm wondering, last week they had a very clear sort of message to the offense, which is we're going to be aggressive. We're going for it on fourth downs if we're in, plus territory, like they did that multiple times. They got the touchdown. They missed the Franklin throw. They missed another 4th and 1 with the Javonte run, but they went for it a lot. And I think they knew in that game, hey, if we're going to beat Baltimore, we know they're going to put up points. We got to do so too. Do you think they dialed that back against Kansas City? Or do you think they have the same mindset?
I don't think you change your stripes. I think
he does. Why not go for it, man? I mean,
I wouldn't blame them if they did. Yeah.
I don't think you change your stripes.
You're in a good position. That loss last night was very helpful, but go get wins, man. Go get it. You know what? Do what people didn't think you were going to do.
I heard yesterday Spags make many references to Bo Nix and saying how ahead of the pace he is as a rookie. And how surprised, this is the defensive coordinator of the Chiefs, by the way, he's surprised how open he's allowed the offense to run with a rookie quarterback running it in regards to Sean Payton. He's letting him do things that veterans normally do. Now, we may not see these things because we're looking at it differently. Our glasses we wear are a bit more critical. But from the opposing defensive coordinator's view, he thinks that Bo Nix is light years ahead of where he should be. Now, he could be saying that. He could be just saying that. But he really likes Bo Nix, and he went on to say he's going to be special.
Okay, maybe he will be. Lou Holtz was always afraid of Northern Illinois too. Well, he probably should have been this year, but you know what I mean. Lou Holtz was always, we don't have a chance there, or we really got to watch ourselves because Middle Tennessee State, they've got this offense that then they got this kid that blah 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 blah, and then the Irish are going on and win by 50. So I think a lot of it is coach talk. you never want to give bulletin board material. But I think part of what he's saying is also correct that, you know what? Sean Payton likes this kid, and he's developing this kid. And this guy is throwing the ball around a little bit, and this guy is certainly capable, and they have to mind their P's and Q's in KC.
Why'd you put on your Ben Franklin glasses, Vic?
Because I couldn't read this. We asked about the last time a game was canceled or postponed due to snow, and not to say that it's going to be canceled tonight. I'm not scaring anybody. I don't want to, because usually what happens is, the scare tactics come in, and it's perfectly fine, and I expect a lot of fans in attendance at Ball Arena.
Why did Bianchi tell me to stay off the road after 1 p.m. today?
Well, I mean, this is sort of where we've been and where we're going, and it's safety first. Everything's safety first, but whatever. I'm not going to get into that. All I'm telling you, the last time,
if the Heat can get to the arena, Vic, they're going to play the game, right?
Of course they are. Of course they're going to play the game. They're playing the game tonight, so I wouldn't worry about that. This all started when Brett Kane called me wondering, what am I going to do? What am I going to do if I get stuck there?
I'm a scaredy cat.
Here's what you're going to do if you get stuck there. You and I are going to find a nice couch up in that club section, and we're going to sleep. Just like I slept there at Ball Arena after the Nuggets won the championship and we partied in the locker room, and I fell asleep there at the arena that night. And it was a good sleep. It was a quality sleep. That's what you're going to do. By the way, somebody just texted me. The last time
who's the little spoon?
No, there's many couches up there. You don't need spoons. The last time this person can remember anything being canceled, went to a Nuggets game or tried to go to one in 2006, December, against the Suns, and they closed the airport that day and had to cancel that game against the Suns. That was a long time ago, clearly, almost 20 years ago.
303-504-0925.
But as far as we're talking, everything's fine tonight. Calm down.
Where
it's
is
the
that
end of
game?
the world business that everybody gets into.
It was 2006. Yeah, 2006, the Avs had – well, here's the thing. 2006, December 21st, the Avs and the Flames were canceled. And it was cited as fan safety amid the worst snowstorm to hit and blah, 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 blah. There you go.
Okay.
Quit making it such a big deal. It's snow. I lost my I actually sold my snowblower finally. So I have nothing, and I'm looking forward to good old just shoveling. I'm looking forward to it. Let's go to work.
You could have shoveled even when you had the snowblower.
I did. Well, I did shovel when I had the snowblower, but I did so with anger because I had a snowblower. Now I don't have a snowblower to rely on, and I shovel with peace. Big difference mentally.
When we return, get back into the Avs. I also want to do some CF peeping and just take a look at the things that would really help CU's chances of trying to make the college football playoff when we return. Stick around.
Dan Capless Law has a motto, and that motto is simple. The truth wins. In high-stakes personal injury cases, it takes a lot of skill, experience, resources, ferocious determination to find and prove the truth. Dan Capless Law has proven it's very good at finding and proving truth, which is why it's won so much. Take a look at Dan's track record. He's got record-setting results in an unheard of 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. Only happens when you chase and catch the truth. Dan Capless is a serious firm for serious cases. He accepts righteous injury cases on an injury fee basis, percentage fee basis. Dan Capless Law has offices in Denver Tech Center, Fort Collins, Loveland, and Greeley. In fact, after my run-in with that glass door yesterday, I think I have the perfect case for Dan Capless Law. If you need his help, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Or hit him up at dancaplisslaw.com. That'll show you for putting up a glass door in front of me and then trying to distract me to walk into that glass door. That's Dan Capless Law, C-A-P-L-I-S law.com.
Big weekend of football coming up as the Broncos have a huge game against Kansas City. We'll break that down more as we go along. But also, if the Buffs want to stay on a nice little trajectory here to put themselves in Big 12 championship play, to put themselves potentially in college football playoff conversations, winning this weekend is the toughest game left on their schedule. Now, it doesn't mean that no other games are tough, but this will be the toughest. On the road at Texas Tech as they're throwing tacos and fajitas, as Deion Sanders would say the minute they arrive in Lubbock. But
that'd be funny if there was a line like a Chipotle, and you got the bean line, the just making it and just throwing it.
I need more barbacoa.
I wish I could be in Lubbock. I wish I could be in Lubbock tomorrow with a field pass, because I would be roaming the perimeter, man, catching those mother truckers coming out of the stands. I'd be all over it.
But let's go ahead and do this. It's a new theme that we've started since last week. We call it CF Peeping.
The College Football Playoff.
College football!
Can CU make the CFP?
It turns us on.
We're not leaf peeping, we're CF peeping.
It turns us on. It's kind of sexy, matter of fact.
With Brett Kane.
CF Peeping. We always start with the easiest ones. Those are the Big 12 games. And the only one I really want to focus on is Iowa State at Kansas. Moj, I'm well aware that Kansas is a 2-6 football team. But there's a reason this spread's only 3 points. It's because Kansas plays teams tough. And they have been very, very close. In their 6 losses, 5 have been within, I think, 4 points.
Yep.
With one game that they lost by 11, but everything has been one score. They've been on the precipice of winning a whole bunch more games than their record shows, and I don't think that Iowa State can take these guys lightly at all. Showed some flaws last week against Texas Tech. Kansas has a really good running game. I think that they can easily come in and upset Iowa State for the second week in a row, dealing them a second loss. Doesn't mean it will happen, but it very well could.
I'm not a Jayhawks aficionado. Again, Vic, maybe we should get your kid on. Does she know anything about college football at all?
Nothing.
Okay. Can she give us a temperature of the campus, like how they feel there in Lawrence, on whether or not that the Jayhawks can pull this off?
She was up until 5 a.m. waiting for basketball tickets. All they care about is basketball over there. They don't care one iota about the football team.
Well, the running back, David Neal, is a really good back. He's averaging almost 6 yards a carry this year. Jalen Daniels was hyped, their quarterback, heading into this year. He's turned the ball over quite a bit, but still an effective player. I think they got a shot. So that's the easy one, right? So that's the path to the Big 12 championship game. You can look at BYU if you want to, but BYU's got to lose essentially twice for this to matter, and I don't think they're going to do that, but they're the late game on ESPN. They're playing against Utah in Utah, which... Moj, you said no chance, right? Utah, no chance?
Well, again, if you've got a family member at said university, you need to talk to that family member of what the temperature on campus is. And my nephew goes to Utah, and he says that the feeling around campus is they got no shot.
Well, it's a 2.5 point spread.
Maybe that's – what's that?
2.5 point spread in that game.
Understood that's because it's a rivalry game, but I think that's just overall depression because the Utes, they thought were going to be really good this year.
Yeah.
And with the Cam Rising injury and so on, they haven't lived up anywhere near what they thought it was going to be. So maybe it's just overall malaise and depression on the Utah campus in Salt Lake City.
Well, if you'd like to watch that game on Saturday night on ESPN, you would see Zach Wilson's brother Isaac starting for Utah. But those are the 2 Big 12 games to keep an eye on. Now, if you want to go broader, if you want to look at the top 25 in general, I know that Indiana's this really cutesy story. Kurt Cignetti, Curtis Rourke, their quarterback, they're putting up a whole bunch of points. They're playing against a Michigan team that's obviously down this year. But Michigan does 2 things well still. They play good defense, and they run the football. If they can somehow contain Curtis Rourke, I don't think it would be totally shocking that Michigan ends up upsetting Indiana, which Indiana's number 8 in the country, no losses yet on the year. But again, this is about perception in the way that the College Football Playoff Committee perceives teams. I think if Indiana's dealt a loss, they might start calling the fraud alarm on them.
They might, but I think that would be completely unfair. I mean,
it would
look,
be.
They're They're a 14.5-point favorite. I don't know how to say this, having watched Indiana play football this year. It's a good team. That defense is good. They've got a linebacking core, dude, that likes to stick dudes. I think the entire linebacking core, their favorite thing is just to put their hat into the middle of somebody else's chest and blow them up. I mean, it's pretty impressive. I'd be shocked if that happens.
The things that we should be rooting for if it's a game between two top 25 teams is if you're near the top of the rankings, just allow that team to continue to win. So the next one here is Georgia. They're going on the road at Ole Miss. Ole Miss, the number 16 team in the country, Georgia number 3. You want Georgia to win this game. Because if Ole Miss is dealt a third loss, they're totally in the rearview mirror after that. They're gone. 100%. Out of the discussion. So, and Georgia is the favorite, but it should be a close, good game. But you want Ole Miss to lose that one at home at Georgia. A couple more to keep an eye on this weekend. Bama, LSU. So that's number 11 versus number 15. Both of those teams are going to be fighting for you for one of those at-large bids, it feels like, at the end of the year. I think I want LSU to win this game, despite them being 15th. Because I think the brand value of Bama is higher than LSU. Not to say LSU doesn't have any. Sure. Of course they do. But if Bama is anywhere near the top 12, they're going to get the nod.
They already are. They already are in the nod. They're going to get in. But playing in the jungle, playing at LSU is not an easy task, so you're probably right. What is it, by the way?
Vic,
what's that?
Yeah.
What is it about LSU receivers? Receivers from LSU.
God. Every year.
In the NFL. If you're a receiver and you have an LSU brand, you're going to be a star. It's just the way it is.
It's like tight ends from Iowa.
Yes.
I mean, it just seems like they already have a foot in the door. But I heard, and maybe this is the universe talking. I heard that they're allowing Mike the Tiger, the live Tiger, back on the sideline for the first time in a long time at LSU this weekend. That's what I hear, that Mike is going to be in his cage and on the sideline.
That's neat.
Well, good. Okay.
Don't you recall the days when Auburn would play LSU and the Auburn mascot would walk up to the Tiger cage of Mike, and Mike would freak out and he'd want to get all over that Auburn mascot? Those were good days, man. Those were fun days.
There's one other game I think we should keep an eye on. Doesn't feel like it matters all that much right now because the team only has one loss in the year, and the loss that they suffered was against a top 3 team in the country. Washington is going to go on the road at Penn State. Penn State's coming off that Ohio State loss from last week. I've watched quite a bit of Penn State this year, and what I've gathered from them is they're a lot like Michigan, except their record's different. It's bad quarterback play with a good running game and a good defense, and they're playing against Washington. Washington obviously is not the same team that they were last year with Michael Penix and Roma Dunze and everybody else, but Washington is still capable of getting wins in situations like this. I think if Penn State loses for the second week in a row against a 5-4 Washington team, which, look, they're 13.5-point favorites, I still think there's a shot. If Washington beats them, I think they're going to look at Penn State and they might drop in a huge, huge way. Because you know one thing that Penn State can't do, which they had to do last weekend for the first time with Ohio State? Hey, Drew Aller, can you go win us a football game? And he goes, huh? Me? No, I can't do that. He can't throw. He just tried to run his way through Ohio State, and it's like, dude, you got to put up points. I think Washington's got a shot, too.
It does seem like a prerequisite for a quarterback might be that you need to throw, but we've seen it before. A certain quarterback in these parts that got through college football pretty well, not being able to throw the ball. We'll see. I think Penn State's going to rally. They're going to go, you know what? Washington to them is going to look like Little Sisters of the Poor compared to what they saw out of the Buckeyes.
So
if it was in Washington, if it was in Seattle and Penn State had to go all the way there, that's one thing. They're just sitting at home angry.
If you're doing the CF peeping this weekend, you're peeking over the fence, you're looking through the window, you're rubbernecking at the car accident, those are the games to keep an eye on that could help out and benefit CU. Now, to the actual CU part here. Is this fair of me? I have, a lot of confidence in CU.
So
lot.
So do I, and it's amazing. I'm almost bewildered and somewhat embarrassed at the level of confidence I have compared to where it was to start the season. And then I try to recall, why was I so suspicious? Well, because I didn't know. Because the only thing I had in my brain was what I saw last year. I didn't see the improvement in the trenches. I didn't see all this happening. And that improvement in the trenches is the reason why we're confident.
Mm-hmm.
Texas Tech runs the ball. This is what they do. Taj, what's his last name?
Taj Brooks. Thank you.
Their running back can run, and he's a featured back, and he runs and runs and runs.
He runs. He's already got over 1,000 yards. He's got almost 1,100 yards this year already in 10 touches. He can really run the football.
As Lovelander writes right here, you're exactly right. CU has earned my confidence. They've earned it by consistent results on the road, mind you.
Yeah.
They're not just winning on the road. Since that Nebraska atrocity, since they gave up that first half in Nebraska, second half on, they are rolling teams on the road.
Crushing them.
Yeah.
Taj Brooks, by the way,
interesting-
the 6th highest rusher in the nation so far.
Yeah, he's a total stud. What's interesting is the Buffaloes remain one of the hottest tickets in college football. I've been looking at the top 25, and I'm always just curious, okay, what will it, if I had to shell out bread, what will it cost me just to get in the building and roam around? You realize that this weekend in Lubbock at Jones AT&T Stadium, if you want to get in the building right now, it's $185. That's the get-in price. Oh, my God. I look around the rest of the top 25. I found 2 other games. Indiana, if you want to go to Bloomington and see Indiana host Michigan, Brett, I don't know that this has ever happened in the history of the Hoosier program. $222 bucks to get in. Good God Almighty. And then you got to go all the way down to LSU hosting Alabama. This is Alabama at LSU SEC. And it's $185 to get in the building. Those are the 3 highest. So the Buffs are tied for second highest in the country in terms of demand to see tickets to that team play. It blows my mind. Blows me away.
By the way, one of the games you mentioned, one of the games that I mentioned about if you want to do some peeping this weekend, that Michigan and Indiana game, you can hear that right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Saturday, 1:30 kick. So we'll have that. Jump back to the Avs here, Moj. Disappointing result, but not a disappointing game for what the Avs played last night. We'll break more of that down next.
Let's get into physical. Let me hear your body talk. Your body talk.
All right, so the Avs lose last night, and it's look, man, you got to start racking up points at some portion of this season.
You have to,
but that's arguably the best team in the NHL right now. They have arguably the best offense in the league. They have arguably the best goaltender in the league. They're really good. And outside of a single mistake that you made a shade over a minute into the game, like you played them neck and neck with a whole bunch of opportunities yourself that you just couldn't close on. And the backhand flip from McKinnon that just missed, and then Mikko's trying to wrap it around the other post and get a look on that
Brett,
side.
As that game went on, you were the better team in the third period. The Jets were hanging on for dear life in that third. It's no joke either, and it's also not a mirage. It was the truth. The Avs just turned up the wick, and they couldn't handle it. The only reason the Jets won that game is because Hellebuck played out of his damn mind. At 6'4" and 220 pounds between the pipes, he was great. That's why he's won a couple of Vezina trophies, dudes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but you're right. In fact, Vic, post-game, talking to Jared Bednar, he said, yeah, it's good, and we'll look at the tape, and there's so many things we did well. He goes, but we've got to get results. We've got to have some results coming up, and they're going to be home for 4 games, so let's start getting some results, baby.
Exactly, and he also said that if you play like you did last night, the results will come. Now, I hate playing this moral victory game because it's never fun. The reality is you're sitting here this morning in early November, and you're 14 points behind Winnipeg in the standings. That's the reality.
Yeah, I'm not even worried about that. I mean, with all the injuries that I get it. Yeah, if you get in, you're going to be able to take out anybody with your full roster.
Here's the other reality, and if you reverse it, if you look at this game through the prism of a Winnipeg Jet and their fans, I guarantee you they're sitting at home saying, "Oof, we want no part of the Avalanche."
Mm-hmm.
Guaranteed. After watching that game last night, they know why they won, and they know what the Avs are missing and what's coming back. They want no part of the Colorado Avalanche.
And Vic, the Avs have the matchup is good for the Avalanche. Now, they lost all 3 games in the regular season last year. The Jets were off to a great, they had a great regular season last season, 110 points. But when big boy hockey came around, again, it was 7-6 in that first game, and then the Avs just said enough of this crap. The Avs have a special set of skills that they can take advantage of the Jets in certain regards. The Jets' back end is pretty good, but they've got a couple of big fellows in the back end that the Avs can exploit, including 6'7" Logan Stanley. The Avs' speed was a problem for Winnipeg last year in round number 1. That's why the Avs won 4 in a row. They turned up the wick, and the Jets simply could not hang with them in the series. And then you pepper Hellebuck enough, you got him to break, and the rest is history. So you're right about that, but again, you've got to get there. Moral victories ain't going to get you to the postseason.
I think if Val Nichushkin parking his big butt in front of the net would have helped a lot last night. A lot.
He had 7 goals in that series, dudes.
Yeah.
7 goals in 5 games in the playoffs. He was a huge factor. Lecky scored in every single game against Winnipeg. Makar, McKinnon, and Rantanen all had 9 points in 5 games.
But by the way, how do you think Makar skated last night, given the situation with his LBI?
I thought he looked fine. I don't know that he looked fine to me.
He didn't seem super noticeable.
Right, well, he was. Yeah, I don't think he went full. Full afterburners.
Yeah,
that's my thought. But I thought when he had to, he did. But it wasn't a full afterburner game from top to bottom. But I'm glad he was out there.
Yeah,
it'll be total treatment now.
Any update on Juan?
No, he was not on the trip. By the way,
okay.
He was not. And so that means he obviously wasn't. You're not going to bring him to Canada just to hang out and whatnot. So. Vic, I don't know. As Jared Bednar said, this is a day-to-day situation. Day-to-day.
I would imagine that he's really close to getting back in the ice, though. I memean, if Bednar was even thinking about bringing him on the trip, you're right around the corner. It's got
to be. And then Miles Wood is the same kind of story. It feels like within a week here, he's probably going to be back. Hopefully that's the case. I don't know. I want to see this team fully constituted, what it looks like, how it performs, and then what they are able to do from that point on. That's what I want to see.
So tonight at Ball Arena is going to be a rematch of the NBA Finals from a couple of years ago. Miami Heat team that is largely the same as what they were then as far as their big-time players. Still Jimmy Butler and Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo and those guys. But I want to play a couple audio clips. This was Kendrick Perkins on ESPN yesterday on NBA Today, talking about the Nuggets and a certain development that's happened the past couple of games.
He's been more important to the Denver Nuggets this season than Jamal Murray has, okay? When you think about their 5 wins, 3 of those wins, you have to look at it. Russell Westbrook against the Nets, 22 points off the bench. A win against Toronto, he had 21 points off the bench. In the starting lineup last night, a 29-piece wing dinner, all drumsticks. And he shot 2 for 3 from a three-point line. So, look, you talked about Russell Westbrook, what he gives you. He gives you swag. He gives you confidence. That's one thing that he don't lack. And when he's able to have a role that is elevated, we saw what happened when he left the Lakers and went to the Clippers, and he was the starting PG. He had a new breath of fresh air. This is the same thing I'm noticing right now with the Denver Nuggets. He's actually been playing pretty damn good.
Russell Westbrook in that thing with Kendrick Perkins there.
Yeah.
I'll say this right now, because we touched on this for a second yesterday. If you exist within the stratosphere of Nikola Jokic, you are going to look better than you did before. Hey, that's just the truth.
Do you know what he's averaging in 3 games as a starter? 23, 6, and 6. Is that good?
Yeah.
If Jamal gave you if Jamal gave you 23, 6, and 6 on average, would you take it?
Yep.
Absolutely. We'd be on this program going, oh, he's back to his old self. He's playing great. Absolutely we would, Vic.
I mean, for everyone who was wringing hands over Russell Westbrook, and you get the good with the bad, and you will get the good with the bad. It's just the way he's made up.
He is going to be terrible again this year.
Times.
He's going to be terrible.
But you cannot deny what he's brought to this team. And you know the number one thing he's given the Denver Nuggets, and I never thought this was possible? Do you understand where the Nuggets were last year? Free throw shooting, free throw attempts.
I was just going to bring this up, yes.
Do you understand that they were among the worst teams in the league at free throw attempts last season, even with an MVP on their squad? Among the worst teams in the league. No team made the journey to the free throw line like the Nuggets. They never did.
Only the Charlotte Hornets were worse last year in attempts.
That's it. They never went. This year, you know where they are in free throw attempts? Tell them, Brett.
Number 1.
Number 1 in the league. Why, Brett?
Because Russell Westbrook averages 10 free throw attempts a game in which he starts. They're aggressive.
Isn't that amazing?
You sound like a college professor picking on the kid in the front row. Tell him why, Brett.
He knows why. Because
I know why,
studied.
too.
Because he studied. You didn't study. I'm going to go to the kid who studied.
It's Billy.
You didn't ask me. You picked on Brett.
It's Billy Bean pointing at Jonah Hill. Because why?
Yeah.
He gets on base.
I never thought I'd see the day where a Nikola Jokic-led basketball team led the NBA in free throw attempts. That is the element Russell Westbrook brings here. He's aggressive. He gets downhill. Yeah. He forces the official to blow the whistle.
By the way, guys, when we say they're number 1 in the league, it's not particularly close. They average a full free throw and a half more than the second-place team in the league.
And albeit Peyton Watson hit a couple or missed a couple late, but they're really good at shooting free throws too. Look at Aaron Gordon's percentage at the line compared to last year. Improved. Christian Brown's percentage at the foul line. Improved. Now, Joker's missed a couple in that, what game was it? The Clippers game. Remember he missed the front end? But yeah. I think by and large, not only are they getting to the line, they're being successful at the line. Tonight's going to be interesting, guys, because tonight Jamal will more than likely play. I think the concussion protocol is over. Should be available to play tonight against Miami. So you'll go back to Jamal as the starting point guard. What do they do from there? How does that rotation look from there? I don't know.
That's what I'm curious about, because Russ coming in took over quite nicely, and he seemed very comfortable in that role. And again, Brett, as you indicated, when you play with the big fella, a lot of good things can happen. When you spend that many minutes on the floor with number 15, good things are going to happen for you as long as you keep moving your feet, and that's what Russ does well. He's a slasher, cutter, drive to the bucket kind of guy. Great. But what's it like for him? Can he be somewhat of that guy still when he's coming off the bench and running with the second unit? That's where all the questions are. Maybe, Vic, this is going to sound so damn this is heresy. Do you start Russ and bring Jamal off the bench ever?
No. Just from a mental headspace point of view?
I don't know. Because Christian, you don't want to spell him too much because he's playing well. I figured Jamal could maybe just come in and play some two-ski and just do some fill ski from the outside ski.
See,
hang on. This is not about Jamal, Brett. This is more about trying to keep Russ going. Well, that's what it's about.
It is about Jamal because if you bench Jamal, you're going to have a Jamal problem.
Exactly right. You're not benching a max contract.
I'm talking about benching him. There's no benching going on.
You just said take him off the bench. You're not benching a max contract. That's not going to happen.
Benching to me signifies that the guy doesn't. He's a DNP CD.
The definition of what you just gave us is start him on the bench. That's called benching.
I'll let you know a little secret here, Moj.
Just to make sure that he feels okay.
Let me let you in on a secret, Moj. NBA players who do not start games consider themselves on the bench.
That'd be like saying,
you're absolutely right.
We're not going to start Cale McCarr on the PP1. He'll come in with power play 2.
Well, I mean, listen, the top line and top pair doesn't always take the opening face-off.
Okay, but I mean, we're not going to use him as much on the power play. He's got to ease his way back into it. That's you're saying the same thing.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said it's heresy.
And by the way,
I'm just. Then you tell me with Russell Westbrook,
he's got to play better.
Listen.
Keep him
going without the big fella.
I'm not going to mince words. Jamal's got to play better.
Sure,
he's got to score.
Guess what? We said that about Michael Porter Jr. after like 3 games, and then he has played better. Yes. Like, and here's the other thing. Thatcher says, F their feelings. Well, maybe not, like 9 games into the season. If we're at 40 games and we're having these same issues, then we can start to have a conversation. How about you just give it a minute? Just a minute, and then we'll figure it out. By the way, another stat that's surprising. You know what the Nuggets are in 3-point shooting percentage this year? 7th.
Which isn't as bad as people thought.
Like, this is why
is that attempts or
percentage?
Percentage. Okay, where are they in attempts? Because that was the issue last year. They were dead last in attempts last year, and they wanted to increase the volume.
Dead last.
Yeah. Well, they're still dead last this year?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, that's fine.
I don't mind it.
That's fine.
Yeah.
This team isn't built to shoot 45 threes a game.
I agree.
So don't. Do what you do well and then take the threes when they're open.
What's interesting is threes got him back in that game the other night. Michael Porter started hitting a couple. They started spacing. Got him back in that game. It's when you hit them.
But they weren't shooting threes just because they said we have to shoot more threes. They were shooting threes because they were good shots.
It's not like watching Minnesota when they're jacking them up everywhere, right? It's you're right.
And it felt that way the first couple of games of the season. It's like, oh, you guys are just shooting because you said we have to shoot more. That's not how this should work.
Yeah. Hey, listen, offense is not an issue. It's never been an issue. Right now, the Nuggets offense is the 4th-ranked offense in the NBA. 4th. They're damn good. The problem at the start of this season has been on the other side. You know where they are defensively as a team? 22nd.
Yeah, it has been great. And
22nd.
And no AG is only compounding these problems because you see a very, very big gap. Like, the difference between Christian Brown and KCP in the starting lineup defensively is 0. In fact, Christian might be better than what KCP was. Who knows? There is a very, very large gap between AG and whoever else. And Peyton Watson plays tough, tenacious defense, but AG's he's a different breed, man. He guards everybody.
Yeah, he does. Why is the matchup predictor 52-48 in favor of the Heat?
Because the Nuggets have at least one guy missing from their starting 5 tonight.
And the Heat have played the last 2. They went to Sacramento and lost by a point on a last-second buzzer beater. They went to Phoenix and were leading that game by, I think, 15. Blew the lead, lost by 3. Could have won there. They're playing good basketball, albeit the record doesn't indicate The Nuggets have the injuries to 2 starters for now. And they always play. Here's the thing about Miami. Look at who they've played. Look at their final score. No matter who they play or where they play, it always comes down to a close game. Always. It's just their style. You know their style. You know what they do, right? They're very physical. They play that drop coverage. They collapse. They're a physical basketball team that will make you earn everything you get. So I expect a close finish tonight. So what it's going to be.
Does Tyler Hero still wear that hat?
I know he leads Miami in scoring.
Well, I know he leads Miami in scoring. I'm asking you if he still wears that silly hat. That's what I'm asking.
I don't know.
What was he
wearing?
No,
it was like a weird bucket hat.
It's like a, hey, little buddy.
Or as Sean Payton would call him, the Gilligan hat.
Yeah, exactly.
So when I think of Miami, I'm thinking Miami. Here's what comes to mind as I close my eyes. I think about a shot that Jimmy Butler hit in Game 5 of the NBA Finals. Corner pocket three-pointer right in front of the Nuggets bench, and I'm standing right there. Tell me if you guys remember this shot. It was a close game at the time. I think the Nuggets were up by 3, and he tied it. And he shoots the 3 and kicks his legs, and it was a 3-and-1. Do you guys remember that shot?
Yeah.
And I don't know why it's seared into my brain. Now, the Nuggets won a very sloppy Game 5 and won an NBA title that night. But I'll never forget that shot. And that, to me, is the definition of Miami basketball. They play this physical, just weird, awkward style that makes games close. That's what they do.
Yeah, they're really
tough. By the way, we got another Nikola tonight.
Jovic. Yeah.
Nikola Jovic, right. Yeah. See, you got Topic. Who did Topic go to this year in the draft? Nikola Topic.
He plays for Oklahoma City. He hasn't played yet.
Okay. Oh, yeah. OKC. And then you got Nikola Jovic. That's the guy from Miami. That's the big power forward. And then you've got the true Nikola. You got the Nikola Jokic. You got the true guy here, see. But there's all these other dudes. They're just changing what.
What?
Yeah.
Was it?
I don't know. I probably need to eat something.
Nelly, play that back. I mean, that was the loudest stomach growl I've ever heard in the middle of a sentence. That was your stomach saying, "Get me out of here." That was unbelievable. It was like you have a puppet, like you're a puppeteer. You're talking and somebody else is talking inside of you.
In the meantime, as Nelly searches for it, there's a couple things around the NBA that
you can't just take Nikola Jokic's name and change one letter of the last name and make it Nikola Jokic.
Well, sure,
which I think it feels like there's a factory now inside of Serbia where they're just like, okay, we got Nikola Jokic, all right, let's change that K to a V and throw him in the draft. Yeah, change that J to a T, throw him in the draft. That's what it feels like.
All right, let's hear it.
Yeah. The true Nikola. You got the Nikola Jokic. You got the true guy here, see.
Jesus. Oh, my God. Jeez. That was like a ghost.
Kelly, you pumped that up, didn't you?
No.
You pumped that up.
I didn't
Oh, my God.
To use a Sean Payton, I didn't change it relative to the rest of the sounds. No, that's exactly how it sounded. Here we go.
One more time.
So you got the true guy here, see.
That's crazy.
Get that demon out of your body, dude.
By the way,
well, give me a couple minutes, and I'll go do it.
Who'd have thunk it? Did you guys know that in the Eastern Conference, the Philadelphia 76ers and Milwaukee Bucks are a combined 3-12?
It's crazy.
So teams with Tyrese Maxey, Joel Embiid, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Damian Lillard are 3-12 so far this year.
Does it make you wonder if Chris Middleton is even more important to that Bucks team than we thought?
Oh, Middleton's a good player. I always felt like he was underrated.
He's not a great player.
Yeah, but
I always felt like he was underrated.
Been out. I think for the Bucks to work, they all have to be there, even with Giannis. And Giannis is going crazy this year. Dame is doing what Dame does. Oh my God!
Hang on,
is that the ribs?
Yeah, hang on.
The burrito? What's...
Keep talking, Moj. Can I try it? Just talk. Talk for a second.
I like to eat bacon because it's really good.
Oh my God, that sounds crazy. All right. 303-504-0925. Listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Circus Sports, we got the weekend of football approaching, fast approaching, and 2 huge games this weekend with the Broncos and the Buffs. The Broncos 8-point dogs on the road to Kansas City. Kansas City with a lot of one-score games. I'd take a long look at that +8 on the Denver Broncos on the Circus Sportsbook. Also the Buffs, 4-point favorites as they go on the road to Texas Tech in one of their biggest matchups in a long, long time. Can find that, all the game props, everything you could imagine right there on the Circus Sportsbook with the Nuggets game tonight as they are 3-point favorites on Circus Sports. So download the app. You won't find better odds anywhere else in the sports gambling world. Download Circus Sports, tight money line splits, excellent customer service. Or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
so good. The sounds of Mosier's stomach.
Let me hear it again. Just restart the entire thing, Nelly. I love it.
Oh, so good. That's the belly. That's the small intestine. Let's start there. The small intestine, after all these years saying, what is he doing up there?
I've had enough.
Stop sending us all this crap this early in the morning.
Vic.
Help me. Yes, that's exactly. We can't process any more of this junk.
Oh, goodness.
I want you to hear it. Hang on.
Yeah. The good old belly pat. Haven't had one of those in a while.
Mosier's duodenum is just crying out for help. Somebody.
Mix in a crunch every once in a while, would you?
Well, dude, it has nothing to do with me eating a piece of toast. Why don't you relax?
Hey, so I got a comparison I want to make here real quick. So every year we enter the NBA season, at least for the last 5, and we've said, dude, I know he won last year and we didn't think he was going to, but there's no way that Jokic wins an MVP again, right? And then he just continues to put up numbers where you're like, okay, it's getting pretty undeniable that this guy is going to win the award again. Just, it's the way it goes. And I thought the same thing heading into this year with someone else, where I said, guys, I know he's done this a couple times already, but Lamar Jackson can't win MVP again. And then he's going to win the MVP again.
It's headed that way. It's funny. It's funny. Lamar fatigue is very similar to Joker fatigue. It's very similar. And when somebody brought that up last night, I was like, really? And I'm thinking to myself, is that what Joker people think? People that don't understand the whole Joker phenomenon? Are they saying what I'm saying? Really? Yeah, really.
So, Lamar, just so you guys are aware, he has the same amount of touchdowns right now with 24 that he had the entirety of last season.
Wow.
All of last season in 10 games, he's thrown 24 touchdown passes, which equals that.
Picks?
He has 2 interceptions on the year.
Wow. 24-2 ratio.
He has run for 538 yards, which is on pace to beat his rushing total of 821 last season. He's doing everything better.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah. He's the front runner for MVP.
His completion percentage is almost 70.
Yeah.
The closest person to him
He's
is
going
his
to
own
smash
running
his
back,
passing
Derrick
yard
Henry.
number.
Yeah.
Like he's going to set a career record in passing yards this year, maybe in 13 games.
What are Goff's numbers? Jared Goff's numbers in Detroit.
Oh, they're close
Just
to
curious
that.
to compare.
Here's the thing, Vic. He's going to get close to, if not over, 5,000 yards passing this year. Maybe 48 touches and 4 picks. I mean, he's on a pace right now, which is it's almost incomprehensible how good this guy is. There's no competition for him outside of his own running back, and obviously Derrick Henry has helped everything. But Lamar is that guy. I mean, I love the guy. He is that guy. Yes, he's that guy.
Excuse me. So Lamar Jackson has.
Did you get that on tape, Nelly?
2,600.
Did you get that on tape?
Yeah, I wrote it down. Hell, I recorded it.
2,670 yards passing so far. Goff has 1,840.
Okay.
Goff has 14 touchdowns to 4 picks. Lamar has 24-2.
Yeah, Lamar's better.
The difference with Goff that I guess if you wanted to make an argument, which I wouldn't, but if you wanted to, is that Goff has been as efficient as a quarterback can be.
Uh-huh.
So Goff's completing 75% of his passes, but he has, do the math here, 53 incompletions the entire year.
Yeah.
That's it.
Sure. But I think the bold stats tell the story.
Oh,
and
I
here's
agree.
Here's the thing about Lamar Jackson and why the Baltimore Ravens are different and why the Broncos are not in that class. They're down 21-7 last night. It's in the second half. And that's nothing for them.
Yeah.
It's nothing. It's like, yeah, if the Broncos are down 21-7, are they capable of getting back in that game? That's the problem.
The answer is
Capable?
very unlikely
Yeah.
at this point. Yeah. Are they capable? To me, it's like the odds of winning this weekend in Kansas City. Are they capable? Yeah, I think they're capable. Are they likely? Yeah, I don't think they're likely.
From both teams last night. From the Bengals and the Ravens, the explosion plays that we witnessed just in the fourth quarter, just amazing, just mind-numbing, head on a swivel. From Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow and their connection to Lamar, he's got several weapons he used last night. Up and down the field, the offenses were just explosive. And that's why I thought Cincinnati going for 2 was a smart move, because they couldn't stop Baltimore late. Couldn't stop them.
The other differences right now between Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson, number one, it's the yards on the ground. Okay. Joe Burrow has 2,700 yards, 24 touchdowns, 4 picks. I think Joe Burrow's playing pretty good. It's the W's. That's bing, bing, bing. Exactly right, Vic. It's the dubs. Joe Burrow's numbers through the air are virtually identical to Lamar Jackson, but ain't nobody talking about Joe in these regards because his team is 4-6. Can you imagine a guy with those kind of numbers at this point in the season? 10 games in for them, and you're going, all right,
I'm going to have you shut your eyes and imagine something else. Close your eyes, Moshe. Right. If you're driving around town, do not close your eyes because it's testy out there. But I want you to imagine that play that resulted in an incomplete on the 2-point conversion last night. And Joe Burrow lying on his back after getting swept across the face like a grizzly bear. The opposing player, the defensive end, just grizzly beared him. I want you to imagine that instead of Joe Burrow, that's Patrick Mahomes with his back on the ground. Is there a penalty flag thrown?
Absolutely.
Oh, bro. And there was one earlier in the game. I don't want to sit here and cry refs about that game last night. But, Nelly, can you find this for me? Joe Burrow releases a throw. Marlon Humphrey, I think is who it was coming on a corner blitz. Blindside. Burrow lets it go. And, guys, when I say that there was a good 2.5 to almost 3 steps taken after he threw the football, and I mean demolished Joe Burrow afterwards with no flag, it's for a guy as good as Joe Burrow, it's one of the more shocking non-calls I've seen in a while. And it was earlier in the game, so I'm not saying it's the difference in a win or loss. It was just like surprising at nothing happening. And I don't know, Burrow gets beat up a lot. Like ever since he got to Cincinnati. Cincinnati's obviously been really good, but they've had offensive line issues.
You know what I love about him? He doesn't complain.
He not at all. He didn't even do it on the face mask.
No. Afterwards, they asked him about it. He says, you're not going to get those calls in that situation. You're not doing it.
So, Nelly, throw it up behind me so it doesn't lag out because I want people to watch this. Obviously in pain right there. And look, the slow start for the Bengals to start the year is what killed them, right? Because Burrow missed the entirety of the training camp preseason with, was it an ankle injury, right? Or something like that? Or a hand, something. He missed it with something. And so it took them a while to find their footing.
I think it was a wrist. Yeah, I think it was a wrist.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
So it took them a while to find their footing, and it's killed them. Because now, I said this earlier, guys, that win for Baltimore last night, as much as you might find Baltimore unpalatable, it's huge. So watch this play real quick and tell me how the hell this isn't called. Because it's pretty tough to get an elite quarterback in this league to take this kind of hit without a flag.
Especially with frosted tips.
I mean, that's
come on, dude.
That's like a 3-step spear.
Yeah. If that's Mahomes, I'm telling you, that defensive back is not only out of the game, he's to a penitentiary. He's in Leavenworth today. He's sitting in Leavenworth in isolation, wondering when he's going to get out.
Run that back for me again, Nelly. Let's see this again. 1, 2, like that's almost 3 steps after he throws the football.
You
and
cannot
he takes
do
a
that to frosted
blessing.
tips. I mean, the guy frosted his tips for crying out loud.
I mean, that is, Moj, pretty egregious, is it not?
Would you? Yeah, but I got a really important question right now.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, that is egregious. I can't believe it wasn't thrown. With a league that's gone so hypersensitive on quarterbacks being hit, what was it Bradley Chubb that fell onto a guy or got tripped onto a guy and they threw a flag on him? You remember that?
Yes. See, I know where you're going with this, Moshe. We're being hypocritical because we're tired of it, and yet here we're making a case of it. And the reason we're making a case of it, I think, is because it's the double standard we see. If Mahomes gets hit, and back then it was Brady when he was playing, Brady and Mahomes are in the same category. They played different rules.
It's inconsistency.
Obvious. Yes, it's obvious.
Like, here's the thing. I'll do what I've said about MLB umpires forever. Some guys have bigger strike zones. Some guys have smaller strike zones. I don't really care what their strike zone is, as long as they're consistent in the way they call it. That's all that matters. So once you get a feel for what the game is, Vic, we see this every night in the NBA and the NHL, don't we, Moj? Like, some nights there's whistles galore, and some nights there's not. But you can't pick and choose moments where you're changing the game.
You can't pick and choose players that you officiate.
That too,
That's
yes.
the problem. It's who you officiate and how. We all acknowledge that certain players get away with more, and that's the only case I'm making. Joe Burrow gets hit a hell of a lot more than Patrick Mahomes does. It doesn't get the calls.
Brett, Vic, Nelly, Frosted Tips or Frosted Flakes?
I'm more Frosted Tips.
I do. You know what? I haven't had cereal in years, but I pass by it in the grocery store. I'm like, dude, I would hammer some Reese's Puffs or Cinnamon Toast Crunch right now.
Yeah,
Right now,
I
would.
tell you what, frosted, Cinnamon Toast Crunch right out of the box, just eating them raw. They're really flipping good, dude.
Back when I ate cereal, I was a Lucky Charms guy.
It's
yeah,
fine.
I'm a Frosted. Me personally, I'm going Frosted Flakes.
Hey.
Nelly,
I think I'm going with Frosted Tips. You know what Frosted Tips are? They're more than good. They're great.
Moj, back in the day, were you into tricks? Tricks are for kids.
yeah, I
Tricks
have
are
me
right.
some tricks. The rabbit,
Hold
the
on, hold
rabbit
on.
sold me pretty good.
Maybe it's as I got older, I transitioned away from the super, like, almost eating candy with milk sort of cereals.
That's what it is.
If you gave me a bowl of apple cinnamon Cheerios or frosted Cheerios, hammered right now. I don't know what's happened as I've gotten older, but those, like, not super crazy sugary, but still a little bit of that kick.
Then you go to your grandparents' house and they serve you grape nuts. And you're like, no, man.
What's
no.
the little, like,
No, I ain't
fiber
doing this.
wafer with a little bit of sugar?
Probably grape nuts is what you're thinking
No,
of.
there's a
Raisin
little-
bran?
No,
there's a
it's
fiber
it's
wafer.
It's like yeah,
Frosted mini wheats. Frosted mini wheats.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, those are good.
Give it up for Frosted mini wheats. Damn straight. Thank you, Twitch.
Okay, so we got 2 for Frosted Tips, 2 for Frosted Flakes.
Yeah, in summary.
It's a dead heat. It's a dead heat.
Why doesn't it surprise me that the Notre Dame guy was into Lucky Charms? Great question. Yeah, great statement. Cinnamon Life, best on the market. I'm in on the Cinnamon Life, too. Also good.
My go-to childhood cereal was probably Cocoa Puffs. I'm still cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
It was too much. It was too much for me.
I was into grape nuts or D's nuts.
Okay.
Yeah. you guys remember from yesterday is there was a call that we had in a Stanford soccer game. Remember that?
Yep. Close the show with it.
If you guys missed it, it was Stanford was tied with 4 seconds left. This guy boots one from midfield and scores the game winner.
Was it against Notre Dame?
I can't remember who it was against.
It was against Notre Dame.
Okay. So against Notre Dame, boots one from midfield. Somehow he finds the back of the net. Game winner. Stanford soccer wins. But it's the call of the guy who was doing the game. Go ahead, Nelly.
Ferguson draws level. Here's a Hail Mary of a shot that...
So me and Vic at least tried our hand at trying to replicate that. And I guess we started a trend because other people did, including D-Mac and Coach Mike Sanford.
Oh, no.
Okay, I'm sorry, I read that incorrectly. I thought that he was doing an impression of Stanford. My bad.
No, there were some texters yesterday on PhD that pointed out that goal call reminded them of something. So Dan Tanner put together that mashup.
I got you. My fault. I read that incorrectly. But still.
Hey, I went back and I saw the actual highlight itself. It would be pretty difficult not to sound like that kid sounded on that call, man. Because
what was that goalie doing?
What was the goalie doing? All he had to do was just jump and knock it away. He's standing right there at the goal mouth, and it just went over his head.
Major goalie malfunction.
Yeah.
I have Nelly on something right now. I want to see how that sounds.
Okay, hey, Dane in Windsor. No, you don't recreate that every night. No, you don't. Stop it. No, you don't. You're probably a gargoyle.
Vinny wants to know if that's
just Dane.
If that is that just another version of Moser's stomach at the end of the call? Could be.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a wild sound that came out earlier, but now. Thought it might fit.
What is it that causes that sound?
I've had it occasionally.
What
it's
is
just maybe it's just because the mic's right in front of his face, and so it really got amplified. I don't know.
But what's happening in the body, like biologically, that is causing that groan or whatever the hell that is? What's happening?
Is it like an air bubble?
I guess that's probably what it is. Yeah, just gases. I don't.
Moj, do you chew your own cud? Is that a result of chewing your own cud?
You know what, Vic? I'm going to be honest with you, man. Brett would know more about this than me because I'm not exactly of the bovine persuasion, and Brett's been milking his whole life. But if I had a cud, I would absolutely chew it.
Well, why not? It's your cud. Chew the hell out of
Exactly.
it.
I mean, it's a way to pass the time. I see cows all the time. They're bored as hell. They got no PlayStation. They got no games to watch.
And
they
no
just
cell
sit in
phone.
the field and chew their cud.
What is that?
No cell phone.
What is cud?
You know, wait a minute. You're from Omaha. You're the land of cows. You don't know what cud is?
I have no idea.
We're teaching the Nebraskan about bovine etiquette?
Yeah, I guess.
A cud is
just like a patch of grass.
So the cows have 4 stomachs, and so when they eat, it goes into the first stomach. They regurgitate it and then just chew on it.
Just
like,
chewing on what you throw up.
They're just chewing on what you barf. Yeah.
So I knew that they had
every guy with 3 big old cow hearts, 2 pancreases, and 5 stomachs.
Yeah, I knew that they had more than one stomach because the play-by-play guy taught me that years ago.
Moj, the fact that
you're
you know
welcome.
the biology of random animals is alarming to begin with.
I know.
but whatever.
See, here's the problem: is I know random stuff. I probably shouldn't, but you know what? I'll tell you what. Get your ass into a National Geographic, and you'll learn some things. Okay?
Yeah, but
you think
I would
it's all
never
fun
use
and
it.
games when you make fun of old Moj for reading that geo history, but then when I come up with 4 stomachs and a cud, you guys are all impressed, and you know it.
Texture, the 2 times I played Altitude Sports Radio out loud in my office are when Moser talked about the Golden Bachelorette and now Vic's comments about grape nuts versus D's nuts. I think you're on permanently now.
Sorry,
We'd like to
guys.
welcome Jeff's office to the show.
Hey, Jeff's office. Welcome
Thanks,
in.
Jeff. Appreciate it.
Good to see you guys.
This is Jeff in Jeff's office. This is a big weekend, man. This football weekend to me, boys, is so intriguing because, like you've been saying, Brett, I think if the Buffaloes get by Texas Tech this weekend, they don't have an absolutely clear path to the Big 12 title game or the playoff. But damn, I think if they get by Texas Tech, I think they're going to get to 10 wins, which is I'm just blown away by seeing. And if the Broncos, and this is a big if, and again, I thought they had a better chance of beating Kansas City than Baltimore. But if they can get by the Chiefs, they're going to make the playoffs, dudes. Indy ain't going to do it. The Bengals ain't going to do it. If they get by Kansas City somehow, some way, on God's green earth, they're going to the postseason, which also I couldn't comprehend in September.
So listen to this. The team that's directly behind the Broncos right now for that wild card spot. And this is going to be weird, guys, because let's say the Broncos lose or what you guys think is likely to happen, that they drop to 5-5 after this weekend. I think there's a shot that you could get like a 9-8 team that sneaks into the postseason here. Like 10 wins might not even be the number because the team behind the Broncos right now is Indianapolis. They're 4-5. Let me give you what the next 3 weeks for Indianapolis looks like. They got the Bills this weekend. They play at the New York Jets the following weekend, and then they have Detroit. Tennessee is going to be at minimum 5-7 by the end of these 3 weeks, and maybe 4-8. So they're going to be in the rear view. That loss by Cincy last night was massive. Huge. Massive. By the way, the Colts play the Broncos later this year. By the way, Cincy plays the Broncos later this year, so you could have a chance to just totally one-up them, both teams later in the season. Obviously, different opponents and different skill levels, but still, got your opportunity. And then after that, it's the Jets. And the Jets are 3-6. Like, you're a 5-4 football team that could potentially be 5-5, and you don't even have a team, I think, nipping at your heels at the moment. You know what I'm saying?
I totally agree. I mean, again, as hard as it is to believe, you may be in a position where they're just not going to be able to not physically be able to catch you in terms of the standings, but they won't do it because they're no good. Like, you may just put yourself in a catbird. If you win, you're going to the playoffs. But even if you're 5-5, Brett, you're going to be 8-5 if you beat the Falcons, okay? Because you're going to blow out the Raiders, you're going to smoke the Browns, and you're going to be an 8-5 team. That Falcons game looms large. Now, if you go to 5-5 and then you lose at home to the Falcons and you're 5-6, crap.
Well, that opens the door for teams like Cincy again.
Right, that's me saying crap. Yeah.
Well, it's a week-to-week league, especially at this juncture. It really is. And to look past each game is a fool's errand, and it remains a fool's errand. Your focus is on KC, a place that you've lost 8 straight times. You've lost 16 of 17 to that team. 8 straight at Arrowhead. And yet, someone like Brett Kane calls it a 50-50 proposition, which is somewhat alarming when you think about those numbers. I mean, I'm going to repeat this. They've lost 8 in a row there, including 16 of 17.
They're playing 4 years ago.
And the Chiefs are undefeated and multiple champions. But, yes, it's 50-50 at Arrowhead. Think about how dumb that sounds.
Well, I don't care.
I'm going to say it again. Think about how dumb that sounds.
I don't care what the Chiefs were 4 years ago when that 8 straight started.
Moshe, how dumb does it sound?
It sounds just really, really dumb. Brett, see, here's the problem. Is that what you refuse to do is take a step back and literally listen to yourself and what you're saying. And then try to envision that what you're saying goes out to the people on the airwaves and through the Twitch and Altitude Television and Alexa play Altitude 92.5, that kind of thing. And then you lose it because people hear it and they don't trust you anymore.
Just be normal. Be normal.
Just be a normal person.
Say stuff like, "Hey, man, we'd love the Broncos to win. We think they can win, but let's be honest, it's going to be very difficult." Don't start the week by saying, "Hey, fellas, like D-Mac and Sanford. Hey, fellas, come on, man.
Yeah.
Just be normal humans. Be normal people.
Dear Coach Sanford, yeah, you are on hippie lettuce.
I feel like I am being totally normal and rational. Both things. And again,
Someone
this isn't
have
me-
some faith.
Hang
There's
on.
a difference between faith and lunacy. Okay? There's a line you cross between blind lunatic fringe faith and I believe in good things. There's a big difference.
I'll repeat something to you guys that I'm trying to make clear. These games are about matchups, okay? I've watched the Chiefs a lot this year. Their offense is not one that is going to blow you away, okay?
Okay, they're top 10 in scoring and they're top 10 in yards.
Don't
but
care.
Okay.
They're not going to be a team that blows you away because they haven't blown away anybody this year.
They don't need to. Didn't Jeff Legwold express to you why? They don't need to. They just play to the pace of the opposition. That's all they do.
Okay, so they play down to their competition. That's what you're telling me? When you do that, you leave room for if you make a mistake, which you shouldn't, you lose. That's what happens. And they have been prone to mistakes this year. Mahomes has 9 interceptions. When the Broncos win the turnover battle, they're really good. If they take care of the football, they're going to have a really good shot to win. And I don't know how that's irrational to say. Because last week I was the one sounding the alarm that could be a blowout loss. Last week, because it was different.
What do you mean you were the one? I told you they were going to get slaughtered.
Listen,
I said that weeks before.
I would be so happy if by 2 o'clock Sunday afternoon and there's snow on the ground in Denver that I could sit here and say, wow, what a win. Monumental for the Denver Broncos. What a day. I hope so much I can do that. I'm going to tell you something. If the Broncos can get me there, which I don't think they can, but if they can get me there, I will voluntarily on Monday walk into Dan Store's glass door again. I will do it voluntarily.
And you'll do it with the same sort of effort,
and pace.
The same pace, yes.
Yeah. Let me validate Vic breaking his nose on Dan's glass door. The windows in our new offices
is there a mark?
Yeah, there's a mark, yes. It's crooked as well. Dude, I think you busted it a little bit, or you at least dented
I'm not
it.
joking. I think I broke my nose.
The windows in our offices are incredibly clean. Really, really, really clean. Now, I don't know who keeps them clean. I have no idea.
Give Tick the credit she deserves to making sure everything is crystal clean in that place.
Yeah.
I don't look at windows.
She handles those people with an iron fist. She's like, clean your windows. No,
I don't
but
believe in windows.
It looks... Well, Vic does now. He may not have before, but it's like running into Santa Claus coming down the chimney. Anyway, the point is that they're really clean. And, Vic, I can see as to why you would have just walked straight through it because it happens.
By the way, Texture says,
I want the video, though, Brett.
Are you telling
the video.
Are you telling me Xavier Worthy can't do the exact same thing as Zay Flowers did last week? Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you because Xavier Worthy has 17 catches this year, not 50 like Zay Flowers has. Because it doesn't matter what his 40 time is because you still have to get open and make catches.
Yeah.
They aren't the same guy.
Besides your
It's not the
ridiculous
same
notions,
offense.
your ridiculous predictions, do the Broncos put Pat Surtain on Travis Kelce and say, go get him?
No. Not on
No?
Kelce. No,
Who deals with Kelce?
You bracket him. Travis Kelce has.
Yeah, you're right. That's worked wonders over the last 8 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Vic is, Vic is the
what a
linebacker
great
in the league
example.
who can
No,
cover.
what a great example.
Travis
what a great
Kelce.
example. Travis Kelce is like the perfect sort of example of what I'm talking about here. This isn't Travis Kelce 3 years ago.
Watch.
Kelce is not as good now as he was
Watch
then.
Sunday.
You guys are scared of the ghost of Christmas past and not seeing what's happening now.
Hey, did Kansas City beat Baltimore?
They did. Yeah. They did.
Huh.
Because their defense is very, very good.
Yeah, well, so did the Raiders.
I know, but who's had the tougher schedule this year? The Broncos or the Chiefs?
The Chiefs have, by far.
By a lot. And they're undefeated.
Mm-hmm.
And you're telling me it's a 50-50 proposition at a place you've lost 8 in a row and 16 of 17 overall.
Yes.
You're drunk on a Friday morning before the snow. You're drunk in the head.
Exactly what I'm telling you. 303-504-0925. Well, go a couple more minutes now. But I love that you brought up Kelsey, because that's one of my examples. It's like Kelsey has burned you to death over and over and over again, and Travis Kelsey does not look the same. Now, DeAndre Hopkins has brought a different dynamic, obviously, to that team. We witnessed that last week. But I think with the secondary that the Broncos have, especially, and this is a big key here, pun intended, Devon Key was picked on by Baltimore last week because he's a backup, and he's just not as good. P.J. Locke has practiced for 2 straight days fully. I expect him to be back in the starting lineup, which should help a little bit of those secondary issues you might have had against Baltimore. There's just, again, this is a matchup thing. The Broncos match up way better than the Chiefs than they do with the Ravens. And I think that's clear because I don't think either of you guys expect a blowout this weekend. Neither of you.
I don't expect a blowout. If one does occur, it's not going to be from the Broncos side. I can promise you that. And that's not some sort of, dumb prediction or anything of that nature. I know that's low-hanging fruit, but that's the case, Brett. And yeah, maybe we do have a little hangover from Chiefs of Christmas past. But at the same time, this is a team, again, unbeaten, tougher schedule than the Broncos, and they have the ability to turn it on at times and just make you look silly. They have the ability to make you look like an absolute idiot. Kelsey's got 1 touchdown on the season, 435 yards receiving. He's still the number 1 target for Patrick Mahomes. The fact is the Broncos don't have a linebacker, and no team really does, that can cover him. And if you don't want to cheat a safety on him all the time, or as you say, Brett, bracket him, then what are you going to do? He's going to get his. You just better make sure you get to Mahomes. You better make sure you get to Patrick Mahomes, which is way, way difficult.
Come back to this in a bit. Drunk Take's coming up in about 30 minutes. Stick around.
I was into grape nuts or D's nuts.
Vic, this is Surfaces. The song is Bloom.
It's a happy song.
Well, Sanford, we're on TV. We're on TV. Don't do that. Don't do that. We're on TV.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. I love it.
Hi, Coach. I mean, right out of the gate.
Like to welcome
cable. I mean, thank God it's cable.
Like to welcome our regional network audience.
Oh, now he's gone. Now he's gone.
12 states across the country that are watching our fine program this morning as Sanford greets you with double barrels.
Oh, that's so funny.
Unbelievable, this guy.
It is funny, though. Sometimes I forget our show is actually broadcast on cable television, and you start thinking about some of the actions that you do. Does Coach want to jump on? What's he doing here? He keeps popping on and off. What's going on?
Why is he here?
I'm out in Las Vegas, man.
Why?
Oh, you are? For what?
Yeah, my dad is coaching his people don't know this yet, but he's coaching his final season, 49 years of high school, college, and pro football, and he's got a playoff game tonight.
Are you
all right?
Are you broadcasting from a prison cell? Where are you?
No, this is the coolest thing. So they redid the JW Marriott in Summerlin, and they have a broadcast pod in the business center. So it's like it's soundproof. Nobody can hear me screaming at you guys.
Wow.
So what you're telling me is that like podcasters will stay at the hotel and they'll use that room to do their podcasts and whatnot.
That's apparently what it's for. I mean, there was nobody up this morning anywhere in Las Vegas, and I was just walking around looking for a place to squat for the 10 to noon show, and I found this pod, and then I asked the front desk, what's it for? And she's like, people like you.
So you're not staying at the hotel? You're just using their pod?
I am.
Okay, so can I ask you a personal question? And this, again,
please.
every family's different, every culture's different, every heritage is different. Again, in my heritage, in the Italian culture, if you go visit a family member, no matter who it is or where they live, it is an insult not to stay at their house. Like when I go back to Italy, I have to stay at my aunt's, cousins' homes. If anybody comes to visit, they have to. There's no choice. You never, ever stay at a hotel. You're going to visit your dad. Why are you at a hotel?
Because of my mom. She doesn't want to have 3 extremely loud, dirty, obnoxious children running around her house, in addition to myself and, the old mother-in-law, daughter-in-law relationship. It's not always the best.
Always sensitive.
Oh, here we go.
And then
here we go.
They do have, it's space confined, if you will, a bit. So yeah, so my wife, myself, and my daughter are at the hotel, and then the 2 boys are at
that is
mom
so
and dad,
foreign to me.
grandma and
Like when I go visit my daughter in L.A., I stay at her place. It's just the way it is. I mean, there's I'm not staying at a hotel.
No,
I ain't doing it.
No.
What do you mean no?
I got one of those
I gotta have my own space. I can't like even when I'll go stay with my parents. But I like to have my own space. I like to be able to come and go as I please.
Oh, that's crazy. I'm so with Vic on this. I'm so with Vic.
No, I'm not. I'd rather Motel 6 than anything else.
The idea,
isn't that why you have family? Isn't that what family's for?
If I go back to Nebraska over Christmas and I say, hey, Mom and Dad, I'm staying at a hotel, the level of insult they would take to me saying that would be unbelievable.
Yeah, well, get a little bit older, Brett. When you're 50 years old, you're not going to be going, can I stay with you, Mama?
No. I love my parents.
I need
hey,
my
Sanford.
own. Okay.
Sanford, we went out to L.A. as a show a few years back, and we all stayed at my brother's place, except for Mosier. He refused.
He dipped. Sanford, I slept on an air mattress with Jesse's disgusting feet right next to my face.
Next to his face.
It was like, but listen, at a Delio studio in Pasadena, dude, it was like a prison cell.
It was cramped.
It was like you
what?
had bodies stacked on bodies, and
so what?
Okay. I went down the street to the Squirrel's Butt Inn, and I got me a little motel room, literally a quarter mile down the way. It was easy.
You know what I've learned over the years of traveling with college football assistant coaches and going to work these satellite camps and recruiting travel is the guy that's Mark Mosier they have really, I'm talking really weird lifestyles.
Yes.
They do things that they don't want other people
Yes.
to know that they're doing. So they're so consistently weird and do strange things that they can't be around people for over 6 hours at a time.
Totally agree with you.
That is
you're
absolutely
scared,
not
You're
true.
scared that we're going to
You are
see the
more than welcome.
skeletons.
No, there are none. You're more. I like to have my own space. I like to lay my own stuff out in the. Now, listen, I stay with my parents. Okay, I'll stay at their house, but I prefer to kind of just do my own thing.
Okay, well, hang on.
I prefer to.
Well, we got Sanford on. I just
Either way, yeah, let's talk football.
Before you do your show, it's been the first occasion this week as I've been berated for 3 straight days from both of my co-hosts about how stupid I sound about the game this weekend, and I finally have an ally. And they cannot deny that your football brain is much larger and has more depth than theirs. So give them the football reasons as to why I believe it's a 50-50 proposition this weekend. You think the Broncos are going to win. Why?
Well, Kaner, first off, don't jump on into my camp because you're a toe dipper. You won't fully commit. You're a guy that likes to have, you want to feel the temperature of the water, but you don't want to dive in, man. That's who you are right now. Okay. So
I'm the dangling my feet in. Yeah.
I appreciate you at least dipping your toe in the waters of Coach Sanford, but this is what I believe to be true. I like matchups. I like styles. Styles make fights. And I thought that the matchup for the Denver Broncos with a rookie quarterback at Baltimore was as bad of a matchup as you could find. That is a high-flying, dynamic offense, and the Broncos are yet to prove that they can keep up score for score with a dynamic offense. Seattle is about the closest thing to it. I don't see that, and the stats would back me up with the Kansas City Chiefs. And it played out against the Tampa Bay Bucks. But I believe this even before the Tampa Bay Bucks because I've been watching the film. And right now, they are not a consistent, high-scoring, dynamic offense. And they also have a quarterback where you do not have to account whatsoever for the quarterback run. You don't. I mean, he'll get a couple first downs a game with his legs. Is he going to do that after he came up hobbled last week? I don't think so. And I love Bo Nix to get fully unleashed in the ground game. I think he is going to run
They
the
should
football.
do that.
It should happen. It has to happen.
The New Orleans game, I keep pointing to that game, Coach. Remember when they ran that quarterback? It was a derived play. It was a purposeful quarterback run to the left with the lead blocker. Everybody said, you can't run the quarterback. You'll get him hurt. He didn't get hurt. He went 33 yards untouched. Why aren't they doing more of that?
Here's what I think, Vic. I think that Sean Payton isn't fully committed, invested into the college style of offense. He's above that. He's been an NFL coach for 30 years or, between being an assistant coach and he hasn't been in the college game, frankly, ever, except for when he was like a graduate assistant. But I do think he likes winning, Vic, and I think he really wanted to win in New Orleans. And when his quarterback didn't have his fastball in the passing game, he's like, screw it. I'm going to go to the curveball because I want to win. And I believe that this is one of those games where the ego is on the line and he is going to unleash the quarterback designed run game, particularly on third down and in the red zone to score points. And every time that you can turn 3 into 7 is going to be a big deal. And the last thing about this why I believe this, Kaner, I love the Broncos defensive style against more traditional offensive attacks. And I don't think that the threat of Lamar Jackson, even though they didn't run him, but the game plan going in accounted for a non-traditional offensive scheme, and that's why they did what they did. I thought that Vance Joseph prepared for something that was never done, which is Lamar Jackson as the design runner.
Gosh, Moshe, it sounds it sounds a lot like what I've said the last 3 days.
I know it does. First of all, Vic will tell you the story. Spagnuolo his story is that he's 11-1 against rookie quarterbacks in his career. Drawn up a game plan. That's pretty impressive. Number 2, outside of Bo Nix running the football with his legs and taking off because the Broncos will allow him to do it, we know that Mahomes can do it. I don't think they want him to do it as much. Name me one thing that you think, outside of stylistically matching up, that the Denver Broncos do better than the Kansas City Chiefs.
Take the football away. I think that in the games where they've been rolling, in the Baltimore Ravens,
okay.
The game
if that doesn't happen, then what?
Let them finish.
Take the football away. Pressure the passer. They're the best on planet Earth currently in the NFL in statistical pressures on a quarterback that alter them off their spot and make them have to throw from off platform, flee the pocket. The Broncos are the best in the National Football League at doing that. The other thing I think is I believe that Bo Nix, and I'm going to say the only elite, I'm not talking about really good, elite trait that he's had is actually between his ears. And that's the trait of response. And that's a big deal. Anytime he's had a bad performance, he has responded the subsequent game. He did it in training camp. We watched it, guys. We were out there every single day. He had one really bad day. Remember the first day in pads? Yeah. He was terrible. He looked like a fish out of water. And I was like, this guy doesn't have it. Yeah. Next day he comes out. He had a chip on his shoulder, something to prove, and he did it.
Hey, Coach, can you tell the boys how cool it was to watch that Nuggets rally the other night against OKC from the second row at Ball Arena?
It was glorious, absolutely glorious. I was fortunate that I have a friend that offered those tickets to me and my wife 3 hours before tip. I had no idea. So, hey, when you're a backup option, you just take it when you can get it. And that's typically what I am. That's what I've been on the airwaves at Altitude Sports Radio. I'm always a pretty solid backup. But when you get your opportunity, you just got to Brock Purdy it, man. And I was there for the right game. Vic, that was a playoff game. That was a playoff.
Didn't it feel like it? The crowd. How about Russ bringing the energy when they're down 16? Didn't it feel lifeless and listless? And you're like, well, they're going to lose this game. And then Russ gets into it, makes a couple layups, and then he gets boisterous with the crowd. He emboldens them. He beckons, give us some help, and everything turned after that.
He is such a fire starter of a personality. First off, being down there, you would get to hear a lot of the interactions, which was really fun. Russell Westbrook is the most engaged player with the fans I've ever seen in any sport.
And with his teammates in the huddle.
Yes. Tyreek Stevenson might have something to say about that. Engage with the fans.
Who is
okay. The opposing fans. He's the guy from the Bears who started messing with the fans and then got beat on the Hail Mary. Yeah. No, but in the huddles, Coach, you should hear this guy talk to his teammates. It's crazy. It's awesome.
It's exactly why they signed him, Vic. Because if you look at, there is a void of that personality on this Nuggets roster. And I would argue that there's probably been that void, a combination of a guy that's a dog on the floor and will do whatever it takes, even if he doesn't have his shot. He'll find a way to be a productive player, but then he'll also be the agitator of the opposing team and also the unifier of his own team. It's really fun to watch, and I can tell that he is thriving and enjoying being in this environment because he realizes he is the one guy. He doesn't have to compete with LeBron James for that type of a role, and it is a joy to watch.
Coach, I hope you're correct about this weekend. I hope Brett is correct. I want the Broncos to beat the Chiefs. If they beat the Chiefs, they're in the postseason. I mean, Indy is just middling. The Bengals are good, but they are not going to have enough time to make up that ground, I don't believe. That being said, if the Chiefs pace the Broncos, what can I do to you?
I will eat pizza that has been sitting in your car for 48 hours.
And you know what I'll do? I swear to God, Sunday at 2 p.m., I'm going to order a pizza. And I'm going to stick it in the back of my truck. And I'm going to let it just sit there.
Hey, you want to hear the most disturbing sound you've ever heard in your life, Mike Sanford? This was 1 hour ago on this show. You know what Mosier puts in his stomach, right? This is Mosier trying to speak over the microphone. Listen to what emerged from his stomach. Listen. That was him.
Can you give it a little bit fuller? Let's hear a couple of words beforehand so you can really get the feel of this.
The true Nikola. You got the Nikola Jokic. You got the true guy here, see?
That's what came out of his stomach.
That was not amplified, by the way. That was the real sound.
No, I definitely amplified that.
And this is the person that we're listening to and trusting his takes?
Yes.
I mean, he's poisoned. His entire body is poisoned. And you don't think that affects his brain?
Hey, Butt Nugget, I got in last night at 2 a.m. All right? That's why I'm home today. My tummy's on 3 hours sleep max. Sorry about that.
Hey, Dillhole, listen, I got in at 3, so hold my beer. And I traveled with an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old and a wife that hates traveling and has more travel anxiety than anybody I've met.
Coach, have a great weekend about the wife. Kids.
Yeah, have a great weekend. That video I sent you, though, about the wife coming back from a trip, is that pretty accurate or what? That was funny, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, did you guys miss me? Did you miss me?
Yeah, everything was pretty good. You know, everything went well.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Had fun.
But Nugget and Raj coming up at 10 o'clock, so stay tuned for that. See you, Coach.
See y'all.
All right, Mike Sanford giving us a little insight to his thoughts on the game this weekend. Drunk Takes next.
round and round, round and round, what comes around. Dig.
All right, let me ask it this way, guys. Better chance that the Broncos beat Kansas City or that CU loses to Texas Tech?
Oh, my God. Why can't we go which is the better chance of winning?
Because you guys would say CU, and
Why
that's
are you
not
doing
interesting.
that to me?
Is it more likely that Kansas City loses to the Broncos or that CU loses to Texas Tech?
Okay, no, you just did it wrong. You said Broncos win and CU loses.
Okay.
You're messing with my brain here.
Okay, I did it the opposite way. Rephrase one more time. Better chance the Broncos beat KC or that CU loses to Texas Tech?
CU loses to Texas Tech is more likely to happen than the Broncos winning
It's
at
not
Kansas
even
City.
a question. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. The Buffs have a 60% chance of winning. The Broncos have a 30% chance of winning, tops.
I think that's fair, Brett. And listen, I understand what you're
CU's
saying.
more
I
than
understand
that.
what Coach. You do?
Like this is what I'm telling you. I'm like irrationally confident in CU
You really
for some
are.
reason.
And here's the thing about you, Brett. If there's one thing I know about you is that Vic and I tend to get irrational at times, especially when I'm doing my beginning
He's a
season
front runner,
predictions.
Moj, he's a front runner.
Yeah, he
This is
feels
what he
that way.
does.
And not only that, Coach Sanford accused you of ripping off his talking points, and I got to agree with him.
You jump on a team that's hot, or like if I had asked you that question at the beginning of the season, and here's one thing that we have to come to terms with, all right, because it's on us, and I consider us.
By the way, that line has now gone down to 7.5.
Which game?
Holy crap. The Broncos game has gone from Chiefs -9 to -7.5.
Well, they're giving some Broncos some love. It's still not a 50-50
And the over-under,
proposition.
they're just like I'm thinking. Check this out, Kaner. It's not in the 30s, but the over-under is 41.5. That's pretty low for a Chiefs team. That just backs up what you're saying, but it backs up what I'm saying. That if the Broncos are going to win, it's going to be a low-scoring game.
Can I hold us accountable? Can I hold us accountable real quick
Sure.
regarding Prime and CU, because you're so high on them as we all are. You know, right now they are driving the bus. Has your attitude changed toward next year? If you had asked me at the beginning of the season, do you think Prime's done after this year? I'd say 100% yes. I'm not so sure anymore.
I'm not. Hang on. I don't even know how to answer the question because I'm not even sure if him winning a bunch of games helps or hurts your cause of keeping.
You're
him.
right, because is he going to be gobbled up by some other squad?
So I don't even know how to answer that.
Well, I'm telling you right now, Florida State sucks.
Well,
he's
got issues with Florida State.
After an undefeated season and a hurt quarterback, they're terrible. I know he does, but money talks and BS walks.
See, but hang on, Vic. You said that I was a front runner. Okay, in regards to CU, I'm more confident in CU because I think CU has just gotten progressively better each week that the season's gone on. Like I think they're just a way better football team now than they were in week 2 against Nebraska.
Especially on the road.
Yeah.
You're right.
So, but in regards to the Broncos, if I wanted to be a front runner, I would have said I think the Broncos upset the Ravens last week, and I didn't. I didn't think they win. I'm with Sanford. I think this is a style game. I think you just match up well with what the Chiefs do. It's two good defenses. Is their offense better than the Broncos? Yeah, it's better, but it's not amazing. Like I just think it's a style matchup, and they match up a lot better against the Chiefs than they did the Ravens last week. So I don't think I'm being a front runner here.
I don't disagree with you, Brett. I think I know how good Kansas City is. And I thought that Legwald was correct. In the regular season, they expend as much energy as they need to win the damn game. And so they may be in some ugly games and close games and whatnot, but they find a way to win. That's who they are. They've learned to play the system, trick the system until they get to the postseason, then they win.
It is snowing like a mother right now. The Nuggets have canceled their shoot-around. They normally have shoot-around day of games.
Ugh.
That sucker's canceled. So
speaking of, hold on one sec. Let me read you something. Hang on.
Okay.
Well, we're not going to stop talking.
Yeah. Did you want me to just stop doing the
I
job?
know you don't have a window at your studio that you can look at.
I can see a little sliver of that
but
one
in
that
Golden
faces the
right
parking
now,
lot.
it is a blanket, dude.
Yeah.
It is a blanket of snow. It is here. It is upon us, and it is not messing around.
When work says, hello, staff, due to extreme cold and snow, our offices are closed to non-essential personnel today. This is Friday, right? That's why Brandon's not showing up. He's non-essential, right? The
Brandon's
hillbilly
here.
Evans.
Yeah,
You're
he's here.
kidding me.
Yeah, he's here.
He's right over there.
Oh my God! It's a miracle. You know what? It's a Christmas miracle, is what it is. Amazing. Anyway, when your company says all non-essentials chill, you know it's going to be bad.
So just quickly here before we get to drunk takes, Vic. Nuggets.
Does that make me a non-essential since since we're not there? Are we non-essential?
No, man, I got home at 2 a.m, bro. I'm not. I needed a little shut eye.
Vic, quickly before drunk takes, a little preview on the Heat game tonight.
Miami's always a tough opponent. You always play to their style. It's always going to be close at the end. The Nuggets can sure use another. They're 5-3, hoping to go 6-3. They've got Dallas waiting Sunday night, which will be a hell of a matchup. Jimmy Butler's always going to be tough to deal with. And I want to see now what happens tonight when Jamal Murray returns. We expect him to play. I don't know for sure. They haven't listed it yet, but I expect him to play. How does that change the rotation? Russ comes back off the bench. What happens from there? Russ has been great as a starter. I expect Jamal to return to his starter's role, but what do they do to tweak the rotation thereafter?
Yeah.
We shall find out.
Good point. Yep.
Can catch that game right here, Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5, 7 o'clock tip, 6:30 pregame. And now, our favorite part of the week.
Dun, 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 dun. Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane present dun, 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 dun. Drunk Takes. Brought to you by Lariat Lodge Brewing Company. Crack open a cold beer or enjoy scratch food and a cold pint at one of their 2 scenic locations in Littleton and Evergreen.
Shout out to our friends over at Lariat Lodge, those 2 beautiful locations. I'm sure they are looking like a winter wonderland right now. Evergreen and Littleton. Lariat Lodge, great food, great beers. Go check them out. Drunk Takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly?
It's a strip club, dude. What do you think it is? Motley Crue singing about daycare?
Girls. It's a farmer's market,
Yes,
actually.
exactly.
Girls.
Motley.
Looking at fresh avocados from the farm.
Comes in a pumpkin patch.
It's a leaf peeping sanctuary.
Yeah,
That's where the girls go.
Exactly.
You know what?
Maple leaves. Look at those aspens. They're turning brown.
I mean,
Vic,
look.
Because Vic goes, what's the dollhouse in Fort Lauderdale? From the Motley Crue song. What do you think it is?
I didn't know what the hell you guys were talking about.
What's next?
The true Nikola. You got the Nikola Jokic. You got the true guy. Hearsay.
Kind of sounds like Jabba the Hutt slowed down, doesn't it?
I mean,
it does.
That's
You are Jabba the Moj. From now
Emanated.
on, Jabba the Moj.
It emanated from here and just... What's next?
We gonna get booed. I heard they throw, is it tacos? Fajitas? Tortillas? I said everything but the right thing, huh? I was around the area, though. I was around the area now. What is it again? Tortillas. Is that legal to throw tortillas?
Okay, real question. Does Dion not know what a tortilla is?
I assume
Yeah,
he does.
he just wasn't sure what they were throwing. He knows what a tortilla is.
They throw tortillas. He goes, what is it again? Tortillas? I'm wondering if he didn't hear it or if he doesn't know what a tortilla is.
He knows what a tortilla is.
Tortillas?
I love tacos more.
He raised a very good question. Is it legal in Texas to throw tortillas? I'm guessing it is.
If you know what, if I went to somebody,
if you go to Maine, you're going to jail. But if you're in Texas, you're okay.
No, if I went across the street to Park Meadows and I walked into a mall and I went to the food court and got a fully made taco and threw it at somebody, I'm probably getting stopped by security.
Yeah, you probably are.
What's next?
We'd work the streets. But if you knocked on my door at 9:45 at night, dude, we worked the streets.
Yeah, I don't think you did that, Vic. That's a different thing.
I worked the streets. From Colfax on up, I would work the streets.
He's a welder. He's a street worker, and you just want him to win.
That is not, Vic, again, what you did. You did not do that, especially as a child.
I did.
What's next? All right, my turn.
No, it stopped at 6. No, you're not. No, you're free. No. That sounded like me running into that glass door yesterday.
It did, yeah, it did. That's what a goal call sounds like. What's next?
Should it be illegal to paint wings on a roof? Poll question?
I thought this was America. Well, I'm going to run on that platform. Well, here's what I feel.
That ticket.
Here's how I feel.
I'm going to run on that.
But they got to top of the morning to you, Wangs. I mean, it's like, I don't. They're feeling the wrath of the people who own the building.
Feeling the wrath of the Wings, huh, Moj?
All right, we got time for one more, Nelly. Go ahead.
Oh, my God.
Mitchell, top of the key to Dick. Dick penetrates. Leans in, layup, good.
Grady Dick is who that was. Grady Dick. All right. Nuggets Heat tonight, 7 o'clock tip. Catch that right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Can you imagine the Miami boys, they're in town, and they're normal Miami weather and gear, and they see outside and go, what?
Yeah.
This is a game where I propose the NBA has outdoor games. Just once a year.
I'm sure that would work great for them. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mojo, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday. Love you. Bye.
I heard they throw, is it tacos, fajitas, tortillas?
and that is it. The only goal of the hockey game came a minute and 6 seconds in. Connor Hellebuck makes 34 saves on 34 shots. He gets his third shutout of the season, fourth career versus the Avalanche, and Colorado is kept off the scoreboard for the first time this season. First shutout of the year on the side of one of the highest scoring teams in the NHL, the Colorado Avalanche. Final score from Winnipeg, Jets 1 and the Avalanche nothing.
Avs fall 1-0 in Winnipeg. Great hockey game. Dueling goaltenders there. Connor Hellebuck and Alexander Georgiev gave up a goal 66 seconds in that he couldn't do a damn thing about. And I would say he kept the Avs in the rest of that hockey game. Couldn't find a way to jump one past the hottest team in the NHL. Jets are 13-1. Just the second team in NHL history to start off their first 14 games with 13 wins. They are leading the NHL Central Division. Welcome in, Alex Reinemi. Coach Mike Sanford's out there in Las Vegas. Good for you. It is dumping snow on us right now to the point where no one's in the office. Coach, how the heck are you?
Well, I'm not going to lie. I kind of miss the snow, man. I mean, it's sunny and about 62 degrees outside right now. I mean, it's hoodie and shorts weather. So, you know me, I love some fresh pow, but yeah, you got the shorts on. I
hoodie
love
and
it.
Shorts right now, baby.
Yeah, man. Hey, so I don't know if you can see my setup here, Raj. This is a new, like, they rebuilt a hotel that our family gets a great rate at. So me and my wife and my daughter are staying at the hotel, and the two boys are at they're at the grandparents. They built a podcast and broadcast studio pod in the business center that's soundproof, and you got all the connections. This is amazing, man.
Good for you.
It looks unbelievable. Again, Coach out there in Vegas today, heading to Coach Sanford Sr.'s possible final game, but we expect him to win this evening. Out there with the family. He'll be back on Monday. We'll get into the Avs a little bit later. It's a 1-0 hockey game. Way she goes. Sometimes you don't score, and as a result, you won't win. They're fine. Listen, if the Avs lost, or rather won the game 8-7 last night with Georgiev in net, I think I'd take the 1-0 loss where Georgie looks good. And again, he looked fantastic. The one goal that goes in, he couldn't do a damn thing about. He made some excellent saves, stopped Kyle Connor on a breakaway, stopped Nick Ehlers on a backdoor shot. The Avs just couldn't punch through. But the story of the night last night was that was the most entertaining football game we've had all season long. 35-34 final, Baltimore over Cincinnati. We get the complete opposite of what happened on Monday with the Chiefs, where you get into a situation on the road where you could force overtime, and knowing that it's damn near an unstoppable offense on the other side and an MVP candidate in Lamar Jackson. What do the Bengals do? They go for two. They get screwed by two non-calls. I love the call. It just isn't successful.
I loved the call, meaning to go for two.
The decision.
I did not particularly love the play call. You know, the balls, you even heard some of the audio after the game. I'm sure we'll get to it in NFL notes from Jamar Chase. He's like, hey, I'm over here. I'm one-on-one. I don't love the fact that you threw frankly, a stick route, which is a 4 or 5 yard stop route. And that's the decision that you make. There was no creativity. You and I had this discussion yesterday, Raj. We talked about Sean Payton wants to keep his best plays to score 6, not 2. Well, you sure as hell would have liked to have had your best in that moment, would you, Raj?
It was an odd play call. Don't get me wrong. I still love the decision to try and go for it. And I honestly, there were some people dragging Jamar. Jamar got a little bit of separation at the end, but the pocket started to collapse a little bit. I understand why the throw went to the opposite side from Chase there, but I also understand, like, the dude's sitting there. He's got north of 200 yards. He's got 3 touchdowns in the game. Nobody can touch him. I understand why it's like, listen, even if I've got one-on-one coverage on the outside and there might be someone hedging to come over and help if they see Burrow's eyes go over, throw the ball to him. Like, if that's how you lose, I suppose I can be okay with it. People were dragging Jamar for his post-game comments saying, I should have gotten the ball, essentially, and I don't think he should be chastised for it.
I don't either. And I think that in that situation, and Zach Taylor he's fighting for his football life because they have such a talented roster. I know they've dealt with a lot of injuries. The mix and absence with the trade to Houston is felt for sure. But Chase Brown had a really good game last night. This is a offense that is capable of doing things in that moment. Just from the coach's perspective, I always like to do something from a motion standpoint to be able to create at least this certainty. Start out with two receivers to the side of Jamar Chase, motion one, either speed timing motion, and you can gather the information if you truly have one-on-one coverage on that backside. You didn't do that. You essentially ran double stick routes on both sides, and Jamar Chase is in an awkward position in a max split. I just would have loved to have seen something to allow the quarterback to undress, whether it is potentially a double coverage, as we call it in football, a bracket coverage or not. So it was just a missed opportunity in a tremendous football game. And it is exactly what I thought. The Ravens now are the team. They have cemented it themselves as the team that has had one of the toughest schedules in the NFL. Shoot, they just had to play the Broncos last week. They opened the season with the Chiefs and a likely toe away from winning that game, and that would be the Chiefs' loss. But I think the Ravens are the real deal, man.
Pro Football Focus, the teams with the most at stake in Week 10. With a win, Cincinnati would have skyrocketed up to a 54% chance to make the playoffs despite starting the season 1-4. With a loss yesterday, 24% now. The Broncos with a win this weekend against Kansas City, talk about skyrocketing, 72% if they win that game, with a loss down to just 42. And it's odd. Those numbers they're a stark contrast. But I was listening to the guys in the morning, especially like it was Motion Brett talking about how Cincinnati can almost be thought of as an afterthought with a 4-6 record. I don't know if I can write that team off. Cincinnati has a game next week at Los Angeles, the Chargers. I think they can beat the Chargers on the road. They've got games at Dallas, dumpster fire, at Tennessee, still in the playoff picture, but you're way better than Tennessee. Home against Cleveland, dumpster fire. You should win that football game. I expect them to win those 4 football games. That gets them, in my book, to 8-6, with the 3 weeks remaining against who? Denver in Week 16, and 2 games against the Pittsburgh Steelers, one that's home after a bye week and 3 weeks from right now, and then the final game of the season. I think there's a world in which Cincinnati can finish this season 10-7. I don't think you should write them off whatsoever, especially when you go up against the team that you said, that's the team to beat in the AFC. They were fine. They were right there. They're closer than the Broncos were.
They've been right there a majority of this season, right, Raj? Like, if you look back at the Bengals, what last night did for me, in particular the fact that the Bengals lost that game, it all came into clear focus that the Broncos are going to be competing against the Bengals for that playoff spot. And the beautiful thing about it is they're going to be playing the second to last game of the year. And that is going to be a game, what I believe, unless the Broncos lose in Kansas City, which is not going to happen, Raj. It's not happening. Don't even start that.
Guarantee it,
but
Coach.
If the Broncos were to defy the odds of Mike Sanford's his brain, then I think that the Broncos are going to be competing directly against the Bengals for the remainder of the year. Now, I think the Chargers certainly are going to figure into that as well. I think that's going to be a really interesting 3-team race, and the Broncos are going to play both of them in the final 5 games of the season.
If that isn't a flex game, I don't know what is. Those teams they're both going to be in it. That is a win or you go home game for both Denver and Cincinnati. Unless something crazy happens. Like, let's say Cincy just does what they have this season. They haven't performed in close games as well as they've needed to, and certainly as well as they've done in years past. They could walk into LA and lose next week, and then I'm singing a completely different tune. But the way that they lost to a bona fide Super Bowl contender makes me, I wouldn't say more scared, but I'm not writing them off at 4-6 whatsoever right now. I still think that they are right there. They're more dangerous than the Colts are. They're certainly more dangerous than the Jets are. And I think, again, because I think they're going to go into LA and beat the Chargers next week, I think they're more dangerous than Harbaugh and Herbert are.
Yeah, something that's so unique when you see Baltimore at Los Angeles Chargers on the schedule on ESPN.com. It's easy to glaze over the fact that that is the Harbaugh redo.
Yes,
it's gonna be a massive affair. You got both Harbaugh brothers coaching against each other again. What was it? The Super Bowl between the Baltimore Ravens that they beat the San Francisco 49ers when Jim Harbaugh was the head coach there. It is, as we know, that's one of the best made for TV moments. The networks are going to take it and run with it for 7 days consecutively, but it will be a very interesting football game. And Jim and John Harbaugh have their teams playing damn well right now. I mean, you have to tip your cap when it's due, and those two guys are doing a really good job.
Again, couple of weirdos, but couple of dudes who just win football games wherever they go. When's the last time that you saw him lose? That is what it is.
So when I was working for Jim Harbaugh at Stanford, I was invited to Jim Harbaugh's wedding, and John Harbaugh was the best man. And I'll never forget it because Jim is very quirky, Raj. Like, I am talking next level quirkiness. And John's like the best man, does the best man speech. And my wife looks over at me and she goes, "You work for the wrong Harbaugh." And I'm like, "No, I love Jim and all of his quirks."
Words for the wrong Harbaugh. Might be in Baltimore at this point, Coach.
I'd rather be hanging out with you, Raj.
I appreciate that. Avs fall 1-0. You heard it right here on 92.5 last night. Shutout from Connor Hellebuck. The guy continues to show up in regular season games. Again, I told you guys that the Jets 13-1, just the second team in NHL history to start off a season with that record. The last team to do so was the Ottawa Senators in 2007 and 2008. It's a team that got swept in the first round by the Pittsburgh Penguins. And I was talking about this with Spring on the postgame show, coaches. I look at that game as a type of playoff game, but I don't believe that because Winnipeg wins it, that I'm really nervous about facing that team in the postseason. I still think this is a positive for Colorado after this. I'm not nervous about them until they prove it.
Is this one of the most positive developments for the Avs season? Not only because Georgiev gave up one early goal that was not his fault and proceeded to play brilliantly throughout the rest of the game, but also the fact that they played as in their D zone and in the neutral zone. I think that might have been the Avs' best performance of the year against the team that is just scores 5 goals every single night, it seems like. So I think there were some positive developments there. You're still without Val Nichushkin, you're still without Drouin, you're still without Roscoe, you're still out without Connor Wood. A different edition of the Avs after seeing the template of how you can play Winnipeg, and all of a sudden you just have a little bit more ability, a little bit more firepower. And Val Nichushkin he's a Jets nightmare, and so when he's back, I like this development for the Avs season.
Val Nichushkin back in a week from right now. November 15 is when he's expected to play his first game. Yeah. Again, 1-0 against the highest scoring team in the league right now. I take that as a loss at this point in the season. You're 2 games under 500. Bummer. It's really not that big a deal, especially because you're getting healthy right now. Again, I would take that over a high scoring win for each team. The fact that Alexander Georgiev looked good, it behooves the Avs to have him on the roster. They planned to have Georgie on the roster this year in terms of cap differences, right? Sure, would the 3 and change help at the trade deadline? It would. But it's not like you went into this season hoping that was going to be the case. You went into the year expecting Ananen and Georgiev as your 2 netminders. Doesn't matter who starts for me right now. I still want it to be Eustace. He's won the 1A job for me as it stands. But in terms of a goaltending stable, it is better for the Avalanche to have the ceiling of Alexander Georgiev rather than the unknown of Kaapo Kakkonen or goaltender to be named later. It was a good development for the Avs. That's Coach Mike Sanford out in Las Vegas. I'm Alex Ryan, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Join us today, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. Do not text when you're driving. Honestly, get out of your car, go home, don't drive. It's nuts right now, just pounding snow in the Mile High City. Take us wherever you want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. Alex, Ryan, Emmy, you guys know me better as Raj, joined, as always, by Coach Mike Sanford. Coach, would you like to tell the people what you did on network television this morning unknowingly?
Yeah, I was just jumping into the Zoom studio, thinking that I was just in the background and going to just see the ugly faces of Mark Mosier, Brett Kane, the Nelly, and of course, Vic Lombardi. He's the only one with a face for TV, in my humble opinion.
Face for TV, but he smashed it into a glass door yesterday.
Heard about that. Yeah, heard about that. He's getting old, man. He's lost his fastball, I think, there, Raj. But yeah, so I jumped in and I see their faces on the Zoom. I see that nobody's talking whatsoever. And so I decided to give the single digit salute, double barrel, double fisted. I didn't realize that I was live on Altitude TV.
See, you can do it right now. Like, just let him fly right now. No one cares. The FCC is not going to. We're good.
Allowed to.
We're good.
Okay, all right. I've been wondering. I've been really for 12 months. I've been hoping to allow my gestures on the Twitch side of things to get a little weird.
The words might be a different conversation there.
That was a Freudian slip. Perfectly timed.
Oh, man, it was too damn funny. Too funny. Again, I want to continue the conversation from the Bengals and the Ravens and how it concerns the Broncos and where they sit. How far are they right now from being able to compete in that type of game?
Raj, they're pretty far. And that's why I believe that this is a great matchup coming up against the Chiefs, because I don't believe this game's going to be that type of high scoring 35-34. You got to have your A game offensively and answer a score with a score over and over. The Broncos don't really have it yet, certainly surrounding Bo Nix. They don't have the playmakers to create explosive plays, but they do have a rookie quarterback that also needs to develop to know that you can get into an aerial-based shootout like last night was. Think about Joe Burrow's stat line last night. He threw for over 400 yards, did not throw an interception. Am I right in saying that?
No interception from either quarterback through, I believe they combined for 90 pass attempts and damn near 700 yards, over 700 yards.
And the difference is that Joe Burrow and the Bengals, they push the ball accurately down the field and create those chunk plays. That part of the Broncos offense is just not consistent or anywhere near it. You've seen it at the end of the game, when you're trying to come back against the Chargers, against the Seahawks, against the Steelers. But you haven't seen it with the game on the line of just completing those chunk or explosive pass plays down the field. I just don't know that Bo Nix is quite there yet on that side of things.
Leggy came out with a little blurb on ESPN yesterday talking about the biggest storyline to watch with the Broncos and the Chiefs coming into next week. And he says it's, how does Bo Nix handle the pressure that the Chiefs are inevitably going to bring at him? He's been sacked 11 times in his last 5 games. A weird little quirky stat that I actually do think holds weight here is in games in which Bo Nix has thrown both an interception and been sacked at least once, the Broncos are winless. And they're going to see a ton of pressure from Steve Spagnuolo.
Yeah, the key to this conversation for me is the availability and overall health of your center, Luke Wattenberg. The fact that he practiced yesterday, that to me gave me even more chutzpah for my take that the Broncos are going to beat the Chiefs, because you need to have an anchor as your center, especially when you're playing against the best nose tackle pass rusher in pro football, and that's Chris Jones. I would say that the D tackle position, which Zach Allen plays, which is more of a 3 technique, plays outside the guard, or head up on the tackle, which is a 4 technique. Zach Allen is absolutely elite. But Chris Jones, as a dude that lines up over your center, I don't like the matchup with Forsythe. And so when I turn on that first play of the game on Sunday, man, and I put myself out there, if I see Forsythe out there, I'm going to be a bit less confident. I don't think it's necessarily game, set, match. But if I see Luke Wattenberg out there, I love his strength. Mike McGlinchey was talking yesterday about him, and I loved what he said. The guy is the ultimate bus driver. He commands the offensive line. He communicates really well. But the thing that Mike McGlinchey did not talk about, because I'm sure he didn't want to throw shade at his other fellow fellow offensive lineman Alex Forsyth is that there's just a different level of strength and ability to sustain at the line of scrimmage with a bull rushing interior defensive lineman.
When it comes to handling pressure at a rookie quarterback from a coaching perspective and from a game planning perspective, outside of playing, Wattenberg over Forsyth, how do you game plan to get Bo Nix away from that type of pressure? They're top 10 in quarterback pressures this year. They will bring a ton of blitzes at him.
It was probably a good idea, and it's something that I would use at times when you were playing against a defense that had a lot of the similar characteristics of your own defense.
It's super similar. They're a fantastic secondary.
Yeah, and also just schematically, you see a good, healthy chunk of man coverage. There's a lot of mixed looks in the pressure package from Steve Spagnuolo. I actually love, as a coach, spending a week going good on good more than scout team looks. And so you typically your ratio is that you try to get maybe 10% of the snaps you get in practice are good on good, meaning you're starting offense, not live, not tackle, but playing against the speed that's required of what's coming on Sunday. You would typically get 10% against your own defense and 90% against practice squad players, reserve players that are just emulating off a scout card what the defense is going to be doing. This is a week for Sean Payton and frankly for Vance Joseph that wouldn't hurt whatsoever to be a lot more into that good on good. So you can just allow Bo Nix to feel the speed of it and feel the pass rush, work the pocket. This is a quintessential good on good week. Whereas last week, because of Lamar Jackson, was guaranteed a heavy scout team week because of all the possibilities of the quarterback involved in the run game, which didn't happen.
And again, it's not going to happen this week with Mahomes. Mahomes isn't a guy that I think you have to worry about. You don't have to spy him whatsoever. He's going to try and pick you apart from the pocket. They've averaged 28 points in their last 4 wins, so it's not like the conversation around the struggling Chiefs offense is, I don't think that holds much water right now because of what they've started to do over the past few weeks. And certainly with the addition of DeAndre Hopkins, which we expect Pat Surtain to kind of blanket for the remainder, or not for the remainder, for the entirety of that game against Kansas City this weekend, I get nervous about Travis Kelce turning into Travis Kelce this week because it has been the thought process over the past few years that the Broncos don't do particularly well against tight ends. And according to StatMuse, and take it with a grain of salt, in terms of yardage per game against tight ends, best in the NFL right now, the Broncos are.
I was going to say, which tight end has had a great day against
Nobody.
the Broncos this season?
Nobody. And that's
even Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews has had a phenomenal year. He was neutralized in that game.
He didn't do a damn thing.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't much. It was early on in the game. So it's almost like just as much as the Broncos haven't found any form of consistent success with their own offense and their own tight end usage, their defense has been phenomenal. And Patrick Mahomes last week found Travis Kelce at a career high for Kelce for 14 catches. I think that this is going to be I have Travis Kelce on my fantasy team. I'm not playing that son of a gun this week. I'm just going to tell you that.
Well, you can't do it when you've been this demonstrative in terms of the Broncos are going to beat him. You can't play against yourself like that.
Xavier Worthy's on my team, not playing him.
2019, Broncos were 16th against tight ends, 13th against tight ends in 2020. They fell all the way to 27th against tight ends in 2021, jumped up to 9th in 2022. And again, they've been phenomenal
last
this
season?
year. Last year, let me look it up. I had it in front of me.
Because the VJ effect for me is the fact that he does play such a high percentage of middle of the field closed coverages, meaning cover 1, cover 3. And those are games where tight ends show up to the ballpark and they're like, yeah, today's probably not my day. I knew that as a play caller.
According to StatMuse, in the calendar year, the season, the 2023 season, the Broncos gave up the fewest receiving yards per game to tight ends. That's according to StatMuse.
That completely adds up, not only from a personnel standpoint, but definitely from just an overall structure standpoint of looking at Vance Joseph and what he does defensively. if you're a split safety team, we talked about this yesterday. I don't want to belabor the point. I do love going to the board from time to time, Raj. But if you're a split safety team and you play a heavy dose of zone coverages and you run a lot of zone blitzes, meaning that you bring a fifth element, whether it be the nickel, the Mike linebacker, tight ends feast against those looks because they end up getting those hot route pass attempts from quarterbacks. I always say that the tight end is your best friend quarterback. You feel pressure, tight end, boom, replace the blitzer with the football. And that's how you get a tight end to get into the form of a game. And they're so big, so athletic now. You break one tackle like a guy like Brock Bowers does consistently, you start racking up the production.
Your choice. You take away the production of Travis Kelce this week, or you take away the production of DeAndre Hopkins?
Travis Kelce. Because you make DeAndre Hopkins prove that he is as assimilated to what the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes want their number one receiver to do. This is week 3 of the DeAndre Hopkins experience. Am I right in saying that?
Yes, 12 targets, 10 receptions, 2 touchdowns, and a total of 115 yards or so in 2 games.
So, yeah, I mean, I think that Travis Kelce is the guy that if he can get his and Patrick Mahomes feels like he's got his security blanket there for him throughout the course of a game, I think it's a long day. I really do, Raj. I think it's a long day. And so you got a game plan for Travis Kelce. And I do believe, and I heard it, I saw it right here on the Safeway Twitch feed, having Justin Sternad playing linebacker in the athleticism and coverage abilities is such an upgrade over Alex Singleton to be very from a coverage standpoint. Singleton's amazing versus the run, but coverage-wise, I love Sternad and I love Barton. Like those two guys can cover, and that's a net positive against teams like you're going to be seeing, coming up with, Joe Burrow's coming up. You've got some big time quarterback, receiver, tight ends, running back type of attacks that you haven't seen, frankly, for the first 8-9 weeks.
So you're going to use a linebacker on him typically. You might use a nickel on him. And I heard the question from Vic earlier today. I don't think this is something that you will really want to use on Sunday. If you're taking away Travis Kelce and you're okay with forcing DeAndre Hopkins to beat you, do you utilize Pat Surtain on the tight end at all?
It's great. You bring up a really valid point.
Best on best, right? Like
I would say this. Red zone, I like it. Because you're going to have Pat Surtain as the best combination of length, coverage ability, and then ball skills, because he's done that for so long. And you know that Travis Kelce is going to be utilized in the red zone. You know that they're going to do everything in their power as a franchise to get Travis Kelce in the headspace and production level that he was in last season towards the tail end, leading into the postseason, which led to their second Super Bowl in as many years. So, yeah, I do like it in the red zone. It's a big problem, Raj, to do it consistently in the open field, because now you're asking Pat Surtain to potentially be involved in the run fit. Do you want Pat Surtain fitting the C gap between the tackle and the tight end?
I don't feel like a left tackle coming in with his hair on fire, lighting up the best player on the Broncos. I don't. I don't feel like him having his hand on his edge linebacker's hip. I don't love that at all.
What's interesting is that I've as a head coach, there's been a star player that is either a receiver or a tight end. And I just demanded the defensive coordinator, hey, you got to put our elite cover player on this guy in every situation that is high leverage, red zone, third downs, 2-minute situation. The amount of problems that I created for said defensive coordinators because they're like, okay, so you want him to fit the B gap in the run game here? You want him to take on the pulling guard in power? And I'm like, hey, don't tell me about the labor pains, man. Just show me the freaking baby. That's all I want. I don't want this said player to feast on us. Is that okay?
I would love
but there are
Pat
a lot of
Surtain
rules.
finds a way to be like a. Imagine he throws out like a Troy Polamalu blitz, jumps over the line, finds a way to get to Mahomes.
I'm in.
How awesome would that be?
He's got the athleticism and the want to.
We need those highlight
discipline to
plays.
do it.
Hey, listen, if he's going to win a postseason award, and we're going to get into our predictions for the second half of the season for the Broncos, we did it for the NFL as a whole. We'll do that coming up at 11. He's going to be part of those predictions. Is he going to be the defensive player of the year? You need plays like that. You already have a 100-yard pick six. Give me a flying Hawaiian blitz.
I'm a little nervous for this recap of what I picked the Broncos to do preseason. Yesterday was what the hell was I thinking Wednesday? Thursday's going to be the hell was I thinking Thursday? Because I was pretty negative about the Broncos, I'm pretty sure.
What the hell was I thinking? I felt that last night with Cincinnati because I chose them. I had the opportunity to re-pick my AFC North champion. And I had the Bengals sitting down there and I went, you know what? I understand that my bet is going to live or die tonight.
Especially with that 2-point conversion.
Dude, I was sitting there.
It was right in front of you.
I know. I had it. They were going to win the game, and I was just going to wave in front of everyone. He was like, don't count out Joe Burrow. Don't you do it just yet. And now there's no chance that they win that division. It's Baltimore's and Baltimore's only, but I'm still not putting them out of the AFC wildcard picture right now. When you have Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow in a run game that looks solid now, they're scarier than any other team in that race. I understand that the Chargers are 5-3. I trust Joe Burrow more than I do Justin Herbert.
I have a question. Are you fully counting out the Pittsburgh Steelers? Not necessarily as a postseason team.
Well, I told you that Mike Tomlin's made me look stupid year in and year out. I'm just waiting for the other shoe to fall there, and it just never will. Much like Harbaugh, like what we said 20 minutes ago, the Harbaughs just win football games. Mike Tomlin just wins football games. Nothing of that. That team isn't, for me, it's not special. It's a dominant defense. I look at them like the Broncos. I think they're Broncos with just a veteran quarterback at the helm right now. They don't scare me, but they're a
Think
playoff
about what you
team.
just said, Raj.
I know.
You just said they're the Broncos you said veteran, but you really wanted to say a better quarterback. That's what you wanted to say.
No.
That's what you wanted to say. Well, guess what? You had him. You're paying for him, and he's not playing for you. It's spicy.
It makes me look stupid all the time. I hate it. On the other side, we'll get into the college football playoff schedule this weekend. Buffs and Texas Tech Raiders. We'll break that thing down. We'll see if they can actually get into this. Can they make noise in the Big 12? NFL notes are coming up at 11:15. We'll pop some tops, tell you the games that they're watching this weekend. Coach Mike Sanford out in Las Vegas. Alex Ryanemi. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Live from the Backus and Shanker studio, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Alex Ryanemi alongside Mike Sanford. We've got the Buffs and Texas Tech Raiders coming up on Saturday, 2 p.m. kickoff. And Coach, I'm going to say it. This is the biggest game without a doubt in the Coach Prime era for CU. Without a doubt. And I think that includes the Week 4 matchup last year when you were undefeated going to Outson Stadium against Oregon. You get the wheels blown off of you. This is the biggest one because of how late it is in the season, because how real the college football playoffs are actually to the CU Buffs. Like last year, it didn't feel real at any point. Right now, being ranked inside the top 25 and having a path to the Big 12 title game feels real. And therefore, I know it's not a top 25 ranked team. I know it's not a national championship contender. Going in to Texas Tech with a chance to climb and keep your hopes alive makes it without a doubt the biggest game that Dion has ever coached.
This is the most consequential game of the Coach Prime era. The biggest game, in my opinion, was the Nebraska game this year. Because it was a Nebraska team that everybody wanted to know, are they for real? And at the time, it was the entire national audience was either pro-Prime or waiting for Prime to fail. And indeed, they did fail that day. But the thing that nobody expected, if you're not a CU Buff stan, you didn't expect them to respond the way they did since that moment, when they did fail in the biggest game of the year. And so all of the subsequent games from the Nebraska loss all the way to this point where Big Noon Kickoff is coming to Lubbock, Texas to watch Coach Prime and the Buffs play against a fairly competitive Texas Tech team. You win this game, you're for real. Like you are in it. You're in the mix. You are now making teams like BYU, Iowa State, Kansas State very nervous because you do have a defense that's playing well and an offense that at any point in time can erase a 14-point deficit, and they've proven to do it.
You start sneaking your way into the conversation of like, do you get ranked ahead of Kansas State if you win this game? Because again, it's certainly not an inconsequential game, but it's not like you're playing a throwaway. It's not like you're playing Oklahoma State, right? Like Texas Tech is a legit threat to beat you, especially on the road. I think it's a game that if you show up and you handle your business and you actually hammer Texas Tech, you could see pollsters putting them ahead of Kansas State despite the head-to-head loss.
It just depends on how K-State plays from here on out. I think that they hit their rough patch of the season. I don't know. I'm not a believer in Kansas State. I think that the Kansas State piece is going to take care of itself relative to CU. CU's biggest concern is that Iowa State continues to squeak out victories. That's what I believe the biggest concern is. I think BYU is going to win. I think that CU is they got to control their own destiny, Raj. That's the biggest thing that I see is you control your own destiny. There's going to be chaos in front of you. K-State, I don't believe, and is going to finish the season being a team that is going to be competition for either the rankings or the Big 12. I really don't.
Kansas State has games remaining home against Arizona State. They do not play this weekend. Home against Arizona State, home against Cincinnati, and then they go to Ames. They have to play Iowa State on the road on November 30th. Those are your remaining games for the Wildcats. Iowa State, who's also ahead of you in the standings right now, has 4 games remaining. They go to Kansas this week, home against Cincy, at Utah, home against Kansas State to finish the season. I still can't shake the night game at Utah. I know they're not the same team. I know it's not Cam Rising. I can't shake the thought process that someone's going to walk into Utah for a night game and get I wouldn't say the doors blown off them, but they're going to get scared and they're going to get beat.
Utah is such a different Utah this season than they've been. You can see it on the overall smug nature of head coach Kyle Whittingham at Utah. That he typically has every single year. He's like, he loves being there. Oh yeah, everybody just talks about USC and Oregon and Washington. Oh, watch us. We're just going to keep knocking these teams off. He's lost it, man. He's lost his stinger. He knows it. You can see on his demeanor on the sideline. Their defense is good. I mean, really good, terrifyingly good at times. But over a course of an 8-9 week season, when your offense is as bad as it has been this year and is inconsistent, actually, frankly, it's been consistently bad, that starts to wear on your defensive players because there's no hope. There's no thought that you're going to be able to outscore teams 13-10. And that's been Utah this year. They are abysmal offensively. He already fired his offensive coordinator, a guy, Andy Ludwig, who's been with him, I believe it's 3 different times at Utah. He moved on from him and he promoted a guy on the staff that wasn't there for any of this. Mike Bajakian, who was the guy that was at Northwestern. Do you remember all the stuff around Pat Fitzgerald?
Yes.
He was the guy that stood up for Pat Fitzgerald and wore a t-shirt to practice the day after Pat Fitzgerald had been fired. So I just Utah is just not, they don't scare me. They really don't. If anything, the only game that Utah I think should scare anybody, which is I think good news for the Buffs and Buffs fans, is the holy war against BYU. Just because that's a weird one, man. That's just a weird game. It's Utah's a weird state, and that's a really strange matchup. And so that's one that I would concern myself with.
The KU ISU game is being held at Arrowhead. Is that true this weekend? Is that what this is?
The Jayhawks are redoing their stadium.
Oh, I forgot about that. Sean Payton said that in his presser 2 days ago when I was there. He goes, we are playing on a cold, rainy, like the weather on Sunday for the Broncos is great. It's like upper 50s and partly cloudy. It's going to be awesome. But they're playing on the same exact field that the Clones and the Jayhawks are playing on like 12 hours beforehand. I don't love that for the Broncos. You have to play on a crappy field against Kansas City. I hate that.
I like it because I would rather have the Chiefs, who I think have a higher flying model of a sports car than the Broncos currently do on the offensive side of the rock. I'd love to make this a bit of a mutter.
Oh, mutter! Have you proven that you can win a mutter? What's the running game?
Yeah, New York Jets. You did it against the Jets at the time, who was a very competitive team. I mean, that was ugly. It was sloppy. Bo Nix in the first half looked like he'd never thrown a wet ball in his life, even though he played at the University of Oregon, which may just show that he got lucky with the weather, at least in outdoor games, because Oregon's indoor facility is probably where they chose to practice every time it was raining. But yeah, I just think that a mutter I do think it plays into the hands of the Broncos, because if there is a strength that the Broncos do have, it is this defensive unit stopping the run of the Kansas City Chiefs and creating pressure. And those two things, they do bode well in a mutter of a game. But after listening to, I believe it was yesterday on Kreckman and Lindahl, I heard an interview with a former Kansas City Chiefs long snapper who's now a radio broadcaster in KC. And he talked about that they have the coils underneath that help, keep the grass growing at Geehaw Stadium. The one that you love saying, it's not Arrowhead anymore, it's Geehaw.
Yeehaw!
That is, I think the field condition will be better than, I think it'll be normal.
What do they call those coils and stuff at the Masters? I always laugh when Tiger talks about them before the Masters. The sub airs. Well, they got the sub airs buzzing. Sub airs are going.
They're going to have them going at Geehaw at about what time's the kick for that Kansas game? It's got to be a daytime. It's got to be a day kick, right?
I got to take a look at it right now. Kansas and Iowa State is a 1:30 p.m. kick.
Yeah, so those sub airs will be buzzing at about 6 o'clock. They will be buzzing for 12. I guess it would be about 15 consecutive hours, right, until kickoff.
My favorite Tigerism, that and firing the glutes. That's that. Glutes weren't firing today, Bummer. Couldn't get through the ball.
What was hilarious is I'll never forget, PJ Fleck at Minnesota would always talk about how we had heated coils under the stadium at University of Minnesota, which is now Huntington Bank Stadium. And the reason that they did have them was not because Minnesota as a university fronted the cash. It was because the Minnesota Vikings played at that stadium when they were building US Bank Stadium, the indoor facility there for the Vikings. Those coils didn't work like at all. Like it was so fictitious. Like we show up and there'd be like 17 inches of snow, and I'm like, what's going on with the coils?
Like the ground is crunching underneath you.
There'd be just an army of Minnesotans out there freezing their patooties off, just shoveling snow. Oh yeah, we're working on it. It's getting better. Oh yeah. I'm like, well, if your coils worked, PJ, then we wouldn't have to have a 75 Minnesotans that have given up their Saturday morning to get this thing right.
Darn it, PJ! Get the coils going. It's Coach Mike Sanford out in Las Vegas. I'm Alex Ryan. Emmy, join us today, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. Tonight, you guys can listen to it. Apparently, it's still happening because it is dumping snow. I know that the Nuggets canceled shoot-around this morning. The game is still on as of right now between the Nuggets and the Heat. I don't know KJ's looking at me like I'm crazy.
Dude, I'd be shocked if they cancel the game. The NBA loves collecting their little money. So I doubt they'll cancel it.
That money ain't little. That money ain't little. Fire up
ain't.
those sub-airs. Get the sub-airs going in the Denver Metro and everywhere around Ball Arena because that game is happening.
6:30 p.m. pregame show with Mark Bertinoli and a 7 p.m. tip with Kaz. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Coach Mike Sanford. He's missing all the snow out in Las Vegas, going for Coach Sanford Sr.'s possible last game. He's gonna win. He's gonna win all these games, right? Like, Also, I do have a question. Not to throw shade at a dude who's coached for half a century, but how is your dad leaving after 49 years? We're not getting to the round 50.
It's because of his wife, who I also call mom. I think she's like, you're an absolute sicko. Why are you still doing this? And my dad just loves it. He's 69 years old. I think you met him, Raj, when he came into the studio a couple months back.
Yes.
You would never know he's coming up on 70 years of age.
No shot.
I worry about him a little bit. Like, when you've been doing this as long as you have, like, what the hell is he going to do with his time? Is he going to take up pickleball? I don't know. Like, the guy's got so much dang energy. We got to have a few talks this weekend.
Orphan dogs.
I'm going to try to talk him out of it, Raj.
I made it 10 years. So, like, I'm still kind of coaching. I've taken some time off as we're going into a different stage in our lives, me and the wife. I'm still involved with the Thunderbirds now, doing a lot of like administrative stuff and digital media, and I'm on the ice sometimes with the kids. But like, I made it 10 years, and I felt like I've been doing it for half a century.
Yeah, I made it 19 years, and in dog years, I've coached, I think, 57 years is about what it feels like. You can see with the bags under my eyes. Yeah, it's a different world. I just realized.
Who looks older, Coach Sanford Jr. or Coach Sanford Sr.?
Ooh, definitely. Hopefully it's me. God dang. Guy's almost 70. I mean,
It's been 84 years.
Don't do that to me now.
No, Raj, it's interesting because I just realized that, including, youth sports, playing high school football, playing college football, this is my first year I've been just a lazy fat turd in my life. I got to get on the Raj plan and actually find some fitness, man. Because I used to run around and practice. I know you did, man.
I was skating on Wednesday.
Yeah, that didn't go too well, man. How are your kids doing?
My grundle is not doing great, and it's not like I'm not really playing anymore. I go out to a beer league skate. It's like an invite skate. I know what's going to happen. I'm not going to take a puck to the teeth. No one's going to lose their mind and try and throw my head into the boards if something goes wrong. I feel like I snapped my groin on Wednesday, and I may have taken 4 hard strides. I'm getting old, man. I'm getting old.
Do you think it might be a case of your little fellas down south getting a nice little neighbor named Ernie the hernia? Do you think that might be? Is that something that might be happening?
It's in there, but like I've never had one, and I don't like. Honestly, you guys tell me on the text line, like, what's the process of getting one of those things checked out? Because I think I have one,
process.
But
it's a really fun process.
I don't want to go get it checked out. I just want to say, like, yeah, I pulled my groin 8 weeks ago and it still hurts.
Raj, let's just say that when I return to the studio on Tuesday, I am proficient at hernia testing, it does involve turn your head to the left, drop the draws, and just go ahead and cough a little bit. So I got your back, Josh.
I feel like that's an HR violation, Coach.
Hey, I'm going to have you sign a waiver before. This is not going to be a Deshaun Watson situation. I promise.
It is open enrollment right now. Is that part of like my HSA program? Is that Coach Sanford gets to cup them and see what's going on?
Yeah, you gotta check the box other, and the description will be phenomenal. It'll be very interesting.
I was supposed to talk. Thank you, Coach. Other coach, Mike Malone. Nuggets in Heat tonight. 6:30 p.m. pregame show and a 7 p.m. tip. We went over the second half of the NFL season a couple of days ago on What the Hell Was I Thinking Wednesday. And I want to go into our predictions for the second half of the season for the Broncos right now. Mainly, are you going to find a 1,000-yard receiver? Because Cortland Sutton, when we talked to him a couple of days ago after a cold practice, although they did it inside, it was snowing. We all went into the main atrium for the presser. He feels younger right now and lighter than he has in years past. And I wonder if that's just being handcuffed to the quarterback of the future. He's never had that here in Denver. Sure, you had the Russell Wilson thing, but it went so south so quickly that he's never been, all right, I'm the guy for the guy who's always going to be here.
Do you think he's really the guy for the guy?
I don't. Last 2 weeks have been good. And
but I'm talking like big picture. If that's the case, I don't think this offense will ever get to the position that it needs to get to.
Well, and that was the conversation that you and I were having, where like, how far is the gap between Cincinnati and Denver, right? Because Cincinnati was in the game against Baltimore. You can argue they should have won the game last night. Denver was never in the game outside of the first, let's call it 15 minutes against Baltimore. And the reason why is, well, you have Jamar Chase. The only way that you get Jamar Chase, though, is if you're terrible, and the Broncos are not going to be terrible. Not under Sean Payton, they're not.
I love Cortland Sutton. Absolutely love him. Love everything about him. I think he's a great guy to have on your team. But if we're talking about wide receiver one, let's engage in a bit of an exercise here, Raj. Let's talk about 3 games that the Broncos are going to be impacted by this season, and really from last week to this week, and who their matchups have been. Where would Cortland Sutton fit on the Bengals roster of last night, and say a healthy Bengals roster, as pass catching option number 3, fill in the blank?
3.
What about the Baltimore Ravens?
3, because I think I put Andrews in front of him.
So we have Zay Flowers.
Zay, Andrews, Cortland. That's my thought process on where he fits in with the team like Baltimore.
They do have a first-round draft pick in Rashad Bateman, who caught the game-winning touchdown as well. And I know he's been very up and down. I coached him at University of Minnesota in that COVID year. He decided to sit out the back half of that season. That was a tough pill to swallow. But it's let's talk about the Chiefs. What pass catching option would Cortland Sutton be for the Kansas City Chiefs?
3. Kelsey, Hopkins, Sutton, because Xavier Worthy has not turned into, and I don't think he'll ever be Tyreek Hill, because that's like Cheetah's a unicorn, right? That's who he is. Regardless of what you think of him off the field, he is a singular talent in terms of his speed and his ability to blow the top off of defenses, both in Kansas City and in Miami, despite how terrible the Dolphins are right now. He would be the 3rd option because Xavier Worthy isn't Tyreek Hill. Yet. Well, I don't think he's never going to be Tyreek Hill. Come on. He's fast, but like we've also seen super fasters. Who was the guy out of Baylor who ran like the crazy 40 and was out of the league within 3 years? Coleman?
Yeah, and then that guy, and then also think about John Ross from University of Washington.
John Ross, that was the guy who was actually, he's the one I'm thinking of, John Ross.
Yeah,
Cincinnati Bengal.
My question for the Broncos, and I know we're in a rivalry week, and I've put myself out there, and my takes about this victory are more based largely on the defensive play of the Denver Broncos, not what I believe that they're going to do in assaulting the Kansas City Chiefs through the air. But what is the solution to get a bona fide number 1? How are you going to do it? When are you going to do it? Because you need it. And your rookie quarterback has to have it, because you're going to be in a race against time. And this is my fear. If my take on the Broncos versus the Chiefs doesn't come to fruition, and say it's not good, say it's bad, you got the Falcons the next week. Say that's not good. Say that's bad. It starts looking a little bit grim around here.
It starts looking grim, but it's not to the point where you're going to be selecting top 10. You have to hope that like you're going to be picking somewhere between, likely, if you don't make the playoffs, you'll be selecting between 12 and 18. So you have to hope that you're going to hit on, like, the guys who might be available are Isaiah Bond out of Texas, Egbuka out of Ohio State.
Ooh, that'd be good.
Right. I think there's a couple
of
guys.
Egbuka.
There's a couple of guys that have the opportunity to turn into number 1s in the middle of the draft, but you have to hope that you hit on them. The Broncos swung and missed on Jerry Jeudy, but you can find guys in the middle there. The question for them is going to be, as we predict the rest of the regular season, do you select wide receiver there? Do you hope that a guy like Ashton Genty falls to you somehow? Do you get a running back? And then do you have to replace a guy in Garrett Bowles who's a UFA this year?
You hope that you get some semblance of a franchise-friendly deal done with Garrett Bowles. That's the hope.
Like 3 years.
You hope a 3-year deal, Garrett Bowles, who's from this Rocky Mountain region, went to the University of Utah, has been a tremendous soldier, even amongst a ton of criticism from the fan base, and is playing good football this year. You don't need to upgrade at left tackle. In fact, I would say that drafting a top 20 offensive tackle and then dealing with the risk of their development with a rookie quarterback, I believe is worse for this franchise than if Garrett Bowles is signed to a team-friendly deal and you go out and get I believe wholeheartedly that you have to get a bona fide one receiver, and you're not going to be able to do it in free agency. I don't believe so, Raj.
No, the next free agent next year is what? T. Higgins is the best guy on the market? And are you going to sign? Is T. Higgins a one? I think the answer is no. I think T's a damn good wide receiver, but he's a 1B at best, and you need a true number one. I see Loop says on Twitch, twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream. Join us every single day, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. All of our shows are on there. Join in the chat room. It's a great place to be. Really awesome community that we've built over the past 5 years on Twitch. We love you guys. Also our friends on YouTube as well. He says you do not, under any circumstances, draft a running back in the first round. When there is an elite talent, I think that's a tough stance to take. Like, would you like Saquon Barkley on this team? I think the answer is yes.
The only thing I'll say, Raj, and as I'm wearing my Boise State Broncos sweatshirt, they're getting ready to play Nevada. They're number 12 in the college football playoffs first poll. I love Ashton Genty. He is a once-in-a-generation group of 5 player for sure. I really believe that. Obviously, he's in the Heisman conversation. As much as I'd love to see him in the Denver Broncos blue and orange and make the easy transition of colors, I still have my doubts about the last 10 to 15 years. You look at teams that have drafted a first-round running back. While those players have been spectacular, let's talk Bijan Robinson. Let's talk Saquon Barkley.
Zeke was damn good for a few years. I know he's terrible now, but Ezekiel Elliott was damn good in his first couple of seasons with Dallas.
How have those franchises fared, though?
They haven't. The Giants have turned into a dumpster fire. They have not fared all that well. I would agree with you. I mean, Derrick Henry's the one that turned around Tennessee, but the Titans never scared you.
Ish, right? It wasn't. They turned around, but they were never a real threat to the Super Bowl. And the problem here in Denver is that's the expectation. You hired Sean Payton to win a Super Bowl. Period.
Okay, so let's go into the 2025 running back free agents then, because if we're predicting who's the starting running back at the end of the season for the Broncos this year, is it Javonte Williams? Is it Audric Estime? Is it Javonte or Jaleel McLaughlin?
Dude, it's a big fat I don't know. It is, and here we are at week 9, and Javonte Williams is having career lows in yards per carry. And Jaleel McLaughlin's an awesome too. He's your duck. He's your little guy. He's your scat back. He moves around. And then Audric Estime has fumbling issues that if he puts the ball on the ground one more time, Raj, in a leverage situation, he might not see the light of day.
So do you feel more comfortable that you can go into the offseason and get a bona fide game changer at running back or wide receiver, knowing that T. Higgins is the biggest name on the market going into next season? The guys who are coming into the market for the running backs are 29-year-old James Conner, 30-year-old Aaron Jones, Najee Harris is 27, A.J. Dillon's 27, Nick Chubb's 29, is basically out of the league at this point. I don't think you can fix running back in the offseason unless it's through the draft.
You can't really fix wide receiver in the offseason outside of the draft. You can't really fix running back outside of the draft unless you go. I mean, those options didn't get me excited one bit, right?
The Panthers, another text message here, the 450. The Panthers, Christian McCaffrey, they were relevant, but they never really did anything with Christian McCaffrey. They never got
to get the hell out of Dodge. He had to go.
And all of those players, all of the guys that we named, all the stud running backs, let's just keep it with those 3. Derrick Henry, we can make it 4. We can go Derrick Henry this year with Baltimore. We can go McCaffrey moving from Carolina to San Francisco. Saquon moving from New York to Philadelphia. And I missed my 4th. Who's my 4th guy that's moved on?
Did you say Bijan?
No, I haven't said Bijan. None of those guys have made the teams that have drafted them Super Bowl contenders.
Nope. You got to get a bona fide one. If you want this Bo Nix experiment to really pan out, you got to build it with the weapons around him, and that's got to be the case. And so if you lose the next 2 games, Raj, I think you start thinking about draft positioning.
Bo Nix, 1,753 yards, 8 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. What's the second half look for him? Is he sniffing 3,000 yards? Is he going to find a way to get up into the 20 touchdown passes? There's only 8 games remaining for him.
I'd say he's right around 3,000. I'd say more on the plus side of 3,000, but he's going to be on the negative side of 20 touchdown passes. But I think that there's a path forward for the Broncos to win football games without Bo Nix throwing for a gazillion yards and throwing all the touchdown passes because of his athleticism, because of what he can do in scoring touchdowns and creating explosive plays via the ground game. So I think it's going to be. My prediction for the end of the season is that we're still having the argument in some way, shape, or form. Is he the next John Elway? Is he the next Peyton Manning caliber player? Or is he more in the Jake Plummer? I don't know who else you can even put in that category.
If he's really Jake Plummer, it's awesome. If he's Jake Plummer, I'm happy. I'm thrilled.
I agree with that.
I said if he at the time that they drafted him, and I said it's not this version of Derek Carr who's certainly on the downswing. Like he might be backup for the rest of his career after this year in New Orleans, outside the first 2 games that were phenomenal. I said if he was the peak of Derek Carr, it's a great draft pick. I hold the same thing. If he turns into Jake Plummer, I'm fine.
But the peak of Derek Carr, look back at those stats. Those stat lines from a passing perspective were massive. Like what he was doing with John Gruden, I think that Derek Carr fell victim to all the John Gruden situations. And, John Gruden he just loves football. He just wants to talk ball. And we got to get him on the program.
I would love to. I'm going to leave that one up to you, Coach.
Gruden. Yeah, I'm gonna work some angles, man, and see. You make sure you gotta pump this up big because this is a fellow member of the fired football coaches of America that I'd be trying to pull some weight to get him on.
We'll put a pin. We'll put a pin in our Broncos prediction discussions until about 11:40. We'll see. Is there an award winner on this team at the end of the season? We'll talk about that in the final segment when we pop some tops and tell you guys what games we're watching. But on the other side, KJ brings us through the biggest stories heading into Week 10 of the NFL season with his NFL notes.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Football Friday continues here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Raj and Coach Mike Sanford. PhD's coming up next. Nate and Andy will take you guys from 3 to 6. A little half-hour blitz before Berto has your pregame for Nuggets and Heat tonight. But before we get to all of that in our Pop the Top games, KJ's got the biggest in the NFL with his notes.
Well, the first story is Vance Joseph. He talked yesterday at the coordinator's press conference on Thursday, and he talked about the evolution of Patrick Mahomes thus far in his career.
How has he evolved as a quarterback? I think as their team has evolved, he's evolved, right? I mean, he is doing less, and they're winning more. You know, it's the NFL. You know, once you pay your quarterback, it's tough to keep a lot of great players around him. They've drafted well on defense. They've drafted well on offense. So it's the new NFL. You know, once you pay that guy, I mean, he has to make you better, obviously, in a lot of spots. But, you know, he has to obviously, you know, play winning football. That's what he's doing. I mean, it's kind of special to watch, right? He's doing a lot less, but they're winning more. You know, for a quarterback, man, that's hard to convince them to do that, first of all. But he's doing it. You know, it's a lot of close games. But when you watch the games, he can boat race you, you know, when he has to. But he's being good with the football, not giving the football away. But it's a team philosophy, and it's working for him.
That's what I'm nervous about, Vance. When he wants to boat race you, well, the guy's a witch. That's the reason why Mike Sanford and I don't see eye to eye on the result this weekend.
First off, I love when Vance Joseph goes full Professor Vance Joseph mode. He's just so, I agree with everything that he says in his Thursday availability for the media. He does a great job, and I agree with it. I also love that he broke character with a very professorial usage of he can boat race you when he wants to. That was fantastic. And it's true. He is doing less. It shows to me that Patrick Mahomes knows that by far the most important aspect of his legacy is what happens in January and February, period. And that's why I do think that it's an undefeated team, but there is an aspect where you do know that, is it business? Is this the best version of what you're going to see from Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs throughout the course of this entire campaign, postseason included? And my answer to that is no. And that's why I think the Broncos beat the Chiefs a year ago. And I think that this is going to be the next step for the Denver Broncos under Sean Payton and this edition of doing a really good job against Patrick Mahomes. Now, are they going to, if this exact game was happening in the month of January, do I have the same take right now? Probably not, Raj. I probably don't. I do think that the regular season makes a difference when you start adding and subtracting what Patrick Mahomes does bring to a football contest.
We talked about how big of a game it is this weekend for Prime and the Buffs. Maybe the biggest game in terms of impact against Texas Tech. This is, without a doubt, it's the biggest one for the Broncos. You win this thing, and you're not guaranteed, but it's damn near impossible to fall out of the playoffs if you find a way to win this thing. Especially because Kansas City's going to be sitting all their guys in week 18. You might be able to pencil in a regular season sweep of Kansas City if you win this weekend. You jump up into 72% chance to make the playoffs, and you got some help last night with Baltimore finding a way to beat Cincinnati.
Those playoff predictor, whatever numbers they crunch them through, I would love to see, Raj, what the percentages would be if the Broncos lose to the Chiefs and then lose to the Falcons. Because that's to my point, I believe that this Broncos team is worthy of a playoff appearance because of how good this defense is. Because it has a quarterback that's not turning the football over at an alarming rate as a rookie. But if you do lose this game in Kansas City, and particularly if you lose this game not looking good, I then don't feel good whatsoever about the Falcons game at all.
If you lose
the game, I do think. Go ahead.
If you lose the game, it's a 42% chance that you make the playoffs. That's not factoring in Atlanta.
And I would assume if you lose 3 straight at this stage of the season, which is what we're talking about the hypothetical of, I think that you're looking at more in the 20% range, which is where the Bengals at now.
The Bengals are 4-6, 25% playoff probability right now. The Colts take on Buffalo, and Buffalo hasn't won in Indianapolis since like the late 1990s, but I still think even without Coleman playing this week, the rookie wide receiver was ruled out today. Buffalo is going to win that game. If they lose, they drop down to 21%. Even if you lose the next 2 games and you're on a 3-game slide, 5-6, you still probably control your own destiny to the 7 seed.
I would just worry about the overall state of the squad if you lose these 3. And particularly, it's going to be how you compete in those games. Because right now, you're definitely 0 for 1 against real legitimate measuring stick type of games. But I think that I stand by my take that was a terrible matchup, and styles make fights, and that was a bad fight. I think that the style of this matchup coming up this Sunday is completely different. And that's why I have all the confidence in the world for the Broncos to pull this off.
KJ, what's next?
Well, Jamar Chase went into absolute Joker mode last night. 11 receptions, 264 receiving yards, and 3 touchdowns, but it all came in a loss. That's not to mention what Joe Burrow did, going for 4 touchdowns and 400-plus yards passing. But, every once in a while, KJ likes to do a thing where he rips off another show, and I'm going to rip off PhD. And we're going to play a little game called Wheels on the Bus. Hey, Jamar Chase, are you surprised at all that you guys are, 4-6?
Yeah, it's crazy to say that. I would never in a million years expect me to play this well, and he played this well, and we still have a record like this. So.
Do you feel like the ball should have gone to you on that final play to win the game?
Yeah, I always feel like that. As a receiver, you should want the ball, yes, but, sometimes Joe don't see it,
Joe Burrow's on pace for 41 touchdowns. Jamar Chase is on pace for 1,700 yards and 17 touchdowns, and Trey Hendrickson is on damn near a 20-sack pace. All of those would be team records for Cincinnati, and that backs up my thought process. And when Mo said you can start to think that the Bengals are out of this race, you're out of your mind. They just haven't gotten the results. They haven't. Cincinnati is the scariest team, including the 5-3 Los Angeles Chargers, for the Broncos in terms of hanging on to a 6 or a 7 seed in the AFC.
I agree with that take, but I also don't love the fact that Jamar Chase is throwing his quarterback under the bus, who's clearly a top 5 quarterback in the National Football League. Raji said, sometimes Joe don't see it. Why would you say that?
Yeah.
So therein lies a problem that I think is worth monitoring with the Cincinnati Bengals. Is there a possibility for some further drama and internal strife in that franchise? You can already hear it aimed towards the defense. Jamar Chase said it. I wouldn't think that we'd have the numbers that we have and our team would be where it is. It's the defense's fault. Oh, by the way, on the 2-point conversion, that was Joe Burrow's fault, who, by the way, is a top 3 quarterback, I will say, in the National Football League, as it relates to throwing the football and reading a defense.
You know what it screams to me? And I hope this isn't the case for Cincinnati, because I do enjoy watching them, and I find myself rooting for Burrow and the Bengals. I feel myself rooting for them. I feel myself rooting for the Bills. It feels a lot like Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen. Like, you got a good thing going on. Don't screw this up because you're pissed off that you didn't get a ball in which you had 263 yards and 3 touchdowns. Like, you're doing just fine. You can be frustrated with the fact that you're not getting games, but it wasn't Joe's fault. Sure, you didn't get the ball there. You had one-on-one coverage. I would exercise an abundance of caution if I was Jamar Chase trying to create some sort of rift between you and a bona fide MVP candidate and Joe Burrow. That's crazy to me. This is what happens when you have to pay that guy all that money. He's a $30 million cap hit. What does he go up to next year in Burrow's Burrow's cap hit jumps all the way up to 46 and a quarter next year. That's the reason why your secondary took such a big hit. Like the safeties in Cincinnati were so damn good over the last 3 years, but both of you have to pick up your games. You have. It's just kind of the nature of the NFL now. I like them, man, but I hope that Jamar Chase doesn't turn into that type of diva.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think that the relationship that Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase clearly have that dates it dates back to their college days.
Yep.
I mean, these guys they can hopefully work it out, but I think for the Broncos' sake, insofar as the Broncos are competing with the Bengals, let's just hope that there's a ton of drama over there in Cincinnati, and the Bengals just keep doing what they do, and they bungle. That's the Bengals are the bungholes.
I think you're supposed to pronounce that bungles. I think you went a little Beavis and Butthead there.
Bunghole.
NFL Notes is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. That's mountainhighappliance.com. One more, KJ.
Well, Doug Peterson, who I would consider the second highest coach ranked on the hot seat of head coaches in the NFL right now, he had this to say about Sam Darnold and what finally got him over the hump in his career.
Sam Darnold's seeming to click finally this season. First time in his career, first round pick. Why? Why is this the time for him?
Justin Jefferson. Because you're thinking it. I think the talent around him. That helps, right? just having the run game, the defense, the way the defense is played. Being in Coach O'Connell's system and the way he calls plays, I think is helpful. And look, he's always been a solid quarterback. And whatever team or role he's on, I just think now he's learning, maturing, and showing that he's capable of doing it. And that's what you're seeing on film. Taking care of the football. That's a big part of this thing. And yes, Justin Jefferson is obviously an elite receiver in this league that can wreak havoc on you.
DJ Moore and Christian McCaffrey catching strays there, saying he didn't have any talent when he was in Carolina.
Yeah, come on, Doug. Doug, I think that there's a little bit of just pettiness to what Peterson said there, and I think part of it, when you're a coach and you're a guy that's known or wants to be known as a quarterback whisperer, you don't want to give any credit to where the credit should be due. And that's to, I believe, the greatest quarterback whisperer in all of football right now, and that's Kevin O'Connell. He has done phenomenal work. You just hand him a quarterback, and he looks fantastic. And I think it even played out. Did you see the post-game interaction between Kevin O'Connell and Anthony Richardson, where he grabbed him, he encouraged him? It was an awesome clip. And you see, not only is Kevin O'Connell whispering to his quarterbacks and making them better players, he's doing it for other franchises, Raj. It's incredible. His whispering nature is not just solely confined to his own franchise. This guy, I love Kevin O'Connell. I think he's a phenomenal human being. I think he's a real one. I don't think he gets all petty like Doug Peterson does. I think he knows how to build relationships with his players, and he builds them up.
Yeah, that's Doug Peterson, who was the quarterback whisperer incumbent in the NFL, having failed with Trevor Lawrence right now. That's what that's coming from. The fact that, how the hell does this guy still have a job? And then you look at Minnesota, and that was a thrown away top 5 pick. And now he's the answer. He's the answer to the point of, do you extend him and hold off J.J. McCarthy next year? That's a legit question in the offseason for Minnesota.
Oh, that's the thing is I give more credit to what's happened with Sam Darnold to Kevin O'Connell than to Sam Darnold, which is petty on my part. I get it.
Oh, that's a coach. Coach talking as a coach. You want to raise up those guys.
Yeah, and O'Connell's got SoCal flat bill vibes, so he's kind of my guy, right? He's kind of my dude. But, here's the thing that I see. After going through the evaluation process of this draft quarterback class, dude, I was mortified preseason of what a Minnesota Vikings offense led by Kevin O'Connell with J.J. McCarthy's athleticism, arm talent, winning mentality. I still think that J.J. McCarthy might end up hitting as much as anybody in this draft class not named Jaden Daniels.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan Emmy. PhD's coming up at noon. Nate and Andy 3 to 6. They'll bring you guys to a half-hour blitz with Mark Springer and Mark Bertinoli. Nuggets and Heat tonight on 92.5. 7 p.m. tip in the snow. On the other side, we'll pop some tops, tell you the games that we're watching this weekend. And yes, I'm excited for a November 8th hockey game between two teams that don't have Colorado in the first part of their name. I'll tell you what that game is and where you can watch it tonight. Take Altitude Sports Radio wherever you go on the mobile app powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emmy, KJ Granderson behind the glass today. PhD's taking over in about 13 minutes from right now. You got the Nuggets and the Heat coming up tonight at 7 p.m. Always a weird close game against the Heat, Coach. I don't know what it is. They're always somehow in a game. And listen, I don't understand how they just keep it that close every single time. I don't get it. Is Coach not there, KJ?
He is not.
Did we lose him?
So he just texted us. His computer randomly restarted.
Mike.
Right here at the end of the show.
He sends the text message tap dance. All right.
Listen, now we just got confirmation who's older between him and his dad. You know, football is obviously worn down on Mike Sanford Jr. because he can't keep his computer from restarting during the show.
Hey, he's having IT problems, right? Like 42-year-old guys don't have IT problems. 70-year-old guys have IT problems. Come on, Coach.
How we doing, gentlemen?
I even forgot what I asked you. Oh, I asked you, how the hell do the Miami Heat continue to stay in games against Denver when it just doesn't feel like they've got the requisite talent? It's always close.
I don't know. It don't make sense. And I also don't understand why my computer just decided to just randomly restart out of nowhere. That was a first for me, but here we are. You know, the Miami Heat are a unique team. You know, I don't see that being the case in this game. I think the Miami Heat are not going to enjoy being in the snowy conditions here in Denver and hoping this game gets canceled tonight and they can head back to the warmth of Miami. I like where the Nuggets are coming out after the youth movement asserted itself as something that's here to stay. And I think this is one of those games that you should see the Nuggets take what they learned as a young squad and apply it and hopefully get a very different style of basketball game. Hopefully it doesn't come down to the wire.
I'd prefer this game to be another one where, Jamal's sitting out. You run the same rotation that you had against Oklahoma City and Toronto. You play the young dudes. You hope that Russell Westbrook has another hot shooting night because the schedule does get very, very difficult really quickly. You're home against Dallas, right? Western Conference champion. Then you have to go on a 3-game road trip at playoff teams in New Orleans. You play not back-to-back games, but 2 games in 3 nights, both in Memphis against Ja Morant and the Grizzlies. Then you come back home to play Dallas yet again. Like, you do have to find a way to start to stack wins on wins on wins here. 5-3, you're fine, right? After how the season started with the blowout loss against Oklahoma City, losing a late lead against the Clippers in Game 2, you're in a fine position. But I think it's another step that I need to see this young, I keep trying to say core, but this young complementary group for the Nuggets. I need to see you stack wins on wins on wins so that I can be comfortable when the playoffs roll around, that if someone gets hurt or if someone has a tough shooting night, that you know what's coming off the bench. And that starts now.
It's amazing to think when I looked at the opening schedule for the Nuggets and you knew you had 2 of your first 8 games were against the Oklahoma City Thunder, who clearly were as advertised as a 7-0 team going in to the game just a couple nights ago. You didn't, if somebody would have told you, Raj, that the Nuggets would be at 5-3, Jamal Murray would still not necessarily show full health, Aaron Gordon would be out for some of those first 8 games. Would you take 5-3? Would you take that and run with it? I sure as hell would have. I thought the season was going to start slowly for the Nuggets. I really did. I thought that the replacement of KCP in and of itself with Christian Brown as a starter now, that was actually one of my biggest concerns, and he has passed with insanely flying colors.
You knew that he was going to be on par defensively. Just in terms of his energy, his length is a huge boon to what he can do on the defensive side of the floor. You knew he was going to be there. The big surprise has been what he's been able to do on the offensive side, particularly from beyond 3 and then late games, clutch situations. He's come up in 3 of their last 4 games with monster threes to help them go on this 3-game win streak. I expect for it to continue tonight against Miami. Again, you have a really tough stretch right now with Dallas, New Orleans, 2 games against Memphis, and then home against Dallas, at the LA Lakers, and then home against the New York Knicks, the new-look New York Knicks. You got to find a way to get a couple wins, get a little bit further away from 500. But as we do every single Friday here, let's pop some tops, tell you guys what we are watching on the weekend. Yes, I'm excited about a November 8th hockey game tonight. Coach, do you have any guess as to what hockey game that is this evening?
I have zero idea.
The Pittsburgh Penguins and the Washington Capitals, two teams that aren't going to factor into the Eastern Conference equation. Tonight is the 70th career head-to-head matchup in the regular season between Sidney Crosby and Alexander Ovechkin. And we're coming down to the point where, like, you have to seek these things out. Two legendary players, top 10 without a doubt all time. Crosby, I have top 5 in my book. Crosby's 2 goals away from 600. The only other active player to have 600 goals, well, the guy he's going up against tonight, Alexander Ovechkin, who is 34 shy from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time goals record at 894. He's got a chance to do it this season, and I think if Ovi breaks the record this year, or if he gets to 900 after breaking it, I think Ovi's done. I think he'll hang him up, he'll go away. This could be one of the final games that we get to see those two players go head-to-head.
I knew that was coming with the Sidney Crosby president of the
I'm a glazer.
I mean, it is Krispy Kreme, hot and now, or whatever it is. There's no doubt. And rightfully so. I'm going to pop my top right here. There she is. It is water for all of you that are watching. It's the Path water bottles that are available at Ball Arena. I am going with Georgia visiting Ole Miss. And I am rooting for all of the chaos in the Southeast Conference. And I'm calling that Ole Miss and Jackson Dart are just going to shake up the old college football playoffs and outscore the Georgia Bulldogs, because I hate watching Carson Beck play quarterback. I don't understand the fandom of said quarterback. He's got a long throwing process. He's a turnover waiting to happen. He leaves the ball up in the air for it seems like forever. I want to see Jackson Dart assert himself as the best quarterback in the Southeast Conference.
Game I won't necessarily be watching, but I'll be listening to right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Michigan at undefeated Indiana, 1:30 p.m. kick. You can listen to that game, see if the Hoosiers can improve to 10-0 and 7-0 in the Big Ten. That's going to do it for us for the week. For Coach Mike Sanford out there in Las Vegas, Nevada. Coach, best of luck this evening to Coach Mike Sanford Sr., as he goes into the playoffs. But for Coach Sanford, for both of the Coach Sanfords, KJ Granderson, I'm Alex Ryanemi. We will talk to you guys coming up on 10 a.m. on Monday morning.
Let's go!
D-Mac, Darren.
Hey, we're on the air. We're starting the show.
Darren. Hey, Darren.
We're on to starting the show.
Hey,
Mom,
I'm trying to get Sean and Stores to come in here real fast.
Yeah, we're starting the show. Hold on, I can't hear you.
Start the show.
There we go. What up, backhoes? It's a funky football Friday with the Broncos and the Chiefs going down this weekend. Bam! Yeah. All brought to you by AAA Home Improvements, AAAHomeImprovements.com. I hit it again. It's a... I hit posts left and right. That's all I do around here, man.
Hey, are you plugging in some beats?
Yeah, those are my. It's a little low on the beat. The beat box.
I keep a pair like that. You know, I don't even know if they're real beats. They might be.
Those are real beats, brother.
Well, I got mine that has a little 6 on it and everything too.
You probably have Beats and it's spelled Beets.
Yeah.
You got the knockoff.
They're
Beats.
a real funny colored red.
Yeah.
But I keep them plugged into my car all the time.
Oh no, man, those bad boys give you. I mean, these are the ones you work out with too. They got the little, thingamabobbers there. I'll plug you in, get you going, big.
Thank you,
fella. All right, I checked in with our buddy
Drew Holiday,
Nick O'Hare.
Oh, Nick O'Hare.
Drew Holiday.
I don't know. His name just popped up.
Yeah,
Hold on real fast before you get into business. Can I before you get into business?
I'm gonna get into the snow.
Well, I'm trying to get. We got 2 salespeople here, and they go. And Sean goes, I heard you, and he called me a bad word, us.
About, us? Why?
Yeah, saying, I said, well, ain't no salesman coming in tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
And then the company gave him, they close offices. So he said, I heard you guys saying no salespeople will come. So he
Is
said,
that why they're here?
And that's why he stayed too.
It's 12:03. They can leave, I suppose. You proved your point. Tough guys.
You won.
You won.
But I'm like,
by the way, look what are they doing out there? Just sitting there in their hoodies.
But you got 2 Arkansas guys that didn't even grow up here, came into work, and all the locals.
Okay, we're playing this silly game of it ain't that bad.
Although it's been snowing.
Every time it snows, you get the. It ain't that bad. And you know what? It ain't that bad. Not right now, it's not. I don't know where it's going to go.
Well, I will tell you this. The temperature's starting to drop. By the time I pulled in, it was down to 31.
It's relatively warm, though. Like, to me, this temperature right here is ideal for skiing. This is exactly what I want for skiing, like right around the 30s. I don't want it in the 40s. It's too warm.
Like 35.
I'll take anything from 28 to 35 for skiing. To me is bueno.
Yeah, I hate skiing. Don't care about it, so it doesn't matter to me. I don't like cold weather. But I will say the temperature is dropping, and I did slide on 470.
Did you really?
Yeah, it was a little slip. It's starting to get that slush is starting to freeze a little bit.
I checked in with our boy Nick O'Hare from the Denver Nuggets.
Athletic? Oh, PR guy.
Yeah, and I was like,
he's a vice president now, I think.
Is he really?
I think, but I don't know.
I know Mike Singer is in charge of corporate spying. And he's got a book about Nicola coming out. I actually am looking forward to reading that book. It's coming out here relatively shortly.
I usually like people that know basketball to write about basketball.
I don't think it's a basketball book. I think it's a book about Nicola. It's
Nicola.
not.
Is it Nicola?
I don't think
Nicola?
we're breaking down the press in there, brother. Or we're talking about inbounds plays or whatever. I think we're talking about the biggest personality in the world.
Yeah, but can he curl 40?
Can Singer?
Yeah.
No, that's why I wrote a book. I bet I got Singer on that one. I bet I got Singer. He's a little taller than me, but I bet I got him on that one. I bet I work out a little bit more than Mike Singer. Maybe. I don't know.
He's thin though.
He's
wiry.
He's a swell looking fella.
He is a swell looking fella.
Yeah, but he goes.
I think he and Dan would be good friends.
Well, I think.
Why is that?
We're getting notes here from the boss. What's he want? Tyler. Tyler's got. I don't want to talk on Tyler's business. We knew Tyler may be a little bit late today, so we'll let him talk about whatever he wants to talk about. So that's cool. He's coming. He'll be here shortly.
Probably breaking down tackles.
Breaking down.
Have another breakdown today.
Let me just get to what the hell I was going to say in the first place.
Yeah, you talked. Hey, by the
I was
way,
going to talk
hold on.
Nuggets. I'm serving you Nuggets up on a plate.
Hold on. Let's start.
On a funky football Friday.
Hey, have you talked to Nickel Hair lately?
I did.
Really?
The game's going on, but it's not an unreasonable question. In fact, the last time the Nuggets canceled a game, the team was here. The other team was here.
Yeah.
It was in 2006, and it was the Suns. Now, it's a little bit different because it's the Suns, not an East Coast team, but there was something really quirky around that time.
Well,
Do you remember the game?
Miami was in town yesterday.
Yeah.
They got in here yesterday, so they've been here. I do remember the game, and I remember.
Do you know what was really super quirky about it?
Basically the Nuggets called the governor, which I think at the time was Bill Owens, and said, if you don't cancel this thing, anything bad happens to any one of our fans, we're calling you out, and blah, blah, blah. And so Bill Owens.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I thought I was told that.
Okay, you could be. I'm not saying you're wrong on that. I didn't know that. That's fun. It was less than 24 hours. This is December 20th, 21st, 2006. It was less than 24 hours after the Nuggets got Allen Iverson. But they had some other weird things going on that night. The Suns were on a 15-game win streak, so they were really playing well. The Nuggets were without Carmelo and J.R. Smith, who had been suspended. Andre Miller and Joe Smith and Iverson hadn't arrived yet because of the trade hadn't been formalized. So while the Suns
So the Nuggets were pushing hard to cancel the game.
Correct. They didn't really have any. They didn't have a team. Not really.
Yeah.
I mean, they obviously could have played somebody out there, but they really were just looking to cancel the game because their team wasn't really assembled.
Right.
The Suns were the Suns. It's Phoenix, right? Like, who cares? You can get back and forth like that, no problem. So the Suns were here.
This will be a little tougher because it's Miami.
Well, I was told by Nick, zero chance of the game being zero. This game is happening tonight, 1,000%. And if the game's happening, the doors are open for whatever fans want to go. So, I was like, man, I don't know. I love going to the games. I want to go to the games. And I was like, maybe skip this one. I'm driving down the road today. I'm like, wait a second. This ain't bad.
But I'm telling you,
You think so?
The temperatures are dropping. And I looked at my app just a while ago. It's supposed to snow till like 1 o'clock in the morning. So this may not be heavy snow, but it's snowing now and it's not supposed to stop.
I told my wife I wasn't going to go, but then I'm driving here to work and I'm like, I don't know.
Why don't you guys stay at home and play dress up? I mean, the scab's looking good.
I know. It's kind of, I don't know, man. I like the black eye. Hey, did you see Vic ran into a glass door?
Can I say
that is like the most old man move, like walking into glass.
I mean, you could say I was riding a bike. I probably was driving it where I shouldn't have. It was wet cement. My tire bogged.
Yeah.
I went over the handlebars.
Ass over tea kettle.
And smashed my face on the cement.
Right.
That you're like, okay, you're stupid for breaking the law. However, that's legit.
Kind of.
That's kind of
yeah.
Walking around, probably on his cell phone. Probably on his
cell
phone, and he walked into
it was here.
Yeah,
he walked into a glass door.
Yeah, that's yeah. But I guarantee he was on his cell phone. I guarantee he was sitting there looking at something, and bam, bashed right into the door.
I mean, that'll teach Vic to come to work. I mean, what's he thinking?
Hey, welcome to a funky football behind the scenes joke Friday.
What is he thinking? Anyways, so
wouldn't have to have that at the mansion in
Golden.
Yeah,
no, there's all sorts of Italian warning stickers up there. There's a bunch of meatballs all over the place. Yeah, there's Italian flags and Tony Soprano posters. I mean, it's just the whole thing. There's no glass there. It's Italian.
That'd be funny. In Vic's kids' rooms growing up, were there more sports posters or Soprano posters?
That's a good one. I don't know. I guess you're looking for the greatest Italian sports people. We can do 2 minutes on it. Give me your favorite Italian sports people.
Wasn't there a
2
great,
minutes, that's it. Give it to me. Who
Wasn't
you
there
got?
a great F1 driver?
Okay, great
car
one.
driver?
No, we need names, not general. Wasn't there an incredible football player?
Giuseppe?
Sure. Giuseppe? AJ Foisetti?
Danilo Gallinari.
Danilo Gallinari. Really? He's your greatest Italian basketball player? Really? I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong.
I think he's probably the best Italian. Do you remember a whole lot of Italians playing NBA? For 15 years?
I mean, you got Caruso. Isn't he Italian? Plays for we just saw him playing for the Thunder. Caruso. He's got to be Italian, right? Scalabrini, Brian Scalabrini.
Oh, he's redhead. I thought he was Irish.
His name's Scalabrini.
Well, I understand that.
Oh, there's some significant red-haired areas in the Mediterranean of Italy.
Dan Marino's Italian?
Dan Marino!
I guess. I didn't know that.
Well, his name's Marino. Of course, that makes... Is this a list of the greatest Italian?
Yeah.
But see,
all right, keep going. Who else we got? Mario Andretti. There you go.
I told you it was a great
all
car.
right, keep going. Mary Lou Retton? That's cool.
Can I say something? I'm not talking about...
She looks like she's about to get into the gravy right there.
But can I say something? I'm not talking about
Yogi Berra.
American Italians. I'm talking about Italians.
No, I was talking about American Italians. America. Vince Lombardi. How can we forget that? Keep going. Franco Harris. Good one. Who else? Phil Esposito. My guy. Joe Montana's Italian? Really? All right.
Because it's really pronounced Montano.
Rocky Marciano. I mean,
Rocky Marciano. How's Rocky Marciano not one?
And number one, Joe DiMaggio. All right, there you go. That's enough Italian talk.
See, that's like American.
Yeah, that's.
See, I was thinking like Gianni Rivera.
Something like Alberto Tomba, Dan Pastorini.
Tomba, wasn't he the skier?
Yeah,
he was a great skier. Now
we're done with Italian talk. Enough.
Wow,
we gave it 2 minutes. That was more than enough. We'll get into why the Broncos can win. Do you think the Broncos can win? Do you think the Broncos can win? As we sit here in the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. Do you think there are reasons why the Broncos will win this game? Brett said the Chiefs, Broncos is a coin flip. Can Brett just make up his mind one way or the other?
You called him on the fence the other day.
That was like 2 days ago. He's still on the fence?
Yeah.
Does he need a saddle for that fence?
No, he likes the pokey
Does he
things.
like to ride on the fence? Brett, get off the fence, bro.
White picket.
People are going to start talking. Just get off that fence.
He likes the pickets.
Vic Mosier said it's doubtful they win. Wow, we got just a bunch of... Just say yes or no. You think they're going to win or not? Yes or no. You think they're going to win or not? Don't give me a fence-sitting thing.
50-50.
Stop it!
I think that if they are able...
my Lord. The Broncos are going... I'll show you how it's done. The Broncos are going to pull the upset of the year and win this game. They're going to win around something low-scoring, 18-15, and beat the Chiefs. That's what I believe will happen.
26.
Which team?
I
really? Seriously, you two?
Yeah, because
you two.
No, because you're making me...
I'm making you have an opinion?
No, I got an opinion.
What's your opinion? Be honest.
I think they're. Let me.
On the text line, I could see it going either way. Get off the fence.
So is this off the fence Friday?
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Off the fence Friday.
Off the fence Friday.
Tell me what you think is going to happen.
That should be a staple. Off the fence Friday.
Sure.
Broncos win 23-13.
23-13. Good job, Scott. Golly, was it really that hard?
Yeah, because I don't really believe it.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Because, dude, when you start talking like this and I start getting the Bo Nix, and then all of a sudden I'm like, gosh, really, their defense has bothered them for 4 or 5 years, and this defense probably is as good as they've had in 4 or 5 years.
Keep going.
Keep Sean Payton out of the defensive play calling scheme of things, and I think you'll be good this weekend.
Well, the Altitude Sports Radio app has the voice of the people. So go to the voice of the people and let us know what you think. Listen, man, if you're out there driving around, it's a little bit of a quirky day. We get it. It's a different day. There's probably not as many people in their cars. Probably, it's one of them days.
Well, hands-free, call us in.
Yeah. I mean, just if you're existing and can hear the sound of our voices today,
you realize you're one of the few because most people have tapped out.
Yeah. Well, I was watching a Hallmark movie before a game.
I'm sure you were.
Yeah, I was.
I'm sure it was like.
I was. You know what I watched last night?
I'm sure before you. This is my impression of Scott Hastings before he picked up his keys today. That's it right there.
Yeah. That's exactly.
And maybe if I click like the remote. Click.
Daughter goes, Dad, where are you going? Grindhouse.
Did you think you're going to Joe Willie's?
No, I didn't. I thought
What?
The meat grinder. I said we were having work.
Oh yeah, I
work.
know. Slaving away
On a hot mic.
Really, seriously.
Hot mic with,
people feeling
Lyndall
so sorry
Hastings.
for us. All right, so throw it out there to us, the voice of the people. Let's hear from you. Let's get fired up today.
I've got a great scenario I want to present to you.
Good. We can hear that coming up next. Get off the fence. It's PhD on 92.5. What's going on? It's D-Mac from Mike Maroney. Mike Maroney, Chevy GMC in Longmont. Mike Maroney, GMC in Boulder. Mike Maroney means more. Black Friday savings all month long. It's the Christmas season, and Thanksgiving is just part of it.
I heard that today. That's exactly right.
On their incredible lineup of Chevy Silverados
Exactly right.
and GMC Sierras. Black Friday, which is just a part of the Christmas season.
It's just a date that falls in the Christmas season.
So if you want something that's tough, right ahead of this weather, are you kidding me? You could have taken your kid's entire class to school today in one of these incredible vehicles. They've got you covered with amazing deals or low financing options at both locations. A 3-day money-back guarantee because Maroney means more, and free delivery anywhere in Colorado from Montrose to Monument. From Saddle Rock to Salida, from Durango to Denver. I could keep going. From Kremling to Kermit. I made that up. Anywhere you want, they've got you. Don't let these peak savings slip away. The best trucks will go fast. It's Mike Maroney, Chevy GMC in Longmont, Mike Maroney, GMC in Boulder. Together, let's drive GMC. We are professional grade. All right, we're back. Our guy Tyler will be here in a little bit. He's got a little something. Seen a man about a dog. He'll be here though shortly. What do you got for me? I got tons of stuff for you, but what do you got for me?
Here's what I was going to tell you. Monster game last night. What a football game. Looked like Cincinnati was going to run away with it, and here comes, the Ravens rolling back hard. And
of course.
Win it. You had your choice, right? We just saw last week when Bowles didn't go for 2. They ended up losing overtime.
I loved it.
Cincinnati goes for 2.
No, I didn't like the play, but I like the concept for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, especially in the touchdown to put you right there was what a catch by Chase in the end zone.
Agreed.
Dang. If they suck, maybe and that's a cheap organization.
Who, the Bengals?
Yeah, Bengals been known as a cheap organization, although they did pay Burrows. Dude, wasn't that Joe Burrows can play?
It's two of the top 5 quarterbacks in the league right there last night. Your top 5 quarterbacks right now
may all be in the AFC.
You're not going to put Goff in there?
Well, it depends on who all's on your list.
Well, I mean, it's Allen, Mahomes, Burrows, Jackson.
And then you can go Goff.
And maybe Daniels.
Who?
Jaden Daniels.
Jaden. I always hate putting rookies.
I got you.
If he's doing this same thing next year, then I'm willing to go.
I got you.
But he looks like he's going to be on the list. We forget the guy with the Rams. It's like also, and I know he's not asked to do as much as he's been in the past.
Of course.
Oh, not the Rams, but the Chargers.
Herbert. Yeah, there's a lot of good guys out there.
I mean, would you say, is it easy to say 7 of the top 10 are AFC quarterbacks?
Yeah, and they're all number 1 draft picks or first-round guys, too. The AFC is heavily slanted in the first-round quarterback business.
And if he ever stayed healthy and had a year like he had last year, is Tua a top 10?
He was playing like it. I mean, it's hard to see what he's going to be now, but sure. I mean, I'd be happy to have him.
C.J. Stroud, does he look like he's?
I'd be happy to have him. Sure.
The quarterbacks now, and listen,
you gonna put Bo Nix in that conversation
not
soon?
Yet. No, I'm just like I'm not gonna put Jaden Daniels. I'm not gonna put a rookie in there yet. You got to get me into your second season before I put you in there.
That's fine. The Broncos should be in the Super Bowl. I want the Broncos to be like the Detroit Lions. I want them to take that trajectory. So if they slightly miss the playoffs this year, it's not going to break my heart as long as they're competitive next year.
And get in next year.
And they're championship worthy, like the Lions clearly are, and they were last year. If Dan Campbell could do math, they'd be better in 3 years. And at 3 years, Bo Nix is going to be
27.
Well, closing in on 27. Yeah. That's old enough.
That should be primo.
Sure.
Primo, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, listen, if I'm not going to put Jaden Daniels. I'm not going to put Bo Nix yet. But I don't want to give rookies that yet. I wouldn't. And C.J. Stroud had an unbelievable year last year, and the Texans themselves have fallen off, but CJ's still pretty good.
But this is why I blanch at the whole, he hasn't won a Super Bowl. The staggering stat. Only 4% of quarterbacks ever drafted in any round have won a Super Bowl. So winning a Super Bowl to me is a poor measuring stick for is he good enough to win a Super Bowl. However, if you just want to talk about personal legacy, fine. But the whole thing is it's not whether he's won a Super Bowl. It's whether you could see him in a position to win a Super Bowl. Then you go from there. You never know how Jim Kelly didn't get one. Marino didn't get one. Elway was barreling down that path till the very end.
Well, was it Elway that said you make your fortune in the regular season, your fame in the postseason?
I could imagine him saying that.
I think he said something like that. And listen, Dan Marino, and I hate saying this, he was the first name I had in the
Italian All-Americans. Yeah.
And you look at what he did his second year in the league, right? And he wins the MVP his second year in the league. The first year, I think Adam thought it was the first year he won it. Well, guess what? He was third in the MVP voting for his rookie year, which is still pretty dang good, right?
It's amazing, yeah.
But no one hardly talks about Marino anymore. I mean, pundits don't talk about Marino anymore.
Because that's legacy.
Right.
But don't tell me he wasn't good enough to that's where I always go, you can get a hamburger at Burger King or McDonald's. This is going to be a hamburger. In 1983, Elway, Marino, Kelly. We're all good. Do you think people in Buffalo were bummed they they got Jim Kelly instead of John Elway? No.
That's as it turned out.
I'll tell you, people in Miami were happy they had Marino, not Kelly or Elway. They were fine with Marino. There can be more than one good player out there, Scott, in any given year.
I like what you just said. Super Bowl championships add to your fame, your legacy.
Yes.
I like that part of it. But it can't diminish your quality. Dan Marino was a quality quarterback for a long, long time.
Slam dunk Hall of Famer. But when you talk about the greatest of all time, he's going to be left off the list because you're talking about legacy. Not was he good enough or are we happy that he's a quarterback? You're thrilled that he's your quarterback. All-timer. Man, I was so lucky in terms of just covering sports. The first quarterback in the NFL I covered was Jim Kelly.
Well, it's similar.
Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous.
First quarterback I covered in the NFL?
Elway?
John Elway.
That's ridiculous. I'm going into this thing, and I'm just like, oh, well, okay, this is, of course, how it is. Do you think we were sitting there in Buffalo while I was there like, ooh, who are we going to draft as a quarterback? Hell no.
Not even a discussion.
Not even a discussion. Never talked about it. Because not only was Kelly good enough to win, and he was there every year, he was the right type of leader. There were no doubts about it. I didn't get into that squirrely, and then I got here the year Elway retired. It was my first year in Denver. I got here in the fall of '99. So he had hung it up in the spring. And then it was a little like, well, who's our guy? And it was kind of weird.
Well, it's
a little
funny.
odd back then.
So I called Broncos games for right around a decade. But my first year of calling games was their first Super Bowl. So think about this. Basketball guy calling football radio, first of all, at the time, unheard of.
Mm-hmm.
Lucky because Elway and I became close friends. Steve Atwater and I became close friends. Alfred and I became friends during that time. Neil Smith kind of adopted me. The team, Mark Schlereth adopted me. Nayland adopted me.
It's easy to do that when you're closer in age to those guys, isn't it?
I'd only been out of pro basketball for 2 years.
Yeah, you're kind of like, you're one of the guys.
I'm one of the guys still.
Yeah.
But think about this. So my first year calling NFL football games to win a Super Bowl. Pretty cool.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That was your first year?
Second year I'm calling NFL football games. They win a Super Bowl. Dude.
It's nothing to this.
Yeah. I swear to God. I'm like going in and you get a little arrogant and you think, well, dude, this
it's not that hard.
I mean, imagine the New England broadcasters. They're thinking, this is the easiest gig in the world. And then TD got hurt. And then, then it started rolling downhill for a few years. But yeah. So my first real coverage of the football, John Elway.
Yeah,
and the year before I started doing it, I'm going to camps. It's Elway.
We're spoiled. But those are first-round guys. You got to hope for the best. Burrow's one of those guys. He's one of those guys. He will go down. Yeah, he'll go down as a better quarterback than Boomer Esiason. He'll go down, and Ken Anderson. He'll go down as the greatest Bengals quarterback of all time.
Both them don't have Super Bowls either.
They got there, though.
But the thing with Burrows, I don't know if you looked at the stats last night. They have zero running game right now. I mean, zero. Do you see how many times?
By the way, you a little impressed I just ripped off Ken Anderson just like that?
That was Ken Anderson. Was a good one.
Come on, man.
Nice mustache.
Somebody had to throw the ball to Chris Collinsworth.
Remember that sweet mustache he had back then?
Those were the days.
You know what my number in junior high football was?
14?
81. You know
Chris
why?
Collinsworth.
Chris Collinsworth.
Yeah, Slythe.
Be Chris Collinsworth.
Skinny.
But Joe Burrow threw it 56 times. They ran it like 20.
They scored 34 points.
Well, I know that. I mean, he was fantastic. 3 touchdowns, no picks.
I'm not a big, you got to run the ball guy. Here's what I am. I'm a big, you got to do what the defense gives you. And there's a lot of different ways to go about that. In general, the ability to run the ball is important. In general. But if the game is giving you something else, and we've talked all about the Ravens and their lousy pass defense. We did. Broncos just couldn't capitalize on it. But it's not like it doesn't still exist.
Well, but don't you think also there's certain quarterbacks that are better at a play action? Like why is Russ being okay in Pittsburgh? They run the ball well, and then they do a lot of play action off of it. And I think what did he do in Seattle when he was really, really good? Ran the football really good and had a lot of play action. Put him back and just, okay, you're going to shotgun 80% of the time or sit back and, 5-step drop every single time. I didn't think he had much success trying to do that.
I read an article about the Buffs today. It's kind of this how did they get so good? And a lot of these big national articles are stuff that we've talked about a million times, but fine. And they talked about Robert Livingston, the defensive coordinator, once he got on board. Although he had never called defensive plays, he was determined that you've got to fit whatever you're calling to who you have, which is so
John Wooden.
So common sense, right?
Yeah.
It's not complicated.
Yeah.
And they just weren't doing that because a coach here's what an arrogant coach will do. He'll just, it's my way or the highway, no matter what. Well, that doesn't work if you don't have the players.
Well, first of all, John Wooden talked about that in the Little Blue Book. I'll tell you an experience I had exactly like that.
Yeah.
So I'm getting my first high school coaching job and blah, 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 and I'm watching Gino Ariyama because at the time that's when Connecticut's rolling off 100 straight wins or whatever it was. And he's speaking at a Nike clinic to coaches. I'm watching the video. Video's an hour and a half.
Okay.
Dude, I've got 5 pages of notes. I'm writing things down. He's got plays diagramming. I'm going through this thing. I'm invested this hour and a half in this video. Last 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Now I need to stop right here. I'm an hour 15 minutes in. I have to stop right here. And he goes to the board where he just drew up his plays.
Yeah.
And with his little marker, and you hear the tap as he hits it on the dry erase. He goes, that's an All-American. That's an All-American. That's an All-American. He says, you guys probably don't have that luxury.
Mm-hmm.
This may not work for you. And I went, God.
Let me tell you a fun story, too. I was at a little kid baseball coaching clinic. It was actually, the guy was
Wasn't
excellent.
those fun, some of those coaching clinics?
This coaching clinic was amazing because he went through some real fundamentals of how to teach kids catching and throwing. Catching and throwing are 2 different skills. You coach them differently. And he goes, listen, here's what I do. With the way I do things, I've taken every team, and it doesn't matter. Just give me 10 kids, whatever, and every year it's the same thing. They kind of stink, and then we get better, and every year I get them to the championship game. And then somebody goes, well, what happens then? He goes, well, we generally lose because the other team's better. Because at the end of the day, talent is talent. Talent is that you can only go so far. But, you can get there. We generally lose because they're better.
Well, that's the same moment I had.
By the way, you realize what will happen if Colorado State does get to the Mountain West championship game. And has to face Boise State, who's ranked 12th in the country. They will lose by 50. But it'd be fun to get there.
Any given Saturday.
Not on that one. By the way, that is the one thing that doesn't exist. There is not parity in college football like the NFL. The NFL, Brian McCarthy put out stats yesterday. There are more games this year than ever through the first 9 weeks that have been decided by 7 points or less. 46 of them. More games than ever.
Is that designed for the bettors?
Let me get that right.
Is that really designed to make football better?
Let me get that exactly right. I just think it's the nature of. I think it's good. Do you not like it?
I think the word parody, if you look up the Greek definition, means suck.
I really doubt that's what it.
I think I read that somewhere.
There's no
or
way.
It means mediocre.
There's no way it's.
I think parody look it up, Dan. Parody in the Latin dictionary, I think means mediocre.
You said suck.
Well, doesn't mediocre suck?
No,
do you want
suck.
To be,
there's
do you want to be mediocre? Mediocre sucks.
Dan?
He sucks.
Brian McCarthy, let me get this right. Sorry. 75 games have been decided by 7 points or fewer, and 65 by 6 points or less. The most through week 9 in NFL history. Oh, there's a big fella. He's rambling in. Looking none the worse for wear.
He's moving slow, though.
Yeah, we'll get to what that's all about.
Who's older, me or the 38-year-old?
Parody. The state or condition of being equal, especially regarding status or pay.
That's not the Latin dictionary.
Dan, you didn't look up the Latin dictionary.
Here, let me.
El succus hugis.
Parody.
Mm-hmm.
Mediacus succus.
Okay. We're going to talk to Dan Hughes, who's the Chiefs' color analyst, and let him know that his team is about to lose their first game of the year. That's coming up next. Funky Friday. Excited to get you fired up for the game. Why the Broncos can win. Scott's predicted to win. I predicted to win. Tyler,
I heard that on my drive in. I was a little bit late today. Had to get an MRI.
Yeah.
I did hear you bully Scott into predicting a win.
So you felt that over the air.
Yeah.
You felt that. Okay.
So you want to predict a loss?
Yeah. I mean,
predicting a loss.
do I want to? No. Am I going to? Yeah.
It's off the fence Friday?
It's off the fence
But I
Friday.
mean, I'm like, but for just to be like a good partner of the show, like we're into this whole optimism thing on Fridays. Hell yeah, let's beat the Chiefs. We're gonna beat the Chiefs. Let's go. Forget it.
Joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline is Dannon Hughes, the Chiefs color analyst. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. RamosLaw.com. Dannon, thank you for joining us. How are you, my friend?
Doing all right, fellas. How you guys doing? Ready for a trip to Kansas City?
Yeah.
Broncos coming in.
Wow.
It should be fun.
You sound cocky already. Look at that. I can tell. All right, just be honest, man. You guys have your eyes on the Bills, not the Broncos, right? That's the big matchup coming up in 2 weeks. You don't even this is nothing for you guys, correct?
Untrue. Very untrue. We know what you guys are capable of. You beat us the last time we met. So back in October last year. So I feel like just like we had with the Raiders when they beat us on Christmas Day and we had to face them a few weeks ago, we don't overlook anybody that beat us. There's not that many that do, so we got to focus on those guys when we have a chance.
When you look at last year's game and they were able to sneak up on you, and I said last year if Denver was ever going to get off that schneid, what was it, like 217 straight losses to you guys?
I thought it was 218.
218, whatever it was. Well, since Peyton Manning.
Right.
I was like, this was the year because you didn't play well. You're not playing great now, statistically, I guess, offensively, and yet you look at the scoreboard and say no. You look at where you were last year, the numbers are very similar. Mahomes turned it over a lot early last year and then straightened that out. Last 2 games, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception. Where are they in your estimation in years past offensively, and are you starting to slowly see improvement from what they started in the first few weeks?
Yeah, definitely seeing improvement. They haven't arrived yet, and I think that's a good thing. I think when you look at this run since Patrick Mahomes has taken over, there have been years where he came out like gangbusters, and then there's been years where we haven't necessarily been the championship team in Week 10, and that's been okay. I feel like if you look across the landscape of the NFL, you will have seen probably 4 weeks ago, maybe some teams 6 weeks ago, maybe some teams just this past week, like you've seen the best. That's the best they're going to be. That's the best that they can perform. They're just going to hope for the rest of the season that they can retain that same energy and that same production. We're not in that boat. We're a team that, our defense has played exceptional, but special teams and offense, like we haven't arrived yet. And I feel like that's kind of a rallying point for this team that they even recognize it. Like all of us here in the Chiefs Kingdom are like, man, can you imagine when they all get it together? What's it going to look like? And that's pretty fun. That's pretty exciting for us. So it's not necessarily that we feel like we're playing championship football because we obviously know what that means and what it's done for us the last 2 years. But we know what we're capable of. And I think with additions like DeAndre Hopkins on the offense, as long as we don't sustain any more injuries, we get Isaiah Pacheco back at some point, Charles Omenihu back on defense at some point, and we can get to a point where when we get to December football, we're pretty healthy. I like our chances. So it's still a work in progress, and I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, Dan, and I'm sort of on an island on this show over here, and that I'm looking at this Chiefs team, and it kind of scares the hell out of me because what is going on? Like they're winning football games in ways that they've never had to do it before with great defense, a top 5 defense. Now, statistically speaking, 1 spot ahead of the Denver Broncos. But where would you put this team in comparison to years past in terms of just a talent, ability, the whole package?
Ooh, that's tough. I want to say that 2019 team, maybe even the 2018 team, when we lost to Tom Brady in overtime in the AFC Championship. 2019, we came right back, had the Jet two Wasps in the Super Bowl against the Niners. Those two teams were special because we could you could literally see us move the ball on 5 or 6 plays, 80 yards for a touchdown, and it wasn't anything that would surprise anybody. Since that point, we've kind of had to grow, taking into consideration how defenses were playing the too deep coverage, taking away a lot of the ability to stretch the field and forcing Patrick to be more patient in throwing the ball down the field. I remember a few weeks ago we played the Saints, and we wound up winning. That was pretty much one of the games that stood out outside of the interception that he had on the goal line by the tip pass. He played pretty solidly in that game, threw for over 300 yards, and that was the one game where we actually covered and wind up winning. But in that game, none of his passes had airtime over 15 yards. Yeah, we got some chunk plays where guys caught the ball and ran afterwards, but that, to me, showed a lot about his patience and his maturity. And he's kind of grown since then, and he's cut down on the interceptions, as you mentioned, in the last couple of games. And I think that's going to bode well for us. If we can figure out ways to get on the right side of that giveaway takeaway, even though we won the Super Bowl last year at -11, where in my days and growing up in the game of football, -11 didn't even get you to the playoffs. Never mind
amazing.
to the Super Bowl. And now we're sitting at, I believe we're -4.
-4.
Going into -4 going into this game. Like, we got to be better there. So defense can only do but so much. Offense has to pick it up, but I think that's encouraging.
Now remind me, because maybe I'm just forgetful here, Dannon. Which of these years did you guys go undefeated in the regular season?
That would be never.
Oh, okay. So the Chiefs do lose regular season games even in championship years. That does happen. You guys do lose in the regular season. It does happen.
Well, we've been teeing it up for this opportunity to go for a three-peat and have an undefeated season. So it's all part of the script. Did you guys not get the script?
No, we
didn't get that script.
Hey,
We didn't get that one.
but I'll be real fun. I brought this up this week, Dan, and I played on the Detroit Pistons on their second year of the back-to-back championship. And after you win championships, it's a grind the next year. You're everybody's target. The Chiefs lived that way for the last handful of years. But you need something to spark the veteran guys to say, hey, let's get this going one more time. I think DeAndre Hopkins, A, was a great pickup, great trade. But B, I think he's the kind of guy that has enough respect from peers in the league that could give them more impetus to say, hey, let's grind this thing and get DeAndre a chance to win his ring.
Oh, I think there's definitely multiple rallying points. If you remember, in Vegas at the Super Bowl, before they even touched the trophy, they had Patrick and those guys mic'd up, and he was talking to Chris Jones about, hey, you're coming back next year. And he was telling everybody, let's go for 3. And he hadn't even touched the trophy yet from winning the game against the Niners. Like, these guys have a different kind of focus. You know, with me, I'm in the broadcast booth, and then as soon as the clock hits 0, I go right down to the locker room, and I do a couple of post-game interviews with players. I randomly pick guys. And to a man, like, when there's teams out there, and I'll throw the Raiders under the bus, last year, Christmas Day, the Raiders come into Arrowhead, they beat us. They're smoking cigars in the locker room. The music's blasting. They're having a party. A few years before that, John Gruden was known when they came and beat us that they did laps around the stadium in their buses on the way to the airport. All of those different hijinks and all those different extras. And then when I go down to the locker room, you can't tell a loss from a win. Like, these guys are just laser focused. The interviews I do, they're just like, hey, you know what? We should have been better on that last drive. You know, we gave up points to get to overtime. I'm glad the offense picked up the defense at that point. And going last week, it's always, this could be better, but. So it's a whole different animal when we're talking with these guys, because you remember the losses more than you remember the wins. But these guys have a focus about the next game, the next play, like I haven't seen in all my years around the NFL. So it's been fun. I think at times it can look a little frustrating, but like, they are truly dialed in. When I'm talking about dialed in to winning every single game, and if somebody makes a mistake, they put it behind them. There's no blow-ups on the sideline. There's nothing. They just get out there and do their job, and if we win the game this Sunday 3-2, they'll be just the same mindset as if we win 30-10.
Dan, and I hope somebody's recording this somewhere. But you guys are going to go. You guys are going to go 15-2 this year. 15-2.
Hold on, I thought you predicted 5 losses for the Chiefs.
Reassessed. It's going to be the Broncos on Sunday, and when you've got the number 1 seed wrapped up, and the final game of the year means nothing, it's going to be the Broncos in Week 18 in the final game of the season. That's going to be your 2 losses this year.
So there's no home cooking here on this assessment. This is totally unbiased.
Totally unbiased.
Hey, Dan.
Analytical, scientific.
You are talking to the king of playing to the crowd. Are you kidding me?
We are talking. So best of luck against the Bills. Best of luck against the Bills.
Hey, this could be a trap game now for the Chiefs. I will say that.
Oh, anything's possible. I mean, you guys have been around the league long enough to, on any given Sunday, heck, look at the Panthers. They wind up winning a game here, So, I mean, anything can happen. You just got to be ready for it.
So this, you view this. Hold on.
8-0.
Yeah.
Instead of 8-0, heck, you could look at the games and how they unfolded. We could be 4-4.
That's right.
We could be 5-3 at this point. So
that's right. That's right.
Here's the thing, though, about this team, and I know this is going to go against you and your listeners. There's a knack for teams that know how to win versus figuring out how to lose. You asked Brendan Staley with the Chargers in his last few years, figuring out ways to lose. They probably should have beat us more times in during his tenure than we beat them, but they figured out ways to lose. You look at the Cincinnati Bengals. They're figuring out ways to lose games. There's several teams that when the bullets are flying in the fourth quarter and they have leads or they have to come back, they figure out ways to piss down their leg. And fortunately for us, we haven't done that. And I'm good with it. Like a 1-point win, a 3-point win, a last-second field goal, whatever it is, like it just tells you more and more about the makeup of these guys that they're not going to give in. So hopefully that doesn't start this weekend, and we prove your predictions wrong.
Well, we deeply appreciate your time. It's been a hell of a run there, no doubt about it. And I hope you have a great call. And when it goes 3-2-1 and the Broncos win, I just want you to listen to these words to echo in your head. I told you so.
I'll be thinking about you guys.
Okay.
I will be thinking about you
I'll just
guys.
be thinking this: 15-2.
15-2.
There you go.
15-2 is a great season. All right, thanks, Dan. We
Oh, my
appreciate it.
goodness.
All right, thank you.
All right,
Thank you, my
fellas.
man. They're so looking past the Broncos. Laser focus my ass.
I don't disagree with that.
He's bringing up
Could be.
he's bringing it up. It's an any given Sunday game.
Yeah, that's kind of what it is, bud.
No
Although,
way.
hey, did you guys see the line keeps going down?
I did not see that.
Yeah,
I'll check it right
I
now.
believe the line, what did it start at? 8.5?
9.5.
9.5.
It started at 9.5.
I heard this morning on the morning show, I didn't see it for myself, but I heard they were saying it was down to like 7.
I'll look at ESPN.com right now and see what they say. 7.5.
7.5.
According to ESPN.com. So down a couple points.
So people
over the course
are
of the
betting
week.
it down. People are taking the Broncos.
Well, that's a lot of points.
I like it.
Yeah, 7's still plenty.
I get it, but you're moving the line down a couple points into a one-possession game. Okay.
But that's not saying anything about who's going to win. That just says, okay, this is what we do.
That's just a bunch of degenerates.
Yeah, that's yeah. So now you follow degenerates?
People are listening to me. All right. There's a quirky story about CU going on. That is a much bigger deal in Lubbock than nobody's really talking about up here. But there's something going on that everybody's talking about down in Lubbock. Details coming up next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. I love hosting the Premier Heating and Air show. That's at 7:30 every Saturday morning right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can also get that podcast on all your podcast platforms, altitudesportsradio.com or wherever you get your podcast. Listen, this is it. Here we go. And if you're having heating issues, you should know that Premier prides themselves on same-day service. So there's no reason to be suffering or be in a bad spot. If it's not going so great for you, this is tough temperatures. And yes, granted, little trickier in these type of conditions. But you need to know this number, 720-547-8009. That's 720-547-8009. The best way is just to keep up to date with your furnace needs. A $49 furnace tune-up and get on their schedule will do it. They're also offering a $1,000 trade-in credit, 0% financing for 60 months, and a gift card of up to $500 if you sign up for a free estimate today. So again, 720-547-8009, premieraircolorado.com. We'll talk with you tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
We don't change. But you add some things, you subtract some things that you saw that you didn't like about preparation, some things that you saw that you didn't like about concentration as well. You try to eliminate that and add more to it. So I'm always trying to up it. I'm always trying to make sure we're on point, not only as a head coach, but our staff, support staff, as well as the young men that we're counting on.
Funky Friday. And we'll get back to the Broncos and the Chiefs. Moral victory for the Avs last night. There's snow, but the game is a go tonight in all regards for the Nuggets and the Heat. Irony. So all of that to come, as well as no dumb questions. But there is another story that a pal of ours, our guy Armin, thank you, well said, who's a big tech guy, and I had no idea this was going on.
Tech guy, like IT?
No.
Or do you mean like Texas Tech or Georgia Tech?
Texas Tech guy. Like,
certainly not IT.
No, Texas Tech, like dressing up in Red Raider gear and just, I mean, I don't know
There's
anybody.
a lot more of those in Colorado than you realize.
I guess so. And I guess if you're punished by living in Lubbock for 4 years, you've earned it.
Which used to have the worst tasting water in the world.
Doesn't surprise me.
It tasted like dirty leaves.
I'll tell you this much: they got the worst steaks in the world. You think it'd be good steaks? You'd get going down there, staying in the Holodome, rock solid steaks, break your tooth.
I love it. We're just piling on Texas Tech. I love
Are we
it.
saying the Texas steaks are bad, or you were staying at a Holodome?
Well, we were staying at the best hotel in Lubbock.
You know what? I bet you're right on that. I'm not even going to argue with you on that one. There's a story. Dan, do you have like the whole story or just part of this? What do you have there, Dan? Maybe it's easier if the TV story just explains it. But what do you got?
I've got the guy who makes the shirts talking about this.
When you
So
say
I should
makes the
explain
shirts,
it. Let me
shirts?
explain it. It is some sort of thing they're doing down there for veterans. Some sort of Celebrate America day for veterans. Veterans Day, and you're wearing a flag shirt. And well, my dad's a vet.
I'm not from CU.
Okay. CU has put their logo on a million things with the American flag on.
Yes.
Okay?
People are tweeting them out left and right.
Not once or twice, but like dozens and dozens of times. But CU has not authorized a licensing deal so Texas Tech can sell their T-shirts.
This is the dumbest story of all time. It's the dumbest story I've ever heard in my life.
Okay.
This dude is losing his mind. He's a Texas Tech guy trying to sell money for the Texas Tech CU game.
Yes.
And he wants the rights to use the University of Colorado's logo on his shirts.
So here we go. Let's hear from this dumb in Lubbock.
We're developing the shirt and sending it into the official channels. Texas Tech was ecstatic about it. Received an immediate yes and approval from Texas Tech Athletics. And we were waiting on the University of Colorado to approve the shirt. Multiple times we had reached out, and the only message we ever got back from Colorado on multiple occasions was, in quotes, not interested. So we had some people reach out asking why. We made some changes to the shirt as required by Colorado, asking for just two helmets locking up with each other to make it a neutral shirt. We said absolutely, like, this is about celebrating American game for us. It's not about a rivalry. Made those adjustments, sent their artwork back in, and we had another response back from Colorado saying not interested. And at that point, we pressed a little bit more, and we were told that they would not be licensing a product that had an American flag on it in conjunction with their logos or our logos. And we're aware that there may be other Colorado shirts in the marketplace, and we were given the opportunity to take the American flag off this shirt, and we absolutely refused to.
This is ridiculous.
This dude's a POS. This
is ridiculous.
He's a flat out POS. They're trying to take advantage of the University of Colorado's popularity right now. And it might very well be for a good cause. I have no idea. By the way, do we know, are they making profit off this shirt?
Exactly.
Is
Who
it
knows?
all going to the veterans?
Who knows?
Did it have anything to do with that? Who knows what the storyline is
knows?
with it? Rick George actually did respond to it, which you know that it was getting underneath the skin when Rick actually responds to it. He put out 2 different tweets last night, and he said, all I will say is that this is not accurate. We have many things with American flag. Let's do better with our homework. Go Bust. Let's get a W. Then someone else sends out another one. Texas Tech is awesome. Red Raiders love America. Colorado hates America and refuses to put their logo on the American flag. Rick George just responds back, you're wrong. Do your homework. There's thousands of articles of clothing with the American flag with the University of Colorado's logo on it. This is a literal, as somebody points out in the text line, this is a grifter trying to take advantage of the University of Colorado's popularity.
Go down a little bit. There's a hat that says, we got you, Rick.
Oh, there's lots of gear.
There's sweatshirts, there's hats.
With the flag on NCU stuff. There's all sorts of stuff. He is
actually, can I say something? That's actually a cool hat.
That is a really cool hat. I want that.
I do too.
Where can I buy that hat?
That's a good looking hat.
This guy, that's well said. This dude in Lubbock is the grifter of all grifters.
It's going to cut into his bottom line, and he was looking about making a profit. You sell,
boo-hoo.
You sell 100,000 shirts just for round figures. They cost you a dollar to produce. You give $5 to the veterans thing, which is a lot of money, but guess who's keeping 4?
Exactly. Who knows where that's going? By the way, you're absolutely right. And this is, talk about some first world problems for CU. Everybody's trying to make money off CU.
Everybody.
Everybody.
Now, I will say this. Do they do this for every game with every opponent?
No, this is like a specific veterans deal for the Colorado game.
I think they likely do this for every game around Veterans Day, no matter who Tech is playing.
So wasn't this talked about 6 months ago when the game was proposed and you knew what it was?
Because Colorado was supposed to be bad then.
Well, yeah, maybe. The grifter's grifting. And to point out, and in all honesty, point fingers that CU is some sort of anti-America, whatever. You can raise eyebrows towards the motivation of that one right there.
I agree with that. That's stupid. We just saw evidence of it, and they're not. That's a dumb statement. Now, if this guy was right, the grifter, if he's right, produce the email where the people says we don't do stuff with American flags on.
Exactly.
Show me that email
from
their response. Because now if there was an email and he goes, here, I'll show you the email. Here it is from CU. Then you better find out who that person was that wrote that.
Sure. Although Rick George flat out denies it. So, I mean, look, somebody's right, somebody's wrong, but Rick literally says that this dude is...
Well, I believe Rick George.
I do too. Look, could there be some things in terms of like this seems pretty simple to me. No, we're not going to let you license our product. You're a Texas Tech fan. You're a Texas Tech association. You don't get to make University of Colorado gear.
Well, here's what I want. If I'm CU, so yeah, I'll let you do it. Give me the exact financial breakdown of what you're going to do. It's going to cost you $100,000 to produce it, and you're hoping to make $850,000. All $750,000 over the cost of this product is going to United States veterans, families, or whatever their cause is going to be. Then if you're CU, you say, okay, let's work with you. Let's get this done. But as I said, because listen, I did a T-shirt once. Radio station said, no, we ain't going to do it. We'll let you talk about it, stuff like that, but you got to infer all the costs. Oh, okay. Sold 140,000 T-shirts. It cost us $1 to make.
Good for you. Was it about poop?
No, it was no charity either. It was, we're just selling, no, I think it was a Raider hater.
Oh, okay.
It was a Raider hater T-shirt.
There you go.
And my partner and I, who was in the T-shirt company at the time, and he goes, because we wanted
it was kind of about poop then, if it was a
because we
Raider hater.
split it with them the year before. We did half the proceeds went to KOA, half went to us. And next year the guy goes, oh, we're not doing it. Oh no, you have to confer the cost. I said okay, and we still gave them $1 a shirt anyway, just for letting us talk about it. We got to keep 8.
There you go, business.
And we sold 140,000 shirts
on the. Good for you guys.
Can we do that on this show?
Yeah, on the Sean Mazza text line. I've been a licensed vendor in university branding with CU for almost a decade. They never approve anything from unlicensed vendors, regardless of who.
Well, then that's the bottom line.
It's got nothing to do with the flag.
Hold on, Dan,
or
put that
anything like
back. Over the comments on the left right there from 1189 number. I'm a vet and a CU grad. They gave me a red, white, and blue tassel for my graduation.
Yeah, it's silly. It's untrue. A grifter is a good way to put it. And it smells of some other stuff too. And I don't know, man, like I don't know what you're trying to stir up down there in Lubbock.
You know what? Now I'm telling how to do business. Rick George needs to get a hold of the AD at Texas Tech. Let's do United Front on this. And I know you may work with this guy, but let's be honest. And I promise you that's what's going to go on. They're going to sell the T-shirts for $20. Let's say it costs them $2. Right. They're going to sell 50,000 T-shirts, and they're going to give $4 per shirt to some veteran cause, which is great, $200. Where's the other $650,000 of profit?
Yep.
Well, the guy's going to keep it.
Can I say something to Texas Tech right now? Thank you. It's a pretty nondescript game. In fact, Dion has an unbelievable relationship with their head coach. He has, unbelievable amounts of respect for him. He made it a little personal. How about that? Out of kind of nowhere.
Now you done messed up.
You done messed up. You kind of made it a little personal right now. I can't even believe it.
The entitlement of this dude, expecting the University of Colorado to give him approval, is unbelievable to me.
I
know a guy that is in the shoe business that has been working for 10 years to get licensing from the University of Colorado. 10 years to get that, and he hasn't been able to get it. Nothing to do with the American flag. He's just trying to make shoes with the CU logo on it.
Because you know why? They'll sell.
Yeah.
They'll absolutely sell. The great thing CU could do is if somehow they came out and all the helmets, CU gold helmets, had an American flag on the back. And then you want to talk about, putting a little shade. Oh, we don't like America?
Mm-hmm.
Come on now. We don't like America?
Yep. It's a good idea.
And if they could get that done, wear that American flag on the back of their helmet.
Something else, man.
Yeah, this guy's looking at profits.
Somebody's asking what's a grifter? Grifter, con man, huckster, phony, liar, that sort of thing.
Sleazeball.
Sleazeball.
Huh?
Scott Joplin, the entertainer.
Remember the Sting? Was
yeah,
it called the Sting?
That's con man.
Those were grifters.
Yeah.
Those are con men.
Those are con men.
There was also
grifters,
a movie called Grifters.
There was.
Angelina Houston or whatever name it is.
The guy's just on the con to sell his stupid ass T-shirts in his piece of crap hole town.
CU's costing him $200,000. That's all it is. And so now he's going to go public and say, look, blah, 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 blah.
Well, it's working down there. He's got their attention. So I hope an ass whooping comes down Red Raider way like nothing else has happened this year.
But it's kind of like when Bosworth sold his own T-shirts that Boz sucks or whatever when he's with Seattle and he came in here and they sold 200,000.
It's going to work for him down there, no doubt.
Before the game, before the Broncos Seahawks game.
He was selling Boss Suck shirts?
Yeah.
That's freaking genius.
It was his T-shirt company.
That is absolutely brilliant.
It was his T-shirt. And he said, dude, we made 200,000 or 300,000 on it because they're just selling shirts like crazy. Sold a couple 100,000 of them.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And then you come in and you realize, and they go, well, that was his company selling.
We'll see what happens, and hopefully it's a big ass kicking for the bus on the Red Raiders down there in Lubbock. We'll be happy to see it. We have the world of moral victories. Is that a real thing? Details next.
All right, so you're losing your hair and you're looking for a simple solution that works. You want the best, modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need advanced hair. Advanced hair restoration has completely redefined hair restoration from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Whether you've got a receding hairline, bald spot, or thinning hair, Advanced Hair can address all of those concerns with their simple one-day treatment. Guys, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. The entire team is the best of the best. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough breakthrough treatments, and now it's your turn. Guys, check this out. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and the best part is that your hair is guaranteed to grow for life. No one can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. Call today, get yourself a free consultation, 720-459-HAIR. If you qualify, you're also going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Yeah, like we're trying not to look too far ahead because we have to carve out some results here with the lineup that we have. We don't know when and how long and what these injuries are all going to look like. They've piled up, obviously, but like I said, we gotta judge our team. We want to hold them to a high standard. We want to be realistic, and We're talking about nitpicking with our team a little bit on the offensive side, a little bit on the defensive side, trying to play perfect but still be instinctual, and I guess like the competitiveness and the work ethic that you want to see on a nightly basis. It was there all night for.
All right, we have no dumb questions coming up in about 7-8 minutes. You guys believe in moral victories? And let me just frame this. The Avs lose to Winnipeg, but Winnipeg is 13-1. Best record in the NHL. The Avs are 4 major players away from what they will be in the next month. Drouin, Wood, Colton, Nichushkin. Those are big-time players that will be coming back to them.
Mm-hmm.
You just played Georgiev and net, too.
Played great.
And you gave up a goal in the first, I don't know.
It's not his fault, right?
70 seconds. No, it was actually Manson who screwed up a play at center ice, and then Gerard could have played a little bit better on the 2-on-1. No, I wouldn't put it on Georgie at all. In fact, he made a save late in the game that was unbelievable with the puck right on the line. He was able to keep it out, that sort of thing. Okay, so
they scored that goal in the first 2 minutes.
They did. It happened quick, and you thought, it's going to be one of them nights. There weren't a lot of power play opportunities. In fact, the Avs only got their only power play opportunity when they had already pulled the goalie in the last 2 minutes, and they had, they had a shot. They had 6-on-4, and they just couldn't get the goal. But you did just battle the toughest team on their home ice to a game like that.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we with moral victories in sports?
No, there shouldn't be, unless you're in a rebuilding year. I guess rebuilding teams, you might be able to take a game or two.
The Broncos could have a moral victory.
But, yeah, right now because they're still kind of in rebuilding. And I think you can have a moral win. Like the Nuggets aren't in rebuilding, but I think that was a moral win. You know what I'm saying?
Moral victories, you lose the
game.
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I mean, I thought Georgie played okay. It's funny, the first goal they get, and what I've been saying along, their defense in front of him has been absolutely horrid more games than not. No, there ain't no moral victory.
Well,
I mean, you're a deep running playoff contending team.
Because that one didn't feel bad last night.
I tend to agree with Scott that if you're talking about making a run at a championship, there's no such thing as moral victory. But there were some unique circumstances in this. I mean, you're down so many guys that, like I would say, even if the Nuggets didn't win the other night, I would call it a couple moral victory games with the young guys getting good runs in.
I was thinking the same thing in the fourth quarter. I was like, no matter what happens, this was a great battle tonight.
Well,
They showed a lot of heart.
I still like to stay away from it, but I agree. There's moments when you overachieve what on paper looks like it should be. And listen, the Avs should be getting their butts kicked probably for another month, until everybody kind of gets back here. And I'm not even sure Cale Makar looks 100%. He went out of that game 2 games ago, and I'm not even sure. To be honest with you, I thought watching the first period, and now they skated their butts off, talking about Winnipeg. That first period, the first 10 minutes, you're like, oh, God, this is, like you said, here we go. It's going to be one of those. I wasn't sure McCarr looked like he was 100% healthy and he was playing.
Oh, he was doubtful going into it for sure. Oh, he's definitely got a little something going on.
But, listen, no.
I was encouraged by last night.
Well, I'm encouraged.
Okay.
But it's not a moral victory. You're a pro athlete.
What's the difference?
How much McKinnon make? He play?
All right. No, okay.
How much McCarr make? He play?
Doesn't it say something that
Random make? I mean, you guys always throw the dollars in. How much he make? He play?
Yeah.
Ain't no moral victory. How much Taves make?
How much did Tynan take? How Prishnikov, who was sent down to the Eagles, those guys were. How much does Ivan make? I mean, we could keep going on guys that don't make anything.
The point is, their salary cap is the same thing as Winnipeg's.
I got it, but sometimes you're not in as good of a situation.
Okay. Then let's look at the front office. When you can't get in when you do got bodies hurt, you ain't no good. That's front office.
Scott's taking me back into his camp here a little bit for the Avalanche. Look, I know they're down some bodies, but they still got dudes now. They got dudes that are out there on that ice. For me, a moral victory feels like you don't have your guys. You went out there, you had a solid performance without any of your studs. They got some studs still playing.
Yeah, and this may be semantics again we're talking about. Am I encouraged after the game? Yeah, I still know this is going to be a good team, and You want to get off the fence Friday?
Yeah.
This is going to be a playoff team that wins a couple rounds this year. I firmly believe the Avs are good enough this year. They're going to go a couple rounds deep, maybe get to the Western Conference Finals.
Even if they're a 6, 7, 8 seed?
Even if they're 6, 7, or 8 seed, because if they all of a sudden bump, and then all of a sudden March they start getting healthy 100% and they're starting to roll.
So they're going to win 2 series.
2 series for sure.
Being the going on the road.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Well, there's one dude that definitely
So will the Nuggets.
Had to feel great after that game. Georgie had to feel great after that game.
He's Georgie. You can't tell if he feels great or he's happy or he's sad or whatever.
He's feeling good inside.
He's
Come on, man. I mean, he's been going through it now, lost the job, had been playing terrible, goes out there and has a rock-solid performance. I don't know if feeling great is the right word, but he definitely is taking a deep breath and like, okay, it went all right.
Let me ask Dan, 60 minutes of play. I thought the first 10 or 12 minutes for sure belonged to Winnipeg, but I didn't think the Avs lost the next 42 minutes, did you? 48 minutes?
No, I thought they outplayed Winnipeg outside the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say 10, but yeah. So, no, man, I'm encouraged, but I don't believe in moral victories.
All right, if you don't believe in moral victories,
I don't believe in participation trophies.
Then maybe there's some sort of gray area in between where you're not
encouraged.
Yeah.
I'm not walking away going, "Oh my God, how many more? When's the 15th? 8 more days."
Here's what Bednar usually says. He goes, "Well, I didn't love this and I didn't love that. Or I really liked this effort. I liked that effort." And I bet you there's more things that you liked about the game than you didn't love about the game last night. And I think that's a positive. By the way, the Avalanche start a 4-game home run starting on Saturday, and we'll see with the weather conditions. Now, that one could be interesting because the Nuggets are playing tonight, no problemo. The Heat are in town. The doors will be open. I mean, if you can get down to the arena, you may be able to get yourself a pretty good seat tonight. I don't know if anybody's going to be paying attention in the second half where everybody's sitting, but, who knows? But the game's going on no matter what.
Pretty good crowd the other night and the snow was hitting.
Great crowd. A great crowd on Monday and Wednesday. And it's like...
There's a good Eastern Conference team coming in.
For the Avs, though, here is, and I'm looking it up really quick because I'm forgetting who they start with. Dan, you know off the top of your head who they start with, and I'll find it here in a second. And I know it's a 4-game homestand. It starts with on Saturday, Carolina. Oh, man. That means Carolina has to fly in today, fellas. Ooh.
Well, I think they're going to land all right.
You think so?
According to my drive-in.
Okay.
It did get up to 50 yesterday, so I think the cement got pretty warm.
I mean, the highways were totally clear.
470.
Well, you know what?
By the dam was slipped.
You know what? They may already be here because they played that. They may already be here because they played in Pittsburgh last night. So I would guess they would just get on a plane right after the game and fly to.
Maybe you gained 2 hours.
Oh, actually, no. I take that back. My bad. They played Pittsburgh at home. Okay, so when you play a team at home, you don't leave right after the game, right?
They left this morning.
Okay, maybe moved it up a little bit. Like we'll get there. Okay, just checking. So it starts with Carolina, and then there's a 4-game stretch. Let me ask you this real quick before we get to no dumb questions. In a 4-game stretch with the Avs, what do you think they need to do just to keep their heads above water until they get these guys back?
3-1-1.
3-1-1. So you want
3 wins.
You want 7 out of 8 points?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, Tyler, what do you want to see? Scott wants to see 7 out of 8 points.
I mean, that'd be incredible.
That would be incredible.
It's home. They're at home.
Okay. All right.
How many games these next 3 of the home games of the Broncos? How many do you want them to win?
It's different. It's about points in hockey, not wins and losses.
You can talk me into that with the home wins. Like you got to handle your business at home. I'll ride with Scott. Can I ask? All right, I'll save it for no dumb questions. I'll save it.
I was going to say 5 out of 8 points would have been fine by me. 7 out of 8 would be outstanding. 5 out of 8 to me would be pretty good without the dudes that I just mentioned, and you're not going to have them. You will not have them.
By the end of the homestand, you might have Nichushkin.
Is that right?
Today's the 15th? That's the day that I was told. That was the day.
15th?
That was the day I was told.
Okay. And I don't know about Wood. He should be coming back here somewhat soon as well. Dren's been a total mystery. I have no idea what Dren, and we know that Colton will be weeks away. He ain't close. All right, let's get to No Dumb Questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present
Dumb, 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 dumb.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
That's oldchicago.com. Order online. Find a location near you at oldchicago.com.
Scott, I'll sneak mine in real quick since we were talking about points. Why the hell do you get a point for going to overtime? Why? If you lose a game in overtime versus losing in regulation, what the hell's the difference?
Where's the NHL headquarters?
The stupid Canada?
There you go.
What does that mean?
The socialist.
So you get a point for going like this has always bothered me. I've legitimately never understood why you get a point for going to overtime.
Because forever they used to just have ties, right? I mean,
they
forever,
did forever, yeah.
They went into. There used to be more and more ties before they brought in the shootout.
Did you lose the game or not?
Well, yeah.
No. There would be ties.
Well, but they
no. I'm saying.
But you played hard enough to go.
I'm saying
into
today.
overtime.
I'm saying today.
I
okay?
think it's got to do
you
with
lose the game in regulation versus overtime. What you lost the stinking hockey.
I understand.
Game.
I think what Scott's pointing out in the history of the sport, going way back.
Look at my hat.
There have always been ties, meaning in the history of hockey, you've always got a point for a tie. Always. So you'd be asking them to change the literal history of hockey.
Fine.
That's why.
Yeah. It's different now. There are no there's a winner and there's a loser.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, things change.
Yeah,
you change the rules. There's now an overtime.
So you want them to change the history of the sport.
The history already changed.
Okay, so keep changing.
So
you should now have a point system that makes sense because you changed the rules.
It goes back to 21-22 where they had 2 10-minute overtime periods. They got rid of that. And then during the Second World War, they eliminated overtime altogether. So if you tied, you just tied. You got a half point.
Okay, fine, but there's no such thing as a tie anymore.
Listen, I agree with your logic. Who knows?
But
You're going.
Shootout only came in the last 5 years, 5, 6 years.
No, it's been around longer than that.
It's been close to a decade, I think.
Yeah.
Something like that.
By the way, when I
lost 3 years during COVID.
When I worked with the Sabres, and I worked for the team back in the 90s when I lived in Buffalo, I brought this overtime shootout thing up. You would have thought I was backing over Canadian men's dogs. It was crazy. Like, it made no sense to them whatsoever. These are old school Canadian guys. Larry Playfair, Danny Gare, Rick Jenneret, Jim Lorenz, all these Sabres guys. Like, they were so tied into a tie.
Right.
Like, they love tie. Like, why would you ever change a tie?
How about you win a game or you lose a game?
Tyler, I couldn't make any sense to them about let's just figure out how to win this thing.
Soccer's been doing it forever.
Okay, that's why people hate soccer.
No. It's the biggest watched sport in the world.
In America, we got a winner and we got a loser.
It's one of the biggest growing
sports. And now we got a winner and loser in hockey. So you should get a point if you win. That's it.
But what you're advocating for is to not have points at all. You're just looking for a win-loss.
Well, that's fine. You're right. There would be no point of a point.
You would have no points at all.
Yes, that's correct.
So you would literally be changing the entire way hockey has decided a winner for over 100 years.
Because it's logical. There's nothing logical about getting a point for going to overtime.
You know what? Pay those guys $25 million a year, and then you can do that. All right, here's no dumb question. I'm doing a pregame hit with Vic today. And Vic's idea, he wanted to go the true dogs of the NBA.
True dogs. Any reason for that? Is there
it probably propping up Russ as being one of those guys, hard-nosed dogs, as they like to say.
All right.
Give me off the top of your head 5 or 6 guys you think they're
Draymond Green.
Okay, that was on
your list?
No, not my list, but on
Vic's list.
Yeah.
Okay.
Russell Westbrook will give you there.
Russell Westbrook.
Who we playing tonight? I'll give you a hint.
Bam Adebayo.
No, Jimmy Butler.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
Bam may be one too, though, by the way.
Tatum.
Maybe. He's got Nikola on this.
Tatum.
Nicola's a dog? I wouldn't put Nicola on that.
Wait.
Well, you know what? I will say this. You don't want to hack him off.
Now you're gonna get me caught up in weird semantics because in what world is Nikola not a dog?
He's the best player in the world. To me, that's, I don't know. Maybe we are going on semantics here. But I think of dogs as more of like role players, of the energy guys, kind of like,
but it's one of those
scrappy.
One of those terms that like, what exactly does it mean to you? Do you mean?
Yeah, I'd even have a problem maybe even with Jimmy Butler because he's a superstar.
Yeah,
to me.
but he started off as a dog. The grew.
All right, we're getting to weird semantics because like Draymond Green isn't like the best player on the team, but he's a dog. Dennis Rodman would be a dog. My guy back in the day, Cedric Maxwell, would be like a dog.
So I reached out to my boy Isaiah.
Well, okay. I mean, we're going on that. He's certainly a dog, no doubt about it.
And so let me see if I can find. Yeah, so I wrote him. I said, give me 5 dogs in NBA now, 5 that played in our era. So I got to do that in the pregame show. And by the way, I said I get more sheeps and wolves clothing now. That's what my talk.
I mean, is Bill Laimbeer a dog, or is he just a dirty player?
Dennis Rodman's a dog.
He would be a dog, no doubt about it.
He went this way and changed the entire conversation. Now era, our era.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
He said, I got 4 guys for sure that can play in our era.
Okay, who?
Only 4. See if you guys agree. Joker?
Of course.
Giannis?
Sure.
I mean,
he's not a shooter.
No, but he's strong and gets
right.
the hole.
Well, that's my point.
And
He
shooting
ain't soft. I mean, you're going with guys who are not soft.
He said LeBron.
Of course.
Big as a bull. And Durant.
I think Durant would get pushed around a little bit back in your day.
But when you
I
shoot,
don't know,
you can
man.
I
play.
definitely don't think of KD as a dog.
That's
I
the
don't
only,
either.
Well, but I think he went,
I don't know about that one.
Guys that could play back in the 80s.
I think your guys would take runs at him and make him pay for taking his threes.
Well, we could. Yeah,
I don't know if Durant would hold up in your day, frankly.
That would be. I think he's pretty good. He's the only one on his list I question.
Yeah. I don't know about that.
But as he told me one time, he said, listen, all Durant wants to do is play video games, hoop. And
I'll give you a dog. Luke Dort is a dog there for Oklahoma City.
I think Luke Dort could be one.
I mean, if we're going under that one, you're looking for tough-minded. Yeah, I mean, it's weird. It's semantics. So are we talking about just the best players? We can always call the best players dogs. Or are we talking about the Draymond Greens of the world?
The coaches used to be vernacular of dog is a guy that was going to battle you to the dead end of the game, and when you walked out of that game, you're going.
A dog doesn't have as much talent. Doesn't have as much talent.
I would agree with Tyler on that.
There are great players that are dogs too. I think Jordan had a dog in him. I think Kobe Bryant had a little dog in him.
Of course, man. But they're like the superstars too.
Yeah. But they
What's
still
that
had a little
Dylan
dog
guy?
in
Dylan.
Dylan Brooks.
That's a dog right there.
A dog is he dirty?
I don't know. If he's a dog.
Would you call Bill Laimbeer a dog?
I wouldn't call Dylan Brooks a dog.
Oh, I would. He's tough as nails. It doesn't back down from anybody.
He is tough as nails. A little dirty. What would you call?
How about Van Vliet a dog? No, really? Okay, all right.
I would almost go. What's the point guard for the Knicks? I'd almost go him closer. Brunson, and his running mate is 2 guard. I think he's got a little dog in him. Is Bill Laimbeer? Was he a dog?
He's a cheap ass. He was a dirty player.
He was a dog.
He wasn't a dog. He wasn't a dog.
Hold on. What about?
He was a bully.
What about Edwards? He's kind of a dog.
Edwards.
Anthony.
He is, but he's also a superstar. Like, I mean, there's like
superstars can be dogs.
All right.
Nathan
Was Ron
McKinnon
Artest a dog?
I mean, I would make the argument every superstar is a dog. Every single one. I don't know how you could be a superstar.
You just said Kevin Durant wasn't a dog.
Well, now he is. You asked me back in your era. I just think he would get pushed. He's a dog now, but I don't know if he would survive in your era. Is Victor Wembanyama a dog?
No.
I don't know, man. Pretty tough.
What did he do last night?
Was he bad last night? I didn't catch it. Was he? Was he bad?
Well, let me.
Is Christian Brown a dog?
I think he's got a little dog in him. I think he's got a little dog in him, to be honest with you.
I don't know how you're a great player in any sport if you're not a dog, frankly. I don't know how you're a great player if you're not a dog.
Victor Wembanyama yesterday, by the way, Ayton had 21 and 10. Victor had...
What's going on with Pop?
12 and 8.
With what?
What's going on with Pop? I saw he's got a health scare. Do we know what that is?
Oh, I have no idea.
Sounds, and I asked people at the game the other night. No one knows. It sounded to me like could be maybe a little because it was in game. They pulled him out.
Yeah.
It could have been a heart condition.
Oh,
or
I'm sorry to
something
hear
like
that. Didn't know that.
But it has been quiet.
I'll give you the only superstar that I don't think is a dog that I can think of off the top of my head is Joel Embiid. I do not think he's a dog, but he's clearly a superstar. And if I'm wrong on that, then freaking every superstar is a dog.
Is that the same thing in every sport?
I think so. I don't know how you're not a superstar and you're not one of the toughest, most determined dudes around. However you're going to define dog. Dog, brick, I mean, whatever you want to use. Like your guys.
Zubac dog?
No, he's just a hard-nosed player.
But that's kind of...
See, we're getting into a weird thing.
Yeah,
right.
but don't you look at dogs at times to play on the edge of dirty?
Yeah.
They'll be walking on the curb and the gutter of dirty once in a while.
On the text line, Embiid is a little chihuahua. Christian Brown is a puppy, a dog in the making.
Yeah, that's fair.
Let's get some good feedback. It's PHC on 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's C-Mac for Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont. Every day with new opportunities. Yours is waiting for you right now at Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont, 3rd and Alpine. Black Friday savings go all month long on their incredible lineup of 2024 Ford F-150. If you want something that's tough and ready to rock, let's go. They got you covered with amazing deals and low financing options. Remember, Maroney means more. Every vehicle comes with a 3-day money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. Anywhere in the state, Maroney means more, and what a great place. 3rd and Alpine, Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont. Been up there so many times. I'm a customer at Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont. Incredible service, incredible showroom, and that Mike Maroney guarantee. Simply start the buying process now at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. These peak savings will not last. The best F-150s will go fast. So whether you're heading to the slopes or exploring the back roads or simply driving down I-25 tonight, whatever you're doing, your adventure starts at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, 3rd and Alpine. Hurry in, check them out, and tell them D-Mac sent you. All right, we have Funky Friday. By the way, I would love, I don't know, Dan, do we have any action there on the Voice of the People? Or I don't know.
You're asking me to sell you a pin. That's what you're asking on the Voice of the People.
Yeah, man, I want people to be fired up for this game.
Sell me a pin about why the Broncos are going to beat the Chiefs. That's what we're asking.
Kind of, yeah. The line went down.
I don't want to buy the pin. I don't need a pin.
That's a nice pickup. There you go. Write your name down. I don't have anything to write about it. Here's a pen.
Well, how about this? If they can continue talking about Kansas City of holding water, and say in 3 weeks they're, even if D-Mac's right and they're 10-1, 9-2, even something like that. Then all of a sudden you're going to get like Pacheco's going to be back, and then you're going to start adding pretty quality players to a team the last 3 or 4 weeks of the season, getting ready for the postseason, which makes them more dangerous.
You know who the scariest player on their team is to me right now is that Xavier Worthy dude.
He hadn't done jack squat.
I don't know. He scares me, though. Did you see Jamar Chase last night?
You can be fast, but you got to know how to play football.
He was a football player through and through. He wasn't a track guy. He was a football guy.
But you mentioned Chase, and that was my one thing. I was kind of going back and forth. Abs football, holiday movies, abs football.
How do you do
Polar
that?
Express. Well, then dinner came, and then it was pure Polar Express. But
what time are you eating dinner?
But you watch Chase. I'm sitting there the whole time, and Burrow's doing. And Tyler and I talked about this during the break. You forget how good Burrows is. That team stinks, and they can't win games. And as our guest just said a while ago, they're finding ways to lose games.
They're 4-6.
But you know what? Denver ain't got a Jamar Chase.
They sure don't.
They ain't got nobody like that cat.
Nope. No.
And I mean, some of those catches he made.
You got to have one of those guys. You got to have one of those. And listen, if you think Xavier Worthy's down, okay, but he still is one of those guys.
We were looking at about 4 of those guys on that field last night. I mean, between Zay Flowers and
yes, he's one too.
What's I'm drawing a blank on the guy that ran the touchdown down the sideline. What's his name for the Ravens? The tiptoed the whole sideline. Come on, Williams, right?
Jalen Williams.
Yeah. That play, by the way, you want to talk about one of the craziest things I've ever seen. How does he not tiptoe out of bounds at any point on that thing?
White shoes.
Smart. Nah,
but hold on. Wait, it's Tylan Wallace? Is that what you're talking about?
It was Wallace.
Jalen Williams plays for the Thunder. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, it was Wallace. Yeah. Even him.
They got Mark Andrews too.
They got 2 tight ends. They
do. They're unbelievable.
They got Mark Andrews. They got Likely. I mean, they're freaking loaded
they are
out there.
Derrick Henry.
Kansas City's got a couple tight ends that can play too.
Hey, I'll tell you this: if Lamar doesn't win a Super Bowl this year, he ain't never winning one.
I think they're the best team in the league. I do. I don't care what the record is. I just think they're the best.
They've got so many like brain fart quarters, halves, full games though. There's something about that team. They do not stay locked in. And then they overcome it, but they put themselves in bad spots.
You said this too. They've got to have a monster win in the postseason. They've got to go into or beat a Buffalo or a Kansas City or what. Because listen, we thought they were favorites last year going in. We thought they were going to be the team. They're one of those teams that just can't get over a hump.
Well, Lamar legit has turtled in the playoffs. And I know everybody calls me crazy whenever I take a shot at Lamar Jackson. He has turtled in the playoffs every single year.
Yeah, but like who's he lost to, though, in the playoffs?
It's not about who he's lost to. It's about how he's played.
All right. But it's not like
who
they're
did Dan
bad.
Marino lose to in the playoffs?
Well, he lost to Jim Kelly a lot. And he lost to John Elway. I mean, you lose to good teams. You play in the wrong era. Who did Karl Malone lose to? Who did Charles Barkley lose to? I mean, did they crater? Did they turtle? Or are they just better?
Point. So Karl Malone either lost to like Kobe Bryant to get to the finals or Jordan when he did get there.
Then he just joined the Lakers to try to win one, and that didn't work out.
Or Hakeem Olajuwon with Houston for a few years, right?
He tried. He was desperate, man. He wanted to win. The mailman wanted to win one.
And then you had Seattle with the super team.
Sometimes it's just not – I mean, you just get bad luck. We'll see, though. I'll agree with you here. I think this is the strongest the Ravens have been. I get it. Their secondary ain't great. Joe Burrow kind of picked them apart.
The defense is freaking bad, though, man. That is a bad defense.
Okay.
And that's what concerns me about this Kansas City game. If we couldn't exploit that Baltimore defense, Ooh, Kansas City's a different story.
Well, let's get to the most important hour of the day coming up next here on PhD.
All right, guys, I want you to look and feel your best, so stop settling in life. Don't just accept that you don't have energy. Don't accept that your workouts aren't going far, that you've gained a little weight. Do something about it. Call my friends over at Revitalized Health. I've been going over there for 7 years because they made a huge difference in my life. They'll help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. Whatever your body needs, they're going to come up with a customized game plan. They're going to check your numbers, and when you get your numbers where they belong, you will be amazed at how much better you can feel. And believe me, you probably are deficient somewhere like the rest of us. So check out Revitalize Health today. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
The big question of the day is simply this. On a funky, fired up Friday, and I understand we have at least one message on the voice of the people on this snowy day, is how do the Broncos beat the Chiefs? Never mind if they're gonna, if they're not gonna. How are they gonna beat the Chiefs? Got 1 hour left on this show. After looking at this game the whole week, how are they gonna beat them? Whether you think they're gonna do it or not, okay, fine. But how do you do it? How will you beat the Chiefs?
The only legitimate path to beating the Chiefs is turnovers. That's it. The defense is too good to outscore them, and offensively they're fine. They're not world beaters, but they're fine. If you're going to beat the Chiefs, you have to create turnovers. How do you create turnovers though? Normally you don't want to blitz Patrick Mahomes. Don't want to do it, but you know that he's not going to be running around. You know he's banged up. Well, if you believe his injury, then in theory, it actually might be a good time to blitz Patrick Mahomes.
I think you got to control the clock and win the turnover battle. I think you do that. You win the game.
I think the clock is overrated when you play Kansas City. Now, this year might be a little bit different because the offense isn't as high-powered as usual. You got to score points, man.
Well, when you control the clock, you can't control for 10 minutes and punt.
Yeah.
Or control for 15 plays and field goal. You need to finish it with touchdown.
Let's check in with Sean Payton just for a second. Get a little Friday update. Go ahead, Dan. Pot that up.
Inside just for some of the walkthrough, and then we wanted to get outside on the grass. And the shoes are going to be important in this game when we're looking at the type of surface we're going to be playing on. So it was good work, good practice outside. Guys did a good job getting the field ready. And any questions? Full speed Friday. Yeah.
No.
Look, it's just, for the most part, you would say a lot of these guys are breaking in, a different shoe than they would normally be wearing. Field turf's easy. It's a certain shoe. Most of the grasses we play on, it's a certain shoe. This one's different. And so, look, our owner would tell you, you have to have the right tires to win, Lewis Hamilton. And you have to have the right shoes on. It's so important. And they're expecting more rain Saturday. There's a game there Saturday, 58 degrees Sunday, clear, 3% chance of rain, 11-mile-an-hour winds. So we'll have a good day, but that field will have seen better days.
Does it take convincing to get guys in?
No, listen, we've done this over the years. You show tape. I remember we're playing Green Bay. It's 3rd and 1. Cincinnati had a back, Corey Dillon. They ran a short yardage lead play. And on a lead play, you take a drop step. And his feet went out. They had to kick a field goal. Green Bay came back and scored. It made the difference in a game. One of the more overrated fields every year in our league are the Super Bowl fields. Oftentimes they're new. And we went through it in Miami. Mike Bell, who's a real good running back, we're running a 4th down play, and I look and he's got the comfortable ones on. There's a long history in our league, the right shoes. The old Giants, the Polo Grounds had some shoes shipped in. I told these guys this story. We played the Vikings in the NFC Championship game, 2000. We were a heavy underdog, but we were the 1 seed at home. And it had frozen. It was grass, but it had frozen. I'd never seen a field like it. It was crispy, and so the normal ones, even the screw-ins, and then they make a baseball, not the metal, but the same as, and those kind of cut through the ice, and the footing was significant. We were 31-0 at the half, 41-0 at the end of the game, and footing had a lot to do with that. So the footing, as you can look at the film and see what Tampa Bay was wearing. Bert just played there. No, I think, proper footing.
All right. I got you. He was good there for a little bit. Then he fell asleep. All right, well, listen. It's funny. This is actually what I love about Sean Payton. There's no attention to detail that's too small. There's reasons why he does everything, whether it works out or you agree with it or not. There's reasons behind everything. Whereas Hackett, I didn't know what he was doing. And the other coaches, aside from Coobs, seemed clueless. This guy has a rhyme and reason why he literally does everything. Now, whether you like it or not, who knows? But interesting concept that they would just warm up inside. They went outside today. Everybody who's canceling school and whatever. Now, listen, they've got heat coiled fields and they, prep things a little bit different. This is, one of the top practice facilities in America. But still, they went outside to practice today. You like that?
Yes.
Sure.
I never understood shoot-arounds in the NBA when you'd go to a high school gym.
Right, because the point is to get used to the hoop.
Yeah, because, when I first started playing, you went to the gym, you're going to play him because it's the first time you've been in that gym, maybe in months or maybe, ever, especially new place, get the feel of the thing. Fratello, and you remember the old Boston Garden. He made us go in, and you spent the first 10 minutes of practice dribbling the whole court because in the old Boston Garden, you had dead spots where the ball just would not bounce. And it was it. Now, we're going to this practice facility. Well, why? Oh, we're going to walk through what they're going to do. Everybody does the same thing. It doesn't matter.
In college football, it's standard practice to go in on Friday, go to the stadium you're playing in, do a walkthrough there. In the NFL, that is not standard practice. The only team I've ever played on that we would actually go to the stadium on Saturdays was Seattle. Pete Carroll, that was his thing, man. Now, he was a big college guy, so maybe that was just his routine. But he would make us go to the stadium. We would do our walkthrough rather than doing it at the hotel or whatever. We would go to the stadium, and we would put our cleats on, and we would go get a feel for the grass.
I like it on the surface. It seems like we're checking off boxes. We know we're going to be outside in sloppy conditions. We're going to replicate it the best we can.
He's delusional, though, if he thinks that it's not a challenge to get guys to buy into different footwear. Because guys get into a routine with their cleats, and those are the cleats that they wear. You'd be surprised how little guys actually change their cleats based off of whatever the surface is.
Okay. Well, he's trying to prove a point, I suppose. I think that is true, though. I mean, get outside, use the shoes that – this is the craziest thing. Like, if you go out and run a race in a pair of sneakers that you bought last week or something, I mean, come on, man. You gotta wear – you got to break them in a little bit. I mean, if you're going to wear unusual shoes on Sunday, you better be in them at least for a few hours, right?
We used to in basketball. Now, the shoe leather and basketball shoes now is so different. You can put them on brand new, and they – form to your foot.
That is, don't most guys do? Don't some guys just wear a different pair of sneakers
some guys,
every game?
Some guys change them every single game.
That's wild.
We had to carry our own shoes. You would practice for a couple of weeks in one pair of shoe, and then that would kick in to replace your game shoe, and then you get a new pair of practice shoe. But you always wore your game shoes had always been worn for a couple of weeks before you would ever want to wear them in a game. Otherwise, you get blister on your heel or on your toe. Or
I wore the same cleats the entire year because they got comfortable.
Did you wear them for practice too?
Yep, I wore them for practice and the game.
Never change your cleats. The only
reason I would change them is if they ripped on me, something happened. But I mean, if I could, I wore the same pair for everything.
Could you screw and unscrew the?
Nope.
Okay. So
when I was a younger player, I used to wear studs.
Yeah.
And then I went to the plastic molded ones, and I just wore those every single game.
Okay, I don't know. I mean, it seems to be a big deal with Sean.
Well, listen.
He doesn't want something to trip them up that they haven't thought of.
Well, listen, I still think weather, is very unpredictable. And I know we live in Colorado, right? And they say, if you want a different feel of weather, wait 30 minutes. It's going to change maybe. Bianchi came on and said, hey, don't be fooled. This snow is really coming.
He was doing a little Bianchi there, too. 3% of this, that, the other thing.
I talked to my dad before I came to the show today, and he lives in Oklahoma. Now, from Kansas City, he's probably 3.5 hours south. And they're in flash flood warnings. They got so much heavy rain like yesterday and coming today that they're talking flash flood stuff around there. Well, that's only 3 hours north. I got to believe that's going to trail across Kansas City. So I think they're going to get a little more rain than people are kind of thinking about.
Anybody know what the game is, by the way, at that stadium on Saturday? Does that occur to anybody? Like, what is
the University? No, I don't know.
Like, what is the game there?
University of Missouri playing there for some reason?
I have no idea. I don't know who it is. I don't know if that makes a difference or not.
Arrowhead.
It's Kansas versus Iowa State.
Oh,
big game. Well,
it was supposed to be preseason.
Let's go KU, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go KU.
Let's go Kansas. Let's get that win. They played that at Is it not Arrowhead? I don't want to. It is?
I don't think so.
It's Geha Field at Arrowhead.
Okay.
Wait, this is saying Kansas in the Buffs game is at Arrowhead?
Really?
On Saturday the 23rd?
It does say that.
How about that?
I did not know that.
That's kind of cool. I guess that makes sense. I don't know where Kansas normally plays. What is their regular?
Lawrence.
No, I get.
Well, when you say where, what do you mean?
What does their stadium usually hold?
The
Whatever.
KU Stadium, and I think there was doing renovations on it, was the old school college stadium that had the football field with the 12 track lane around.
Yeah, because they
the
don't normally play their games at Arrowhead, right?
Just big ones. They
have they always?
They used to always play Kansas, Missouri on Thanksgiving.
It's not as small as you think. Let's see. The East stands are expanded, and it now holds 51,000. It says it used to be 45, and now it's 51.
Is the track still there?
I don't know.
Dan's saying that the main reason, though, is there's construction on their
It
stadium.
was there
this
when
year.
I played there.
Yeah.
So they're probably playing all their games at Arrowhead this year.
So they haven't finished the upgrade yet?
Dan, what are you reading?
Yeah, they're renovating parts of Kansas's normal stadium in Lawrence.
I thought I'd heard they're getting rid of the track and trying to make it more of a football stadium.
And I guess they're expanding the student section.
All right, so we'll see how it plays out. Could be a sloppy game, guys. Could be a really sloppy game.
Well, listen, Denver's already won one sloppy game.
Well, we did great in the weather conditions out there in New York, didn't we?
Well, we did great enough to win.
Yeah.
We didn't play necessarily great, but the Jets played worse.
I think this game is going to come down to, can you take advantage of the inevitable turnovers that you're probably going to get from Kansas City?
Wow, inevitable turnovers from Patrick Mahomes, huh?
That's how he's been playing. I know he's been better. I know he's been better of late. But in general, listen, man, they're undefeated and they're -4 in giveaway takeaway. That is crazy. That is bananas that they're that successful with that number. So if you have an opportunity to take advantage of it, to me, it's a hold serve game. Don't freak out. 3 and outs are not your worst enemy. Your worst enemy are turnovers. And then you've just got to capitalize. So if we see little Jordan Humphrey putting the ball on the ground or balls, if the Broncos turn the ball over in the first 2 drives or something like that, they're probably a dead duck, and they may get blown out, frankly, if that happens. And that's probably what it'll come down to. When little Jordan Humphrey deflected that ball and they got picked off, did you not think the Broncos are about to get killed here by the Ravens?
Yeah, but I always did.
Well, all right. You just can't beat these great teams playing like that. Ain't no doubt about it. Anything else there from Sean, Dan, by the way?
They have the Chiefs logo on the practice field.
Anything else he's going to Sean-splain for us?
They've been doing that all year. That is the weirdest sort of... I don't know. Does that help?
I mean, he went on a 10-minute diatribe about cleats. Thank you, Sean.
And I can't find the opponents. On 2015, they won the Super Bowl, but in interceptions, they were -7. Broncos to opponents. And they had 16 fumbles. Now, I don't know what but I guarantee you won the Super Bowl that year in regular season. You were minus.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah.
Had to be.
2015.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got...
We brought in Rod Smith, talked about them winning the Super Bowl with bad turnover
Dude,
margin.
Peyton Manning had 2 interceptions in the Super Bowl. But you also had the craziest punt return of all time with Jordan. And how he got caught by the defensive end, I'm still not sure.
In Super Bowl history.
Right. He got caught by like somebody wearing 90. And then they turned the ball over, and you capitalized on it. I mean, but that was a crazy year, man. That was a crazy year. That's a tough way to win a Super Bowl, man. But if your dominant defense can play that well, then you got a shot.
Whole season was tough. That whole season reminds me so much of what Kansas City is doing this year, except for they're doing it with more success.
Listen, if you want to just say, hey, Kansas City's going to win the Super Bowl this year, I could roll with you on that. But something's going to trip them up a little bit somewhere along the way. And I'm hoping it's the Broncos, 15-2 Kansas City Chiefs. Let's football go coming up next.
All right, check it out. If you are in the market for a new vehicle, don't waste your time. Go to one car dealership, Phil Long Ford. It's the only dealership you need to go to. You will find the vehicle of your dreams, and you will get the best price at Phil Long Ford. I've been going over there since my rookie year. This is Tyler Columbus, and it's the only dealership that I will deal with because I built a long-term relationship. I know him, I love him, I trust him, and you're going to do the same thing. You will build a long-term relationship with Phil Long Ford, and you will continue to buy vehicles there because it's a different car dealership experience. Guys, they respect your time. They get you in, they get you out. They're going to give you the best price, and you are going to find the vehicle of your dreams. I don't care whether you're looking for new or pre-owned. If you're looking for a car, a truck, a van, SUV, electric vehicle, or even commercial fleet vehicles, they're going to be at Phil Long Ford because the inventory is as strong as it has ever been right now. We're talking about one-stop shopping. Don't drive all over the state of Colorado this weekend looking for a vehicle. Go to one car dealership, Phil Long Ford. Once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long because they've got an award-winning service department. And if you keep it serviced with Phil Long, you're going to have a beautiful ride for a long, long time with very, very few problems. Check them out online. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com. All right, what's going on, guys and gals out there? If you want to look and feel better, sleep better, get more energy, call my friends at Revitalize Health, the best in the industry. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone, and of course, Revitalize Health can help you out with that if that's what your body needs. But there's so much more to your health and wellness, and that's why Revitalize Health specializes in testosterone, but peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots, whatever your body needs. They're going to come up with a customized game plan, and you are going to feel amazing. You will feel so much younger, fresher, sleep better, have more energy, all of the above. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Just checking, Just checking. It's handling, I guess, nicely. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. We love Mountain High Appliance. You guys are the best.
You weren't as bad with him as you were the Raiders.
I was trying, actually. I swear to God. I wanted to be smarmy and snarky.
But you're just downright rude to Raiders guys.
I was, yeah, because that guy,
Raiders.
I hate the Raiders. I do not hate the Chiefs. You know why? Because I still remember how the Broncos just killed the Chiefs for years and years and years and years. That's not.
Although even Shanahan, other than AFC playoff games, couldn't go in there and figure out Gunther Cunningham's defenses in Kansas City.
Oh, we're going back. All right, Dan, Bud, Squid, and Stanner, let's go.
All right, let's hear from the Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph. So you guys got into this a little bit a while ago, the addition of DeAndre Hopkins to the Chiefs. Here is VJ on what Hopkins adds to this Chiefs offense.
Well, it's a target he can find, and watching Hop, he's found his way quickly within the offense. This offense versus zones find soft spots all over the field, and he's doing those things right now. So it's looked seamless so far. But obviously having Hop, that provides one more target for him, and you have to cover Kelsey, and you got to cover, Hop. Now, Worthy, even Hunt out of the backfield. It's challenging.
So, in your guys' opinion, who should the Broncos be most worried about as far as the skill position players on the Chiefs offense?
That's a fair question. DeAndre Hopkins had a good game last week, but I would still consider Travis Kelce the biggest threat. He is coming along. Travis Kelce is picking it up as the season progresses here. And it's the biggest mismatch that you've got. You've got guys that can cover DeAndre Hopkins. I don't know that we got guys playing on the inside that can cover Travis Kelce.
He's the toughest one, yeah.
Yeah, but I thought in that last game, and I've seen coaches do it in all sorts of sports. Instead of being who you are, you try to adjust to who they are because you want to try to stop them. And I thought they adjusted too much in worry of what Baltimore was going to bring instead of being who you are. And who you are is a man on the outside defensive team that gets after the quarterback, and they win a lot of zone and a lot of four-man rushes.
Xavier Worthy burns the Broncos like Jamar Chase did last night. It's going to be
But does Worthy do it if they line up Surtain on him, play man-to-man, stick him at the line once in a while instead of letting him go in the zone wide open and no pressure on the quarterback? And Jackson was sacked one time, and it was like the first series.
Devontae Adams just absolutely torched Surtain in a game where Surtain was on Devontae.
He did not torch him.
It was a year or two ago.
He didn't torch him.
Yeah, it was
ugly.
He
had a couple big plays.
Okay.
No.
You want to get into torching semantics?
But this is who they are. Who they are is a man on the outside, pressure on the guys, a lot of different looks on the quarterbacks. They talked about even that Jets game that a guy is as seasoned as you have in New York, right? He's as seasoned a quarterback as anybody. Was confused who's coming on the blitz, and he played like it.
Yeah.
And that guy's seen everything. He's won 3 times
well,
MVP.
And normally I would not say blitz Patrick Mahomes because smart QBs will destroy you. Speaking of torching, they will torch you when you blitz them, right? But let's test. Let's find out, right? Let's find out early on. Find out if that ankle's bad. If it's bad, we can keep the pressure on, and if it hurts you once or twice, now we can back off it.
Yeah, and they didn't do that against Jackson and Baltimore. I thought they went 100% away from who they were most of the season.
Next up, Dan.
All right, let's go to Philadelphia. There's something weird going on with the Eagles right now. So quarterback Jalen Hurts didn't practice on Wednesday, and the team said it was a rest day. It's sort of like what we saw with Lamar Jackson before the Ravens played the Broncos. So head coach Nick Sirianni was asked about it today, and his interaction, is he lying here? Is he trying to cover something?
So we're playing a game? Is he lying or not?
Is he lying? Is he trying to cover something up? Here is Nick Sirianni's interaction with the Philadelphia media.
Okay.
We haven't really seen Jalen be held back for load management before. What was behind that on Wednesday? Yeah, he's dealing with it was on the injury report, dealing with the ankle, and just making sure we're precautious with everything.
What's wrong with the ankle? He wasn't on the ankle.
I'm sorry, Jalen Hurts. It was an ankle?
What's that?
It was the rest.
That was the rest, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No problem.
I thought you were talking about something else. All right.
Ah!
That's awesome.
Got him.
No, rest.
So that was
That's
the
awesome.
Eagles PR person having to step in during the interview to correct him.
So he's
he was
definitely
lying
got an
there.
ankle injury that they are not disclosing.
They definitely have an ankle injury. That's pretty funny. He didn't know his own injury report. That's a riot.
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about something else.
Yeah, right. Right. Well, because now you're lying.
Well, because there's another Jalen Hurts on your football team.
Well,
that's funny.
and if you not put him on the report, then the NFL comes down and say, hey, here, by the way, here's a $100,000 fine for the team.
Yeah, you could get. That's right.
No, I don't think he was lying at all. I think he told the truth. I think they were lying on the injury report.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. I thought you were talking about something else.
I'm sorry.
Next story, Dan.
All right, good news for fantasy football owners out there who drafted Christian McCaffrey first overall, because the Niners have seen enough to expect Christian McCaffrey to make his season debut on Sunday against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. McCaffrey participated in most of the team's practices this week coming off their bye week. Head coach Kyle Shanahan said he's been awesome these last 2 days. You never know about a setback or anything, but these 2 days have been great, and I expect to see him out there. Does the return of Christian McCaffrey do anything for you guys for the Niners' chances coming out of the NFC again?
Well, the Niners picked the right year to be banged up. They picked the right year to have a bad year because the NFC West is crazy, man. Every single team is 500. So you get Christian McCaffrey back, you get a couple other guys healthy, and it really doesn't matter what your record is. San Francisco will probably easily walk away with the NFC West. Although Kyler Murray's actually playing pretty good football right now.
Is that who they're playing? Is it Arizona?
Oh, I don't know. I was just talking about the NFC West.
Oh, somebody's going into Arizona this week, and the Jets. The Jets are favored in Arizona.
Okay.
Why?
Aaron Rodgers, ayahuasca, darkness. I don't know. Who knows?
You ever been to the darkness? You got to go there.
You got something else you're going to say there? Or are you looking something up?
I'm looking something up here for you.
Okay. All right, Dan, next story.
Well, and I'll tell you what it's pertaining to.
Okay.
It's the 49ers injury report. Okay, you get Christian McCaffrey now. Listen, this team was in the Super Bowl last year, and it's a dang good team. Favored to go back to the Super Bowl this year. Then all of a sudden, all the injuries come back.
Mm-hmm.
It's good if you get this guy back. I was trying to see when is Deebo Samuels. Is he IR forever? Is Ayuk? One of those guys had a serious injury.
Brandon Ayuk tore his ACL.
So Ayuk is going to be out forever. But I think Deebo has like an illness or something like that, wasn't it, or something?
I don't remember.
That I think he's going to be able to come back. So they may be able to, if you can just tread water by the end of the year. And if Christian, if this is, man, I just worry about this right here. And all of a sudden he plays, 15 plays and all of a sudden snap.
Well,
he has missed half the season.
Yeah, they're in the right division to tread water, though, for sure. Nobody's running away with anything there.
All they got to do is stay above 500, and they'll win the NFC West.
They could. I mean, but you could say the same for Seattle, Los Angeles, and Arizona, too. I mean, they're all in the same bucket right now. They're all right there. Arizona 5-4, Rams 4-4, 49ers 4-4, Seahawks 4-5. That's anybody's division right there. Who knows? So getting Christian back is a big deal for them. Really big deal if that's the question. They're a middling team right now, and they miss a superstar. And getting Christian back is a big deal. I don't know what they're going to do with it, but again, it's not a world beater division either. So on a personal note, because we all love Christian, the McCaffrey family, I'm glad to see him come back. It's kind of funny that the McCaffrey that is on the best NFL team right now is Luke with the Commanders, who's playing a little bit there for the Commanders, right? Like he's in the mix. He's out there. So good for Luke. All right, next story, Dan.
Samuels has a rib and oblique injury.
Who?
Samuels. So he'll be back in a week or so.
Oh, Luke had a big game last weekend. Eight catches, 86 yards.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Good for him. That's really cool.
That was not true. I messed it up again. Tyler versus the internet.
Oh, what do you have? What are you looking at?
I'm looking at DeAndre Hopkins.
Okay. Next story, Dan.
All right, last thing I got for you guys. I wanted to go back to the Chiefs here for just a second, and then I got a question for you after I tell you what this is. But the Chiefs have 4 of the top 5 most watched games to start the 2024 season.
Well, we know why that is.
Right,
Go ahead.
Right. The
Go
highest
ahead.
ranked game came in the opener when the Chiefs defeated the Ravens.
Yeah.
So my point with this, fellas, is it's likely that the Broncos-Chiefs game will be the highest rated game on Sunday if Bo Nix
Likely?
plays well.
You said likely?
It will be.
Most watched game Sunday will be with Chiefs Broncos.
Yeah.
Probably. It's CBS's only afternoon game. Well, why are you rolling your eyes at that one? It is a national game. It's the only game CBS has on in the afternoon window.
So my question is,
Yes.
if Bo plays well, and it is the highest rated game on Sunday, what does that do for his chances of Rookie of the Year, national narrative, all that, et cetera?
Zero chance of getting Rookie of the Year. Like zero. Jaden's got that in the bag, dude.
Jane Daniels would have to get hurt and not play the rest of the year to not win Rookie of the Year. He is really running away with it.
How about just the national outlook narrative on Bo
I
if
think
he
the
plays well?
I think the narrative on Bo's actually been pretty positive nationally. I think he's gotten pretty good reviews this whole year. Nobody is castigating Bo or the Broncos for getting smoked by the Ravens because the Ravens are that good.
And there really aren't any good games. That's
Well,
it's actually crazy. I mean, the best one was the Thursday night game.
I think Detroit and Houston will be a well-watched game. I think that's a big game.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
you got the number one
it's all
passing
relative.
offense against the number one passing
I
defense.
get it, but like it's all about who's on at the same time. If you're the only
Eagles and Cowboys.
Essentially, if you're the only one on, you're the leader in the clubhouse to get the most eyeballs.
Well, Eagles and Cowboys play at the same time.
What game is that, Dan?
Broncos Chiefs is 11.
Oh, Broncos Chiefs is 11. What am I thinking of? I'm sorry, bro.
That's all right.
Oh, yeah.
Minnesota Jags, Steelers Commanders. I think that'll be watched.
Yeah, this game actually probably won't be seen by anybody. What are we talking about here?
Tampa Bay, San Francisco. People are going to watch that game with the Broncos.
I don't know, fellas. How much does Taylor Swift influence football games still? Is she going to be there? I don't know. I mean, she's had that kind of impact. So is she going to be there? Is Taylor Swift going to be at the game? Does that still matter? Does it still matter? I'm actually asking. Do you guys think it still matters?
Yeah.
She shows up?
Yeah, I do. I think
It matters to CBS. They're hoping they put their number one team on. They're hoping. They're hoping she shows up.
There's
they
nothing.
Probably pay it. Can we fly you in?
CBS doesn't like anything more than Taylor Swift walking through the tunnels.
No doubt about it. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Bunch of bad games.
Bunch of bad games, huh?
Steelers Commanders might be the best game.
That might be a good game, though.
Yeah, what else got your attention here? Wow, it is a New England, Chicago stinker. Buffalo, Indy, who cares? Atlanta, New Orleans.
Giants, Panthers.
San Fran, Tampa Bay is pretty good.
I think that's an interesting game, too.
Pittsburgh, Washington is good. Minnesota, Jacksonville sucks. Tennessee, Los Angeles stinks. Philadelphia, Dallas. I mean, that used to be a great game. Is that not a great game anymore?
In theory, it should be.
Dallas and Philadelphia will be watching.
Right. I mean, that still is a classic game. New
You
York,
got Cooper Rush at quarterback for the Cowboys.
You're right, though. Jets, Arizona, who cares? Detroit, Houston, nobody cares. Not really. I mean, I get
think
it.
Football people do.
All right, fine. Football
Which
people.
I know you're not. You're just
football. Okay.
You're just a Bronco guy.
Right.
You're just a Bronco.
Is football people code for degenerate gamblers? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe, but like I said, I just saw it on the list. You got the number one pass offense against the number one
Yeah,
pass
guess what?
defense.
I'll agree with you. Degenerate gamblers care about every game.
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
hooked in.
Yeah.
You got them.
Yeah. Springer's going to be watching all these games.
It's another huge week. And then your Monday night game is Miami at the Chargers.
Yeah.
We should just call them DG games, degenerate gambler games. DGGs.
Miami Rams. Dolphins Rams Monday night.
What'd I say?
Chargers.
Whatever.
Dolphins Rams might be watching.
The Dolphins Rams is a DGG game. It's a DGG game. What's the story with that game?
Tua's second game back.
They're a 2-win team.
Rams are on the come up.
I got it. They're a 4-win team.
NFC West team that's trying to tread water.
They're on the come up, baby.
DGG. DGG. We have a special guest.
Jalen Ramsey, old team.
We have a special guest that will be significant about what is going on now and what is happening on Sunday.
Huh?
Find out who that is next. Hey, what's going on? It's T-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction. That stinks. Even in your 30s, you could, it's just not going there for you for some guys. There's an answer. It's a medical condition. And if you're suffering through it, there's no reason to keep suffering. Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work when the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. They can have you last an hour, maybe more. They're on the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. What's that? You good? All right. Listen, schedule a consult. Visit's only $99. Medical consult, T and PSA test. If advised, the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. With an expert staff, you can be like a lot of men having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We want to thank our friends at Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. Scotty, got you back here, pal.
Sweet.
We are expecting what kind of weather? Chris Bianchi from 9 News joins us right now because we may be getting snow.
Yeah, so I like that. Yeah, it's going to come down in a couple hours, probably around 5, 6 o'clock. You know, it's kind of lightly, just kind of Dean Martin, Hallmark movie snow right now. It's going to turn to snow.
I like to call it Polar Express. I sat by the warm TV last night with the family and watched a little Polar Express.
But that's like fun snow. Chris is talking about whiteout conditions. We just crash landed the plane in the
So that's bad weather here. How doesn't at least it move to a lot of rain over the weekend for Kansas City?
Oh, good question, Scott. Chris,
that's a good question. They're going to get a lot of rain tomorrow. The game itself looks fine. They're going to be in the fun fact, I'm actually flying out for the game tomorrow. I'm supposed to.
Wow.
As a fan. But it looks like it's going to be kind of raining in Kansas City. They're getting the same storm, but they get rain. They get the warm side of the storm. So it's going to be kind of nice in Kansas City, low 60s on Sunday.
How are we doing in Lubbock, Texas?
Oh, good question.
It's storming.
Rain.
They're getting rain down there.
Are they?
Is that right?
Rain. Kind of. They're actually getting thunderstorms down there. In fact, not too far away from Lubbock. You go east of there, and you're talking about some pretty strong thunderstorms. So it's one of those kind of spring-like storms where you're getting that kind of warm side of things, and we're obviously on the cold side.
Well, I was telling these guys earlier, my dad lives down in Oklahoma in the northeast corner, and they're getting so much rain yesterday and supposedly tomorrow that they're having like flash flood warnings and stuff.
Green country, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they've got so much rain down there. The problem is the reason why it snowed here basically nonstop for 4 days now. The problem is for Tulsa and kind of northeast Oklahoma, they've got nonstop rain for 4 straight days now, and that's a bigger problem.
All right, Chris, what time are you flying out?
I'm supposed to fly out at 10 tomorrow.
Good luck.
I'm not too optimistic, but I think I'll get in at some point tomorrow. That's my hope.
Now, this will be one of those days where you get up, get there by 8:30, and you get on a plane about 3.
Oh, that's those
are terrible.
Airport all days. Oh my Lord.
Yeah, I don't know. Still optimistic about the Broncos on Sunday.
Hey, it's only a 10-hour drive if you want to just.
Oh yeah, that should be a breeze on I-70 with this weather. That'd be fun.
Well, 70 East is shut down. 70 East Lyman. You go. Here's the thing. What this storm's going to be remembered for is here it's going to be a pretty good storm, obviously, right? We're going to get 10, 12 inches tonight. But out east, Lyman, they've already gotten 2-3 feet of snow.
Wow.
So are we going to get your prediction of the biggest snowstorm in November history?
This is already our biggest.
Oh, it already is.
Since '94, biggest November storm since '94. We're already in the top 5 biggest November snowstorms. We need another 6 inches for this to be a top 20 all-time storm. Another 8 for this to be our biggest top 10 storm.
And I remember, an old mentor of yours and a guy you really loved, I'm sure, Ed Green, used to talk about the moisture content of certain snows. And what I've noticed, and at least the snows I've shoveled, this is a thick, wet snow too.
Yeah, I bet it's 70 degrees tomorrow.
This is the kind of snow you want to pay the kid next door $30 to go shovel for you, whatever the rate is these days.
Or just marry a warden.
Yeah, this is that like cement snow. This is this is that kind of just deep. This is Gulf of Mexico moisture that we're getting.
Well, where was Colorado as far as drought and stuff? This has got to help.
This is going to help a ton.
Yeah.
Honestly, on the Eastern Plains, this is a huge help for them. But here we've already gotten about an inch of rain and of water, and we're going to get another probably close to a full inch. So this is not quite a drought buster, but this is going to help a ton.
All right, Chris, we love you. Best of luck traveling.
Love you guys.
And by the way, have you guys noticed Chris on the promos for weather? Very prominent these days for 9 News.
They should.
He's climbing them weather ranks.
He's our guy.
He's like a Thunder Snow.
He's the rain guy.
Thank you, Snow. Talk to Chris.
See you guys.
See you, buddy.
Bye. I mean, you got
Snow.
Kathy. You got Kathy, who's
tough to compete with.
Kathy's
Kathy
top. But Chris, you got to see the pro. He's like,
he's up there.
So I'm watching the Avs on 9 News last night.
Yeah. I flip on my Altitude Plus to start watching it, and then I hear Mosey goes, blah, 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 9 News, Altitude on 9 News. I went, what?
So they're in Winnipeg, and like really nobody from the media on a rent. It's a one-off. It's not a continual road trip. It's a one-off. There's Mosier in the locker room doing the interviews. I think he had to. There wasn't much of a choice.
Well,
it's got the 9 News mic flag.
Ooh.
Yeah, baby. So there we go. Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. And you can listen to us wherever you are. If you're stranded at the airport or anywhere in the world, you just check out the app. It's great. You do have one. You got one, didn't you, Dan? Voice of the people. Did you get one?
We got one believer?
We got one, I think. Let's hear what our one person had to say. All right, stop it. Stop it. Just okay.
Well, that's about as
it's a good idea in theory.
Believable as your hot take.
I didn't know if that was good, Raj, or the voice of the people on there.
Lord. By the way, I found something out that you guys will kill me about.
Oh, I got to tell you something, too.
Because I thought I was left out of something.
Is this confession time or what?
Yeah.
I thought I was left out of something, but I wasn't.
Oh, you didn't get a laptop either?
Wasn't the laptop.
Oh.
Parking spot.
Should I just wait till next week to tell you about this? Because I don't have it yet, but I'll have it next week.
Next week.
Next week?
Yeah.
All right. I got a good one that you guys are going to kill me about.
Parking spot.
For next week. Good
Name
tease.
on
Though.
a parking spot right out there.
Good tease.
Got to tell you what I did last night.
Please.
Gave blood.
I did too. Well,
you did the pavement. I did. I did the stuff where they pull it out, and I did the one where you pull out the red blood cells, and then you put back the platelets, and you pull out, and you give them 2 bags and whatever.
Did you get better at biking?
Well, I didn't crash on the way home.
All right.
But I'm sitting there doing it, and I haven't donated blood in 30 years probably.
It's really good for you to do.
Well, that's why I did it. I was told it's probably a good idea for you to do it. So I'm doing it. This guy's wrapping up as they're getting ready to start with me. Younger guy, boom, was sitting there. His wife was sitting there waiting for him. I joked with him a little bit. And he started to stick my arm. So you can see my little red knot.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy, are you okay? And he goes, yeah, I'm fine. And they make you go over and sit down for like 15 minutes. It was a blood drive over this church. And I'm sitting there watching them. They're sticking me and they're getting ready and putting out, squeeze the ball, baby. And watch this guy, and he's sitting in the chair having a bottle of water. Next thing I know, he's flat on the floor with his feet up on the chair, laying down. And I guess he got lightheaded and almost passed out. So now you got people like going over to him, getting. And I thought he puked all over the place because they're bringing towels.
That's just what you want to see at a blood drive.
Yeah.
Well, so
next.
So as I am getting started, and it's right by the front door of people checking in. I told the lady that's doing my thing, I said, it's probably not good advertising for you guys to have this guy wallowing in puke passed out on the floor at a blood drive. And it turned out he didn't puke. When he went down, I think he had to get down before he went down.
He only fainted and cracked his head. No big deal.
Yeah, but I think he went down before he had to get down. He spilled juice all over the stuff. And I said, that's probably not good advertising.
Improve my life, Scott.
Improve my life.
Give blood.
Yes.
Give blood. No, we just had Chris Bianchi, and he's talking about one of these all-time storms right here. And I always say this for the winter season, we think about it, but right now, and he talked about heavy snow. We all got neighbors or family members that are a little bit older. Man, what a perfect time to step up and be a community and help somebody else.
I'm going to go do that for my dad right now. I didn't even think about it. I'm going to do that on my way home.
Get out there and think of somebody out there that may lady who lives by herself, an older couple.
Mm-hmm.
Go out and do something nice. You got a snow plow.
Sounds good.
Go over and do their drive or something.
Just make
help
sure
others.
Joe Sackett goes nowhere close to any snow blowers.
I'm glad you brought that up. I didn't even think about it.
Yeah.
Well, go help a neighbor.
That'd be good on your neck.
Yeah.
In fact, with that said, somebody go to Tyler's house.
Someone give me a massage, please.
And shovel his thing.
Nate and Andy coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
What's that?
It was the rest.
That was the rest, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No problem.
I thought you were talking about something else.
Happy Scott Friday, everybody. Welcome into the Craigman and Lindahl Show. Hopefully you were driving safely out there. We are here and live in the studio, and we're yakking sports and getting you set for the weekend that will be for the next 3 hours. Jeff Legwold, Broncos Chiefs preview, Carrington Harrison, 96.5 The Fan in KC. Our old buddy, CH, going to stop by the show today. He always gets a little mouthy. It's always fun. Dan Hyatt on Nuggets. They're getting ready to take on Miami this evening over at Ball Arena. But, Andy, we begin today with Thursday Night Football. How about that thing? Woo! That one, there was no Thursday night effect to that thing. That game just ruled
not really
start to finish. What was wrong with it? You're just sad that Burrow lost?
I'm mad, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, first off,
the lack of a call of defensive holding on a 2-point conversion.
Okay, there's a lot of ways to go. Here, I'll make this point first.
Okay.
Because I do want to get into that. I think Cincinnati's a fun team.
Yep.
I think it's going to be a shame if they're not in the playoffs, and I'm worried that's exactly what's going to happen because they can't, their defense just can't get a stop when they need it. So, I love Joe Burrow. Because he
was great last night.
He's the Lex Luthor to Patrick Mahomes, and I just think it makes it more interesting. Hopefully Lamar finds that. I'm all for rooting for Lamar.
He rules
to be
too.
That dude too. It was an extremely fun football game.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, the NFL is going to have to come to some sort of peace with themselves of if you're going to take the gambling money, you can't just call these calls when you don't think it's going to decide a game, I guess. I don't know. Now, here's the problem.
What, you're talking about the kind of swallow the whistle or, I suppose, pocket the flags effect?
Pocket the flag at the end, but, what are you going to do? See, before, we knew people were gambling on it, but it wasn't in your face. It wasn't legalized. You weren't taking money from the companies. And now you're affecting, I just think at some point someone's going to, and it isn't just about last night's game. You can go back to the Sam Darnold one. A lot of them are happening on Thursday night, but maybe it's just because it's a national game. There's more cameras, blah, blah, blah. Burrow got roughed a number of times. Listen,
he got smacked in the head on that last play. Now, that one I'm not as mad about because it didn't really affect the play. The defensive holding on Gesicki very much affected the play.
Yes. The Gesicki one, but here's the thing. There's holding too. I just think by holding, I mean, there was offensive holding on one of the defensive pass rushers.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you come to grips with this? Because I'm waiting for someone to decide that the NFL's cost them too much money through their own sponsored app and try to sue the league or something. I don't know.
But I mean, this just it didn't cost anybody money. Like the books made their money. They're fine.
But what about the person that bet on the Bengals to win?
TS.
I guess you can't prove that they would have won even if they called the
calls are going to get missed. And I mean that there's that as well. If the penalty had been called, Lamar still would have had time. That could have gone down. Although Tucker is in his head right now. He's a little bit lost right now. Missed an extra point, but still like that. The betting aspect of it, that doesn't really register with me. It's the part where and here's the thing. Earlier on the drive, was that a first down? On fourth down? I don't know. That's questionable as well. And this just gets back to, okay, we can put screenshots of 3 different hands and faces after Joe Burrow throws that ball. The defensive holding, all of that. And yet, out of the other side of our mouth, there's too many damn replays and it's making the game unwatchable and this is taking forever. It's officiating it's a flawed concept. There's 22 giant humans out there at war with one another. I'm not excusing the missed call. The defensive holding call was blatant, and they should have found it. But also, this is just it. We can complain about the pace of play all the time in the NFL, and yet the moment that a call gets missed and there wasn't a review on it, screenshots, and let's put them all over social media. What way do we want it?
No,
pro
I'm with
football.
You there. I'm not going to argue with you there.
It drives me nuts.
But I'm just telling you that at some point, because of the gambling money, some of this is going to get looked into.
Mm-hmm.
And to Russ, who's texting, it's not about the refs swallowing the whistle on a bang-bang play because of betting lines. It's refs not wanting to affect the win.
Right.
But the
But that goes back to pre-legalized
No, I
betting.
understand that, but then everybody should accept it. Here's what I got a question about. Because the ones that are big right now are the smack to the face mask. I don't really have a problem with you missing that if it's not like there was the one where Humphrey grabbed the tight end by the face mask.
Yeah.
Well, you better not miss that one.
Yeah.
To me, I'm not going to get as worked up about a swipe that happens to knock a guy's helmet down a little bit,
After the
especially
ball's
once
gone.
the ball is gone.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Maybe we need to get that one out of there.
And then, and here's where you just come back to, hey, Cincy, Chase Brown, you can't fumble that ball. Can't fumble the ball in midfield and give them momentum when you're up 2 scores and you're driving in the third quarter. And Cincy's
Didn't they have
defense,
him in a 3rd 19 and still give up a first down too?
And Cincy's defense, you can't give up a touchdown on 4 consecutive drives. And he's Lamar.
I know.
Oh my God. That tiptoe along the sideline last night, he's the only human in the world that makes that play. He had a Sombor shuffle touchdown throw last night too. Did you see that?
That was wild. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't that the one Andrews? Sombor
shuffle, baby.
Yeah. Herbie said it was a Steph Curry. Quiet down, my guy. No, that's Nikola Jokic, my friend.
If you feel all right, I meant to send you guys the audio.
Uh-huh.
Somebody doing it, they called Jasicki Baby Jokic down there, boxing out the DB, trying to get that. Yeah, a Baby Jokic was used on one of the NFL breakdowns.
The Bengals tackling on the Tylan Wallace touchdown. What are you guys doing?
Yeah,
Somebody
their
make a
defense
play.
sucks.
Yeah, it
Their
really
defense
does.
sucks. That's what bothers me is that I think they're. Come on now, and I've got people giving me crap on the text line for my love of Burrow. Listen, he's my favorite quarterback to watch right now. He just is. How about the touchdown to Jamar Chase in the back of the end zone as they broke it? Did you see the breakdown where there were 2 DBs there?
Yep.
I mean,
It was a
he didn't
Dwight
have
Clark
just
throw.
one. They said normally on that play.
It was a Dwight Clark throw.
Yeah, normally on that play, you've just got the one up and the one back.
Yeah.
But because the Ravens were smart defensively, they had the extra DB over there playing in between the two, and he still lofted it over those 2 players. Frankly, Jamar Chase, I think, didn't realize he had a little bit of grass to do the toe tap. I think he thought the purple was the end zone, so I think he tapped both feet in the purple.
Better quarterback rivalry right now. Lamar versus Burrow or Mahomes versus Allen?
Well, I like Lamar versus Burrow because I just feel like, but come on. Mahomes is not both those guys were otherworldly last night. Both those guys, now this is hard to say as a Bronco fan, you'd take any of the 4 we're talking about on your team.
Yes, you would.
But when you talk about things that only feel like they should happen on a Madden game, both those guys gave you that last night.
Lamar's amazing.
More recently, we haven't got as much of that because, the Bills are trying to run more, and frankly, the Chiefs' offense is still trying to find itself.
Lamar and Burrow are in the same division. Plus, last night was spicy. You had Lamar on the touchdown, and then you had or I think it was the 2-point, but then the answer from Chase on his touchdown. That's good. That's good stuff. I like when you don't like each other. That's division rivalry stuff. I like to see that. By the way, do you realize Josh Allen 3-1 in his career against Mahomes in the regular season? But Mahomes is 3-0 in the playoffs.
That's all that matters.
Yeah. Was it 28? What year was it the OT game? 36-30?
Yeah.
13 seconds.
It would have been 2021, I want to say.
Great games in NFL history.
Because
truly one of the great games ever.
So that was the year where then the next week, remember, that was just the divisional round. Then the next week, Burrow and the Bengals went in and beat them, and then they lost to the Rams in the Super Bowl the year that Vaughn went there.
Overarching point, the 4 quarterbacks that we're talking about here right now, this is why the Broncos have still got a long push of the boulder up the hill, because those 4 dudes all play in your conference, as does C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
That's another problem that you got to deal with, as does Justin Herbert. Even Aaron Rodgers is still around.
If Aaron Rodgers gets hot,
Yeah.
they will still be noticeable down the stretch.
And they could.
Now, I don't know if he will, but you're not counting him out, right?
Yep.
Because he does some of the things those 2 did on the field last night when he's right. So
Jamar Chase last night.
How good is he?
11 catches, 264 yards, 3 tutties. Did you realize that wasn't even the best game of his career?
I didn't, which is ridiculous.
He had a game, week 17 of the 21 season, where he went for 11, 266 and 3 tutties against Kansas City in a wild shootout, 34-31 Bengals victory. There have only been 6 such performances in NFL history where a guy had at least 11 catches, 264 yards, and 3 tutties. Tyreek Hill did it. Jimmy Smith did it for Jacksonville against Baltimore back in 2000. Jerry Rice had one such game against the Vikings, and some dude named, I swear to God, Cloyce Box. Cloyce Box.
I don't know many Cloyces.
Cloyce.
How are we spelling that? C-O-L? C-L-O?
Y-C-E.
All right.
Cloyce. Sound it out.
There you go.
No, let's see. December 3rd, 1950. Lions at the Baltimore Colts. He went for 12 catches that day, 302 yards, and 4 touchdowns. My God. You can only hope to contain Cloyce Box.
God. There's a lot going on there.
Good name.
I didn't even know that existed.
Cloyce.
Well,
Cloyce.
I hope there's an uptick in Cloyces again as we
bring back Cloyces.
Bring back Cloyce.
Yes.
Give me a Cloyce.
Turn the clock back on Cloyces, everybody. We got the Nuggets and Miami tonight. We'll tip it off at 7 p.m. Pre-game coverage with Birdo at 6:30. Obviously, be safe traveling to Ball Arena for that one here this evening. Oh, we got so much to do on this radio show today. Mark Johnson's going to join us on the program today. We're going to talk about the Buffs going down to Lubbock, taking on Texas Tech. Got to have it. That's kind of the case. Every week's a playoff game right now for Dion and the Buffs. We'll check in on the Chiefs. We'll check in on the Broncos, of course. Dan Hyatt at 3:45 today on the show. To wow you with his Denver Nuggets brain. But a quick break. After this, Andy, the Broncos paid Jonathan Cooper earlier this week, which means the Broncos did something they haven't done in at least 25 years. We'll tell you what that is coming up next. Oh, the weather outside is frightful, which means the holiday shopping season is just about upon us. And the hottest gift this year is an e-bike. Rad Power Bikes make the best e-bikes in the industry. That's right. You can replace your car with a super fun e-bike. Think about that. Get rid of paying for insurance. Get rid of paying for gas. Get rid of paying for maintenance. And you can start ripping around town on a super fun e-bike. You can test ride the entire line at Rad Power Bike Service Center and Showroom at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. Tell them you heard this on Altitude, and you get a free $200 accessory with the purchase of an e-bike. Speaking of that weather being frightful, Rad Power Bikes are good in all kinds of inclement weather. Rain, snow, cold. We're talking about the first widely sold fat tire e-bike in the United States. Rad Power Bikes can handle it all. Go test ride a bike. Check out the entire line at radpowerbikes.com.
Yeah, I'm excited for him. He's tough. He's competitive. I think he's a real good teammate. We have a lot of these guys that are, and exactly the physicality you're getting with the player, and you guys know him, so he certainly deserved it.
Sean Payton was talking about the contract extension for Jonathan Cooper, a guy who fell in the draft because of a heart condition, a guy that was a 7th-round pick but has turned into a real good NFL player, good in the community, good in the locker room, and the Broncos paid him this week to the tune of 4 years and $60 million, $33 million guaranteed. They also went and traded his college teammate Baron Browning away. But, Andy, did you realize paying Jonathan Cooper, giving him the contract extension that he got, means there are now 3 players from the initial George Payton draft class, this is 2021, Patrick Surtain, Quinn Miners, Jonathan Cooper, that were given contract extensions by the Broncos beyond their rookie deal.
Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. Now remember that with one sort of exception, that's pretty much the last time it's happened in the last 25 years, where the Broncos had at least 3 guys get second contracts. I say sort of exception. 2018, Cortland Sutton got an extension. Josie Jewell got a 2-year extension. He's now on the Panthers. Bradley Chubb got a 5th-year option picked up. It's kind of just more of like a mechanism off your rookie contract
count that.
than an extension.
That's a contract.
Yeah.
And then they traded
him.
Anyway.
Traded him anyway. So yeah, it didn't really matter. The class of 21, George Payton pretty much nailed it. Now, Javonte Williams was dynamic until a knee injury robbed him of what he had been. Baron Browning, you were able to trade and get a 6th-round pick for him. Caden Stearns, his body broke down. Bad luck there. And you turned a 7th-rounder into a guy that you gave a 4-year contract extension to, which is pretty much as good as you can do in the 7th round.
Well, not only that, but you got to remember, maybe not extensions, but, I mean, if you were to go and look one step deeper, you still had Javonte on the roster, and up until this week, Baron Browning was on the roster.
Yeah, there were still guys that were here and participating in what you were doing.
So that's 5 of a 6-man draft class, 7-man draft class?
There were 3 7th round. That draft class was actually kind of big.
Okay, but still.
They took a guy named Jamar Johnson out of Indiana in the 5th.
Linebacker.
Wide receiver Seth Williams out of Auburn in the 6th. Remember him?
Remember, he was all. I liked him for him. He was one of those camp bodies where you're like, he was. He was the David Sills of that year.
There you go. Well said.
Big-bodied receiver.
Yeah, kind of a larger draft class, but still 3 contract extensions is pretty good. This is where it's frustrating. And you don't want to always go back and play the revisionist history card, but it is. George Payton is a pretty good drafter. He's pretty good at this. Oh, man, imagine the damage you could have done if, you had all the draft picks you gave to Seattle for Russell Wilson.
Right.
That would have been cool. And I know we're going to get the text, you guys were happy when they got Russ. We know that, but it turns out everybody was wrong, and it would have been cooler if everybody was right.
Yeah, you would like to see what they could have done.
Yes.
Especially considering one of those picks was the 5th pick and the other was like the 10th pick or something.
Right.
Remember that?
The 22 draft, like your top pick was Benito. Benito's turned into a good player. But would have been cool if he would have had a 1st-rounder.
George Payton's done a good job of finding you good players without premium picks. You have to take your hat off to him for that.
23 draft, Marvin Mims has been to a Pro Bowl. He's not developing as a receiver, but he's a good return man, one of the best in the league. Drew Sanders, bad injury luck, but he's coming back. Riley Moss, you hit that one out of the park. J.L. Skinner's a good special teamer, and Alex Forsythe has started, the last 4 games for you? 3 games for you?
Said if you get Wattenberg, back, but yes.
Forsythe, that's good, though.
No, you're right. He's contributing. Hey, how many draft classes, unfortunately, at the end of the Elway era, would they go 2 years where none of the guys hung around very long?
Oh, it's terrible.
And even if they were here, they weren't playing. Like, at least these guys are playing. At least you've heard of these guys.
This year's class, Bo Nix, good. Jonah Ellis, good. Troy Franklin, I know they're not connecting on the deep balls, but he's still producing for you right now. Audric Estime, get rid of the fumble problems. He's averaging 6.3 yards per carry. And we'll talk to Leggy about this. Is he going to see more action this week? Maybe. Maybe the patience is running out with Javonte Williams. Devon Vele was a 7th-round pick. He's been great. As long as when he's been healthy and on the field, again, as a 7th-rounder, you really can't do much better than that.
No, Devon Vele is what you want. I mean,
George Payton can draft.
He could be the Tim Patrick if he got the chance to do it.
Yeah.
At some point this year, you're going to have to, again, maybe quit putting some veterans out there and let some young guys play. Go the Nuggets route.
And
Act like your guys are hurt.
And this goes back to just keep doing it this way. Keep building it up this way. Keep putting inexpensive talent on the roster and getting them to be massive producers, which that's great, especially right now in a time where Bo Nix is on a rookie deal and he's clearly going to be your starting quarterback for the next several years. So this is the time to make hay. Again, the problem is, Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen and Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson and C.J. Stroud. It's just tough in the AFC. It's not to say you can't have good, interesting seasons, and if something breaks your way, hey, you can have a good year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're in the need the breaks category. I don't know. Look, they need one of these next 2 games, and maybe they'll get their breaks.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe they'll get in, and then maybe you can end the playoff streak and all that kind of stuff. I just think, what have they done free agency-wise? Because how far are we from Peyton needing an extension? He was here. Was he the 20? He was not the 2020 draft, right? His first draft was 21.
21. That was
so
the
he's ran
Surtain
21,
draft.
22, 23,
Yeah.
and this year's 24. So is he, we entering the last year of the contract next year? Wasn't that a 5-year deal they gave him?
Peyton?
I mean, sooner or later, George Payton. You're going to have to start thinking about what are you going to do with George Payton, don't you?
Good question. I don't think he's going anywhere.
Why? I
Penner
wouldn't
likes
get rid
him.
of him, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think Penner likes him.
What have they done in free agency? See, that's the other thing you got to think. Now, this year's class, I think
It's
you're
been
very
good.
savvy with your money. Cody Barton.
Yeah.
You
traded a 6th-rounder for John Franklin Myers.
You got Brandon Jones.
You got Brandon Jones. You brought in Malcolm Roach. Again, you were shopping off of a different rack this year because of your salary cap restrictions, and yet it's gone well. Josh Reynolds, bad luck. And crazy stuff happening to the guy.
A lot of bad luck.
Yeah, but it hadn't hurt you all that bad because you did a good job drafting because Devon Vele's been really good.
Boy, I'd like to see him come back. I'd like to see Josh Reynolds come back. They need to get some speed in this offense. But anyway, back to the point at hand. What did they do last year? So the last year is when they spent all the money. I guess what are you going to do? I don't know. Technically, you're overpaying for Powers and McGlinchey right now, but that's what free agency is. Are you getting good value out of the Zach Allen deal?
Yes.
That was a big contract.
It's a great
but he's
deal.
playing great.
Oh, right now he's an all-pro candidate.
He's everything you want a free agent to be.
Yeah. Powers has played. I think Powers has played every game this year. McGlinchey was banged up, but
you don't hear about Powers.
No. McGlinchey gets a full start every single week, but he's a good starting offensive lineman. It's not that bad. You overpaid, but also
you always overpay in free agency.
And Sean Payton walked in the door and he said, "This offensive line stinks. I got to do something about it."
There have been games where they've been part of the strength.
Yeah.
Last week, notwithstanding, as you got later in the game.
Mm-hmm.
But again, if you can keep the game close, you can keep the game the way you want it. You can manage things the way you want it.
There's a lot of good things
This
going.
offensive line is plenty good for you.
There's a lot of things going on.
We've seen
right now.
worse.
Yeah. I can't trust Denver in this spot against Kansas City.
You don't like it?
No, I don't. You
don't like a Kansas City?
Let me tell you why. Broncos defense is very good. I really think last week was an aberration against Baltimore. I do. I think they're going to play a lot better.
Well, if they play their
on Sunday
way, they
against the
should be
Chiefs.
better. They didn't play their way against Baltimore.
Here's the problem. Kansas City's defense is also very good. In fact, by a lot of metrics, it's a better defense than Broncos, slightly better than the Broncos. We're both talking about basically top 7 defenses in the NFL. So to me, if both of these defenses are the strengths of their respective teams, and they are, then it comes down to Bo Nix on the road versus Patrick Mahomes at Arrowhead. It's a bad matchup. I said earlier this year that I thought the Broncos would take 1 of 2 against Kansas City. I don't think this is the spot where they get it. And I don't think the trap game thing applies to Kansas City here. Because you could look at it and say, all right, well, you play Buffalo next week, and you've got an emotional overtime win that you're coming off of against Tampa Bay, but it's a division game against Denver. And the Broncos got them one time last year. I don't think the Chiefs are going to have the letdown coming into this game.
Win on Monday, lose on Sunday doesn't work for you?
Not with Andy Reid. No, not with Patrick Mahomes.
Here's my thing. Here's why I'm hesitant to push back on you. I do think Sean Payton showed us last year he knows how to coach against this team because they were in both matchups with Kansas City.
Yep. I think VJ can coach against him, too.
Yes, I think VJ fits into that mold as well. The problem is I guess the unknown right now. The rain really bothered Bo Nix. If in fact it is snowing, and we are supposed to have weather in Kansas City. Now, when we talk to Harrison Carrington, we can maybe find out, is it still forecast to be the same kind of weather? And if it is, then we got to wait and see if this is different for Bo Nix. Maybe the snow won't make the ball quite as wet. That may sound silly, but rain soaks everything.
Right now,
snow doesn't do it right.
Yeah, right now it's just rain in the forecast.
Just rain?
Yeah.
Well, here's a chance to slay
46% chance of showers, but a high of 62. I don't think it's not going to be snow. It's going to be a rain and slightly breezy, is what you're talking about. But Bo Nix has been, again, we only have one game of sample size of him playing a rain game, but he was awful. So hopefully it's a little bit better this week. Now here's some good news. The Broncos practiced outside today.
How about that?
Yeah, they went outside. Sean Payton was asked about the decision to go outside and practice today in the inclement weather over at Valley. Here was Sean Payton on that.
No one's getting hurt.
Who will they get through it? Is there like a beyond, hey, this is good for footing? We're tough. We can handle practice.
This is not, listen, no, but I'm saying, listen, honestly, this was, look, I've been through one of those. This wasn't one of those. This was, I mean, everyone was moving around. Holy cow. This wasn't the frozen tundra. All right, fair question. Here we go.
Fair question. I don't have a problem with it doing it. If you're going to play in these, if you're going to play in conditions close to this, then get out there and practice in it.
Exactly. You don't need to. You're going to Arrowhead. You're going to have to play an outdoor game, and the ball's going to be wet. Perfect chance to work on it a little bit today.
And it's not like
it's also a Friday practice,
right? And on top of it, they're not going. Even if it was a Thursday practice, they're not killing each other out there.
No. Go work out. It's not the frozen tundra out there. I'm with you, Sean. I'm with you on that one. I wouldn't lay the points with Kansas City in this game, divisional game. I think it'll be a one-score game, but
they're really good in one-score games.
I know Sandman's fired up about this game. I can't go with him.
Yeah, I heard a little Sandman this morning. He's feeling. I think he's starting to.
Yeah, I
not
can't,
quite as cocky.
I can't go with him on that one. No, this Chiefs team is just they're too damn good, and also I think the DeAndre Hopkins thing is going to be a huge factor. And don't mishear me. This ain't me burying the Broncos. What I'm telling you is I don't think they're going to win a game on the road against an undefeated, back-to-back defending Super Bowl champion. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Come back home, beat Atlanta. You're 6-5. Ravens did you a solid last night in beating Cincinnati, which helps you out in the wild card race. Andy, honestly, the Broncos can lose this game. I think they're still going to be the 7 seed in the AFC.
All right, now hold on here. It's a Ska Friday. Can I get some vibes out of you?
Let's
get some vibes
you want
going,
vibes?
all right? Let's do some vibes. This
you need better vibes?
Hey, how did Wednesday night look for a plucky little crew known as your Denver Nuggets?
Oh, that's...
Starting a bunch of rookies, starting a bunch of young guys, undefeated team rolling into town. Oh, it's going to be a problem. Was it?
When you have the...
Hey, man, there's vibes in this town, Kreckman. That's all I'm saying.
When you have the 3-time MVP...
People get bored.
Are you a plucky little outfit when you got the best basketball player on the planet suiting it up for you?
Nature.
Even the 3-time MVP has seen some ugly nights in that arena against the team you were playing. He didn't have his usual cast with him. So yes,
it was
I'm calling it plucky.
Plucky.
They're plucky, and there's no reason
Julian
why another
Strother's
team
a plucky fella
with Denver in the name can't roll in some undefeated BS.
Okay,
All right?
this is good.
What's the record of the Chiefs? 8-0.
It's they have no losses.
How many wins?
They have 8 of them.
Damn right they do. Denver ain't here for your 8-win, continuing to be undefeated stuff. Broncos are getting a win.
Okay.
The karma has said so.
This is good.
Sometimes things get weird.
I have no problem with you stepping on my take.
I'm just saying.
You picking them?
Sure, why not? You're not making me put any money down. I got the Broncos all day, baby.
There's nothing to
There's
lose.
no frosted tips this week. What am I worried about? The Denver Karma's alive.
Oh, hold on.
We ain't letting anybody get 9 on us.
I had a thought the other night while I was driving home. I was thinking about our radio show here, okay? So we've now pushed multiple frosted tips bets on one another.
I was going to give you a shot at the Raiders winner in a couple weeks.
Next bet?
Yeah.
I don't know when it's going to be. Next bet? Jorts bet. You lose, you got to wear jorts every day for a week.
Here's the deal. I'll do the jorts.
Winter jorts.
But you get the frosted tips.
It's got to be winter jorts.
Now we both have a little more skin in the game.
Next one's get frosted tips out of here. We did it.
No,
it's
you're
done.
Frosted tips. I'm jorts.
It's a jorts
You
bet.
don't hate the jorts.
No, I'm really not opposed to jorts.
That's why I'm saying you got to take the frosted tips. I got to take the jorts. I don't want to be wearing no jorts.
Daisy Dukes are jorts.
They're not jorts.
They are.
They're just that's why they're Daisy Dukes.
What does jort mean?
Longer.
Jean, short.
Listen,
jorts.
Daisy Dukes are the John Stockton shorts of the jort world.
Do you have to wear Daisy Dukes for a week if you lose the bet?
No, nobody needs to see that.
No, they could be like hemmed juggalo jorts.
No, I need to be allowed at least some lower thigh action. That's what I need.
Dan Hyatt, when was the last time?
I do have a pair I could jort up.
Dan Hyatt, when was the last time Dan wore jorts? We'll find that out coming up next. Dan is jorted. We will give you 3 Nugget stats, 2 you need to know, and 1 you really don't, with our buddy Dan Hyatt ahead of Denver and Miami tonight. That is on the other side.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about erectile dysfunction in front of the weekend. Probably not your favorite topic. Well, George could probably call us erectile dysfunction. I would not be surprised to find out that's one of the leading causes of erectile dysfunction. Whether it's the jorts or something else, the people you need to talk to is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll help you out. They've got all sorts of treatments that'll work. Treatments that'll work even when pills and herbals fail. Or maybe it's just taking off the jorts. You got to go and chat with them. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90% and some that can have you last in an hour or more, but only without the jorts. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic's been around and treating men successfully for nearly a decade. They've treated tens of thousands of men. Stop on by. The initial visit's $99. You get a medical consult, a T and PSA test, and a test dose in the office. And if that test dose doesn't have you feeling better and the old Evan Root cranking, the visit is free. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado. Give them a call at 720-440-7900 or visit the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
seconds to go. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander on the run. Blocked! The shot was blocked by Peyton Wilson, and the Nuggets have won it. Wow! From GOAT to hero.
The Pequot SWAT Nuggets beat the Oklahoma City Thunder the other night. That plucky little outfit known as your powerhouse Denver Nuggets. They get it done. Tonight, they take on the Miami Heat over there at Ball Arena. We'll tip it off at 7 o'clock. Watch that game on Altitude. Joining us right now to help preview that game is Denver Nuggets Altitude and NBA statistician extraordinaire. It is our old pal, Dan Hyatt. Dan, welcome back to the show. Have you ever worn jorts?
I have a lot of family originating from St. Louis, and I lived there for 7 years. So I work for my primary team is the Cardinals in the baseball season. You will not hear me sit here and badmouth jorts. But the correlation between jorts and what you guys just talked about in the break, erectile dysfunction, that is confirmed by statisticians. Here a correlation.
Here's the thing. The jorts is such a look. I don't know if you get to find out if you have it or not because nobody wants to go on the date.
So basically, Dan, what you're telling us is the entire KMOX footprint is also the primary jort footprint of the United States.
The fine folks of Arkadelphia love their jorts, all right? It's meaningful to them, and don't take that away from them.
Can jorts be thick? If jorts can be baggy, maybe I'd have less hate for them.
You can wear Jinko jorts.
But I've got a problem for anything tight. I hate tight clothes. Thus the XXX shirt. I like to be flowy, billowy. I like to be able to move.
Get you a baggy jort. Yeah.
Have you seen?
It
But
can be
no,
done.
a jort suggests tight, does it not, Dan?
No, not necessarily.
I'm not asking you. Are you Dan? You're Nate. Dan, expert of the jort from St. Louis. Have you seen a baggy jort?
I'm with Nate, though. I don't think the jort has to do with tight or loose. I think it's just that complete inability to care about yourself as a person at that point.
Wow. I feel like a jort and a mullet are married real close together.
Very strong.
They're of the same family.
They're tight.
And a wife beater as well.
They're tight.
Mm-hmm.
I think we
All
just
right.
call it a tank top.
Was that not PC of us?
Sure. Feels like probably not, but who knows?
It's a specific type of tank.
I'm not keeping the rules.
Here we go, Dan. Nuggets and Heat tonight. There are two Nuggets stats that we need to know. We were going over this yesterday. The Nuggets lead the NBA in free throw attempts per game. How have they done it?
Well, yeah, that's the stat that's really kind of stuck out. 29.8, almost 30 per game. Last year, they were at 20 per game, which was almost dead last. And one of the easy things to look at, especially these last couple of games, to think about is to say, oh, well, Brown's driving more. Westbrook's in there driving more. They're getting fouled because of the drives. They're not. They're not driving any more than they used to. Those two in particular, when they drive, they're driving to finish. Whereas some players in the past were looking a little bit more to pass out. But right now there's an aggressiveness to this team that's giving them all these free throws. It's not the drives. It's actually offensive glass. Last year they had 13.6 offensive rebounds 10.7 offensive rebounds per game. Not very good. Now they're a good shooting team. They didn't need a lot. This year, field goal percentage is down about 5%, but they're making all of that up with 14 offensive rebounds per game. That's second in the NBA. And the second chance points is top 5. So you're talking about a team that is not shooting like they're accustomed to. They've been over 50% the last 2 years. But right now, MPJ especially, but Jokic and the guards and Christian Brown, they're crashing offensive glass. They're disrupting, getting fouled because they're being more aggressive on that side of the court.
Offensive rebounds basically +3 per game, which is absolutely massive. Second chance points are up. Again, we talked about this yesterday. This is how you make up for attempting the fewest amount of three-pointers per game in the NBA. You do it at the free throw line, and as Dan kind of went inside right there, you do it on the offensive glass. All right, The halftime adjustments the other night against Oklahoma City were absolutely marvelous on the part of the Nuggets, particularly pushing tempo a lot in that second half. They had 11 fast break points in that third quarter, which is where they really made their hay, Dan. Let's talk a little bit about the job Malone is doing and what he's doing at halftime.
Well, I'll tell you, in the first half, this Nuggets team, they've gone into 7 of their half times trailing out of the 8. The only one they haven't was the Utah game. They look flat defensively in these first couple of quarters, but you could look at it that way, or you could say they're making adjustments. They're seeing what the other team's bringing. Game plans are a little bit different because the personnel's a little bit different. So it's a little bit of a chess match, and Malone right now is winning those in the second half. First half, Nuggets are allowing 61 points per game. But in the second half, it's down to 53. That's 6th best. And the field goal percentage is 3rd best. And the 3-point percentage allowed in the second half is at 29%. That's really good. That's 2nd in the NBA. So you're talking about, and that's 10% lower than the first half. So what kind of adjustments are they making? Are they becoming more aggressive? That's kind of the X's and O's that Malone and his guys are going back and looking at and saying, okay, who's hot? How do we adjust? But honestly, it seems to be, from just the basic eye test, just a more aggressive attitude, right? These games, they're deficits, but they're not unable to overcome them. They got 4 wins with deficits of 14, 15, 16, and 17 already this year. And it's not because they're making threes at high volume in the second half. It's because they're playing better defense. So Watson, Westbrook, Brown, the guys in the perimeter are making huge impacts in the second half. And when you look at their field goal percentage defended against, those 3 in particular, it drops nearly by 17% of overall shots that are made against them from first half to second.
That's huge right there. The addition of Russell Westbrook and the kind of defensive guard that he has turned into, Dan, it's pretty special to see. And honestly, it's a credit to Westbrook. Like, guys get into their 30s, their mid-30s. I mean, Russ is 35 right now, and this is when careers tend to peter out. Westbrook has evolved his game. You look back 6 years ago, 5 years ago, he was atrocious defensively. He is very, very good defending opposing point guards right now. It's why he's still in the league. I think that's a huge difference, and Christian Brown's been great.
Westbrook's got a chip on his shoulder, right? There's been a couple of years of being kind of flat play. The Clippers didn't amount to anything. He is a scorer. He drives, he creates. He's shooting like 80% in the paint and like 25% outside the paint. His jump shot's not great. The other night he hit threes, and that was big because then it allowed some lanes to open up. But he's not going to do that real consistently. His ability to drive, create, and just cause havoc and disruption is really, really the key. And that, again, that doesn't slump. The shooting does, right? The jump shots do. I hate every time he pulls up, I think, that there's probably a guy next to you that's better. But you know what? He's still out there, and he's still driving and creating, and right now it's been a positive.
Yeah, there's always a guy next to him who's better. We know that part of it. Dan Hyatt, everybody, NBA statistician. That is 2 Nugget stats you need to know about the free throws and about the second half defense the Nuggets have been playing. But this is where things get weird. We now need something you don't need to know. And this one actually comes, and this is where Dan Hyatt is as good a sports radio guest as you're going to find. He sends us material. Julian Strother, unbelievable tip dunk the other night in the second half. Chris Marlowe of Altitude on the call. Roll it, Spring.
Gilgeous-Alexander right by everybody. Spin it up. Christian Brown runs it down. Christian Brown. No! Strother! Great Caesar's ghost!
Great Caesar's ghost is the call from Chris Marlowe right there. All right. What's going on with that call, Dan?
So again, this is where my research actually becomes interesting. Not the stuff I previously mentioned. Marlowe is a California kid, right? 50s, 60s. He grew up. He was a big Clark Kent guy, Superman, right? Mm-hmm. When Clark Kent wasn't Superman, he was at the Daily Planet. The editor-in-chief there was Perry White, and that character was always angry and yelling, and one of his catchphrases was, Great Caesar's Ghost. That's where Marlowe's call came from. But the actual Great Caesar's Ghost reference is Shakespeare, old friend Bill Shakespeare, the tragedy of Julius Caesar. It goes back to one of the plays where Brutus, the Roman general, is being haunted by Julius's ghost. and I started to go down this path and thinking, good research for the Kreckman-Lindahl show. I got to get some really good introspective of Shakespeare. And I realized that didn't go well for me the first time in high school. So I asked myself the more important question, which is a Caesar salad named after Julius Caesar? Is there any connection between the two? The answer is no. And I think I knew that, but I wanted to find out more. So the guy who invented it actually just turned 100 years old this last July.
Hey, happy birthday, Caesar salad. All right.
Caesar Cardini is an Italian who was living in California back then, but moved to Tijuana because of Prohibition. So it kind of makes him a genius, really. Yeah. Because he was able to avoid all that madness, goes down, opens up a restaurant. A bunch of Americans have the same idea. They come and flood his restaurant down in Tijuana in 1924. He runs out of ingredients and basically just has to improvise. And according to his daughter, he threw together what he had, which was lettuce stalks, olive oil, croutons, Parmesan cheese, raw egg, and Worcestershire sauce. And that became a hit, and that became a Caesar salad.
All right.
Because they were out of everything, he came up
everything else
with Caesar salad dressing.
That's so much like the buffalo wings invention too. But you're telling me Caesar salad came from an Italian guy in Tijuana?
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. But ultimately, Americans were so into it from that experience, they brought it back. And then a lot of other people took credit. Some people threw anchovies on there. But that was the original recipe by Caesar Cardini.
So wait, anchovies weren't in the original recipe?
No.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
Yep.
Who decided to put anchovies on it then, I wonder?
I'm not sure. I'm not a big anchovy guy, so I'm not
Nor am I.
the biggest fan of that decision.
Okay. But the Caesar salad originated in Tijuana.
100 years ago.
What about the Caesar haircut? Is that connected to Caesar?
Was that the one Tebow had?
No, George Clooney was rocking that for a while.
I did talk to Chris because this was also important follow-up information. The Caesar salad, he enjoys a good Caesar salad. It's not his favorite. His favorite's the blue cheese wedge.
Ah, I like a nice wedge as well. Caesar's strong, but I'll take a wedge every time. They put bacon on the wedge. That's why it's that much better. All right, Caesar Cardini, inventor of the Caesar salad, great Caesar's ghost. It did not come from Superman. No, it came from Bill Shakespeare. These are the things you learn from Dan Hyatt on Our Fine Radio Show. Dan, beautiful work, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you, boys. I had a blast. And now I'm going to go make sure I don't accidentally have a pair of jorts laying around.
You better have some or I'll lose respect for you. Dan Hyatt, St. Louisian to the core and jort wearer. Dan Hyatt joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. It's not the great Caesar salad ghost. It's just great Caesar
See, I just
ghost.
thought it was a Ron Burgundy line.
Something originating from Looney Tunes. Who knows?
Whatever.
Good stuff with Dan Hyatt. Great Caesar's ghost. Jeff Legwold coming up at 4:20. Dan Hyatt. 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you really don't. Keep it here. Oh, the football weekend is upon us. Perfect time to go to getsporttrade.com and download the Sport Trade app onto your iPhone. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet that you place in the first week. Sport Trade, Colorado's premium sports betting experience. Stellar prices, high limits, best live wagering experience in the market. Sport Trade has personalized service. As soon as you sign up, they will send you a text immediately. Guys, the best bettors are always shopping for better prices. With Sport Trade, you ask your team for better prices in real time. And also, Sport Trade's got a feature on there. It's worth checking out. It's called The Tape. It's just a tab right there at the bottom of your screen. But you click on that, you see every bet that's happening on Sport Trade as it happens. Sport Trade shows you all the action happening on the site. You follow the smart money in real time. Sport Trade is where the big bets happen. If you are stuck in a rut on your app, check out Sport Trade and get the advantage, get the edge of the best prices the market has to offer. Go to getsporttrade.com. Download it now. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors. we're here, everybody, on a Ska Friday. Nuggets and Miami tonight, 7 o'clock. Berto's got pregame at 6:30. A little NBA Finals rematch from a couple of years ago. Nuggets are still young, banged up, and going into this matchup, looking to play a little bit of spoiler. Maybe they are the plucky little guys. Carolina tomorrow for the Avalanche, and then Nashville on Monday. Man, missed opportunity. You got a good Georgie game last night.
Oh, you did.
Give up a goal 90
And you
seconds
gave
in.
up
and
why was it the classic
that'll do it.
backside goal, too? I mean, what? They just figure he's got that in the bag. We don't ever need to cover that when he's out there. Look, Georgie ought to be feeling good, but I don't know. What would help them more? To just have Georgie blow up so you've got a clear picture of what you need to do? Because right now, Juice has been pretty good, but I don't know that Juice has still faced the competition you totally want yet. You got Kakinen hanging out with the Eagles, I guess, or didn't go on the trip anyway.
No, you want Georgie to play well.
And when Georgie plays like this,
That's
if
good.
Georgie plays like this, then either trade him or I don't know what you're doing.
Point streak ends for McKinnon and McCarr last night.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know that
Scored.
McCarr was all the way healthy, but he got out there.
Yeah, sure did. Sure went and played that game last night, but Avalanche fall. Hellebuck was good. They're back at it tomorrow against the Hurricanes of Carolina, formerly known as the Hartford Whalers.
Oh, you need some size in there for Hellebuck. Hellemans mayonnaise.
Hellemans, yes. All right. I'm looking at this Buff schedule the rest of the way, Andy.
Hit me. What do you got? I know it. Texas Tech tomorrow.
Yep.
Week from today, or tomorrow, I should say. Week from Saturday, Utah. Then Kansas. Then you close out against the fighting Mike Gundy's and his crazy mullet of
That's right.
Oklahoma State. Their next two home games are 10 a.m. games.
Yep.
So that'll be wild. We went from Buffs after dark to brunch with the Buffs. Breakfast with the Buffs.
Yeah, I'd call
Is
it that.
10 a.m. a brunch? Or do you got to go to 11 to brunch it? Even McDonald's is still selling breakfast at 10 a.m.
I think you can brunch or breakfast at 10 a.m. if you so choose. 10 a.m.'s it's a reasonable brunch hour, but to me that's still the breakfast hour.
Yeah, when are you eating breakfast?
I eat a later
I ain't
breakfast.
getting up at 6 a.m. to breakfast.
Exactly.
I'm on 8 between 8 and 9.
I'm a later breakfast guy typically. So what technically classifies the difference between breakfast and brunch? Is it just brunch has booze?
Sure.
Yeah.
It's an excuse for mimosas
Sure.
and Bloody Marys,
Bloody
all
Marys
around,
and
I
all
guess.
that. Yes.
No, I think it's that you can throw in some heavier foods.
Nah.
Although I don't know. I got to tell you. You like the ringtone?
That was good.
This is someone that should know I'm on the air.
Maybe they
Does that
wanted you
mean
to
they
answer
don't really
anyway.
want to talk to me? Is that what the move is? No, I guess if you want, like, what is a lunch item that you still, is it the steak? Is that where you go steak and eggs, but that you got to brunch it to justify putting a big old T-bone on your plate or whatever it is that the steak is? What is steak and eggs? What's the steak of the steak and eggs usually? We'll get back to the Buffs, I promise.
I think it could be any cut, really. I can't
Okay.
I can't imagine somebody going like filet mignon and then like scrambled eggs. But
what's wrong with it?
Maybe just a strip, just a nice New York strip.
Huevos rancheros.
I do like a huevos
Okay, so
ranchero.
is huevos, is that more is that a brunch deal?
That's an español. I think that could go with breakfast too. Isn't
See,
anything
I
with
love
eggs?
a breakfast burrito.
Isn't anything with eggs in a brunch category? Neither here nor there.
Anyway, breakfast with the Buffs.
Buffs
you
gotta-
got those 4 games.
Okay. I'm trying to think of a path to the college football playoff for the Buffs.
Well, you got to win out.
You have to win out, and you have to.
You got to face BYU, I think. Don't you?
I don't know if Colorado, Andy, can get there without going to the Big 12 championship
And
game
beating BYU.
and beating BYU.
No, I'm with you.
I don't think a 10-2. I don't think an at-large is available to them at 10-2. Did you realize, by the way, right now, I think the Buffs only have 2 wins over teams that are likely to go to bowl games.
Right. See, that's part of the problem. Some of your, not only your victories have suffered a little bit, that loss to Nebraska because they're not quite what you thought. Because at first when it happened, I thought, well, Nebraska might be top 25.
Yeah.
So maybe that won't hurt you quite as well. Nebraska's had a little bit of struggle.
Right.
And Kansas State lost. That didn't help either.
I think your only wins over bowl-eligible teams are CSU and Cincinnati. And CSU's win isn't impressing
Right.
anybody.
Right. Not to be a jerk.
It's just where it's
Right.
look at the FPI, look at where they're rated.
Fair enough.
It's just the reality. Now, hey, CSU could go to the Mountain West Championship game and beat Boise.
And it could change everything.
And if you're a Buffs fan, this is uncomfortable for you. You have to root for Colorado State the rest of the way.
That ain't uncomfortable. Well, for them, maybe it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. There are some real hardcores on both sides that, boy, you hear from it. If I say something negative to CSU, I hear from them. If I say something that helps CSU, I hear from the hardcore Buffs. Anyway, you beating Texas Tech with what they did. Who'd they beat last week? Iowa State, right?
Iowa State on the road. Good win.
This would become another good win for you, right?
Yeah. No, it was in Ames. Yeah, Taj Brooks scored with a little bit of time left in that game. Got to be able to stop the run. I got to tell you, Andy, I love this matchup for the Buffs. I really do. This road game at Texas Tech, I think this sets up nicely for you. You go into this game, like Texas Tech can score. They're the highest scoring team right now in the Big 12. They can't stop anything. They can't stop a runny nose. Like right now.
Hasn't that always been Texas Tech?
Yeah. Worst pass defense in the Big 12. What do the Buffs do well? They chuck the ball around the lot. Texas Tech can run the ball a little bit, but if Colorado can march up and down the field, and plus they're coming off of a bye, Texas Tech is coming off an emotional upset win over Iowa State. If the Buffs passing game operates the way it's supposed to, against this Texas Tech defense, their secondary is not good. If Shedeur just goes out and plays just an average Shedeur Sanders game, which anymore is turning into like 320 yards and 4 touchdowns, Buffs are going to win this game and win it handily. I love the Buffs laying 4.5 on the road in this game.
Good. Look, they've been very good on the road.
Yeah.
Minus Nebraska, of
That
course.
too.
They've been very good on the road. Look, they're just in the right conference right now, are they not?
Yep.
They can play offense, although I do like their defense.
Buffs are scoring 36 points a game over their last 4. They're only allowing 21 points a game over their last 4.
I like this team. I like their chances, but you're absolutely right. To really talk college football playoff, they've got to run the table. Look, Oklahoma State's tricky. I know
BYU.
Utah is struggling, okay? But don't take Utah lightly. The Buffs and Utah, I don't think it's the rivalry they ever wanted it to be, and I'm not going to try to sell you that it is. But they tend to jump up and bite each other at weird times.
What
the
do they
Rocky
call it?
Mountain rivalry.
The Rocky Mountain
the
Challenge
Rumble in the
or whatever.
Rockies or whatever the hell it was supposed to be.
We already have a Rocky Mountain Showdown.
But I can remember. Do you remember John Embry's last year? No. Did Embry do the first year in the Pac-12?
There were only 2 of them.
Right. Help me remember.
He didn't even finish the second.
Did he do the first year in the Pac-12? I think he did. Because Hawk had the last year in the Big 12 because I was with the team both times. But remember, they were able to get out there with Tyler Hansen and upset a very good Utah team at the end of that season for John Embry.
That's right.
To end that like a horrendously long road losing streak.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, they got to win out, but I wouldn't be looking. Tomorrow's a tough game, and Utah is no gimme. No matter how they're playing, Utah is no gimme.
It's pretty close, though. Utah stinks.
I get it, but they just have that thing. It's like a divisional game where they know each other well, and Willingham knows how to play the Buffs. And they come in here and they play physical. Now, I do think this CU team's more built to handle the physicality.
Did you realize, by the way, Shedeur's only been sacked once in each of the last 2 games?
No.
It's a new world. Man. Once in each of the last 2 games.
Really?
He has been sacked once in each of the last 2 games. Really, look at Shedeur's season. And in the 2 losses, he's gotten hit an awful lot. Like both K-State and Nebraska got after him. He was sacked 6 times against K-State. He was sacked 5 times against Nebraska. He was sacked 8 times in the Baylor game. Now, if you were to show anybody, like, this is what that game looked like, and we're not going to show you the final score, you would have been like, well, Baylor won by 2 touchdowns. But that's not what happened. The Buffs pulled out the miracle and got the victory. And Baylor beat the snot out of Shedeur that day, and yet somehow he was Superman in the 4th quarter.
That's just what he does.
He's incredible. He is just incredible. The other games this year, Cincinnati game, Arizona game, he was sacked 1 time apiece. He was only sacked twice at UCF. He was only sacked once against CSU. He was only sacked once against North Dakota State. Basically, like, if you keep Shedeur upright, and if he keeps himself out of trouble, let's not erase any of his culpability in all of this, then they win. If he gets hit a whole bunch, that makes it really, really hard for him.
See, that's the thing I guess I remember, because it feels shocking to me as I think about that game 2 weeks ago that he was only sacked once. I guess it's just because he got hit a lot.
Yeah.
He didn't take sacks, but he was getting hit after release.
He had 5 carries in that game, so there were some hits for him in that game, but ultimately he was only sacked once. Texas Tech also doesn't have a good pass rush, so that's yet another recipe for why they can win this game.
Letting him sit back there all day is going to be a problem.
Basically, Texas Tech can run the ball. That's it. Texas Tech can run the ball. The end. If you do a good enough job stopping the run, and the Buffs defense has been pretty good here of late, they're middle of the pack in rush defense in the Big 12, Colorado's going to go win this game. I love them in this spot. Coming off the bye, yeah. No, this is a good matchup here coming up for the Buffs. So I guess those are my weekend picks. I'm on the Buffs. I'm off the Broncos.
Come on now. 8-0, baby.
8-0.
The vibes.
Take them down.
Lucky little team. Let's go.
Jeff Legwold. Speaking of vibes, let's get Jeff Legwold in here on a Friday afternoon. Looking forward to a chat with Leggy, previewing his thoughts on Kansas City. Who has to step up and have a massive game for Denver to pull the upset on the road? Jeff Legwold of ESPN tells you next.
we started inside just for some of the walkthrough, and then we wanted to get outside on the grass. And, the shoes are going to be important in this game when we're looking at the type of surface we're going to be playing on. So it was good work, good practice outside. Guys did a good job getting the field ready. And any questions?
We have questions for Jeff Legwold. He joins us right now here on a Friday afternoon ahead of Broncos and Chiefs coming up here on Sunday at 11 a.m. All right, Leggy, let's start with this. The Broncos, as you point out on ESPN today, third in the NFL in percentage of opponents' dropbacks that result in a hit, sack, or duress for quarterbacks at 37% right now. How do you consistently do that against Patrick Mahomes when he typically eats blitzes for both breakfast and brunch?
That's the issue is how do you turn your 4-man pressures to look like 5-mans in terms of what they're getting done? Because if you do blitz them, it's almost pedestrian for him, unless you like blitzing Manning back in the day, unless you show him something you haven't shown for an awfully long time, it's really hard to get the free rusher all the way to him. So that's the issue. And, last week was their lowest 5-man pressure rate of the season. They only had 6, 5 or more in the whole game. And part of that is because it was Lamar back there, and running at him is not always a good task. But they've got to get some kind of movement up front. They've at least got to get Mahomes off his comfortable spot right there in the middle, and how they do that, I think, will be to mix and match and occasionally save a play or two when they do want to come after him.
Okay, so I know I'm not just imagining this because I pulled it up, Jeff. The Broncos have been really competitive against Patrick Mahomes, save October 25th of 2020, where the Chiefs won 43-16. That was that home game. I remember it now. I remember it was the snow, and I want to say the Broncos kept throwing interceptions. That would have been a Drew Lock affair there. Vic Fangio's maybe second year. But anyway, these are one-score games for the most part. The last 5 or 6 meetings, what have the Broncos figured out that keeps them competitive in these games? Last year, 19-8 and 24-9 were the 2 scores. Going back to 2023, it was 27-24 and 34-28. So what have they unlocked to at least stay competitive with these guys?
I think, Andy, that they play them enough that some of the pre-snap motions and things don't get their eyes in a bad spot as they do with teams that don't face them quite as much. I think ultimately they know what the play is going to look like when all of the motion and the movement is over, and I think that does help them. And they've been really good about limiting the favorite things Mahomes likes to do, at least in some respects. Again, they've only won one of those games. So the ultimate success hasn't been there. I mean, the Chiefs are 12-1 against the Broncos in Mahomes starts. So, they've been successful keeping it close for the most part lately. But, last year's win was the only one since the Super Bowl year. But they've done it defensively. They've been able to hang in with all the movement, the motion, the change of formations, all the personnel groupings Andy Reid uses. They've done a better job with that than some other teams have.
Jeff Legwold, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Leggy, we have seen Sean Payton be willing to show some serious trust in his rookies and on offense, particularly Vele and Troy Franklin. Is this the week that Audric Estime perhaps gets unlocked for the Broncos?
Well, I think, they have promised he will get more work, and I think he has practiced sort of in the rotation, but that doesn't always mean everything. But it's certainly time. He has put the ball in the ground, and that's the ultimate crime for in a lot of ways for a running back. But I just feel like he's being punished longer than some other players have been for mistakes. So I'm not quite sure why that is, or if it's just my imagination. But he has put the ball on the ground twice this year in the regular season, once in the preseason, and that's in limited carries. So I think that's been the issue is they want him to play. I mean, he's got a 6 yard per carry average that sticks out. I think it's pretty telling that he and Tyler Bidet have the best yards per carry at 6 and 7 respectively, and they haven't been able to or haven't been willing to play either one of them. Bidet's been injured, of course, but estimate I think he's been in timeout long enough as a personal opinion, and that they, especially last week, I think he showed some real decisiveness on some of those inside runs, and that's what they really need, because that's the strength of their run blockings in the middle three, and they need the backs to be decisive in there.
Yeah, it's 6 yards a carry right now. Javonte has not been good in short yardage situations. The 4th and 1 jumped off the screen last week of a play where it's like, Javonte, dude, you've got to be able to pick that up right now. He doesn't look like the player that he was. He's had bursts so far this season, Leggy, but we have not seen it consistently. And it's just like, okay, at what point do the Broncos want to try something else in terms of a back that is picking up some tough yardage?
Yeah, and I think even Javonte has been better when they keep him, between the hash marks, as it were. I mean, I think when they try and push things to the perimeter, that's not his strength, and they've really been a team overall on offense, including the running game with Javonte and Jaleel McLaughlin. Is if things don't go well early, they don't seem to snap out of it, very often, and I think their commitment to the run has wavered because of it. Now last week, the Ravens offense that puts them in all kinds of, I think it forced them to do all kinds of things they maybe shouldn't have tried, or could have thought, trying Mike Burton on some of the short yardage stuff, going for it on 4th down 5 times, especially early in the game, and they had the interception on a tip ball on his first pass attempt, and it just seems like, if they have a couple early runs with Javonte or somebody else and they go for 1 or 2, they just sort of leave that stuff in the dust. And I think that's been one of the hallmarks of the offense this year is they don't really come back to stuff to see if maybe they've got it figured out.
All right, we get this question a lot, Jeff. So if you could just kind of put it out there for everybody, because you mentioned Bidet, and we keep getting asked, what's the update on him? What's the update on some of the injured reserve guys? Obviously, we know that Drew Sanders is out there and trying to work through some stuff because he had his window opened up. But what is the chain of information? And I think I know the answer, but what is the chain of information on these guys on IR? Do you have any updates on guys like Bidet?
Well, I mean, we see him on the field when we're out there. I mean, Bidet's been working with the training staff, and they're picking up the pace. So, on the timeline, when you start cranking up the conditioning work like he is, that usually means you're coming back to practice pretty soon. And Drew Sanders, they've opened the window, so now they got 2 weeks now after this week to either put him on the roster on the 53 or leave him on injured reserve the rest of the year. But he certainly looks like he's headed toward the roster, and I think the Browning trade shows that they think he's headed toward the roster too. Josh Reynolds has been on the field. We've seen him a few times, but that he had the shooting incident, and the injury before that was a fracture to his hand, and he's a receiver, so that may take a bit longer. But The other two guys have been working. I think they're headed back, and it looks like Wattenberg's pretty close to playing too. He had a pretty good week of practice as well.
Jeff Legwold of ESPN, Broncos-Chiefs on Sunday. Part of this matchup that kind of intrigues me, obviously, Leggy, and we've already touched on it, is this Broncos defense against Patrick Mahomes, this Broncos secondary against that Chiefs passing game. The Broncos, they don't really get beat deep. They have the lowest explosive passing rate against this season in the NFL. That's even with the work that Lamar Jackson did to them last week. But that's not what Kansas City does. Like, the air yards are way down. I mean, they're just death by 1,000 paper cuts right now. You talk a lot about that rectangle that the Bronco offense plays in. The Chiefs offense kind of does too. Who has the advantage in this matchup of this excellent Denver pass defense against Mahomes?
Well, I think we're going to see DeAndre Hopkins changes the shape of the geometry of the Chiefs offense here. I mean, look at already, what he's done for that offense. I mean, he's the targets, 2 touchdowns last week. I mean, he's had 12 targets in 2 games. He's been there a week and a half, and he's had 12 targets, and he's got 2 touchdowns. So I think their numbers will change as he's in the offense more. And I think we will see Pat Surtain on Hopkins quite a bit, if not, the follow the whole game type thing, just to put the Chiefs back in that rectangle where you can have some of your coverage take over and maybe, I mean, you look at Kelsey's targets since Hopkins got there, he's had his two highest games of the season in terms of how often Patrick Mahomes sent the ball his way since Hopkins arrived. So it's changed the whole dynamic of the offense. So I think that's ultimately what the Broncos have to deal with first. But he's Mahomes, he's accurate. He finds your weakness, and even in a crowded space, like, the short area around, they get it done. I mean, they're just they're the alpha right now. And, we're like last year. Everyone is telling us that the Chiefs just don't look the same, and all they do is just.
They didn't look the same, and they still won the damn Super Bowl.
It doesn't matter. They have the ultimate chess piece. I'll tell you that, I've sifted through a lot of things this week about Mahomes and just trying to always, look at what he does, and I've charted a few of their games and all those things. But the stat that blows my mind is they've had so many occasions this year where they've been 3rd and 7 or more, and he's completing 69% of those passes, and they have 13 first downs in those situations. And that's just ridiculous numbers for those kinds of situations. Most quarterbacks are at like a 48% completion rate in those situations, and it just shows you the difference between them and so many other teams because of him and because of how they do things. And in big moments, I mean, we've seen over and over, they've won 6 one-score games this year, because when they need a touchdown, really need a touchdown, they just go get one.
All right, I'm going to change this up a little bit. Broncos are sitting at 5 wins. I keep hoping Cincinnati's going to wake up and their defense just doesn't. But how many wins do you think it's going to take to get to the playoffs in the AFC? Are we looking at 10? Like, do the Broncos need either this game or the Falcons game in order to get probably around that 10 mark? What's the magic number you think, the cutoff for that 7th seed?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's right now that there just aren't that many teams, above water, but you keep watching Burrow play and you keep thinking that the Bengals are going to get their way back in there at some point. But I personally think for the Broncos, no matter what happens Sunday, that the Falcons game is a big deal to me because that, they've got to finish above 500 at home, I think. And they've got to find a way to be at least 500 in the division. I think those are my magic numbers for them to really be in the conversation. And I think the Falcons game here is a pretty significant, sort of benchmark of where they're at. Because right now, their victories are against teams that are collectively right now 13-32. So they have not, beaten anybody good. Now, they don't measure the quality of your win for your playoff spot. I get it, but at some point they have to show that they can slug it out with somebody with a winning record and come away with a win.
Yeah, there's no committee you got to impress with your strength of schedule in the NFL. Jeff Legwold, everybody of ESPN, ESPN.com. That's where you read Leggy's stuff. You will be talking to him on Monday after Broncos and Chiefs. He'll be freshly back from Kansas City. Leggy, good work as always, man. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Yes, Cincinnati missed another opportunity to get back in this wild card hunt last night when they lost to Baltimore. Who else is there to worry about that the Broncos are up against in this race? We'll break that down in those matchups. Kind of a rooting guide for the Broncos this week. That's next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. Well, the snow's fallen. Y'all knew it was coming. I guess we're all a little surprised that this kind of snow came this early, but nonetheless, if you need truck and 4x4 accessories to handle weather like this, Colorado Off-Road's the place. Whether it's keeping the cabin of your vehicle clean with some floor liners from WeatherTech or Husky, they've got a bunch of different brands there. Maybe the step rails, I use those to get in the truck when it's icy like this just to be a little bit safer, or the bed cover to keep all this snow and junk out of the bed of your truck. Jerry Jones and his wife, Wendy, who run this fine business, have it all. Stop by Colorado Off-Road. Talk to them about getting a remote start put in your vehicle. That way you can warm your vehicle up without having the keys in it. You don't violate any puffer laws, but you still have a nice warm car when you're ready to get into it. Colorado Off-Road's located 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. You can find them on the web at cooffroad.com. The number 303-761-1264. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
All right, Broncos right now are technically the 7 seed in the AFC. Thank you very much to Lamar and the Ravens for beating the Bungles last night. Cincinnati not able to convert on that late 2-point conversion. By the way, I do want to say this. Shout out Zach Taylor. You made the right call to go for 2.
Not a single person that I've seen has criticized him for that.
It was 100% the right call. You have to go for 2 right there. You're on the road against the Washington Huskies. You got to try and steal that victory. Those uniforms were bad.
Which, the Baltimore ones?
Yeah.
Everyone kept comparing it to Crown Royal.
Okay.
The Crown Royal bag.
That's good. That's good.
That I saw on Twitter anyway, that being everyone.
I had a lot of Washington vibes going on right there. All right, so looking at the standings right now, the Broncos are technically the 7 seed in the NFL. 5-4 in the AFC. 5-4. Ravens still by a game are behind Pittsburgh, but let's be honest, both the Steelers and the Ravens are making the playoffs, okay? So those 2 teams are speaking for one wild card spot. The Chargers are 5-3. Yeah, you want the Chargers to lose, okay? Chargers got Tennessee at home. I think they're going to be okay. They're a 7.5-point favorite at home. But hey, everybody go root for the Titans this weekend. Really, here's the games that I think you got to worry about. Indy hosts Buffalo. Colts are 4-point dogs at home. Indy is 4-5. They're 1 game behind the Broncos in the AFC. If the Colts pull that upset right there and the Broncos lose at Kansas City, both teams will be 5-5. So be a Bills fan this week. Guess what? Buffalo's getting a top 3 seed in the AFC no matter what. That really has no impact on the Broncos, and they'll probably cruise to that divisional victory.
All right, let me add in on this. I like this. So you've got the games. I pulled this up. You'll like this.
Okay.
From NFL.com. I've got the playoff picture.
Okay.
So I've got percentages with a win and a loss.
I like it.
Here's Denver right now.
Okay.
Currently, they sit at a 58% chance to make the playoffs. If they beat the Chiefs, it goes up to 73%.
That's huge.
If they lose this weekend, they go down to 50%. You just mentioned the Colts, key team. They're on the bubble right behind Denver. Currently, they're at a 29% chance to get in. If they win against Buffalo, it goes up to 43%. If they lose, it goes down to 20%.
Go Bills, everybody.
By the way, the Bengals are already lost. They're only at a 27% chance to get in. So who
already
else you
lost.
got?
They're 4-6. The Jets are 3-6. Jets are at Arizona, but they're actually favored by 1.5 on the road. The Jets also, if you recall, Andy, we've talked about this. Their schedule is pretty friendly down the stretch. After this trip to Arizona, they get Indy at home, Seattle at home, road trips to Miami and Jacksonville. They finish up with the Rams, the Bills, and the Dolphins. So they still have to play Miami 2 more times. Now, Miami's an interesting team right now. They're only 2-6. So you would look at that and say, oh, man, the Dolphins are out of it. They've scored 27 points in each of the last 2 games since Tua has come back. Their offense is starting to look like itself a little bit, and we got a fun Monday night matchup with McDaniel and the Dolphins at the Rams. Now, the Rams are figuring a couple of things out right now as well, and they're really battling despite all the injuries that they have dealt with. But the Dolphins at 2-6 are another team to look out for in the second half if they could get going. So go Rams, obviously. Plus, I would argue the Rams have the best ownership of anybody in the NFL.
All right, the Dolphins currently are a 4% chance to get in and win this weekend over the Rams, gives them that 7% chance. Jets are interesting.
Yeah.
Probability is 27% currently. If they beat the Cardinals, goes to 34%. They would leapfrog the Bengals into that 10th spot or 9th spot at minimum. But if they lose, they're down to just a 17% chance. How about this? Right now, in playoff probability, the Dolphins sit behind the Titans. But I'm with you. I guess all of a sudden the AC joint is fine for Will Levis, so the Titans are going to give that thing a look again, and it was hideous when he was in there.
Yeah, it actually makes them worse.
Yeah, so the Dolphins probably will move up a little bit too.
So that's the gist of it. This weekend, you're a Titans fan?
Yep.
You're a Bills fan. You're an Arizona Cardinals fan. And you're an LA Rams fan.
All right, so let's get into the ones that are ahead of you. The Chargers sit there at 5-3, so it's easy to root against the Chargers that you said, plus you get a crack at them again.
Sure.
What should you do with the Ravens? The Ravens are 7-3. Again, Denver currently only 5-4. The Ravens played last night, thus it looks like a 2-game difference. It's not.
Plus, they get a tiebreak over you.
Yeah, they do have the tiebreak over you.
Mm-hmm.
You need to root for the Steelers to hold on to that because the Steelers are 6-2. Not hard for some of the people in this parts to do. Should you be rooting against the Steelers? Now, they've got the tiebreak over you too, but even with a win this weekend, the Steelers would go to 92% probability versus 96% for the Ravens.
Steelers got the Manders, by the way, this week. That's a fun game. On the road at Washington against Jaden Daniels and company. The way that I'm looking at it, tell me if you think I'm crazy on this, but to me, I'm just putting those two AFC North teams in.
They will be.
A foregone conclusion. They're
but
both
who
in.
could you try to tie to move ahead in the wild card standings?
Steelers also got the tiebreak over the Broncos right now.
They do.
Yeah.
But who do you trust more to keep winning? Like, who do you think
I trust
the
Ravens more.
There you go.
I do.
So you got to root against the Steelers to maybe come back to you a bit.
I trust Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry more. But I also trust Mike Tomlin. I don't think the Steelers are going anywhere.
No, I don't disagree with you.
I think they know what they are. Even with, I think Russell Wilson stinks. I think that team knows exactly what they are, and they know what they have to do to win, and they got aggressive at the trade deadline, and look at where they're at right now at 6-2.
See, I would say, as we've already kind of talked about, Chargers, Colts, Bengals, Jets are probably the teams that you're focusing on. Now, maybe Miami does crawl back into this thing. To your point, Miami's sitting there at 2-6, but the Jets are 3-6, so it's not like the Jets are that much farther ahead of them. Wow, we thought that division was going to be so much tougher. Buffalo's kind of running away. Nobody's catching Buffalo, right?
No,
Chiefs and Bills are winning their division, correct?
And Houston's winning their division.
You think so?
I think three
Even
divisions.
with the Colts kind of hanging back there?
Yes. I don't trust the Colts. No.
You don't trust Super Joe Flacco?
No.
What happens if the Colts lose this weekend?
You got to start thinking about.
Joe doesn't look any different.
He didn't look good last week. Anthony Richardson has to play.
If you're going to be losing, yeah.
He has to play. And also, like, one of the funny things about Anthony Richardson is, like, when you watch him play, like, his average depth of target is way downfield. But also, watch the offense that they're calling for him. That's what they want him to do. And yet they've decided, it's too inefficient. You know, this isn't winning football right now. And look, I'm with you. The guy's having his problems, shouldn't take himself out of game. That was a bad look. And ultimately, I think that was the nail in the coffin to stick him on the bench. But if Flacco doesn't win this week, just admit you're done and play the kid. He's talented as all hell. He's just got to play football right now. You got a lot of bad habits that you got to break out of him. He also needs more help from his teammates. This, to me, is like the last gasp for the Flacco experiment.
What do you think the magic number is? I asked that of Leggy. What do you think the cutoff for the wild card is going to be? Because already Broncos have 5, Chargers have 5.
That's what's funny about it is right now you got 2 5-win teams, 2 4-win teams right now in the AFC. It's very possible that a 9-win team is getting in this year,
but with tiebreakers.
Yeah, you're going to have tiebreakers in your favor. I think if you win 10, you're in. But I think in the AFC right now, it's weird. I think a 9-win team is going to get in. It's so different than the NFC, which even though it doesn't have the same strength at the top, in the NFC you're going to have to win 10 to get in.
See, well, there's no doubt the Packers are already at 6. The Eagles are at 6. Those are the bottom 2. If the Broncos were to lose to the Falcons, then they absolutely have to beat the Colts and Bengals to have tiebreakers on both those teams.
Yeah.
Because those are the 2 chasing them right now. They already have the tiebreaker on the Jets, so they're okay there.
I don't know if they're going to beat the Bengals.
I don't know either, but you're going to have to. If you lose to the Falcons, then the Bengals become a must-win.
Mm-hmm.
That's just how this is.
Can I drop a factoid on you?
Fact me.
You'll like this one, all right?
Fact check me.
Jamar Chase last night. I was going through just the great receiving games in NFL history. We went through the list before of guys that had at least 11 catches, at least 264 yards, and at least 3 touchdowns in a single game. There have been 6 such performances in NFL history. Jamar Chase has 2 of them, okay? Remember Jokic's game the other night against OKC?
Yeah.
He was fine. I didn't think it was like an elite Nikola Jokic game. 23 points, 20 rebounds, 16 assists. There have only been 5 such games in NBA history, and they play a lot more games in the NBA. Simply by likelihood of occurrence, Nikola Jokic had a better game on Wednesday night against the Oklahoma City Thunder than Jamar Chase did last night when he was unbelievable on Thursday Night Football against the Ravens.
I'm not shocked. Hey, have you heard the whispers? I've sent you 3 clips this week
Where people are already talking about
people laughing and saying he's already the MVP again.
Yeah.
One guy, I can't remember that it was a panel, I think, on NBA TV doing one of their late night shows.
I saw Jeff Teague talking about
I think it was Jeff Teague. One of them says he doesn't. Again, they're back to he doesn't even love basketball. It's his day job, and yet he's the greatest in the world at it.
I completely disagree with that point about him.
You and I,
but
both know it's
also
not true.
He's that was a middling Jokic game the other night.
Yeah, but he's in charge of everything.
He is. He's everything.
He is Bobby Fischer.
Yeah,
he is moving the chess pieces.
9 of 20 from the field. Yeah,
he's coaching his teammates up halfway through.
8 of 17 from 2. What great adjustment that they made the other night was they took Jokic off of Chet. They were hiding Jokic on Caruso.
God, I already hate that guy.
You go over there, and I think he was fresher on the offensive end of the floor, and Chet didn't kill you as badly as he did in the opener.
He didn't.
Yeah.
You sick of Caruso yet? I know that it's my job to get tired of guys, but come on. I liked what
good.
Marlowe said, though. Marlowe said he kind of plays reckless defense. It's dangerous at times.
Yeah.
It's a little cheap.
Yeah. He's physical as all hell.
Yeah, maybe he needs a little.
Yeah. And you know what he is? He's one of those guys you'd love to have.
I'd take him in a heartfrt.
He's one of those guys you'd
he's
love
not right now, so I ain't going to love anything.
On your team. Let's go check in with the Chiefs. Our buddy Carrington Harrison from Kansas City, 96.5 The Fan. He joins us next. Oh, I woke up and the snow was falling outside, but I didn't know the difference. I was cozy in my bed thanks to my new 2-stage Dakin furnace that I got from my friends at Apple Air. That's right. Apple Air is Denver's HVAC experts that truly care. What do they care about? They care about you, your home, and your money by giving you top-notch HVAC service and plumbing for the lowest possible price. Shane and the crew over at Apple Air came over, gave me an estimate, and they got that job done within a week. We love our new furnace, whether it's fixing an existing heating, air, plumbing system, or if you need a new furnace like I did, call 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813, or visit appleair.com. Get a free estimate, or if you've gotten a quote that doesn't quite feel right, the pros at Apple Air will come out and give you a second opinion for free. In fact, right now, they're offering you $750 off the purchase of a new high-efficient furnace and AC system. Again, go to appleair.com or call 303-733-2813. Scott Friday, Broncos Chiefs Friday. We go to Kansas City right now. Our pal Carrington Harrison, 96.5 The Fan in KC, joins us right now. It's Chiefs week. We got to get Carrington on the show to let him be insufferable and talk about his undefeated team. Carrington, how you doing, man?
Hey, you know what? I actually don't have as many jokes towards the Broncos. You guys have actually shown a sense of competitiveness over the course of the first 10 weeks of the season that right. I don't have the negativity I did last year. We talked about this a lot on my show today. Since the AFC Championship game where you remember Cincinnati came in and they said all the Burrowhead and all that stuff, the Broncos have actually won more games since that point than the Cincinnati Bengals. So, I don't have as many jokes today that I usually would.
Well, that's just so benevolent of you. All right, Carrington. This Chiefs team, they're undefeated, but are they actually all that good?
That's a great question. I would say that's something that we have been asking a lot. I think the best analogy I can give you is the Chiefs used to be Mike Tyson, and now they're kind of Floyd Mayweather. Like, they just kind of win on the cards. Every Chiefs game this season has been a one-score game heading into the fourth quarter. Like, every game just has the same kind of formula. It's a little close in the third, heading into the fourth quarter, and the Chiefs just make one or two more plays than the opposition to win. Honestly, I've been a little worried about this game for Kansas City for a couple of different reasons. Number one, I think the Broncos have one of the better defenses in the AFC, and, this has all of the makings of a trap game. Kansas City played Monday Night Football. That game went into overtime. Mahomes is a little bit banged up. They play Buffalo next week on the road. That's the biggest regular season game of the season, certainly in the AFC. So this game just has a lot of trap game kind of vibes. Now, I'm worried, I guess, from a Broncos perspective, if Bo Nix can go on the road and beat Kansas City. I saw him against Pittsburgh's defense earlier this season, and if that's the version that's coming to Kansas City, then Denver has no chance of winning on Sunday.
Look, what you need to worry about is the vibes in this city. An 8-0 Oklahoma City team came into Ball Arena and left with a loss. So Denver's feeling the vibes of ending undefeated streaks. That's what you need to worry about Sunday. I'll ask you this. Are they bored? Is this just one of those teams that is so used to the playoffs and so used to the grind of the season that are we going to see another turn it on when we get to the playoffs or maybe even as early as mid to late December?
It's funny because it was kind of like the middle of maybe like week 3, week 4, and I just was kind of like getting a sense from the text line, the callers, and I eventually was just like, you guys have become an NBA fan base. Like, you guys know this in Denver. There's things that kind of pop up over the course of the regular season, but when you've got Nikola Jokic and you've got some of the other pieces, you're going to be in it in the postseason, and it's just how do you match up in that final 2 months of the season? Chiefs fans have kind of adopted that same mentality, and I think a lot of it just kind of comes from last season. Last year they were 4-4 in the final 8 games of the year. There weren't many people talking about Super Bowl, and then just in the final 3 weeks of the season, the Chiefs just figured it out and just started winning a lot of games. So I don't know if bored is maybe the right way to put it with the team, but this team just doesn't have a lot of firepower the way that they have in years past. I like Kareem Hunt. He has been a blessing for this team. He's far better than I thought he was going to be this year. He's also averaging 3.7 yards per carry this year. So he's not the same player that he was. The wide receiver room, other than DeAndre Hopkins, who has been here less than 2 weeks, they don't really have another wide receiver that you trust. Travis Kelce last year had 100 yards. He had 18 targets last week. So you should absolutely get to 100 yards if they throw it to you that much. So, those are some of the things that we've been talking about here in Kansas City. But I guess maybe to kind of summarize it is so much of the focus is about the three-peat that it's kind of hard for people to get really excited about a Week 8, Week 9 matchup against anybody in the league, unless it's a team like Buffalo. Beating Buffalo next week, that is the difference in you hosting the AFC Championship game and going on the road. If they beat Buffalo, they'll be 4 games up with 7 weeks to go. They have eliminated Buffalo and Baltimore. Nobody thinks that Pittsburgh can be the 1 seed in the AFC. So honestly, a lot of the conversation today has been about Buffalo and that fight for the 1 seed. And also a lot of the conversation has been about Cincinnati because a lot of people kind of feel like Cincinnati has just been Kansas City's kryptonite in the postseason.
That's Carrington Harrison, 96.5, The Fan in Kansas City. So that's been the conversation on your show, which just wrapped up today here, Carrington. But also, okay, we're talking about the chatter inside the building, coming off of an emotional overtime victory against Tampa. You alluded to it before. Mahomes got a little bit banged up. With Buffalo looming next week, is there any chance that this could be a trap game, or does Kansas City just not fall for that stuff?
I mean, my biggest fear from this is, usually there would be kind of 3 ways that the Chiefs could win, right? Like last week, what you saw with Baltimore. Like Baltimore is capable of just kind of blowing out teams. So that's kind of number 1, right? Or you could say Kansas City wins a close game or Denver wins a close game. Nobody thinks that Denver can blow Kansas City out in the stretch. My fear for this is that Denver could just turn this potentially into a rock fight where Denver wins 19-17, Kansas City turns it over a couple times, and they just don't come out and play really, really well because they're so banged up. And that's why I asked the question about Bo Nix. I mean, Bo Nix is just going to have to be better than he was against Pittsburgh, and that's really the only defense that's kind of comparable to what we think Kansas City's defense is. Kansas City is absolutely going to force Denver to be one-dimensional because they've forced every team this year to be one-dimensional, and they've really stopped the run for a lot of teams. So is Bo Nix capable of throwing it 30, 35 times to beat the Chiefs? I haven't watched him nearly as closely as you guys are, but a rookie quarterback, I'm not super confident about his ability to kind of outplay Kansas City's defense.
Yeah, the game you may want to go watch then, Carrington, is the one against the Jets because that was a rainy day, and Bo Nix did not handle the rain well that day. They showed him on the sidelines a number of times, kind of, for lack of a better term, freaking out. Where's the towel? My hands are wet. I guess he just hadn't dealt with that yet. But the Broncos defense found a way to confuse Aaron Rodgers. And normally, right, you don't blitz Aaron Rodgers, you don't blitz Patrick Mahomes, but the blitzes got home. Rodgers adjusted bad protections. What are we expecting the weather to be on Sunday?
And field conditions, too. They got the college game the day before.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit rainy today. It's supposed to be rainy tomorrow. I don't think rain's going to be a big factor for Sunday. I will say, though, I mean, Kansas City is not the Jets, and Patrick Mahomes is not Aaron Rodgers. So I hear what you're saying about the Jets, but everything we know about the Jets is they have found ways to lose over the last 15 years. Kansas City is the exact opposite of a team. All they figure out a way is to kind of win in these scenarios.
Talking to our buddy, Carrington Harrison. I keep getting thrown off. I did the Buffs game the other night, and they got a kid named Harrison Carrington. So I'm struggling a little bit right here. Carrington Harrison of 96.5, The Fan in Kansas City. Carrington, on the defensive side of the ball, we know how good the Chiefs are. We know Chris Jones. We know the linebackers. Secondary, even, changing some personnel this year has still been dynamic, and Spagnuolo is 12-2 against rookie quarterbacks. Is there any way that you look at this matchup and say, all right, I see where Denver's pedestrian offense could give them problems?
I mean, the Chiefs haven't allowed a team to score 28 points in 35 consecutive games. They're getting pretty close to the league record. I mean, it's a little bit different because their secondary is a little bit banged up right now. Jalen Watson, who was off to an incredible start to the year, he broke his ankle a couple of weeks ago. Then their third corner, Najee Johnson, he's out with the concussion. I mean, that's kind of been the defining kind of mark for this Chiefs team is they just have so many injuries on both offense and defense. Like, everyone knows the injuries that they've had on offense with Isaiah Pacheco and Hollywood Brown and Rashee Rice, but they've also had some injuries on the defensive side. I will say this. I was really surprised about that final drive of Monday Night Football when the Bucs had the ball. That's what made it so confusing why Tampa Bay didn't go for the 2 at the end of it. I mean, they had Kansas City's defense on the ropes. I mean, Baker Mayfield led Tampa Bay down the drive, and they don't have Godwin. They don't have Mike Evans. It was a 10-play, 71-yard drive in less than 2 minutes. So, I mean, Kansas City's defense could be a little bit vulnerable in this game. We'll just have to see.
Carrington, what's it been like to watch the Chiefs? Kind of, mid-market, mid-major Kansas City become the most Hollywood franchise in the NFL, where the Kelseys are their own entity with Taylor Swift. We know how damn famous Mahomes is. He's even talking about bringing a WNBA team to Kansas City now. Butker popping off and saying the things that he has said. What has it kind of been like? Because what this thing has turned into and the sort of dynasty that they are is sort of so not the way you envision that community and that market.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question because I would say, and it's kind of like how most markets are. I mean, the Harrison Butker comments, for example, sure, it was a big thing for a couple of days, but like if you win at the level that the Chiefs win, like kind of all is forgiven. I would say the story that kind of really took over the offseason was Rashee Rice, who was just constantly in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
He had the little, speed racer incident where he was driving, and then he also had an alleged incident in a club where he might have smacked a photographer. So, I mean, those kind of stories have taken over, but for the most part, when you are as on the field successful as them, again, kind of all is forgiven. I made the analogy this week that, the Chiefs are like a superhero movie. I mean, every Chiefs game is the same. You get introduced to the character early on. You get introduced to the love interest early on in the game. Toward the middle of the movie, there's a little bit of problem for the hero, but the hero always figures it out at the end of the movie. I mean, that's how every single Chiefs game has gone this year. Whether it was they were only up 14-12 going into the last quarter against San Francisco and they scored back-to-back touchdowns, or the first game of the season with Isaiah Likely, or Tampa Bay and the Baker Mayfield where he hangs his head because they lost the coin toss. Like every single Chiefs game in the fourth quarter, something happens and the Chiefs just figure out a way to win.
Yeah, we talk about it all the time. They need 6 yards, they get 7. That's just what this freaking team does. He is on Twitter at c.harrison. Follow him there. 96.5 The Fan there in Kansas City. Carrington Harrison, best in the biz. We appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
Hey, I appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me today.
All right. There he goes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Every game's the same. Oh, we just win again.
He's not wrong, though.
He's not.
They screw around in the first half.
Yeah.
Last year, it would bite him here and there. It didn't bite him in the playoffs. It's not biting him this year.
To me, it always comes down to like when they just like need like an 8-minute drive to just crush the game. Even if they kick a field goal, ultimately, it always happens, and it always just their win probability gets to the spot that it needs to be, and they strangle you out and they win the game. This is not a special offense anymore. It's looked better since Hopkins has shown up, but this is not a special offense.
I'm just going to say I'm like the Emperor. I like it. People are mad about that interview.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Yeah.
Use your hate. Use your hate for that team, because I feel like we're so beaten down by what they've done.
Yeah.
You need to hate this team. You need to want this game. You need this rivalry, Kreckman.
Tap into the dark side. Yeah.
Good. Just sitting in that damn lazy boy of his.
It's weird lightning coming out of his hands.
Metal lazy boy. I hate the Chiefs so damn much.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. You want to have a couple of drinks during Broncos Chiefs? We'll help you out with that next. Oh, you want to have a beer on a Ska Friday? Well, you can have a beer or two on Sunday as well. 11 a.m. is the kickoff. The Broncos and the Chiefs at Arrowhead. It is time for your Broncos-Chiefs drinking game here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Get out your pen and paper, write down the props, and enjoy it. Coming up here on Sunday. CBS has the game. It's a Kevin Harlan affair.
We
here
love
this week.
Kevin.
Love Kevin, friend of the program.
Loves Jokic.
Here we go. Big Jokic guy. Let's start on this one. Andy, I think Audric Estime is going to get some carries this week.
Okay.
If Audric Estime scores a touchdown, drink.
Drink it.
If Audric Estime fumbles, drink.
2 drinks.
Yes. We like to allow for the full range of possibilities when it comes to Audric Estime. Let's get some Bo Nix props out there. If Bo Nix completes a throw behind the line of scrimmage, drink.
Sip.
Mm-hmm.
That one might happen.
If Bo Nix pulls a spin out, drink.
Big drink.
He's been doing the Russ thing lately. If Bo Nix misses Troy Franklin on a deep ball, drink.
Half a drink. Drink half your drink.
If Bo Nix self-sacks, either by lying down in the pocket or by stepping out of bounds before he throws it away, drink. If Bo Nix takes at least 5 seconds to throw the ball, drink.
And listen to Michelle.
We're timing this one, Bo. Don't make us play Michelle Branch on Monday.
Hey, neither should Mahomes.
Yeah.
Get home on him.
Mike McGlinchey called for a false start, drink.
Yeah, that's the usual. Garrett Bowles, hold, drink.
Holding on 72, that's always on there. Uh-huh. If we get any footage of barbecue, drink. Barbecue.
God, I'd like to say eat, too.
Yeah, uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Any footage of Andy Reid eating a cheeseburger, drink.
What? Do you need a drink if any Andy Reid commercial shows up during
the game?
A State Farm Andy Reid commercial, you have to have a drink.
Also, I know they won't, but I love it anytime they can work in the Andy Reid punt, pass, and kick footage from when he was a kid.
Oh, you know what? That's a full drink. You'll need a new one. Shotgun it.
That's my favorite because Andy Reid was like 12 and he was 6'8" and 400
gigantic.
pounds. Uh-huh. Yeah. All right, we got Kevin Harlan on the game this week. Kevin Harlan, the great Kevin Harlan. If Kevin Harlan makes any mention of the Iowa State KU game the day before at Arrowhead, drink.
Drink.
If Kevin Harlan makes any reference to the 70-20 game from last year, drink. But it's not the usual. If you recall, Kevin Harlan was the one who called the Broncos-Dolphins game from last year.
69 points.
Yes.
Nice.
Also, and he mostly only does this in basketball, but we're going to make it crossover to football. If Kevin Harlan makes any double entendre about poop, you have to drink.
Who probed and found the deuce. What a smooth deuce right there.
So if the Broncos, if they get a safety and sack Mahomes in the end zone, that's a smooth deuce.
He would get it. A safety probably brings that out.
Remember when the Broncos used to get safeties like every week? Let's go back to that. Mm-hmm. That was fun.
I'd take one this week.
Yeah. If Patrick Mahomes completes a shovel pass, drink.
Okay, sip.
He's going to do a few of them.
If Patrick Mahomes throws a no-looker, you got that in there?
Yeah.
Drink.
Put the no-looker in there. Just the shovel it to Kelsey. Score from the 3-yard line. God. Any shot of Taylor Swift, go ahead and drink.
Okay.
She's going to be there, right?
I don't know.
Or does she not even show up for a
When
Broncos-Chiefs
does the next
game?
part of the tour start?
Okay.
I don't know.
No, I think she's done with the Eras tour.
Wow.
I think
she's
completed.
made her $1 billion and she's home.
I think it's multiple billions of dollars.
Well, no, that's just from this land.
Yeah,
I think she's on $2 billion right now.
Done. Uh-huh. Also, going back to Broncos-Chiefs history, the last time Denver won at Arrowhead was 2015. What happened in that game? That was the famous Jamal Charles fumble, the scoop and score from Bradley Roby. Should CBS dig into the archives and show us the last time Denver won at Arrowhead, you should drink.
Have a damn party.
Yeah.
Huh?
Enjoy yourself.
What if they work in an Atwater Okoye highlight?
Ooh.
Shotgun the drink.
Yes, go ahead.
I don't think they would because it was a Monday night game and it was Denver.
But still.
But that would be the unicorn prop.
That's get the keys out, jam it in the bottom of the can, and shotgun that bad boy.
And film it.
Yes.
Tweet it at us.
Send it to us. We want to see you shotgunning a beer in your living room and then spiking the can on the carpet. And that's your Broncos-Chiefs drinking game for Sunday at 11 a.m. If we missed anything, 303-504-0925. Also, if we missed anything, it's because we forget stuff.
Yeah, somebody called us out, and for good reason. We forgot to ask Leggy about what you feel is flawed.
Oh, it is flawed. My only assumption is he didn't understand the question.
Well, but I forgot to ask him. We should have asked him.
Yeah, we didn't care. Yeah.
I didn't remember. Until the text, I forgot we had the conversation.
Yeah. No, it wouldn't be a 7th to move up from 16 to 12. It would be.
Well, then I want you to tell him. We need some spicy stuff.
I'm assuming you sent him a confusing question.
Blame me all you want. Why don't you get uppity with Johnson?
I can get uppity with Mark Johnson. That's what we usually do. Mark Johnson joins us right now. Mark, are you in Lubbock right now, by the way?
We just got down here about 90 minutes ago. I was going to do basketball tonight,
Uh-huh.
and then we were going to drive overnight to get down here. And then Mother Nature said, no, I don't think you're going to be doing that. And so we jumped on the plane and got down here with the team.
So you hustled your way down there to Lubbock. Johnson.
Johnson? Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you're uppity.
It's getting Johnson done this show. Mark, I gave the rant before. I love this matchup for the Buffs. I just think Texas Tech is running into a bad matchup right now. They can't stop the pass. That's the thing that the Buffs do at an extremely elite level. I don't see how this Red Raiders defense is going to slow down Shedeur Sanders, Travis Hunter, and company, but you've done far more in-depth research into this matchup than I have. Is it possible that the Red Raiders can slow down the vaunted Buffs passing attack?
Well, is it possible? Yes. Is it likely? I don't think so. I mean, they're the only team in the Big 12 giving up more than 300 yards passing a game. Now, with that being said, they've been very opportunistic. So they're giving up 307 yards a game passing. They're dead last in the league, but they do have 11 interceptions this season. They've got 5 forced fumbles this season, fumble recoveries, and so they're opportunistic. They make big plays, but their defense is not great. Their numbers this season, they're giving up 34 points per ball game along with those 370 yards. So teams have moved the ball on them on a consistent basis. So I certainly feel comfortable and confident that Colorado can do that tomorrow.
What are you expecting after a second bye week? A little bit unusual. I haven't seen this too much lately. They're rested again. Is that going to improve the health of the team? And do you think we'll see some tricky stuff out of both coordinators?
Well, I don't know if we're going to get too much tricky. When I was with Pat here a couple of days ago, in fact, we were just at the stadium a little while ago, and he and I chatted a little bit just again. And one thing I always ask him, my role, I always say, okay, you're going to surprise me with anything on Saturday. Anything I need to be aware of? Are you going to run the double reverse flea flicker or what? Just so I'm ready for it. And he said, no, there's nothing terribly exotic that we're going to do. But I think the health situation is good. The only guy that I know for sure that's not going to play is Shane Cokes, the defensive tackle, the starter there for the Buffaloes. He's not going to play, and so he won't be out there. And we do want to expect Deion Hayes to come back, but I think that's not surprising. He's been out for a few ball games now. So you're missing a couple of guys on that defensive front. So what they've done, by the way, is they've moved Tyler Brown over there. And so the offensive lineman is going to be playing both ways. And I was joking with Prime the other day, and I said, that's not quite as dynamic as Travis Hunter playing both ways. But, when you got a 315-pound guy that's just going to bounce back and forth and plug up the middle, and that's all they want from him. But I think health standpoint, the Buffaloes, I think, are about as healthy as you can be at this point in the season. As we know the old adage, there's injured and there's hurt. Plenty of guys are dinged up and that kind of thing, but that's not going to change until the end of the year. But from an injury standpoint, they're about as good as they can be here 8 games into the season.
It's the 20th ranked Buffs and Texas Tech tomorrow, 2 p.m. on Fox. Mark Johnson will be calling the action on the radio side for Learfield. Mark, Shedeur Sanders has only been sacked once in each of the last 2 games for the Buffs, and Texas Tech doesn't really have a great pass rush. But when you look back at these last few games, and it's never just one thing, but what are the biggest reasons why Shedeur is staying upright more often?
Well, I think it's a few things. And number one, the offensive line's playing a little bit better, so they're protecting a little better. The other thing is they've finally been running the ball on a semi-consistent basis. And it's, they're not going out and they're not, rushing it like one of the academies is, for goodness sakes. But, they've been averaging over the last 3 ball games about 100 yards rushing a contest. And so it's been just a threat a little bit. So when you play action with a team that's actually running it a little bit consistently, those linebackers have got to pause just for a moment to just make sure, instead of pinning their ears back and saying there's no way they're going to run it, because they can't, which is what we saw earlier in the season. Guys, they were on pace. Keep in mind, last year Buffs quarterbacks, I think Shedeur was sacked 52 times overall. I think it was 56 in the season. They were on pace to blow by that at one point early this year, and you're like, holy cow, I didn't think that was possible. So they've really slowed down on that at this point, and so now the pace is less than that. Still not great, but less than that. But it has gotten better in recent weeks, and I think the 2 things we just talked about, improved offensive line play, Shedeur's getting rid of the ball quicker, and I think running the football has really helped them out. And you're right, Texas Tech, it's not like they're a sack machine team. They've only got 11 sacks this season, so they don't generate a lot of sack plays. They will generate pressure with what they do, and they got kind of a 4-2 alignment that they come out in, so they'll put some pressure on you a little bit. But nobody's put any big numbers up sack-wise against, for, I should say, Texas Tech this season.
All right, I got a couple of offbeat ones for you, but I want to start here because Nate and I were talking about this. Obviously, last weekend broke as well as it could for the Buffs on the bye. They've got the path to the playoff, but they're going to have to beat BYU in the championship game. Wouldn't they, Mark, for that to be reality? How realistic is the college football playoff to talk about right now?
Well, I think it's realistic from the standpoint of as Gary likes to say all the time, they've got an opportunity. I mean, BYU's 5-0 this season. They're 8-0 overall. Then you got Iowa State and Colorado at 4-1. So they're in the conversation. K-State and Texas Tech then are right behind them at 4-2. And so that's why tomorrow's game is so supremely important. They've got an opportunity here. You do what you're supposed to do. Buffs are a favorite in this ball game. They should be a favorite in all 4 of their final 4 regular season games. You got Utah and Oklahoma State coming up at home. You've got Kansas in a neutral site in Kansas City coming up here in a couple of weeks. So you've got a chance here to run the table and be sitting at 10-2. You'd put yourself in a fantastic position. You'd have to get some help with Iowa State, of course, with some of the odd tiebreakers out there. And I don't understand all of I was looking at it the other day, and I thought, why don't we just go rock, paper, scissors? That'd be easier than what you guys are laying out here. But they've got an opportunity, Andy. And if you think about where this thing was, in December 2 years ago, before Prime got here, and now 2 years later, you're talking about a team that's got that opportunity sitting in front of them. I think it's just the turnaround's been phenomenal. And right now, last year people kind of laughed at Prime, and right now he's getting the last laugh as it sits here right now.
All right, real quick, The Athletic put out a mock draft. At number 1, going to Carolina was Travis Hunter. Number 3, Shedeur to Vegas. Which guy is more valuable in your mind?
Well, the quarterback always, right? Just because it's the quarterback position. But who's the more dynamic? Who's the guy that you look at? Because they're both really good, make no mistake about it. But who's the guy you look at and say, okay, he's can't miss? I'll say Travis simply because he's such a freak. And then, Shedeur being a quarterback, there are questions about that and the transition to the NFL and all those kind of things. That's a little bit more involved, if we say, for that position. So that's why I'll say Travis is the can't miss. Shedeur, I still think is going to be phenomenal and have a long, long NFL career. And man, Travis already said it. He said, I'd love to stay in Colorado and play for the Denver Broncos. And I tell you, both those guys would look real good wearing orange and blue, wouldn't they?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we'd take it. Absolutely. But I think the Broncos, they played their way out of that sweepstakes, unfortunately. Buffs at Texas Tech tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Mark Johnson calling the action for Learfield, televised on Fox. Mark, this season got real fun. Enjoy it, buddy. We appreciate it.
All right, guys. I appreciate it. We'll talk to you later. See you.
Yeah, that thing that he talked about right there. They do need some help with Iowa State right now.
Okay.
Because if the Buffs are 10-2, but they can't play in the Big 12 championship game and get a chance to beat BYU, I don't think the resume's there as an at-large at 10-2. And again, the problem there being they don't have wins over quality opponents. Like they're only, I think the only bowl teams they've beaten are Cincinnati and CSU.
Okay, real quick though, Sydney Sweeney sexy.
Mm-hmm.
Do they like the TV ratings? I mean, look, it's the college football playoff. Maybe they don't worry about that because we're all going to be watching
Right.
no matter where they put it.
I mean,
but they're a TV. I mean, they got a bunch of national TV games this year.
But this is what the other at-larges look like. They would look like Ohio State.
They're sexy.
They would look like Penn State. They'd look like Notre Dame. They'd look like Alabama. They'd look like Tennessee. I know Indiana's kind of a joke, but they're 9-0 and they blow everybody out. They haven't played anybody, but they're 9-0 and they blow everybody out. So Colorado is sexy, but it's Sydney Sweeney, it's Anna DiArmas. Like it's a stacked resume, man. It's tough. It's tough out there. Yeah, Kreckman and Lindahl. We got big Nuggets news.
You a Jessica Alba guy?
Jeter was. Jeets was a big Alba guy.
Yeah. Well, tip of the cap to everybody.
Well done, sir. But yes, we got big Nuggets news to tell you when we come back that I assure you somebody will text us and tell us it's not good news. That's next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Rad Power Bikes. The best Christmas gift that you can get is an e-bike, and Rad Power Bikes have a style for everybody. If you're a commuter or you need hauling utility for your life or your job, Rad Power Bikes are perfect for you. You replace your car with a super fun e-bike. If you're looking to get out and rip up the trails, the Radster Trail e-bike is one of the best in the industry. In fact, you can go to altitudesportsradio.com right now. You can sign up to win a Radster Trail e-bike. That's the bike that I'm riding right now. The suspension on that thing, ooh, it feels like you're driving a Cadillac. Rad Power Bikes, they're fully customizable, super low maintenance, get you 50, 60 miles per charge. And the other thing going on with Rad Power Bikes that you may not even realize, if you've never looked into an e-bike before, super affordable. You're eligible for Colorado's e-bike tax credit when you purchase an e-bike with Rad Power Bike, saving you $450 per e-bike to make it more affordable. Plus, Rad Power Bikes is offering you financing through Affirm 6, 12, 18-month options. Check it out. Go to radpowerbikes.com. Check out the entire line. Go to their service center and showroom at 3863 Steel Street and the York Street Yards. You can test ride any bike in their shop. Their staff is super helpful, super friendly. They are going to get you on an e-bike that you're going to love. Go to radpowerbikes.com. Scott Friday, Craigman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We got the weekend preview coming up here momentarily. But first, we've got breaking news regarding your Denver Nuggets.
You know what? This is kind of breaking, too. Can I slip this in? Just get this out of the way?
Whoa, you got
Because I want to have a conversation about what you've got to say.
Okay.
Just look, you've been saying drive safely all night.
Yes.
Colorado State Patrol has put this out, and I think this is probably important for people to hear.
Breaking news, drive safely.
If you're traveling eastbound on I-70,
Don't.
I-76, Highway 40, 50, or 160, do not plan. This comes from the State Patrol. Do not plan to go as far as you can and then wait the storm out. The hotels in all the areas are booked solid, and so if you're traveling east, all you're going to do is waste gas and have to turn back around. I know a few people that were thinking about doing that thing, so anybody else thinking, I'll just go as far as I can and wait it out and then resume, there's no place for you to stay. So don't get stuck in the cold. Nate, you were educating me. I hadn't seen this. It is supposed to pick up again, and we are supposed to have some heavier snow.
Yeah.
So be smart.
You could make your own igloo.
Well, you could bring a tent. You do that little pop-up tent that they do on top of it. You got one of those, where it's on top of your
don't.
say, and then you pop that thing up. That might get chilly.
You could end up in the plains of eastern Colorado. You could get attacked by the Wampa.
There's no
You gotta
Hotel
look
6 that Tom guy is going to turn the light on for you. Anyway.
Tom has turned the light off.
Now pop the music back on
right.
because we have
Other breaking news.
Nuggets news.
Yes. Michael Malone said Jamal Murray's going to play tonight. He's back. Jamal is back from concussion.
Does that not earn a... There we go. No?
How many Nuggets fans are going to be like, we were better off without him?
Well, you know you're going to hear it.
Of course.
Shut your mouth.
Of course.
Well, hey, didn't we have the take? Wasn't your favorite guy, Big Kendrick Perkins, saying that Westbrook's more important than Jamal right now?
Shut up, Kendrick Perkins.
I think that was his take
Just
last
shut
night.
up. Okay.
You really don't like
This
him.
guy's deal.
It's you're always better with both of them, all right? I will say this, okay? It's an objectively good thing to have Jamal Murray back. One thing, though, that I think that the Nuggets need to be cognizant of, and you really saw it in the second half the other night against Oklahoma City, this team was playing fast. One thing that Jamal Murray does is inherently slow the pace. He's not a fast-playing point guard. He likes to bring the ball up the floor slowly. Jamal Murray has no problem getting into the action at 14, 13, 12 left on the shot clock. Now, that's for good reason. He and Nikola Jokic are the best two-man game in the world. They don't need 19 seconds to find a quality look. They can get one pretty damn quickly. I think one of the things we've learned, though, about especially without AG on the floor, opening up shots for other guys, I do want to see Jamal Murray play with some pace. And that's the one thing I think that Westbrook has done really, really well. The Nuggets are traditionally, with Jamal and Jokic, one of the slowest paced teams in the NBA. The year that Jamal was out, their pace was a little bit quicker. The numbers have been better with Westbrook out there as their point guard, quite obviously. Keep doing that. And let Jamal know, make the adjustment and play faster.
Here, I want to add on to that. I don't want Russell Westbrook becoming this year's Reggie Jackson. Where, remember, Reggie came in last year in November and December and had some good games, scored some points, and was – now, look, maybe I shouldn't have this concern with Russ, but basically they really kind of taxed him out. His minutes became bigger than I think they originally planned all throughout the spring, and then you were lucky to get good efforts out of him in the playoffs. I think Westbrook's in better shape. I think he's got livelier legs. There's a band name. But I'm telling you, keep him at an optimal point of usage.
Yeah.
And the only way to do that, you saw it the other night, the pick and roll with Jokic and Westbrook, I think it could get to a pretty good place. It ain't there yet. And that's some of your bread and butter plays. What do you think of that?
I don't think Westbrook...
You don't like the comp to Reggie Jackson, but at the end of the day, I don't know who else to compare it to.
He's such an insanely better athlete than Reggie.
But I'm just telling you, I also think there's a right number of minutes to play him. Don't go over those.
If Russell Westbrook had decided I want to be an NFL wide receiver,
he could.
Would he have been the greatest to ever live?
You know who I think he could have been? See, I think he'd have been a defensive player because he's nasty. He's got
that too. He's got that too.
What about corner?
He could play. That's a long corner.
Put him in the slot.
Yeah.
Well, they like a long corner now.
They do.
Hey, he might be erasing some tight ends.
Speaking of Jamar Chase going for 264 last night, do you know who holds the single game NFL receiving yardage record?
What did Brandon Marshall get that 1 year? Was that receptions? I think that was receptions, not yardage.
That is the Broncos single game reception record.
That one NFL at one time. I know it got knocked down by T.O. or something later.
21 catches for 200 yards. The Broncos single game receiving yardage record. Do you know who has that one?
DT.
It is DT. Yeah, 226.
Wow, against who?
It was against Arizona in 2014. Shannon Sharp went for 214 against Kansas City in 2002. Jabbar Gaffney, 14 catches, 213 yards against the Chiefs in 2010.
Rando number 10s
right?
that you used to like.
Rod Smith, DT again, and then Brandon Marshall in the 21-catch game. That's your other 200-yard games in Broncos history. But the NFL single-game
Dalvin
receiving
Johnson?
yardage record, number 2. 329 yards in 2013 against Dallas.
Justin Jefferson.
You're going to love this name.
Hit me.
1989.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Yeah. Rams at New Orleans. Flipper Anderson.
Shut up.
Flipper Anderson.
Flipper Anderson?
Yep. Flipper Anderson.
Is that the greatest show on Turf Team? Is that why?
Nope. That's 1989 we're talking about. That's
89. Wow.
10
you're
years
11
prior
years
to that.
off.
Uh-huh.
Holy cow.
That day, Jim Everett slinging it, Jim Rome's best friend, slinging it for 454 that day. His favorite target, Flipper Anderson, 15 catches for 336.
All right.
Unreal.
How about it?
Yeah. And the Rams outdueled Bobby Hebert and the Saints that day, 20-17 in overtime.
Yeah. For those that didn't know, Jim Everett's known for more than tossing a table and throwing Jim Rome around like a rag doll for calling him Chrissy.
Bobby Hebert, Hebert.
Dude, have you ever heard Hebert? Have you done an interview with Hebert?
I have. I've had
almost
him on
need an
once.
interpreter. You need Bubby Brister to interpret Bobby Hebert.
What's fun about it is I did ask him about the Seinfeld thing, and he was like, that was great. He was all about it. I can't do the Cajun part of the accent.
Oh,
I can do
man.
the Southern part, but not the Cajun part.
Well, the Cajun is special.
That's what I don't have in the bag. It is Friday afternoon, and it is time for your weekend preview.
Everybody's watching sports on the weekend.
Too many syllables.
Everybody wants to watch the games. Everybody's eating guacamole.
Mole.
No.
Chips and guac are good when watching sports. You want to go watch the game?
You do want to go watch the games. Tonight, Nuggets and Miami, 7 o'clock. Haas has the call right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets will be in your ear holes as well Sunday as they will take on the Dallas Mavericks over there at Ball Arena. Avalanche in action tomorrow night. The Carolina Hurricanes come to town. Hopefully the Avalanche will score more goals than they did last night against Winnipeg. But that's the Ball Arena action. Buffs tomorrow, 2 o'clock against Texas Tech.